Welcome back to my channel. Today we continue with the exciting storyline of Part 2 of Lord Era. Boy summons powerful Succubus Empress army, conquers every continent, becomes strongest lord. Before we begin, let's quickly review what happened in the first part of the story. Lin Ye, a young man, was originally just an ordinary person from Earth, but due to an accident, he was transported to a cruel alternate world where everyone was a lord. Here, everyone who turns 18 is forcibly transported into the Lord's world, where they are randomly assigned territory and race to become a lord. Everyone must constantly expand and develop their territory, defend against monsters and hostile lords, because the only fate for the weak in the Lord's world is death. After transmigrating, Lin Ye had no background, no family support, and was even assigned to the worst class. In order to survive, he could only desperately learn various territorial knowledge and silently wait for the day he could enter the Lord's world. On his 18th birthday, Lin Ye finally officially entered the Lord's world and was assigned to Lord number 333333, a pitiful initial territory of only 100 square meters. To make matters worse, the initial race he was randomly assigned was the Succubus, a race universally considered the most useless. The first subject summoned by the World's Will for him was a succubus girl with a hot body and stunningly beautiful face. The problem is that while succubi are beautiful, they are almost entirely devoid of combat ability. This race is entirely female, physically weak, and in the eyes of all the lords, they are merely pretty but useless ornaments. Historically, all lords who summoned succubi met a tragic end. And just as Lin Ye was sinking into despair, even more devastating news arrived. A horde of newbie monsters was about to descend in 2 hours. Given his strength at the time, there was no way he could have survived. But then, something appeared that would change his fate. In his moment of despair, he activated a succubus lord system. The system directly granted Lin Ye 4 incredible abilities: have construction and production time, doubled effects on all finished products, tenfold increase in succubus base attributes, and the ability to bestow special talents upon succubi. Furthermore, these effects will increase as the territory levels up. This was the real cheat code Lin Ye received after transmigrating 18 years ago. With the system's support, Lin Ye immediately began to develop his territory at a frenzied pace. He immediately strengthened his first succubus subject, Moth, and granted her the cultivation mastery talent. He then quickly crafted stone hoes using vines and stones and began having her cultivate the land. At the same time, Lin Ye personally gathered all the resources in his territory, built fences and fortifications, and desperately prepared for the monster invasion. In a short time, he met all the upgrade requirements and successfully advanced from a Tier 1 territory to Tier 2. The territory expanded, the population cap increased, and he successfully recruited 3 more succubus subjects. The number of succubi officially reached 4. Lin Ye became the first lord among this year's new recruits to complete a territory upgrade. This news instantly shocked countless new lords. After the upgrade was completed, Lin Ye did not stop. With the knowledge he had learned in this world and the assistance of the system, he successfully sculpted a special building, the sacred statue of the succubus territory. This statue not only attracts more wild succubi to join the territory, but also gives ordinary succubi a 50% chance to evolve into hero-level units. Meanwhile, all 4 succubi under Lin Ye's command, Mei Ye, Mei Li, and Mei Feng, successfully completed their hero-level evolution. Their combat power instantly skyrocketed. Soon, the horde of newbie monsters arrived. However, what was a death trap for other new lords, Lin Ye's 4 hero-level succubi displayed terrifying dominance. Working in perfect harmony, they wiped out all the monsters in just 10 minutes. Lin Ye not only successfully passed the beginner stage, but also received double resource rewards. From then on, Lin Ye's territory began to enter a period of rapid development. He continuously mined copper, iron, and coal mines, and built warehouses, workshops, arrow towers, and barracks. Meanwhile, by upgrading the fishing and food systems, more and more wild succubi were attracted to join them. With the continuous strengthening of the holy statue, more powerful succubi were born one after another. Core members such as Mei Ye, Mei Hua, and Mai Yanren joined one after another. Among them, Mei Yan awakened a hero-level internal affairs talent, directly becoming the most core all-around internal affairs manager of Lin Ye's territory. Just as Lin Ye was rapidly rising in power, trouble began to appear one after another. The wealthy second-generation Lord Sima Ru, out of jealousy of Lin Ye's rapid development, repeatedly provoked him and declared war, even joining forces with the White-Clad Alliance to attempt to besiege Lin Ye. But they had no idea what kind of monster they had provoked. Faced with the siege, Lin Ye did not flinch. He directly led his hero-level Succubus Legion, equipped with artillery and other weapons, and forcefully destroyed Sima Ru's 4th-tier territory. In this battle, Lin Ye not only amassed a large amount of resources and prisoners, but also made a name for himself in one fell swoop. Subsequently, Lin Ye discovered elven ruins, obtaining 9th-tier technology blueprints and a large amount of iron ore resources, officially unlocking advanced technologies such as cannons and shields. His territory successfully entered the Iron Age. Afterwards, he successfully rescued the strategist Mei Mao, a hero-level being imprisoned by the 5th-tier wild force. Huangtu Village. With this, Lin Ye finally filled his biggest strategic gap. From then on, Lin Ye completely unleashed his crushing power. The 5th-tier Huangtu Village was destroyed, and the 6th-tier Night Demon force was suppressed. His territory surged from Tier 3 and Tier 4 to Tier 5. The maximum number of his subjects increased to 500, with all of them being at least hero-level units. At the same time, he also unlocked a large number of high-level derivative units such as sword and shield Succubus soldiers, Succubus artillery soldiers, and Succubus spearmen. To further expand his power, Lin Ye officially established the Night God Alliance, and in alliance with Merchantly, monopolized resource trade throughout the region. From this moment on, he was no longer just an ordinary lord, but a truly dominant top-tier lord. At the same time, the sacred artifact in Lin Ye's hands successfully evolved to the heroic soul level. The probability of ordinary succubi evolving into heroic souls reached 100%, and even heroic soul succubi could continue to advance to the heroic soul level. Whether in terms of troop quality or the number of subjects, Lin Ye had become number one in the entire server. Along the way, Lin Ye has gone from being a penniless orphan transmigrator to becoming the strongest 5th-tier lord, relying on the Succubus Lord system, his super planning ability, and his decisive and ruthless style. Now, he possesses a heroic relic, a top-tier troop legion, and a complete strategist system. Throughout the entire Lord's world, no one dares to underestimate this young man who summons the useless Succubus. But the real war has only just begun. As Lin Ye and the Night God Alliance continue to expand their power, even more dangerous enemies, more terrifying races, and a larger-scale continental war are about to descend upon them. Lin Ye's true goal, however, goes far beyond simply becoming an ordinary overlord. He aims to evolve all his Succubus subjects into Succubus Empresses and forge a world-conquering Succubus Empress army, establishing a supreme Succubus empire. Within Lin Ye's territory, realm of the Night God, 3 deafening roars suddenly echoed through the sky. What happened? Countless powerful succubi looked up simultaneously, their faces showing surprise. The next moment, everyone saw it. 3 enormous mechanical spaceships slowly descended from the sky. The same symbol was engraved on the exterior of the spaceships, Pioneer Territory. Has it finally arrived? A slow smile crept onto Lin Ye's lips. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Just then. Warning, Mao Tian is using teleportation on you. Allow? Lin Ye frowned slightly upon hearing the notification. Had Mao Tian gone mad? He quickly glanced at the world channel. The news of the Vanguard's arrival had clearly spread far and wide. The problem is, why would Mao Tian help him? There's absolutely no connection between them. What's his motive? Lin Ye didn't continue thinking. Refuse. The next second, Lin Ye turned to look at the Dark Summoners. Use the tentacles. Yes, sir. All the Dark Summoners moved in unison. They waved their withered wooden wands. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The black light and shadow vibrated wildly. The next moment, the earth began to churn violently. The land instantly transformed into a pitch-black abyss. Whoosh! Suddenly, an enormous, pitch-black tentacle burst forth from the ground. Then, a second one. A third one. Countless enormous tentacles burst forth. Each one was thousands of meters long, intertwined and crisscrossed like deep-sea octopuses, densely packed together, creating a bizarre and terrifying scene. Without the slightest pause, all the tentacles shot directly towards the spaceship in the sky. Boom! One of the spaceships was instantly pierced through. The next second, it exploded on the spot. The entire mechanical spaceship was destroyed in midair. So powerful! It destroyed a spaceship directly? What kind of ability is this? Countless succubi stared in shock at the night sky. Under the pitch-black night, the enormous, frantically writhing tentacles looked like a monster from the abyss. Even Lin Ye himself couldn't help but be somewhat shocked. Announcement: one of the 3 Vanguard Legions has been annihilated. The world channel exploded instantly. What happened? The Vanguard Legion was wiped out? The Vanguard was the 9th strongest new force in the last 100 years. I just saw it. So many strange tentacles pierce right through the Vanguard spaceship. The entire world chat channel erupted in excitement. The lords of the skybound region instantly felt triumphant. Meanwhile, the supporters of the Vanguard remained defiant. Meanwhile, in Mao Tian's territory, your relocation has been rejected. Rejected? Mao Tian was stunned. He's no match for the Vanguard. But the next second, a system notification suddenly sounded. Mao Tian's face froze instantly. The Vanguard just arrived, and an entire legion was wiped out. His face was filled with disbelief, his eyes wide. He then hurriedly opened the world chat. When he saw the images of those tentacled figures, he fell silent instantly. Tentacle aura. I understand. Abyssal Dark Summoner. Mao Tian slowly lowered his head. His expression was extremely complex. This was one of the top 2 units in the early game. Heh. Mao Tian couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had ultimately underestimated Night God. Meanwhile, above the Night God's territory. Destroyed? Vanguard stared intently at the exploding spaceship, his expression completely changed. He stared intently at the enormous tentacles. I underestimated the Abyss Dark Summoner. In a single exchange, one of his mechanical spaceships was completely destroyed. The remaining 2 ships were clearly on the verge of collapse. No! Vanguard finally panicked. If the ships were destroyed, he would die too. The so-called suppression, encirclement, and crushing, all of that had become a complete joke at this moment. Vanguard hurriedly opened the world chat. Vanguard territory, Night God, let me leave, or you will pay the price. The world chat exploded again. Is Vanguard backing down? Clearly he can't beat Night God. He's even starting to threaten Night God. Doesn't this mean that Night God is strong enough to destroy the new 9th? Let him go. Why should we let him go? Destroy him. Night God, you are the new 9th. The entire world channel was in complete chaos. Lords in the Sky Union region and outside the region were arguing wildly, and the war of words was escalating. Meanwhile, Lin Ye quietly watched the spaceship preparing to turn and escape. A cold smile slowly appeared on his lips. Let you leave? Is that possible? But the next second, Lin Ye's eyes suddenly flickered. However, we can't just destroy it. Since these spaceships have delivered themselves to my doorstep, they're my spoils. Besides, I'm currently short of spaceships. Thinking this, Lin Ye looked at the Abyss Dark Summoner again. Use the tentacles to trap them. Then summon the Abyss monsters. Charge into the spaceships. Chapter 202 Vanguard dies. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Lin Ye's voice fell, the remaining Abyss Dark Summoners instantly sprang into action. They simultaneously activated their senses. The next second, the earth churned wildly. Hundreds of enormous tentacles suddenly burst forth from the ground. The tentacles, like monstrous beasts from the abyss, writhed wildly, coiling around the 2 fleeing spaceships with astonishing speed. In mere moments, the 2 mechanical ships were firmly bound. Boom! The spaceship's engines accelerated wildly. But no matter how hard it struggled, it couldn't shake off those terrifying tentacles. How is this possible? Vanguard felt the spaceship completely lose its ability to move, and his face instantly turned deathly pale. He stared intently out the window. Those enormous tentacles were relentlessly climbing and covering the entire spaceship. An unprecedented fear gripped his heart. The next second, Vanguard abruptly opened the world chat. Vanguard territory, Night God, you dare intercept me? You're courting death. As the shout appeared, the world chat exploded once again. Looking for death? Who's going to die is still uncertain. Didn't someone say before that Night God was just a mortal, and Vanguard was a god? And now, who's getting crushed? Countless people argued wildly. All three regions were completely in an uproar. Meanwhile, within the Night God's territory, Lin Ye merely glanced at the world channel. Threatening him? He couldn't be bothered with it. Lin Ye then looked at the Abyss Dark Summoner. Continue. Yes, sir. The Abyss Dark Summoner responded softly. The next moment, their eyes turned icy. The withered wooden wand was waved again. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The black swamp churned continuously. Then, one by one, indescribable, bizarre monsters began to slowly crawl out of the swamp. An extremely dense aura of darkness spread wildly. The monsters were filled with savage killing intent. No one could see their true faces. They were like wild beasts, yet more bizarre than demons. Ah! A piercing scream rang out. Countless abyssal monsters used their hands and feet to frantically climb their tentacles, charging towards the spaceship. Boom, boom, boom! Many of the abyssal monsters possessed extremely strong auras. After all, they had devoured a large number of Zerg. And the Zerg themselves had extremely high attributes. These abyssal monsters possessed 70% of the Zerg's combat capabilities. In the blink of an eye, they rushed to the spaceship's door. Countless fists pounded wildly, sparks flying. In just a moment, boom! The spaceship door was smashed open. The next second, a large number of abyssal monsters rushed into the spaceship. Ah dash! No! Piercing screams instantly echoed throughout the entire spaceship. The slaughter had officially begun. At the same time, system notifications blared in Vanguard's ears. Your people are dead! Your people are dead! A series of notifications echoed incessantly. Vanguard froze, completely stunned. The territory he had painstakingly built with countless resources was now truly about to be destroyed. Stop killing! The Vanguard shouted frantically. But the abyssal monsters were utterly obedient. They simply slaughtered relentlessly. The orc soldiers, whose health was already halved and whose morale was nearly zero, were completely powerless to resist. You! Vanguard roared, his eyes bloodshot. I'll make you pay! The next second, Vanguard's aura suddenly erupted. His arms were instantly covered in a layer of mechanical armor. At the same time, a special mechanical folding fan appeared in his hand. The entire fan was composed of windmill blades. A powerful mechanical aura spread wildly. Get lost! Vanguard swung the fan fiercely. Boom! A violent hurricane instantly swept across the entire spaceship. Whether friend or foe, everyone was thrown out, slamming heavily against the ship's internal walls. This finally cleared a large space. Night God! I'll kill you with my own hands! Vanguard roared furiously. With a swift movement, a whirlwind enveloped his body, and he charged towards the ship's exit at incredible speed. But just as he was about to rush out, outside the door, a dense horde of abyssal monsters surged in again. A massive, overwhelming force, completely blocking all escape routes. The abyssal monsters swarmed towards the Vanguard. Kill me? Vanguard's face turned deathly pale. He instinctively activated his suppression technique. But after the aura spread, it had absolutely no effect. Vanguard instantly understood. The Lord of the Night's suppression had completely neutralized his power. I'm not reconciled! Vanguard roared to the sky. But the next second, countless abyssal monsters completely engulfed him once again. Boom, boom, boom! Hurricanes erupted continuously, blowing away large numbers of abyssal monsters. But as soon as an opening appeared, it was instantly filled by monsters from behind. Aya! The Vanguard's piercing screams echoed continuously. Time ticked by. Finally, the system notification sounded again. Notification: the Vanguard territory lord has fallen in battle. The Vanguard territory has been completely annihilated by the Night God territory. The entire world trembled instantly. The Vanguard is dead? How is that possible? That was the 9th-ranked rookie in the last century. What kind of monster is the Night God's territory? I heard it's just a newcomer who just appeared in the Sky Union region this year. That's outrageous. A normal war between major powers would last at least several months, and even a first-tier city-state would take more than 10 days to fight. And the Night God wiped out the Vanguard in just 3 hours? The death of Vanguard completely captured the attention of countless regions. More and more people began to turn their gaze to the skybound region. After all, Vanguard's reputation was simply too great. Meanwhile, in Mao Tian's territory, Mao Tian couldn't help but chuckle self-deprecatingly. But his laughter was mostly directed at himself. He had actually worried about the Night God. He slowly raised his head, looking at his 9th-tier territory. The one who should truly be worried now was probably himself. Meanwhile, in the Night God's territory, Lin Ye smiled faintly. It's over. The Abyss Dark Summoner was indeed terrifyingly strong. Then, Lin Ye looked at the succubi. Go and collect the prisoners. Yes, sir. The numerous succubi instantly spread their wings and quickly flew into the spaceship. With a boom, the 2 spaceships were quickly regained control and slowly landed on the ground. A large number of blood-soaked orc soldiers were escorted out. Lin Ye watched this scene and smiled with satisfaction. The Blood Orc race was no ordinary race. These prisoners could definitely fetch a very high price. Just then, the private chat interface lit up. Brother, you really killed the Vanguard? Lin Ye looked up. It was a message from Li Ke. Yeah, Lin Ye replied calmly. Arrange for someone to come and transport the Blood Orcs. Okay. Li Ke took a deep breath. Night God. He's ridiculously strong. After the exchange concluded, Lin Ye looked at the spaceships again. Both ships had been driven into the dock. The original markings belonging to the Vanguard territory had been completely removed, replaced by a new insignia. Night God. Not bad, Lin Ye murmured with a smile. Now, I possess 4 spaceships. Without consuming any resources, time, or manpower, I've gained 2 for free from just 1 war. Indeed, plunder is the fastest way to develop. Just then, Lord Mei Yan'an approached quickly, holding a special scroll in her hand. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. The Vanguard was out on campaign, and they were carrying this with them? Was it that important? Blueprints? Or technology? Lin Ye took it and immediately examined it. Mechanical wind energy technology? It's this? Lin Ye's eyes lit up instantly. Wind attribute technology is extremely rare, let alone from a mechanical civilization system. This is one of the top-tier technologies. This type of unit was specifically described in books. One of its skills is widely recognized as the strongest anti-missile capability. It can almost perfectly counter both black magic techniques and missile attacks. No wonder the Vanguard carries it with them at all times. Thinking of this, Lin Ye immediately sensed the technology. Your basic barracks have integrated mechanical wind power technology. Current unit type, mechanical wind power warrior. In the distance, the basic barracks began to rapidly transform. A massive mechanical windmill slowly appeared atop the barracks. Hee hee. Lin Ye smiled with satisfaction. He then looked at Mei Yingzi and the others. All the succubi were filled with excitement, especially Mei Yingzi. For a commander, the more diverse the troop types, the stronger the combat power. Which commander wouldn't be excited? Seeing this, Lin Ye understood. Go. Next, some people will be responsible for building the territory, and others will prepare to explore the Colossus area tomorrow. Now that the experience is split evenly, there's no need for everyone to go out. The base also needs to keep some people here. Yes. Mei Yingzi nodded excitedly. Then she immediately led a large number of succubi towards the barracks. Everyone was eager to see the new unit. Lin Ye, however, was preparing to go back to rest. But just then, a system notification suddenly sounded. The evil White Alliance had declared war on the Night God's territory as a whole. Lin Ye paused. The evil White Alliance. A second-tier city-state power. Chapter 203. What happened? The evil White Alliance has declared war on Night God? The World Channel exploded the moment the news broke. How is that possible? The Evil White is a second-tier city-state. A second tier against a first tier, Night God is probably finished this time. Discussions rose and fell. Everyone was restless. Within Mao Tian's territory, Mao Tian's expression was grave as he took deep breaths. Evil White has finally made his move. He knew very well that a second-tier territory could almost completely overwhelm a first-tier one, regardless of population or level. Teleportation can only be used once a day. He pondered anxiously, but to no avail. Soon, a system notification sounded. The entire Evil White Alliance had launched an attack on Night God's territory. The world channel exploded again, with someone exclaiming, "It's a ranged attack! The sky is filled with light and shadow, all heading towards Night God. Tens of thousands of Alliance members, countless Tier 1 territories, Night God is doomed this time." In an instant, all three regions fell into a tense atmosphere. A deafening roar suddenly erupted over the Night God's territory. Countless dark orbs and missiles streaked across the sky, raining down in a dense barrage. Even the smallest specks of light emanated an aura of destruction. The Succubi paled. "An ultra-long-range attack! There are too many of them, we can't stop them at all." Mei Yingzi gritted her teeth and ordered, "Organize a defense! Air-to-air interception! Fortress warriors, hold them off!" But she knew in her heart that an attack of this scale was simply unstoppable. Even a single stray bullet would be enough to destroy the entire territory. "No!" The Succubi were filled with resentment. Lin Ye narrowed his eyes, calmly observing. The attacks converged from all directions, and their numbers continued to increase. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. "Cancel defenses, everyone stay put," Lin Ye suddenly announced. Everyone was taken aback, looking at him, completely bewildered by his plan. Lin Ye offered no explanation, simply sensing the system's changes. Just past midnight, acceleration activated again. "Select Effect 7, concentrate troop training." As the words fell, the barracks was enveloped in light, and the training speed within surged. Almost instantly, a notification sounded, "Mechanical Wind Power Warriors training complete." Lin Ye looked at the new unit. They held mechanical fan blades, and a surge of wind flowed around them. Ultimate Unit, Mechanical Wind Power Warriors. Seeing the skill, Lin Ye chuckled. "The first skill doesn't do any damage? But it's enough. Wind energy shock can knock away any attack. No matter how many ranged attacks there are, I'll blast them back." Just then, the alarm blared wildly. "They're here! They're already overhead!" The Succubi shouted nervously. Lin Ye looked up. The dark orbs and missiles were almost upon him. "Good!" With a thought, he instantly synchronized with his troops, a mechanical fan materializing in his hand. "Wind power aerial flight!" With a boom, Lin Ye soared into the sky, heading straight for the attack. The Succubi were shocked. "He can actually fly!" Lin Ye looked down at the earth, a smile playing on his lips. "This is what flying feels like." The next second, a terrifying attack came crashing down on them. His eyes turned cold, and he suddenly unfurled his fan. "Get the hell out of here!" A gale arose, sweeping across the sky like a hurricane. Boom! The trajectories of all the missiles were completely disrupted the moment they made contact with the dark orb, and they were instantly blasted away. Hundreds of thousands of attacks were all deflected, flying in all directions. The Succubi were stunned at first, then overjoyed. "They've been blasted away!" The world chat exploded. "Why did the missile fly off somewhere else? It's over, it's heading this way." The next second, countless explosions erupted across the land. Boom, 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 vast swathes of territory were affected, and the Zerg suffered heavy casualties. "My territory was blown up! But the surrounding area is destroyed too, how can I still plunder? Are you kidding me? Yishin didn't lose a single thing!" Everyone was stunned. Mao Tian looked at all this, remained silent for a long time, and then revealed a bitter smile. Chapter 204 Behind the Plot, Evil White Alliance Evil White Territory. Night God, you actually obtained pioneering technology, you're courting death. Your secret is mine. Report, Evil White Territory launches attack on Night God. The world chat exploded instantly, everyone was shocked. It was already rare for Evil White to personally issue a statement, but now he had taken direct action. Some were amazed that Night God could create wind-powered machinery so quickly, while others asserted that once Evil White had his eye on them, even the most advanced technology would be useless. What's even more unsettling is that Evil White can launch an attack from tens of thousands of miles away. Everyone immediately thought of his terrifying magical troops, whose attacks are often devastating. Within Mao Tian's territory, Mao Tian looked at the message with a solemn expression. He muttered to himself, "Even Ebai has made a move, Yishin probably can hold on." But soon, he opened a private chat. "Grandpa, help me, save Yishin." The other party was silent for a moment, then sighed. "Girl, your obsession is too deep, I will intervene." Mao Tian breathed a sigh of relief. Outsiders didn't know she was actually a woman. Her family had always forbidden women from scheming, but she was the sole heir and had to conceal her identity, presenting herself as a man from a young age. She not only had to prove her abilities, but also avenge her parents. She even orchestrated a fire in her early years to fake her death and escape, then returned as a boy. After entering the Lord's World game, her grandfather used treasures to conceal the rules, making everyone believe she was a man. "I must prove myself." Mao Tian's gaze was firm. "The Night God cannot die, I must defeat him with my own hands." She asked again, "Grandpa, the Heavenly River diagram's teleportation failed. Can you give me other items?" "Yes, wait." Meanwhile, in the Night God's territory, Lin Ye frowned. "Evil White, that unit?" He realized this would be the most dangerous battle since entering the game. The next moment, the world changed drastically. A huge, snow-white blade swept across the sky, seemingly slashing from afar, carrying an aura of destruction. A sense of oppression swept in all directions, as if the heavens and earth were about to be cleaved apart. The world chat was in an uproar. "The celestial race! The celestial arbiter's ultimate move, heaven and earth judgment! It's said that it can even suppress the arbiter angels. This profession shouldn't even exist, it was created because they stole technology." Under the oppressive force of the blade, countless low-level creatures collapsed instantly, large numbers of the Zerg perished, and their small territories were crushed. Everyone realized that once it landed, nothing within its range would survive. The Succubi looked up at the blade, forcing themselves to remain calm, but their eyes betrayed their fear. Lin Ye stared at the sky, his expression more solemn than ever before. Just then, announcement. The Kingdom of Awakening has declared war on the Tier 3 city-state, Jingfeng City-State. The news caused an uproar across the entire server. A kingdom proactively declaring war on a city-state was almost unconventional, let alone launching the attack without any prior warning. In Evil White's territory, Evil White was laughing triumphantly. "Night God, you will die!" Before he could finish, a notification froze him. Immediately afterward, a private message popped up. "Awakening World has made its move. For Night God's sake, immediately cease the attack." Evil White's face darkened. "Night God is backed by Awakening World? Impossible!" But he quickly added information. "Night God possesses Abyss technology, an Abyss summoner." The other party replied. "Wait, I'll report it." Evil White took a deep breath. He didn't believe that the higher-ups would easily give up this level of technology. Back in the Night God's territory, Lin Ye also noticed the change. The kingdom's sudden declaration of war was clearly unusual. At this moment, Lika sent a private message. "Brother, the crisis is almost over. Jingfeng City-State is backed by Evil White, so being attacked will inevitably leave them unable to defend themselves, forcing them to back down. However, Xingshur's sudden move is very unusual. Kingdoms generally don't attack city-states unless they have a grand plan. Those strategists are plotting again, especially Mao Tian and his grandfather, they're both ruthless characters. The 8 kingdoms are in chaos right now. Last time Xingshur made a move, he directly destroyed a kingdom, but the price was the lives of his son and daughter-in-law. And Mao Tian is his only grandson." Chapter 205 Spatial Magic. "Mao Tian asked me to contact you and request permission to teleport." Lika's tone was filled with surprise. Lin Ye frowned slightly upon hearing the word teleport. At this critical juncture, the sudden move by Xingshur's side, which also involved the forces behind Yi-Bai, left him momentarily confused about their intentions. He opened his friends list and found the request was still there. A system notification suddenly sounded. Reminder! Mao Tian requests your location relocation. Allow? Lin Ye glanced at it and confirmed it had just been sent. Moreover, this item could only be used once, and the other party had used it a second time. Refuse. Lin Ye said calmly, and the notification disappeared. This is the second time he's asked me to move today. Li Ke was completely dumbfounded. Impossible, right? Those people from Xingshi never help others for nothing. Could it be that they're helping you? Even attacking Jingfeng was paving the way for you? The more he thought about it, the more outrageous it seemed. Could it be that he's taken a liking to you? Lin Ye was speechless. What's going on in your head? He made a simple judgment. You probably want to recruit me. Li Ke was taken aback, but also thought it made sense. After all, you suppressed Mao Tian before, so it's normal for them to value you. As the two were talking, the oppressive white light in the sky began to dissipate. The world channel erupted in an uproar, with many speculating that the evil white had retreated and the crisis seemed to be over. Lin Ye watched the disappearing blade shadows, but a sense of unease lingered. The storm had ended far too quickly. On the other side, after hanging up, Li Ke felt increasingly uneasy. Wang Guo would go to such lengths for one person. He hesitated for a moment, and then sent a message to Mao Tian. Don't you dare like my boss, you're both men! When Mao Tian saw the message, he was stunned and had a strange expression. This Li Ke, without Yixin, would have died countless times over. In the territory of the night god, the atmosphere had just eased, and everyone thought the storm was over. But in the next instant, the sword shadows in the sky coalesced again, their aura even more terrifying than before. A system announcement boomed. The Kingdom of Xiling has declared war on the Kingdom of Awakening. The world chat exploded instantly. Some were shocked that the kingdoms had gone to war, while others realized the situation was completely out of control. Without Xingshi to restrain them, the threat of evil white returned. Mao Tian also froze. He received a message from his grandfather and understood that the situation was beyond saving. He could only try to contact Lin Ye again. I still have teleportation items. Get him to agree. Upon seeing the message, Li Ke's face turned pale. Boss is in trouble. But he couldn't help but mutter. Your obsession is too strange. Meanwhile, on Lin Ye's side, the system notification sounded again. Mao Tian has sent a relocation request. Allow? Immediately afterward, Li Ke sent a message. Brother, why don't you just give in to him? Survival is the most important thing. Lin Ye was speechless and too lazy to reply, choosing to refuse again. He looked up at the sky, where the terrifying blade had already taken shape and was about to fall at any moment. Just then, the system voice suddenly rang out. Your people have developed space technology. Lin Ye was taken aback and looked towards the technology room. A blueprint arrived via the enchanting courier, clearly labeled space technology. A space mage was born. This profession not only allows for teleportation but also possesses even more formidable abilities. Lin Ye had originally planned to simply withstand the attack, but now his thoughts had changed. The basic barracks had been equipped with space technology and upgraded to space mages. Lin Ye's gaze shifted as he looked at Mei Yingzi and the others. They were both terrified by the oppressive force of the sky and incredibly excited by the appearance of the new troop type. Action! Lin Ye decisively ordered. Mei Yingzi immediately reacted and shouted. Select personnel, all of you, enter the barracks. The succubi moved swiftly, training frantically under the accelerated effect. Soon, a system notification sounded. Spatial mage training completed. Lin Ye looked towards the barracks and saw the new recruits holding wands, their figures appearing and disappearing, as if moving between reality and illusion. A slight smile appeared on his lips. Spatial mage. Evil White, this time it's your turn to taste your own tricks. Chapter 206 The Demise of Evil White. Lin Ye's eyes flickered as he began to sense spatial magic. With a hum, his aura suddenly changed, and he seemed to float between reality and illusion. He carefully experienced this power, smiled faintly, and gradually immersed himself in it, his panel appearing accordingly. Spatial magic status, combat power, 41,000. Level 48. The superposition of spatial magic caused his combat power to skyrocket. Although he hadn't reached the Saint Spirit level yet, once he broke through the level 50 limit, his combat power would likely reach 60,000. It was only a matter of time. He then checked his abilities. The first one, spatial folding, allowed him and his allies to briefly enter another dimension, becoming immune to all attacks for 1 second. Lin Ye couldn't help but whisper, "This ability is too overpowered." The second skill, dimensional slash, can instantly kill enemies with less than 20% health, or severely damage them otherwise. Against tanky foes, this skill is undoubtedly a powerful finishing move, allowing for a fatal blow after initial attrition. The third skill, spatial movement, allows for random teleportation regardless of distance, making it a god-tier ability when combined with other abilities. The fourth skill, spatial anchor, allows for pre-marking locations and pinpointing teleportation, making it as agile as the flying thunder god. The fifth skill, spatial collapse, is an area of effect suppression skill that slows enemies down and explodes. Its power is decent. The sixth skill, spatial transfer, however, can reflect enemy attacks back, limited to once a day, yet ridiculously powerful. Lin Ye grinned after reading it. That's it. He looked up at the blade slashing down from the sky, flicked his wand, and a gray light shot out, instantly entangling the terrifying attack. Boom! The next second, the blade's direction suddenly changed. The attack, originally aimed at Night God's territory, was forcibly diverted and instead slashed towards Evil White's territory, its aura becoming even more violent, as if it wanted to tear everything apart. The world channel exploded instantly. What's going on? Why did the blade change? The pressure suddenly decreased. No, it shifted to Evil White's side. Everyone exclaimed in surprise, completely unable to believe what they were seeing. At this moment, Evil White was still sneering in his territory. Night God, you have your backer, and so do I. He looked at the gradually forming blade, his face full of pride. When this blade falls, no one will survive. But just as he was feeling smug, the sky suddenly buzzed, and a terrifying pressure descended. The people in his territory screamed in terror. Something's wrong, this aura is deadly. Evil White's heart tightened, and he suddenly looked up. The next moment, his pupils shrank sharply. The blade that should have been aimed at Night God was now heading straight for him. How is this possible? Evil White's voice trembled, his face deathly pale. No! But it was too late. On the other side, Lika stared at the world channel in shock. Boss, this is too fierce. He actually reflected the attack? He vaguely guessed the reason and his mouth dropped open. This ability is too outrageous. At the same time, Mao Tian was equally shocked. What kind of unit is this? Variables appeared one after another, making it impossible for anyone to understand Lin Ye's methods. Just as everyone was discussing, a system announcement suddenly rang out. Announcement! The Evil White Territory's mansion has perished! The Evil White Territory has perished! Immediately afterward, blades fell like a silver river, crashing down with a deafening roar, shattering the earth, leaving no survivors. Then, a series of announcements flooded the screen. Evil White Alliance Sky Territory has perished. Finally, when the news of the disbandment of the Evil White Alliance spread, the entire world was in an uproar. Evil White was actually wiped out. A second-tier city-state is gone. Night God is terrifying. The world channel was in an uproar, and at the same time, the true nature of the alliance became clear. With its leader dead, everyone else distanced themselves. The Sky Union region erupted in cheers, and no one dared to underestimate Lin Ye anymore. Everyone realized that in this battle, he had completely established his authority. Lin Ye simply smiled faintly and looked at Mei Yingzi and the others. Everyone's faces were filled with joy, but they weren't surprised, as if this was all to be expected. Lin Ye said, Mei Yingzi, arrange for people to plunder the Evil White Territory. The operation will take place tomorrow. Yes, sir. Mei Yingzi nodded in agreement. Soon, a new report sounded. Report. The Night God Territory has announced the plundering of the evil White Territory. Chapter 207 Schemes of All Parties. The World Channel fell silent. Those voices that had once looked down on Night God had completely disappeared. Lin Ye simply smiled faintly. He knew very well that the real action would only begin tomorrow. He planned to divide his forces. One group would hunt down Zerg to upgrade, another would be responsible for construction, and he himself would delve into the Colossus territory to explore. After a brief arrangement, Lin Ye ordered everyone to rest, and the Succubi dispersed. The brief tranquility after the great battle made the entire territory appear exceptionally calm. Lin Ye already had a longer-term plan in mind. Everything from now on would revolve around expansion and resources. Meanwhile, in Lika's territory, there was jubilation. He was so excited he almost jumped up, shouting excitedly, "It must be that unit! Boss is too powerful!" In his view, Lin Ye's strength meant a continuous stream of resources, and the future business empire had the most solid foundation. But not everyone was happy. A suffocating atmosphere hung over Mao Tian's territory. Mao Tian muttered to himself. He really won. His voice tinged with bitterness. Faced with absolute power, even the most ingenious schemes seemed powerless. He pondered for a long time, finally contacting Xingshi in a private chat. "Grandpa, please look after the alliance for me. I need to relocate." After a moment of silence, Xingshi agreed. Mao Tian took a deep breath, activated the Star River blueprint, and the entire territory vanished instantly. Alliance members quickly received notifications, and panic ensued. "Our leader has disappeared?" The crowd was shocked and anxious. They knew Mao Tian had been locked in a struggle with Yixin, and feared he might make an extreme decision. But many more chose to stand firmly on his side, declaring they would fight to the death no matter what. Just then, the system notification sounded again. Awakening World's clone had joined the alliance and been appointed as the vice leader. Everyone was immediately shocked. This was a kingdom-level figure. Awakening World spoke. "From now on, this old man will be in charge of the alliance's development." His voice wasn't loud, but no one dared to object. Xingshi quickly reviewed the situation and found that the alliance's system was well established and required almost no changes. He sighed in admiration of Mao Tian's abilities, while also harboring a hidden worry. "Being forced into this situation by Yixin, I hope you can succeed on this mission." The situation was clearly beginning to spiral out of control. Meanwhile, Bai also received the news. Upon hearing that Yixin had killed Evil White, his face darkened, and his fists clenched. The humiliation of being suppressed in the mist resurfaced, igniting his fury. He said coldly, "I thought he wouldn't be able to cause any trouble after he came out, but I didn't expect him to be even stronger." The Celestial clan analyzed the situation, pointing out that all the major kingdoms were watching closely, and if anyone made a move against Yixin, it could very likely trigger a full-scale war. The Abyss Dark Summoner and space magic within Night God have become the target of covetous eyes of all forces. The man in white quickly calmed down and made a decision. "Leave him alone for now, let him plunder Evil White." He planned to completely expose Night God's trump cards, attracting other forces to attack, and then reap the benefits. "We'll make our move after he's surrounded and annihilated." His calculations were extremely shrewd. On the other side, He Tian and He Yu were also discussing Yixin's strength, their faces filled with shock and lingering fear, thankful they hadn't acted rashly. Just then, He Yu received a message from his family, and he froze. He gasped and said, "Yixin and the Abyss Dark Summoner. My father and the others are planning to launch a sneak attack with 5 second-tier city-states after he finishes plundering Evil White." His words instantly chilled the atmosphere, and undercurrents were quietly gathering. Chapter 208 Preparing for Action. Black Sky looked terrified and subconsciously retorted, "No way! He's perfectly fine, why would he go looking for death?" In his view, even if 5 second-tier city-states joined forces, they would be no match for Night God. He even thought that if the kingdom were to take action, they would be killed instead. His trust in Lin Ye had reached the point of blind faith. He Yu's face was grim, clearly equally terrified. He remained silent for a moment, then spoke bitterly. "I don't want to die either, but I can't persuade them." He Tian sighed in response. I couldn't persuade my father either. I could only watch helplessly. The two exchanged a glance, and Heiyu suddenly fell into deep thought. So we just ignore them? Let them go to their deaths. The more he thought about it, the more outrageous it seemed. If all those people were really wiped out, their family fortune, power, and resources would all fall into his hands. Heiyu's expression gradually became strange, and he couldn't help but look at Hei-Tian. Wait, if they die, it seems like it's all a good thing? Hei-Tian was also stunned for a moment, then nodded. Indeed, now that my father has lost his territory, I'm actually living a more relaxed life. Hei-Tian looked thoroughly pleased, his smile exceptionally relaxed. Heiyu also became excited. You gave me resources before and even helped me get real-world orders, so I didn't have to be beaten or scolded. Once I inherit the family fortune, we'll join forces in the real world and the game, completely sidelining them and achieving a win-win situation. He spoke with increasing fervor. Then we won't fight for anything, we can just enjoy life. Hei-Tian immediately echoed. With Yishin around, anyone who dares to show their face will die, we don't need to care at all. However, Heiyu quickly calmed down and frowned, saying, But the problem is, with us inheriting such a large power, outsiders will definitely be watching us. Without a background, how can we protect ourselves? Hei-Tian fell silent as well. Lately, troubles had been piling up, and they'd only managed to suppress them by using Heiyu's name. The two men pondered, chins in hand, the atmosphere heavy. Suddenly, Hei-Tian's eyes lit up, and he snapped his fingers. I've got it! Don't you have the mountain and river map? Let's just pledge allegiance to Yishin. Heiyu was taken aback. How so? Hei-Tian quickly explained. Night God won't attack people without reason, but he will definitely take action against anyone who dares to enter the Tianhe region on a large scale. With him around, we have the strongest backing. Heiyu suddenly realized. That's right. From now on, whoever Night God attacks, will attack. He continued. Whoever dares to declare war on Night God, will declare war too. Halfway through his sentence, he hesitated again. Then what about your dad? Hei-Tian gritted his teeth and said. Who cares? He won't die. For a better life in the future, this is the only way. Heiyu nodded. That's right, he won't die anyway. Then he directly opened a private chat and sent a message without any hesitation. Sorry, I can't help you. I can only wish you success. After sending it, he and Hei-Tian looked at each other, and both revealed a sly smile. The next morning, system notifications rang out one after another. Colossus region Black Smoke territory destroyed. 3 Elements region Waiting territory destroyed. Overnight, numerous territories were destroyed, and the flames of war continued to spread. Lin Ye got up early, and everyone in his territory was already busy, greeting him one after another. Greetings, Lord. Lin Ye nodded in response, while checking the World Channel, where players from various regions were still discussing the matter. Another death. Didn't the Zerg suffer heavy losses yesterday? Your Sky Alliance has Night God, we can't hold on. If only Night God could help us. Someone laughed. Night God is invincible, help you? You're dreaming. Lin Ye just smiled faintly and ignored them. After breakfast, he immediately began assigning tasks, his gaze fixed on Mei Yanran. Take a group of people to plunder resources from the Evil White and Vanguard territories. Mei Yanran immediately agreed, and the Succubi were also excited. The Evil White was a Tier 2 territory, rich in resources. Lin Ye didn't pause, then looked at Mei Yingzi. Take another team to the Sanyuan and Colossus areas to clear out the Zerg. He said decisively. I want to level up. He was already level 49, just one step away from meeting the territory's advancement requirements. Mei Yingzi smiled slightly and quickly selected her men. High-speed hunting units like Mei Moths and Mei Fangs were chosen. After assigning the combat forces, Lin Ye said to the remaining Succubi. The rest of you, focus on construction. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone cheered. The territory was about to advance to a second-tier city-state, and the atmosphere was electric. Soon, the spaceships roared into the sky and headed straight for their respective targets. On the ground, construction was in full swing, and the entire territory was a scene of prosperity. Shortly afterward, a report rang out. The Night God's territory had passed over the White Crane's territory. Someone exclaimed. The night god has begun to harvest. Those territories that were cut down by the blade last night have all become resource points. Immediately following, another report arrived. Night god's territory was being purged of the Zerg. The Sanyuan and Colossus regions erupted in cheers. Night god is our savior! We're saved! Night god, I love you! Lin Ye listened to these voices, his expression remaining calm. Everything was progressing according to his plan, and it was time for him to act personally. He looked at the coordinates he had obtained earlier. The Colossus region, 19277-99967. This time, he didn't travel by spaceship, nor did he bring anyone with him. A conspicuous target would easily attract unforeseen circumstances. Lin Ye set off alone, his gaze slightly somber. What exactly was that Colossus? Chapter 209 Dragon Clan. Lin Ye's gaze turned cold, his body instantly transformed, and his spatial magic aura rapidly spread out. Buzz dash! He activated his teleportation ability, and his figure flashed, disappearing from his original spot. You have arrived at the Tianhe region surrounding territory coordinates, 321. In a flash, Lin Ye appeared in front of a butterfly people's territory. Who's invading? Someone shouted alertly. A player rushed over. Lin Ye just smiled faintly, thinking to himself that his territory's coordinates were over 5,000 or 8,000 kilometers away, and this jump covered thousands of kilometers. This teleportation was indeed powerful. He didn't stop and activated it again. Buzz! A flash of light and shadow, and he had disappeared. You've arrived in the Three Elements region. You've arrived in the Colossus region. You've arrived in the Skybound Wilderness region. System notifications kept ringing as he jumped between the various regions. Lin Ye moved while pondering. Random teleportation is too unstable. I can only keep trying. I'll approach the target first, then walk there. The scenery along the way constantly changed, with snow-capped mountains, forests, and lava fields appearing alternately, and various races emerging one after another, Smurfs, molemen, all strange and bizarre. Meanwhile, the world chat was buzzing even more. Night God just explored my area! I'm also from the Three Elements region. There's a Colossus here too. From now on, we're family. The atmosphere shifted from antagonism to jubilation. Lin Ye, however, had no time to pay attention. You've arrived at the Colossus region, the Wild Territory Rolling Territory, coordinates 19833-99999. He paused, realizing he was very close to the target coordinates. Lin Ye stopped teleporting and scanned his surroundings. It looked like a dilapidated courtyard, extremely rudimentary. Not yet at the rank? He was somewhat surprised that such a territory still existed. There was only a thatched hut in the courtyard, with food scraps scattered on the ground. Inside the room, a stone-like creature was curled up. What is this? Lin Ye approached to examine it. Whoosh! The stone suddenly made a sound, then began to writhe and deform. Soon, a 2-meter-tall stone monster stood up, its entire body covered in rock, its form ferocious. The Rolling Clan. Lin Ye frowned slightly. He had never heard of this race before. Who are you? The rolling beast stared at him, its tone hostile. Lin Ye didn't waste words, directly releasing his oppressive aura to suppress him. Boom! A terrifying aura swept out. But to his surprise, this power passed right through the beast, having no effect whatsoever. The rolling beast, instead, looked puzzled. What are you doing here? Lin Ye's eyes narrowed, and he raised his hand to condense a dimensional slash. A black crescent blade tore through space and slashed out instantly. Whoosh! The attack swept past the rolling beast's body, as if hitting thin air. The power shot straight into the sky and dissipated without a trace. Interesting. Lin Ye narrowed his eyes, ignoring both suppression and attack. Suddenly, the rolling beast spoke. Time's up. It looked at Lin Ye. Wait for me, talk to me next time. As its voice faded, its body gradually became ethereal, disappearing along with the entire courtyard. In the blink of an eye, only a wasteland remained. Lin Ye frowned. An illusion? He looked down to examine the ground. The bone fragments from before were still there. It's real. He quickly realized that this was more like some kind of spatial projection, briefly projecting his territory for foraging, and with a time limit. No wonder no one had noticed it before. Lin Ye's gaze sharpened as he walked towards the location of the house. Rustle, tap. The footsteps suddenly changed. He immediately stopped and looked down to examine it. The surface was sand, but it felt unusually hard underfoot. Something's wrong. Lin Ye stomped down hard. With a bang, the ground cracked instantly. The soil was overturned, revealing the array patterns beneath. A seal! Lin Ye's gaze sharpened. He had seen this array in miscellaneous books. It was a forbidden spell of the Dragon Clan, and a sealing technique exclusive to the Earth Dragon Clan. Colossi rocks the Rolling Clan. He had a vague guess. This area of Colossi was very likely related to the Earth Dragon Clan. Chapter 210 The Strange Statue. No way! Lin Ye exclaimed instinctively. Dragons are beings that exist almost exclusively in legends. Compared to angels, who are already rare, dragons are even rarer, possessing incredibly powerful physical bodies, capable of both close combat and ranged attacks. Their forbidden dragon language spells are especially formidable, possessing astonishing power, even capable of suppressing angels. He took a deep breath, his mind preoccupied with another point. Dragons could become mounts for knights, even pledging themselves to a master. Unfortunately, no one had ever truly possessed one. It was mostly just a story in books and legends. Lin Ye squinted towards the coordinates. The area was densely covered in greenery. Whether it truly belonged to dragons, he could only confirm it himself. He didn't speed up, but proceeded steadily. Since the projection of the tumbling beast had appeared here, the journey might not be safe. He had to remain vigilant. Footsteps echoed through the forest, and system notifications kept refreshing, but Lin Ye ignored them, remaining focused on what lay ahead. More than an hour passed, and apart from the area where the rolling beast was located, no other anomalies appeared, causing him to frown slightly, wondering if the two were truly related. Meanwhile, the world chat was buzzing with activity, with everyone discussing the speed and success of Night God's hunt of the Zerg. Time passed, and night fell quickly, but the hunting and construction did not cease. Lin Ye continued his solitary journey until the following day, when he spoke again. It looks short, but it's taking quite a while to walk there. A night of scouting had yielded no similar areas. Just then, he suddenly stopped. Ahead, a clearing of sandy land appeared in the dense forest, remarkably similar to the environment where the rolling beast had been. He took a deep breath and stepped directly into it, his footsteps echoing, yet he never touched anything solid. Just as he was wondering, he suddenly felt a solid sensation beneath his feet. Lin Ye's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly exerted force, shaking the ground. Amidst the flying sand, a flash of elite light appeared. He immediately judged. A sealing formation, and it's from the Earth Dragon Clan. This discovery completely confirmed to him that there was indeed a connection between the rolling beast and the statue. Without further hesitation, he continued towards his goal. As noon approached, he passed through the greenery and finally saw a dilapidated pile of rocks. Lin Ye looked at the coordinates. He was almost at his target. The statue is inside. His gaze locked onto the center, the massive rock that looked remarkably like a statue. Though excited, he remained cautious, carefully observing every rock around him. The stone itself was normal, but it faintly carried the aura of the Zerg. Remembering that the Zerg had been discovered here before, he became even more vigilant. He walked to the statue, finding the aura strongest there, and murmured, "Could there be a wormhole below?" He made a simple deduction but didn't delve deeper, since the Zerg had already been dealt with. The key now was the statue before him. But upon closer inspection, he found the statue remarkably ordinary, its aura almost non-existent, which only deepened his confusion. "It's too ordinary, that's not right," Lin Ye reacted quickly. The surrounding stones all exuded the aura of the insect race, except for the statue, which in itself spoke volumes. He frowned in thought, but couldn't find any relevant information, so he had to try a different approach. Thinking of the rolling beast's shape-shifting abilities, he suddenly shook the ground, trying to find a similar formation. But this time, there was no formation. Instead, there were countless skeletons, buried underground by sand, an astonishing number, representing various races. Lin Ye's expression changed. Did all these people die here? He quickly ruled out the possibility of a battlefield. The mix of different races suggested they were killed after arriving in this place. From this, he deduced that this place was most likely part of a former wild area. He connected this to the 8 kingdoms and the newly opened areas, concluding that these dead were probably explorers from the past. And he himself was likely the first player to set foot here. Thinking of this, he looked at the statue again, his expression grave. What did they do to deserve their deaths? Lin Ye muttered to himself. Then, as if he had grasped the key, stone! Rolling beast! His eyes lit up, recalling that the rolling beast was initially just a sphere before transforming. Could the key be in destroying the statue? He stared at the stone statue before him, his gaze sharpening. Or perhaps just dismantling it. Chapter 2:11 Yalong. Try it! Lin Ye's gaze sharpened, and a massive dimensional slash materialized in his hand, transforming into a crescent moon before slashing out fiercely. Buzz boom! The attack instantly struck the statue, exploding in an explosion. Lin Ye dared not linger, quickly retreating 1,000 meters to observe from a distance. He was wary. If something went wrong in this place, he could very well end up like those wild lords, buried alive. Smoke and dust billowed, obscuring the statue's condition. Just as he was intently observing, a gray beam of light suddenly shot out from the explosion at incredible speed. There really is something! Lin Ye frowned, continuing to watch the changes. The next moment, a series of piercing roars erupted. Oh whoa! The sounds were dense and painful, like some colossal beast awakening. Lin Ye looked closely, and as the smoke and dust cleared, hundreds of dragon-shaped monsters, each 20 meters tall with outstretched wings, slowly appeared. These monsters possessed an astonishing aura, their oppressive power overwhelming. As the smoke dissipated, the statue vanished, leaving only a crystal at its base shimmering with a strange light. Before Lin Ye could even see clearly, a sub-dragon pounced, its massive claws slamming down as if tearing the heavens and earth apart. The Skywing Rock sub-dragon, a saint-level being, level 50, with a combat power of 50,000, possessed the might of a sub-dragon. Sub-dragon! Lin Ye's heart trembled. A powerful race below the dragons, their attributes are almost comparable to angels. More importantly, if tamed, they can serve as mounts for knights. But the current situation is extremely dangerous. Nearly 100 sub-dragons with a combat power of 50,000 each. Once caught in close combat, their dragon might is enough to incapacitate a person. I can't take it head on! He decisively activated his skill, Space Folding. The next instant, the attack pierced through his body, and he briefly entered another dimension, becoming immune to damage. The dragon missed its target, crashing heavily to the ground before quickly flapping its wings and soaring into the air. The other dragons, sensing the anomaly, swarmed into attack. Too many! Lin Ye's gaze darkened, noticing they were clearly guarding something at the center of the statue. He immediately made a judgment, conjuring mechanical wind energy in his hand. A gale arose, the wind force rapidly solidifying into a terrifying tornado. The hurricane erupted, lifting the dragons high into the sky and flinging them tens of thousands of meters away. Within a short time, all the dragons were forcibly repelled. However, as the distance increased and the wind weakened, the dragons broke free of their restraints, roaring angrily, and charged forward again like lightning. The enormous roars shook the heavens and earth, even attracting the attention of the Time Channel. Seeing this, Lin Ye immediately switched forms, transforming into the evil Shadow Soul Splitter, and launched a surprise attack, transforming into a black shadow and shooting into the distance. Attracted, the swarm of dragons gave chase, and the two sides quickly created distance. Just as the dragons closed in, Lin Ye suddenly stopped, turned around, and stared coldly. Perfect timing! Just as the dragon's might was about to overwhelm him, he activated his spatial ability again and vanished from the spot. Boom! 100 dragons crashed into the ground simultaneously, erupting in a cloud of dust like a mushroom cloud. At this moment, Lin Ye had returned to the original site of the statue. He had left a spatial anchor point when he made his move, all for this very moment. Looking at the empty center, a smile appeared on his face. On the ground, within a stone pedestal, lay a gray oval object, its surface shimmering with light, sacred and ancient. The Earth Dragon Egg. A dragon egg? Lin Ye's breath hitched, his eyes filled with shock. It really is a dragon! If it could hatch, it would mean a true dragon. A being with a physical body comparable to a titan and magic surpassing that of an angel was right before his eyes. In the distance, the sub-dragons had already sensed the anomaly and roared furiously as they charged back, the sound of their attacks echoing through the air. Lin Ye quickly calmed himself. He had to get his hands on this. Once he controlled the dragon egg, these sub-dragons might all submit. How do I establish a master? He raised an eyebrow, seemingly having come up with a plan, and prepared to make his move. At the same time, the world channel exploded, with countless people exclaiming in shock at the terrifying battle, but no one knew that the true core had already fallen into Lin Ye's control. Chapter 2:12 Successful Recognition of Master. On the battlefield, Lin Ye stared at the dragon egg. Ancient texts recorded many methods of recognizing a master, the most common and widely used being blood recognition. He bit his finger, and a drop of blood fell onto the glistening eggshell. With a buzz, the blood quickly spread, rippling across the entire eggshell like water. You have successfully recognized the Earth Dragon as your master. The moment the notification sound rang, Lin Ye's mind jolted, and a strange and powerful connection was established, as intimate and subtle as that between father and son. Lin Ye sighed softly. This feeling is really strange. He stared intently, and saw the blood-red patterns on the eggshell flowing continuously. The next moment, a series of cracking sounds rang out, and the eggshell began to crack little by little. Soon, a small, stone-colored dragon head emerged, its large, round eyes both fierce and adorable. Its dragon might spread invisibly, seemingly suppressing the surrounding sand and annihilating all insects and ants. But Lin Ye felt no pressure. Xiaolong looked around. Everywhere his gaze fell, trees drooped, the earth trembled, and rocks rolled down in the distance, as if the heavens and earth were shaking. Oh whoa! The little dragon let out a yawn-like cry, which caused the space to freeze slightly. Immediately afterward, its tiny claws broke out of its shell and stepped onto the ground, causing the earth element to stir instantly. With a flick of its tail, the eggshell shattered completely, and the ground trembled slightly. It spread its wings, about a meter long, their earthy color simple yet seemingly indestructible. Despite their small size, they possessed an aura of dominance, as if born to control the earth. Lin Ye was awestruck. This is the dragon race. The panel then appeared. Earth Dragon, Cub, Level 50, Holy Spirit rank. Master, Lord of the Night. Even the basic dragon's might possesses the power to suppress all things. Not to mention dragon breath and various Earth Dragon language spells, all of which are area of effect destructive skills, often covering tens of thousands of meters. Lin Ye fell silent. This power was beyond words. Almost every move he made could crush an entire area. This was the terrifying aspect of the dragon clan. Just as he was observing, Xiaolong suddenly cried out and wobbled over, burying its head in his arms like a spoiled child. Lin Ye was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled and gently stroked it. The little dragon closed its eyes, looking completely content. Just then, a ferocious roar came from afar. Lin Ye turned around sharply and saw that nearly 100 sub-dragons were approaching, their oppressive aura sweeping over him. A crisis suddenly struck. Xiaolong leaped out of his arms in an instant, blocking his way, his round eyes bulging, and a murderous intent suddenly arose. Roar! The dragon's might erupted. There was no wind, yet the heavens and earth trembled, spiritual energy surged like a torrent, trees collapsed, and the earth cracked, as if the end of the world had arrived. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in the surrounding territory. Holy crap! The Lord's Manor is about to collapse! The pressure is terrifying. I can't even move! On the battlefield, the swarm of dragons was completely suppressed, falling from the sky and frozen in place. They looked at the little dragon, their eyes shifting from fear to obsequiousness, and finally they all bowed their heads in submission. Your Earth Dragon has gained 97 wyvern minions. Lin Ye looked around and couldn't help but mutter. This is outrageous. One Earth Dragon is equivalent to countless future dragon legions, and could even create nearly 100 dragon knights. As the dragon's might subsided, the world returned to calm. Discussions continued in the distant channels, but no one knew the real reason. Before the statue, the little dragon glanced disdainfully at the trembling dragons, who, despite the dissipation of the oppressive aura, still dared not move. Then it turned to look at Lin Ye, its expression instantly becoming incredibly docile, howling and begging for affection. Lin Ye watched this scene with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. They're quite good at changing their expressions. He patted Xiaolong's head and began to think about what name to give it. Chapter 213 Shocking the World, Preparing for an Upgrade. Breaking news! The colossal dragon, the Earth Dragon, has appeared. Announcement. The dragon race, Earth Dragon servants, Skywing Rock Wyvern has appeared. You can search for related individuals or randomly establish a Wyvern territory. Announcement. The Rolling Beast, a servant of the Earth Dragon and Skywing Rock Wyvern, has appeared. It can randomly establish a rolling territory. Suddenly, 3 announcements rang out across the world. Holy crap! A dragon has appeared! Holy crap! How is this possible? An Earth Dragon? Are you kidding me? The Skywing Rock Dragon is invincible once obtained, but the chance of getting it is extremely low. Rolling Beasts, a completely new race, similar to trolls. It would be perfect if I could get one randomly. Obtaining the Rolling Beast will allow us to explore the Skywing Rock Dragon, and perhaps in the future we can even acquire the Earth Dragon clan and establish a dragon nest. The World Chat channel instantly erupted in excitement, drowning out previous comments about the appearance of dragons. The whole world is flooded with it, no matter who it is. Kingdom of the Gods. A dragon has appeared, we must find a way to obtain it. A middle-aged man dressed entirely in white said to the celestial clan member beside him. Find a way to investigate. The man was none other than the king of the heavenly kingdom, and the father of the man in white. But right now we're being watched by Black God and Awakening World, and we can't move. The Celestials responded. The only thing that can be moved is the young master's side. Then let him investigate. The King of Gods took a deep breath and said, but we can't put all our eggs in one basket. He also has to deal with that Night God. Night God has something good in his hands now, and it's also involved with Awakening World. It is said that the God of Night is related to the only grandson of the God of Wealth. It almost caused the God of Wealth to lose his future heir. 2 kingdoms, both connected to a small city-state, it's simply. The middle-aged man frowned. He said, so, we also need to do it here. Abandon all existing achievements in territories below Tier 1 and go for the random roll beast. Maybe a dragon will even appear, then we'll make a profit. The man spoke coldly, but with anticipation in his voice. Okay. The god nodded. Once he obtained the dragon, he would be invincible. It was all worth it to sacrifice so much for the dragon. The Kingdom of Black Gods. The gods actually went to gamble on the rolling beast and the wyvern. A middle-aged man dressed in a black robe appeared, his smile eerie. Looking at the dark, almost spirit-like object beside him, he said, notify them, our people are going to gamble too. Okay. The spirit floated in midair and responded before leaving. Kaishin Group. Let our men move. The white-bearded old man, the god of wealth, ordered. The Kingdom of Radiance, the Kingdom of Devouring Heaven, the Kingdom of Azure Emperor, and the Kingdom of Phoenix Heaven. A chorus of voices rang out. Action! Nobody doesn't want an Earth Dragon. Notification. The Shilling Alliance's 9th tier territory has self-destructed. Notification. The Black God Alliance's 9th tier territory has self-destructed. Announcement. The God of Wealth. Announcement. Photian. In an instant, everyone tacitly stopped the war, and all reports disappeared. All that remained were reports of self-destruction. Holy crap, these guys are starting to move. I'm tempted, but unfortunately I'm not from a prominent family, and don't have those reconstruction treasures. So many territories have been destroyed, all because they desperately wanted to obtain the so-called dragon. The World Channel erupted in cheers, and for a moment people were in an uproar. On the battlefield, Lin Ye listened to the story of the emergence of races, never imagining that races were discovered little by little through exploration. These powerful families and forces have all started betting on this dragon. It has to be said that large families and powerful forces have a lot of confidence. Once obtained, it will become even more powerful. Even if they don't get them, at most they'll feel a pang of regret for those so-called reconstruction treasures. After all, the territories that were self-destructed were all below the 9th rank. Outside the city-state level, one is useless and doesn't even qualify to participate in wars. I admire you! Lin Ye nodded. Warning, you are regarded as a godlike being by the Earth Dragon, and everything related to the Earth Dragon is connected to you. Your appearance will be that of a sacred relic of the Earth Dragon race. Because you are a sacred relic from the Earth Dragon series, all dragons feel affection for you, your friendship level increases, and they will not attack you unprovoked. Because you are the Earth Dragon series relic form, all Earth Dragons appearing in this world from now on will be unable to attack you, and will only see you as a god. Furthermore, you can change their territorial affiliation according to your wishes. Because you are a relic form of the Earth Dragon series, the Earth Dragon's servants, including but not limited to the Skywing Rock Dragon, also use your form as a relic. They cannot harm you and can only submit to you. Because you are the sacred form of the Earth Dragon system, the Earth Dragon's servant, the Skywing Rock Dragon's maid, the Rolling Beast, also regards your form as a sacred object and submits to you. The reminder voice kept ringing in Lin Ye's ears. Lin Ye was extremely surprised when he heard this. Did I become a sacred statue in the Earth Dragon series? Like the Succubus goddess of her own territory? Those powerful families and forces, who have spent so much to achieve a truce, all desire this race. From now on, I can control everything with just a word. Okay! Lin Ye exclaimed happily, looking at the adorable Earth Dragon in front of him. The more you look at it, the cuter it becomes. He said. From now on, I'll call you Little Earth Dragon. Oh! The little brother, Long, was excited and obedient. Nini! Just then, Nini, who was hiding in Lin Ye's pocket, appeared. He glared menacingly at the Little Earth Dragon. Upon seeing this, the Little Earth Dragon's eyes widened, filled with murderous intent, and it let out a sharp roar. Oh! The dragons beside her immediately followed, each one staring at Nini with predatory eyes. Nini was slightly frightened, while her little brother Long showed an arrogant expression. Nini's eyes darted around, and one after another, the insect eggs jumped out of Lin Ye's pocket. Instantly hatched, sniffer bugs appeared and locked onto the Little Earth Dragons and sub-dragons. Their sheer number surrounded the dragons. In an instant, the two sides faced off, either willing to give way. Lin Ye looked at this. Both Little Earth Dragon and Nini are powerful figures. The dragon race is strong and possesses all the characteristics of titans and angels in terms of attributes. However, the queen insect is strange, and her attributes are comparable to those of an angel. The viper is strong, the zerg is weak, but unfortunately there are more of them than vipers. Note, your buildings meet the requirements for the number of Tier 2 city-states, and their levels also meet the requirements for Tier 2 city-states. Upgrade? Your people have finished plundering the evil white territory and have returned. Suddenly, a series of reminders rang in my ears. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye realized that the plundering was complete and the upgrade requirements had been met. It's ready for an upgrade. The evil white forces have finished looting. With so many buildings, they have no worries about the future. Chapter 2:14 Regional Wars. Lin Ye was filled with anticipation. Second-tier city-states are completely different from first-tier city-states. How did the Sky Alliance region, a territory suitable for newcomers, come about? It was achieved by gradually defeating the Zerg. Even a stable domain like the God of Wealth is constantly facing attacks from the Zerg. Humans defend it, the Zerg want to take it back. The Zerg defend it, humans want to take it away. That's how it is for both sides. The war zone is also known as the chaotic zone. This is also why large families possess so many insected treasures. because they are constantly fighting the Zerg. Upon reaching Tier 2, a wormhole will appear in the Lord's area, opening up access to the chaotic lands. I want to upgrade my city-state to Tier 3. One of these requirements is the number of Zerg kills. If you don't go, you won't be able to upgrade. Over time, when the Zerg discover a wormhole, they will also attack through it. Therefore, my next step is to prepare to go to the chaotic area and hunt down the Zerg. I've witnessed what a real Zerg battlefield looks like. Lin Ye pondered for a moment, then smiled faintly. It is said that there are many other unfinished areas similar to the one currently ruled by the Azure Emperor and the Zerg battlefield. The place where Lin and Shurya are staying is probably one of those places. Perhaps we can find the Black Mountain region. Lin Ye pondered and determined his goal. I glanced at the two little guys facing off, especially the little earth dragon. His statue sits on the side of the wormhole that once existed. The magic trick was broken. This area was created by the Azure Emperor. As expected, before the Azure Emperor appears. This place was once the territory of the dragons. As time passed, the wormhole was swallowed up by the Zerg, and the Earth Dragons suppressed it. After the Azure Emperor created it, it saw the light of day again. Lin Ye pondered. Of course, it was all just speculation. Let's talk about it later. Lin Ye shook his head. Let's go back and upgrade. Looking at the two little ones. You two shouldn't. Announcement: the Wushan Alliance, a Tier 2 city-state, has declared war on the Night God's territory. Announcement: Wushan Alliance. Announcement: Wushan Alliance. Announcement: Wushan Alliance. Announcement: Wushan Alliance. 5 second-tier city-states declared war, all of them members of the Wushan Alliance. Holy crap, all the major regions are at a truce, and everyone's working on dragons. Has the Wushan Alliance gone mad? Night God, the Zerg have been wiped out, but what about our only city-state in the 3 regions? All 5 second-tier members of the Wushan family have made their move. Damn it, I'm so angry! Yagami's doomed. People in all 3 regions of the World Channel immediately took notice and began shouting incessantly. But compared to the entire World Channel, it's nothing. It's like throwing a stone into the ocean, nobody cares. White-clad territory. Someone has made a move! The person in white was the only one who was paying attention from outside the region, and upon hearing this, a smug smile immediately appeared on his face. 5 second-tier individuals, comparable to Evil White, have arrived. The man in white smiled faintly. Yagami is doomed. White-clad is happy. Black Feather, Black Sky territory. You have arrived in the Skybound region. You have arrived in the Skybound region, neighboring the Black Sky territory. We're back. Hey Yu and Hey Tian listened to the reminder and became excited. A sudden announcement of a declaration of war was made. The fighting has begun. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged a glance and smiled broadly. More excited than anyone else. Kuroba, in particular, is a model of filial piety. If his father and brothers fail, his and Black Sky's plan will succeed. In a short while, Black Sky territory declares war on the Wushan Alliance. Black Sky territory? What's that? Never heard of it. Is it powerful? Daring to declare war on the Wushan Alliance? How could a territory that was destroyed by Yagami possibly help him? They supposedly ran away? Could it be that he also couldn't stand seeing Yagami being bullied? People on the World Channel are talking about it. Skybound region Fan territory declares war on Wushan Alliance. The Sanyuan region Baihong territory declares war on the Wushan Alliance. The Colossus region Qianhe territory declares war on the Wushan Alliance. In an instant, the 3 regions and their respective territories launched a frenzy of declarations of war. Announcement: over 98% of territories in the Tianhe region have declared war on the Wushan Alliance. The Wushan Alliance and all players in the Tianhe region are now in a state of hostility, centered on the Night God territory. As long as the Night God remains, his other territories cannot be attacked. All players in the Sky Alliance region participating in the war will have their health increased by 10%, morale increased by 10%, and attributes increased by 10%. Announcement: over 73% of territories in the Sanyuan area have been declared war upon. Announcement: over 72% of territories in the Colossus region have declared war. Immediately afterwards, another announcement was made. Damn, a regional declaration of war? I remember only kingdoms could do that. We can do it too. On the way from the Wushan area, give him a good beating. He can't beat us. Try to whittle down half of their health by the time they reach Night God's side. The people in the three regions declared war on their own initiative, and no one expected so many people to follow suit. Wushan Alliance. Father, a regional war has broken out. What should we do? That Night God has the Abyss Dark Summoner skill. Once he enters the area, his health and morale drop significantly, and then there are those other players. It can only be a disadvantage for us. What do we do now? Should we return it? The four young people were also intimidated by the scale of the three areas. Such a concentrated declaration of war is something they couldn't do in their own region. Those casual players simply won't pay any attention to it. Aside from those kingdoms, it can be said to be a specific aspect of kingdom wars. What are you afraid of? A middle-aged man said indignantly. Do you even know how much power Night God has right now? Darkness, wind power, and the arbiter of the evil white territory. The man said. Those lone wolves are trash. Ignore them and keep moving forward. Good! The group shouted. Boom! In the sky, more than 20 spaceships rushed forward. It is magnificent and imposing. White-clad territory. This Night God has directly instigated a regional war. The man in white was indignant. Even with the Shilin Kingdom as his backer, he couldn't achieve this. And Yagami did it. I really didn't expect that. I looked at the message that had been delivered to me. The Wushan incident is still ongoing. He smiled faintly. Yagami, you are doomed! His fists were clenched, and he was being beaten down by Yagami in the mist. It's out, Shilin is here. The commotion that Yagami caused reminded him every time that he was trash. Unwilling to accept it. Black Sky Territory. Hei-Tian remained silent, realizing that he only wanted to show goodwill to Yishin. The butterfly effect resulted in a regional war. My father and the others died even faster. Heiyu swallowed. As he spoke, he became somewhat excited, realizing that the time for him to inherit the family fortune was getting closer and closer. Stare at the constantly scrolling declaration of war message. Maybe I can try making one myself. Black Feather Territory declares war on the Wushan Alliance. The small hint in the announcement went unnoticed. In front of the statue, Lin Ye watched everything change, a smile playing on his lips, feeling that things were changing a little too fast. Black Sky actually declared war on me and helped me. These guys from all three regions have declared war on each other without prior arrangement. The crucial point is that Kuroba was among them. Isn't Kuroba a member of the Wushan Alliance? Chapter 215 Returning to Territory, Preparing for Upgrade. Notification: the Wushan Alliance has entered the regional war zone centered on you, in the Sanyuan area. The announcement was made. Boom boom boom. Before Lin Ye could make any move, ranged attacks flew out from the nearby sky. Whether they are strong or not is unknown, but their sheer number is outrageous. There are 3 regions, each with territories for 100,000 players. The number of ranged attacks on a territory ranged from dozens to hundreds, totaling as many as 1,000,000. The once clear and bright sky was now completely dark. Shortly after taking off, the second round began. The number is in the tens of millions. Boom boom boom. After a long while, the long-range attack exploded. Lin Ye was originally too far away to notice them, but there were so many of them that they exploded and spread repeatedly. Thick smoke billowed, filling the entire sky, as if it were the end of the world. Wow, we're so united! There are so many of us! This is terrifying! Indeed, unity is strength. Who says we are weak just because we are of a lower rank? That's right. It might explode, but it probably won't hurt Wushan. However, we'll wear them down. We'll take turns attacking them 24 hours a day to deplete the morale and spirit of the people of Wushan. Holy crap, have you 3 regions gone mad? I can see it from next door. Ignoring the power, just looking at the numbers, I thought the Kingdom War had started. Don't mess with our 3 districts, we're incredibly strong right now. Protect the Night God. The shouts within the World Channel attracted the attention of people in other regions. A series of long-range attacks. On the Wushan spaceship. We were attacked. But our attacks were intercepted. These people are trying to wear us down, what should we do? We've come this far, are we really going to give up? Wouldn't that make us a laughingstock? Kuroba's brother shouted wildly. Wu Shan's face was icy cold as he said, "These trash, charge! Kill them after we destroy the Night God." Okay, the 4 responded. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions rang out continuously, the spaceship shook, and its speed was greatly reduced. These worthless rogues! The white-clad territory grumbled, his fists clenched. Load! Load! The 2 from Black Sky Territory and Black Feather Territory were caught up in the atmosphere and roared wildly. Especially Kuroba, at this moment, he even forgot that the enemy was his own family. Boom, boom, boom. Remote-controlled objects flew around continuously, and explosions rang out incessantly. Lin Ye looked on, unsure how to describe the scene before him. Looking at the little earth dragon and Nini beside him, he said, "You 2 stop fighting. Nini, come back to the pocket and let the Zerg search for the evil god. Little Earth Dragon, come with me, let's go back. Yalong, you went to destroy those attacks by the Wushan Alliance. Be careful to prevent their lord's repression." Lin Ye spoke up, saying that Yalong was very powerful and should have no problem taking down Wushan. The only thing to worry about is repression. Although it is a combination of 3 entities, it has a population of 30,000. However, at the second level, a city-state has a population of 40,000. Enough to suppress oneself. With their strength, Yalong and his group naturally have ways to evade. Nini! Nini responded obediently, and the surrounding insectids quickly dispersed. The little earth dragon saw that the dragon was so obedient, and knew it couldn't lose. With a flick of its eyes, it fluttered its wings and landed on Lin Ye's shoulder. Roar! The dragons instantly spread their wings and charged into the sky with tremendous force, which was unbelievable. The terror of hundreds of dragon-shaped creatures is appalling. Lin Ye glanced at it and smiled faintly. Feel the TP and buzz! Light and shadow appear around you, enveloping you. Time passed little by little. Buzz! Lin Ye disappeared from the spot. The territory of the Night God. Buzz! Lin Ye appeared in the territory. Moving supplies. All the buildings that had not yet been constructed were built. Exchange of supplies, arranged by the mole people. Lin Ye heard the voices of countless succubi in his ears, slowly opened his eyes, and looked around. The succubus was busy, the raiders had returned and were carrying supplies. Mei Yanren obtained the blueprints early on and continued to invest in construction. Gob also came, bringing the mole men. They also heard about the looting of the evil white, and were preparing to take it away and sell it. There are many mole people, nearly 40,000. As expected. The mole man is about to level up. The mole king is making arrangements. Lord! Everyone was surprised to see Lin Ye return, wondering what methods the Lord had used to come back. Oh! The little earth dragon surveyed its territory, its eyes filled with curiosity. It stepped down to the ground and, with its still somewhat unsteady gait, began to survey its territory. Nini! Nini saw this, jumped out of the pocket, and followed. Both of them are from a race with a strong sense of territory. Now that they've come together, either of them will give in. They stared at each other, angry, and moved forward. Hee hee! The succubi laughed like silver bells upon seeing this. Lord Night God! Kuba looked at Lin Ye, apprehensive, and ran over. He handed a bag to Lin Ye and said, "This is what I got from selling a saint-level creature. And the 1,000 purple gold coins obtained from selling rat poison. Young master has gone somewhere, and we can't contact him. He asked me to bring him to you." 1,000 purple gold? Lin Ye was surprised, not expecting that such a small rat poison would contain so much. That saint-level being, Li Ke has been arranging for so long, there must be a lot of them. I took it, opened it, and looked at it closely. A golden expanse. 18,000 purple gold. Lin Ye glanced at it, smiled faintly, and said, "This much is enough for a while. Now I can go to that so-called chaotic area with peace of mind." At the same time, Mei Yanren walked over quickly and handed over a stack of blueprints. He said, "These have already been screened, and some are already under construction." Lin Ye took it, looked at it, and saw that the quantity was over 3,000. The evil White Arbiter has cleaved and destroyed far too many territories along the way. 3,000, that's the number of buildings required to upgrade from Tier 2 to Tier 3. The difficulty in upgrading from Tier 2 to Tier 3 lies in the number of Zerg. What about the technology of the evil White Arbiter? This type of soldier is quite special. Look at them one by one, and you'll see a different sheet of paper on the last one. Light Arbiter technology. Not bad! Lin Ye smiled with satisfaction. Quite good. With this ability, I'm getting stronger and stronger. With a flick of the eye, the sensation vanished. Your basic barracks are equipped with the Lightbringer technology, creating a Succubus-specific unit, the evil Succubus Arbiter. Lin Ye smiled faintly. The Arbiter of Light is unique to angels, but now that it has been equipped in the Succubus territory, it has acquired the characteristics of Succubi. I wonder what it will be like. Lord! Mei Yingzi exclaimed excitedly as she saw the troops appear. He quickly approached Lin Ye and said, "The Wushan Alliance has declared war on us. Do we need to take action? All 3 regions are currently involved." Lin Ye raised an eyebrow, having forgotten about the matter. Looking up at the sky, ranged attacks flew around incessantly, as if it were the end of the world. I checked the world channel and followed the status of the 3 regions. Holy crap, look at the sky! A dragon! A dragon! Holy crap, it really is a dragon! It's heading towards the Sanyuan area. They're moving so fast, and they're heading in the exact same direction as us from a distance. Are they also going to destroy Wushan? Holy crap, did anyone on our side get a dragon through randomness? But they shouldn't have raised so many so quickly, almost 100. The world channel was in an uproar. Lin Ye remained silent. It's all in the past now, that's enough. He looked at Mei Yingzi and said, "Don't worry about it, someone will take care of them. We are preparing to upgrade. You train the soldiers. Gab, arrange for succubus populations for me, it has to be quick." Lin Ye spoke. Chapter 216 The Tragic Kingdom of Xiling. Announcement. The Wushan Alliance Wushan territory has been destroyed. Announcement. The Wushan Alliance has been destroyed. At the same time, reports of continuous annihilation began to sound. Holy crap! They're all wiped out. All 5 second-tier city-states of the Wushan Alliance are gone. That was fast. I saw it! Right above my head, hundreds of giant dragons attacked and were wiped out. It was terrifying. What? A dragon? A dragon has appeared? It was only right that the dragons destroyed them. With the news of the destruction of the Wushan Alliance, the World Channel finally focused all its attention on the 3 regions. Upon hearing the news of the dragon, they cheered instantly. So many people and so many powerful forces are taking action, isn't it all for the sake of races related to the dragon race? It has already appeared. Lin Ye listened to the report and watched the World Channel buzz with excitement. Regional wars do not report which specific territory has been destroyed. After all, it's war, so only the enemy can investigate. Your wicked adjudicator has begun training. Looking around the territory, everything is proceeding normally. Boom! A huge spaceship appeared in the sky. It was Gabu and his group who arranged it. One by one, Succubi disembarked from the ship. There are as many as 30,000 of them. It's our race! The succubi exclaimed excitedly. Lin Ye looked at it, and saw that everything was ready. Look at the upgrade interface and click Upgrade. Upgrade successful. On the other side. Dragons have appeared. How is that possible? Contact the lord of that territory and invite him to join our alliance. We will take care of everything for him and treat him with the highest honors. That's the territory of the Azure Emperor. The Azure Emperor then sent someone to make contact privately, bypassing the Azure Emperor. The various kingdoms immediately erupted into chaos, all vying for the dragon's territory. Once acquired, the territory will have an extremely powerful race. Everyone started making arrangements in private, but Xiling alone had a frown on her face. The celestial clan member standing nearby looked at Xiling and said, "If we send Bai, the night god will not let Bai off the hook." "Night god, he's just trash." Hopling slammed her fist on the table in anger. "I never imagined that one day I would have a headache over a small Tier 1 territory," he said. "Let those second-tier city-states follow the white-robed man's arrangements. I refuse to believe that Night God can defeat so many second-tier opponents," Hopling said angrily. Announcement: the Night God's territory has been upgraded to a Tier 2 city-state. Holy crap, Night God has upgraded to a Tier 2 city-state. If a Tier 1 city-state can already crush so many Tier 1 city-states, then Tier 2 city-states must be even more powerful now. With Night God at the center, we will advance and retreat together, and from now on, our 3 regions will be invincible. The World Channel is buzzing with excitement among people in 3 regions. As Xiling listened to the report and looked at the status of the 3 regions on the World Channel, she lowered her head, her killing intent surging. "It actually upgraded! It upgraded!" Xiling exclaimed angrily. "Judging from this situation, the second-tier city-states might be overthrown by the Night God." The celestial race began. "After all, the God of Night has too many strange and unusual units at his disposal." The God of Heaven shook his head. "I know," Xiling said with murderous intent. "Send a third-tier city-state over there and have the white-robed man investigate. The third-tier city-states are currently all resisting the Zerg." The Celestials shook their heads. "The chaotic battlefield, the area we are responsible for, is currently quite chaotic. Moreover, the people on Black God's side are deliberately luring the Zerg here," the Celestial race member said. "This won't work, that won't work," Xiling said angrily. "Do you want me to take action myself?" "This?" The god lowered his head, not daring to speak. "Night God, you are just a small second-tier city-state, an ant-like existence, yet you have made me expend so much effort." Hopeling's killing intent was chilling. Purple Gold's message: Xiling Alliance, Xiling Kingdom. Night God, you must not touch the white robe. Holy crap, the Kingdom of Xiling has made a statement. What does that mean? My Lord Night God is awesome. Even kingdoms need to be on equal footing with him. Do you think that's possible? This is the most powerful entity in my Xiling domain, the Xiling Kingdom. So tell me, what's the current situation? That is... Stop talking, you idiot from Xiling domain. Fine, just don't admit it. I'll marry you, you guys from all 3 of those regions. Fuck you. Xiling region. Oh dear, the 3 regions are arguing with the Xiling domain. The 3 regions of the World Channel directly started arguing with the people from Xiling domain. Black Wind and Black Feather territory. Holy crap, this is way too fast. I expected to get the inheritance, but I didn't think it would happen this quickly. Black Feather was shocked and looked at Black Sky, who was also shocked. The Night God has upgraded to a second-tier city-state. That's fast, Black Sky replied. I strongly suspect that the dragon is the Night God, Black Feather said. I also think it's impossible for so many to suddenly appear. It could only have been done by Night God, otherwise it wouldn't have happened in our 3 areas, Black Sky said. Do you remember what those people said about Boss Night God exploring everywhere? Kuroba asked. Yes, definitely, it's because of that dragon clan, Boss Night God, Black Sky replied. Purple and Gold's message: Immediately afterwards, He Tian and He Yu exchanged a glance. Hope Ling has directly addressed Boss Yishin. Xiling is hostile, Blackfeather said. Let's do it, He Tian said. The Black Sky Territory has declared war on the Kingdom of Xiling. The Blackfeather Territory has declared war on the Kingdom of Xiling. The two guys weren't scared at all and went straight into battle. Holy crap, Black Sky and Blackfeather declared war on Xiling? I remember Black Sky was the one who started the declaration of war on Wushan. You little trash, you dare to declare war on our big boss? You're courting death. Too many people have declared war on us. Even those pretentious Tier 1 territories have declared war on Xiling. Damn it, they look down on us. The World Channel roared. The White Territory declared war on the Kingdom of Xiling. The Boiling Territory declares war on the Kingdom of Xiling. The Far Mountain Territory has declared war on the Kingdom of Xiling. Over 98% of the factions in the Sky Alliance region have declared war on the Kingdom of Xiling, initiating regional hostility. Over 86% of the three regions have declared war on the Kingdom of Xiling, initiating regional hostility. Over 87% of the Colossus region has declared war on the Kingdom of Xiling, initiating regional hostility. After what just happened, the three territories lost their tempers and declared war on each other, sparking another regional war. Holy crap, have you three regions gone mad? Come on, attack us! People of Xiling, come on! I'll fuck your mother! The World Channel was in an uproar. The three regions were extremely arrogant. Xiling is a joke. The Azure Emperor will absolutely not allow any action to be taken against a group of non-city states. But if we don't take action, we'll frighten the people in the 3rd district. Not only will we be provoked by a bunch of ants, but the key issue is that he wants his son, Bai, to enter the 3rd district, which is impossible. If he enters, we'll attack him. The people of the 7 kingdoms all found it amusing. Xiling fell silent, never expecting things to turn out this way. His fists were clenched so tightly that he wanted to crush the whole world. He looked at the celestial being and said, "Let the one in white handle it himself. We must find a way to locate the dragon clan." All right. The god dare not speak again, a state that was truly unexpected. Chapter 2:17 Preparing to head to the Zerg battlefield. The territory of the night god. The change happened so fast that Lin Ye was caught off guard. Black Sky has declared war again, and Black Feather is also involved. What are those two doing? Lin Ye was both amused and exasperated. Upgrade successful. Do you want to choose a direction? An upgrade notification sounded. No choice. Lin Ye responded quickly. Boom! In an instant, a wave of light and shadow rippled around the territory. Territory area expanded. Population limit increases. 10,000 to 40,000 plus 10,000 to 10,000 plus 10,000. 10,000 equals 30,000 60,000. Subject level restriction. Level 50 to 55. Lin Ye looked at it and smiled with satisfaction. He had finally leveled up. Normally, the second-tier population is 40,000, but due to the merger of 3, the population limit has become 60,000. That's pretty good. Always suppressing 20,000 more people than others, invincible within the second tier. Ding! Your territory has been upgraded to a Tier 2 city-state. Effect 1. Reduces the construction and production time for the host and their citizens by 70%. Effect 2. Increases the effectiveness of all buildings and crafted items for the host and their citizens by 120%, and temporarily increases the effectiveness of selectable buildings by 200%. Effect 3. Increases the stats of all the host subjects by 120%. Effect 4. The host can add 3 talents to their subjects according to their needs, randomly resulting in mastery, great perfection, or creation level talents. Effect 5. Base talents remain unchanged. Added talents can be modified. Effect 6. Allows for 18 hours of quadruple speed boost daily. Effect 7. Effect 6 can be changed to 4,320 times the power within 1 minute. Can only perform one type of activity. Lin Ye watched the changes in the system. Awesome. Previously, attribute percentages increased or decreased by 1 point, but now they are increased by 10 points. The number of talents has increased to 3. Most importantly, the speed has doubled, and increased again, becoming a total of 18 hours, a 4-fold increase. Future construction and training will only accelerate. Especially Effect 7, it's incredibly powerful. Looking around at the succubi, each one could feel the changes in their own attributes. I'm checking it. Lin Ye smiled faintly, growing stronger and stronger. Looking at Mei Yanran in the distance, he said, "Recruit people." Okay. Mei Yanran acted quickly. Wow, we have more and more people, and we are becoming stronger and stronger. Construction will be faster and faster in the future. Yes, yes, yes! The succubi shouted. Lin Ye smiled faintly and watched quietly. You have gained a subject. You have gained a subject. You have gained a subject. The reminders kept ringing, but Lin Ye remained silent. 30,000 people, each with their own income. It was a very slow process. Aren't those mole people over there still recruiting? Our attributes have been enhanced. That's so strange. That's right. The newly joined succubus cheered happily. Lin Ye didn't pay attention and quietly waited for the population to reach its limit. Time passed little by little. Your population size meets the 40,000 limit. A reminder rang in my ears. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye smiled faintly and looked at Mei Yanran, who was looking at him excitedly. Lin Ye nodded. Pay homage! Mei Yanran shouted quickly after receiving permission. The succubi all turned to the statue and began to worship. Buzz, buzz, buzz! Countless points of light floated out from the statue and began to assault the succubi. Instantly, the newly joined succubi were enveloped in light and began to change. My talent level has increased. I grew wings, and many more memories appeared in my mind. My attributes have changed so much. The light slowly spread, and the succubi shouted excitedly. She is tall and has a perfect figure. Lin Ye watched quietly. Each time, the sacred object was remarkably human-like. I currently have many types of troops, but I lack a Holy Spirit-level commander. It should happen as expected. As your gaze sweeps over the ongoing transformation of Guangmong, is that you? A moment later, the light spots dissipated. Lin Ye looked over quickly. Holy Spirit level, enchanting heart, magical spirit communication. Suitable for Thunder Mage. Holy Spirit level, enchanting crimson, magical spirit communication. Suitable for spatial magic. Holy Spirit level, enchantress, soul gathering hilt. Suitable for the wicked and ruthless arbiter, although he hasn't been trained yet. Holy Spirit level, enchanting spell, suitable for fortress warriors. Holy Spirit level, enchanting crystal, suitable for blade mech warriors. Holy Spirit level, enchanted dust, suitable for mind soldiers. Holy Spirit level, frost charm, suitable for mechanical wind energy warriors. Holy Spirit level, enchanting jade, suitable for swarm warriors. Holy Spirit level, enchanting abyss, suitable for dark abyss summoners. Lin Ye was overjoyed as he scanned them one by one. It's perfect. It fills the gap in commanders for all existing troop types. Let's move! Lin Ye looked at Mei Yingzi. Yes, sir! Mei Yingzi replied. After he finished speaking, everyone set off, entered the barracks, and began training. Lin Ye watched quietly, paying no attention. Time passed slowly. Your training as the Wicked Arbiter is complete. Suddenly a sound rang in my ears. Pre-trained adjudicators have emerged. One person has been identified. The enigmatic judge. Abilities: War Stomp, Demonic Slash, Demonic Assault Hunt, Demonic Frenzied Slash, Demonic Judgment Blade. Locks onto the target and slashes through the air, leaving nothing but destruction in its wake. Lin Ye looked at it and thought. So strong. The last move, isn't it the same move that Evil White used? It is undeniably powerful. Lin Ye smiled with satisfaction. More would follow. Perfect, it's getting stronger and stronger. Your blade master training is complete. Your landmine soldier. Your swarm warriors. One reminder after another kept ringing in my ears. Lin Ye listened quietly, watching as one type of soldier after another appeared in the territory. The state of universal mobilization is perfect. Time passed. Your territory wormhole setup is complete. Please travel through the wormhole to the Zerg war front as soon as possible to contribute to humanity's survival. Suddenly, the reminder sounded again. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye looked towards the Lord's mansion in the distance, where a huge wormhole appeared in front of the mansion. I'll go check on them once they've finished training. I'll go over there myself first, since I have TP, teleport, and can come back instantly to check out the situation. Then, gather your troops and begin the attack on the Zerg. Lin Ye assessed the situation and prepared to assess the fighting capabilities of his subjects in order to make preparations for what to do next. Manhwa, 54,000. Mayun, 54,000. Meha, 54,000. Lin Ye observed that for normal troop types, after reaching level 50 in the second tier, the starting cost is 50,000. Because of the Succubus's attributes, it cost an extra 4,000. Very good. Charming Feather, 56,000. Melee, 56,000. Maya, 56,000. Blood Elves, and Titans, due to their unit advantages, have a combined strength of around 56,000. Meishin, 59,000. Charming Red, 58,000. Evil Spirit, 59,000. Mayuan, 5.9. The number of powerful units such as Space Mages, Thunder Mages, Evil Arbiters, and Dark Abyss Summoners has reached 59,000. It is extremely powerful, and most territories that have just entered the second tier cannot match it. Lin Ye smiled faintly, quite satisfied. Your training as the Dark Summoner of the Abyss is complete. As the final reminder sounded, Lin Ye's expression darkened slightly. It was over. We took Nini and Little Earth Dragon with us and headed to the Zerg battlefield. Prepare for action. Your green equipment, Magic Torrent, has been successfully crafted. Just as Lin Ye was about to take action, a message suddenly appeared indicating that the equipment had been successfully equipped. Lin Ye smiled faintly. There were many surprises today. Chapter 218 Equipping Green Equipment. Lock the horizontal direction. Mei Hing strode over and handed a set of equipment to Lin Ye. Lin Ye took it and looked at it. It contained a robe and a set of mechanically made equipment. Green Gear Magic Torrent. Green Equipment a Mechanical Torrent. Get the equipment out! The Succubi were incredibly excited. The equipment they had been waiting for so long had finally arrived. It can be worn. They all looked on excitedly. Lin Ye was very satisfied. He had finally come out. The equipment needs to be crafted step by step. There is currently only one piece available. Who is it for? There are many unit types now, and I'm about to go to the Zerg battlefield. Prioritize replenishing units with low combat strength. Machine gunners are very useful, providing close-range firepower. He looked at the machine gunner commander, Meha, and said, "You come here." "Thank you, Lord." Upon hearing this, Meha quickly walked over. He took the equipment. Just replace it. Click, click, click. In an instant, the Succubus's entire body was covered, her whole body wrapped in machinery, just like the robot in the television. It's a Succubus robot with perfectly shaped curves. The weapon in his hand had also changed. It was now a dark blue Gatling gun. Overall, he looked heroic and invincible. Wow! The Succubi looked on, all showing expressions of envy. Lin Ye was also very surprised. He was so handsome. I remember Meha's combat power was 54,000 before. How much will it cost after wearing it? Focus your gaze. Meha, 59,000. Lin Ye saw that the set of equipment increased his combat power by 5,000. Its combat power is now the same as the Abyss series. There's another one. Specific effect. When equipped by a machine gunner, it produces continuous rapid fire dealing 10 times the damage for 1 minute. Lin Ye looked at it. Fire! Quite good. Bang bang bang. Just then, Mayhill was also excited. He raised the Gatling gun and fired a burst of bullets into the sky. An explosion rang out, and a series of blue bullets shot out. It was breathtaking. Wow! The succubi exclaimed excitedly, filled with envy. The other machine gunners were even more tempted. Blue flame Gatling gun? Lin Ye smiled faintly. The visual effects were simply perfect. Impressive! Lin Ye smiled with satisfaction. Thank you, Lord. Mayha excitedly thanked Lin Ye again. Okay. Lin Ye nodded and looked at Mei Heng. Very good. You should produce equipment as soon as possible and try to equip everyone. No problem. Mei Heng nodded. Lin Ye nodded and looked at the magic robe. The weakest magic type unit currently is the summon throwing unit, the Enchanted Cloud. Combat strength, 54,000. It looks good, but it can't compare to others. Its attack method is limited, and the summoned crocodiles are not very strong. Lin Ye looked around and saw the succubi of the magic series looking at him expectantly. Lin Ye looked at Mei Yun. Mei Yun, come here. Thank you, Lord. Mei Yun exclaimed excitedly and hurried over. I took the clothes and sensed them. Buzz! The clothes were instantly put on the body. Its contours are distinct, like a magic robe, yet it also exudes the fierce aura of a warrior. In particular, the mithril spears behind Mei Yun increased in number, densely packed, exuding endless killing intent. Clearly, things have changed. The overall state is one of aggression. Like a rose full of aggression. Wow! The succubi exclaimed in amazement. Lin Ye was also satisfied. With the combat power locked, what has it become from the previous 54,000? Mei Yun, combat power, 60,000. Lin Ye glanced at it, squinted, and realized it had become the strongest. Added 6,000? Why add so much? Look closely at the side effects. Additional effects. 1. Double throwing speed, throw 50 spears at top speed within 1 minute. 2. Abyss summoning, summons a crocodile that transforms into a malevolent swamp monster. Lin Ye looked closely and saw the 2 side effects, no wonder. Evil swamp beast. Ah! Just as Lin Ye was wondering, a violent sound rang in his ears. They looked in the direction of the sound. Mei Yun quickly moved to a distance, glanced at the ground, and sensed its direction. In an instant, the flat ground within 100 meters turned into a swamp, and anyone who fell in would surely die. Immediately afterwards, 3 monsters the size of dragons emerged from the swamp. Like a lizard covered in mud, it looked like a devil. With a slight opening of its mouth, it roared, revealing terrifying fangs all over its body. It sent chills down my spine. I had a feeling that death was imminent. Hiss hiss hiss! The succubi gasped in shock. Intuitively terrifying. Other throwing units looked on with envy. If they could obtain it, they would surely be able to summon such a powerful monster as well. Lin Ye looked at it, and realized why there were so many new ones. This monster was very strong. I feel almost like Yalong. The evil swamp beast, judging from its name, retains the characteristics of the trolls from before. But the allure of evil is unique to succubi. Both race and unit type have been strengthened. You need to start production as soon as possible. Lin Ye looked at Mei Heng. Okay. Mei Heng nodded. With the experience from the first set, the remaining production was much faster. And now the population is so large. Looking at Mei Yanran nodded and shouted to the succubi. All those with talent, go! As soon as he finished speaking, everyone rushed off. The succubi were excited, thrilled, and full of anticipation. The talented ones rushed forward in droves. It was quite lively for a while. Lin Ye looked at it, smiled faintly, and was quite satisfied. Oh! Just then, the sub-dragons returned to the sky, circling around one by one. What happened? Enemy attack? A dragon? It looks just like that little earth dragon! The succubus shouted, bracing herself for battle. I've forgotten about you all. Lin Ye looked over and smiled faintly. Looking around at the succubi in action, she said, Don't panic, we're on the same side. Okay. Upon hearing this, the succubi immediately stopped and relaxed. I have absolute trust in Lin Ye's arrangements. Get down! Lin Ye ordered Yalong. Oh! The dragons instantly became obedient, flapping their wings and landing in front of Lin Ye. Lin Ye glanced at it and smiled faintly, showing absolute respect for both the little earth dragon and himself. He looked at Mei Wei and said, Select 99 people and replace their mounts with dragons. Great! Mei Wei exclaimed with delight. Miao Mu quickly scanned the dragons. The legendary Dragon Knight? You will become mounts. Lin Ye looked at the dragons. Ah! The dragons nodded and obediently began to move. In a short while, the selected population members appeared and quickly replaced the thunder beasts one by one. In an instant, the moon spirits changed their state, riding on dragons, majestic, domineering, and terrifying. It exudes a strong sense of order and the earth. It is clearly a combination of order and the earth. Lock onto the moon and look at the information panel. Order of Glory Dragon Knight. Specific effect. Possesses all the abilities of the orderly glorious knight and the wyvern. Specific effect 2. After achieving perfect mental unity, all abilities are increased by 50%. Combat strength, 6.3. Lin Ye looked at it, and saw that there was an additional, dragon, prefix, meaning that both the dragon and the orderly glorious knight's abilities could be utilized. The key point is that it can also enhance the effect. Its combat power also directly exceeded 60,000, reaching an astonishing 63,000. It's terrifyingly strong. Lin Ye smiled faintly. Everything was moving in a positive direction. Your green equipment magic torrent has been successfully crafted. Your green gear steel torrent has been successfully crafted. At the same time, equipment reminders also began to appear one after another. Chapter 219 Zerg Battlefield. Melee, equip yourself! Melee, green equipment magic torrent. Additional effect, all defensive skills gain plus 30% effectiveness. Combat power, 60,000. Mei, green equipment magic torrent. Additional effect, grants 1% lifesteal when dealing damage. Combat power, 59,000. Enchanting rain, green gear steel torrent. Additional effect, assembly time within the territory is reduced by 50%. Combat power, 59,000. Enchanted land, green equipment magic torrent. Additional effect, earth magic has a shockwave effect when cast. Combat strength, 60,000. Lin Ye made arrangements that the number of Titan and Elf units exceeded 60,000, while the number of other unit types reached 59,000. It's so beautiful. I can clearly feel that I have become much stronger. That's right! The succubi shouted excitedly. Lin Ye looked at it and smiled faintly. In the future, everyone in the entire territory will have equipment. They're getting stronger and stronger. They were not afraid of any enemy invasion, and even if one did, they could rush back from afar. He looked at Mei Yanran and Mei Yingzi and said, You are building up the territory. I need to go out for a while. If there's any situation, contact me. Okay. Mei Yingzi and Mei Yanran nodded. Lin Ye smiled faintly and looked at the little earth dragon and Nini. As Lin Ye looked in that direction, the two little ones rushed over quickly. Nini went into the pocket, and the little earth dragon stood on Lin Ye's shoulder. One person and two beasts entered the wormhole in front of the Lord's mansion. Buzz! A burst of light accompanied the night, enveloping Lin Ye before vanishing in an instant. You have entered the chaotic battlefield. Hunting Zerg will yield Zerg treasures. Please note that items may also randomly appear upon your death or the death of one of your people. The more kills you make, the higher your contribution, and the better it is for your territory. Wah! Boom boom boom! Click clack clack clack! Lin Ye felt a blur before his eyes, and then he heard all sorts of different sounds. Slowly opening my eyes, I took a closer look. A pitch-black sky, a vast continent, an endless war. Mechanical spaceships were rampaging in the distance, missiles were flying everywhere in the sky, and explosions were everywhere in the distance. On the ground, trains resembling high-speed rail, covered in rust and scratches, sped off in different directions. The strange sounds of the Zerg continued to ring out, and dark spots of light flashed, clearly indicating that they were Zerg. "Missiles for long-range operations, high-speed rail warriors!" Lin Ye exclaimed, watching the smoke and fire billowing around him. While in shock, I stared at the high-speed train. Wasn't this one of the military branches I wanted? Boom! A meteor streaked across the darkness, and the high-speed train was hit and exploded instantly. Damn it, another failure. The Zerg have produced cannon worms. We're doomed. Let's go. We can't hold this place anymore, we have to leave. This insect queen is a saint-level being, only a tier 3 city-state or kingdom can handle it. This is something our second-tier city-state couldn't do, all the people I brought with me are dead. If we retreat, we'll be killed by the third-tier city-states. This is the battlefield, a battlefield where we're fighting to secure our survival. Besides, the Azure Emperor has created a list of those to be slaughtered. Don't you want to obtain the treasures? If it weren't for the Zerg numbers so I could upgrade, who the hell would want to come here? As the explosions rang out, players appeared one by one, covered in dust and shouting angrily. They rushed off in the opposite direction, fleeing in disarray. No one was with their people, clearly, they were all dead. Lin Ye stood still, gazing into the distance. The insectids had given him some rather valuable treasures back then. As mentioned in the previous prompt, you will drop items upon death here. Is it possible that the high-speed rail soldier died, and technology emerged from that situation? I wanted it. In an instant, Lin Ye's eyes and state changed, and he directly became a spatial mage. Mark the anchor point. With a swift glance and a change of expression, Hunter Shadow Rift moved his feet and launched a surprise attack. Transforming into specks of light, they rushed towards the point of explosion. That idiot actually went over there. There's a battle going on over there. That's right. When the players saw someone rushing towards them, they realized it was a player and exclaimed in surprise and mocked. Lin Ye completely ignored him. Crack, crack, crack. As Lin Ye charged forward, he drew ever closer to the battlefield. The Zerg voices rang out incessantly. Following closely behind, a massive, overwhelming swarm of Zerg invaders came and blocked the road. Lin Ye frowned, and the enchantress Winter Mage State appeared. The magic wand is waved. Crack, crack, crack. The dense swarm of Zerg in front of him was instantly frozen into ice. Without pausing for a moment, Lin Ye's eyes flickered again, and in an instant, he transformed into a hunter once more. He swung his hands, attacking the ice, and bang, bang, bang. One after another, they shattered, and he died. They moved very quickly, carving a bloody path through the enemy lines. You have killed 1 Zerg. You have killed 100 Zerg. You have killed 1,000 Zerg. Warzone alert. You have killed 1,000 Zerg, marking your first entry and qualifying for the Azure Emperor's massacre list. Azure Emperor's slaughter ranking. Newcomer Lord of the Night God Territory slays 1,000 Zerg. Holy crap, news from the battlefield. Night God entered the Zerg battlefield and wiped out 1,000 Zerg as soon as he arrived. What's so special about that? It's only 1,000. Compared to those trash, it's naturally stronger. You don't even think much of our Night God anymore. The World Channel is buzzing. On the battlefield. This kid's pretty arrogant, is he Yagami? Probably. They're still killing. He's just one person. How strong are the troops in his territory? The people on the battlefield watched in horror. It's not a big deal for other territories to kill 1,000 people when they first enter, but Night God killed them all by himself. Not only that, they continued killing. You have killed 3,200. The reminders kept ringing in Lin Ye's ears. The journey stopped when we reached the spot where the high-speed rail soldier had died. Upon closer inspection, a piece of paper appeared next to the corpse. High-speed rail mechanical technology 1 to 2. Lin Ye frowned. Only 1 to 2? But he was still satisfied. Looking around, there are too many similar high-speed rail lines. In the vast battlefield, the type of transportation is very important. After all, it involves supplies, namely food. Getting the remaining 1 to 2 should be quite easy, barring any unforeseen circumstances. If you're outside, then it'll be difficult. Lin Ye nodded to himself, put the paper in his pocket, and prepared to switch states. The anchor point had already been set. Before they could act, they found themselves surrounded by swarms of Zerg. Each of the Zerglings stared at him menacingly, wishing they could devour him whole. "They arrived pretty quickly," Lin Ye said, squinting his eyes. "Nini!" Nini's panicked voice suddenly rang in my ears. Lin Ye frowned upon hearing this. Nini was telling him that there was a queen insect nearby. The Holy Spirit level being arrived, appearing behind me to the southeast. Lin Ye glanced sideways and looked over. A gigantic Zerg queen was hidden within, pitch black and gleaming with an eerie light. He clearly wanted to kill himself. Crack, crack, crack. Before Lin Ye could make a move, suddenly, the insectids around him surged in on the orders of the insect queen. It was pitch black and terrifying, instantly annihilating Lin Ye. "Holy crap, I'm dead!" "That's Yagami? Isn't that the Yagami who's dead?" Alas, I had no idea how treacherous the Zerg were. People in the distance shouted. Chapter 220 receives attention. Lin Ye was instantly overwhelmed by the Zerg. Looking at the swarming insectids, it was pitch black, with not a single ray of light penetrating. Each Zergling brandished its ferocious claws and terrifying maws, emanating a bloody aura. "I have to say, this Zerg battlefield is really dangerous." Lin Ye squinted his eyes and murmured, sensing the spatial magic path he had switched to. With a quick glance, he sensed the anchor point and prepared to teleport away. A buzzing sound came through, but there was no response. Lin Ye frowned. "What's going on?" The bloodthirsty aura of the approaching Zerg was already upon them. Their gazes shifted rapidly, searching for the reason behind it. A figure of light flickered among the Zerg. "The insect mother!" Lin Ye frowned, watching the flashing light. "The queen of the space system. It severed the connection between my anchor points. You've already dismantled my trump card right away." Lin Ye took a deep breath. The Zerg battlefield is simply terrifying. He was only doing this for the sake of high-speed rail technology. Lin Ye felt a chill run down his spine, once again experiencing the terror of this Zerg battlefield. I just arrived. While he was searching, the insectids around him had piled up higher and higher, like a mountain, and rushed towards Lin Ye. Alas, the arrogant night god who was once so powerful outside has come to an end just like that. You think this place is the same as outside? Of course not. The Zerg battlefield is where players compete for survival space. Those watching from outside sighed in dismay, feeling that Lin Ye was just a greenhorn. Bang bang bang. Boom boom boom. Click click click. Just when people thought Lin Ye was doomed, the sound of machine guns suddenly rang out, followed by grenades, and then missiles. All that could be seen were the flashing lights of Zerg neutron bombs, grenades, and missiles piled up like mountains. The explosion roared. One by one, the Zerg died and fell, turning the mountain of Zerg into a mountain of corpses. 10,000 Zerg killed in Night God's territory. Night God's territory kills 30,000 Zerg. 50,000 Zerg killed in Night God's territory. Damn, what is Night God doing? It's like he's killing the insectids like he's mowing grass. Yeah, what exactly happened? Is Yagami invincible no matter where he goes? The World Channel cheered, especially the people in the 3 regions who were in a frenzy, calling Nocturne the king of their 3 regions. On the battlefield. Why is this happening? Yes. That's impossible. The player lords stared in disbelief, their eyes fixed on the lamplight. As the Zerg horde died, Lin Ye revealed himself, transforming into a fortress. It is the fortress warrior retaliating when damaged. Damn it! Lin Ye stared at the dead Zerg, his gaze constantly shifting, finally locking onto the constantly fluctuating Zerg queen. That's the space-type insect queen. Interesting. You must die today. Lin Ye narrowed his eyes and switched gears. Enchantress Winter Mage. With a wave of his arm, he brandished his magic wand and swung it sharply. Instantly, snowflakes danced in the sky and earth, incredibly dense, turning any Zerg they touched into ice. The space insect queen kept flashing, but the snowflakes were too dense. There was no way to escape, they were frozen instantly. Holy crap, it's frozen! That Saint-level insect queen is level 55, starting from a level 2 city-state, and with a Saint-level attribute, her combat power is very strong. How could she be frozen? No, look at Yagami's body, it's equipment, it looks like green equipment. Holy crap, he actually has green-grade equipment? How is that possible? People who observed it up close were utterly horrified. Whoosh! While people were still in shock, Lin Ye had already switched to Enchantress Sniper Shadow Archer. Draw the bow and shoot the arrow, begin the sniping. A whooshing sound rang out, and then the arrow pierced through the insect queen, killing her instantly. Freezing is already very strong, but it still killed. The players on the battlefield looked at each other in disbelief. Night God kills a Saint-level enemy, entering the top 1000 of the Zerg kill list. Holy crap, Yagami is amazing! Yagami, you're amazing! Yagami, you are my god! The outside world was shocked. The territory of the Azure Emperor. This night god is even more interesting than I imagined, said a man dressed in a blue robe, exuding an ancient charm. This is the territory of the Azure Emperor, the Azure Emperor. A fierce general. A hunched old man beside him spoke, wearing a cloak, whose race was not discernible. I hope it will surprise me. The Azure Emperor nodded and looked at the world channel. Purple gold announcement. Azure Emperor Alliance Azure Emperor Territory. Night God, those who enter the top 100 will receive treasures. Holy crap, the Azure Emperor has spoken out. The Azure Emperor has spoken out directly. Shilling spoke out just now, and now the Azure Emperor is speaking out. Night God is too fierce. This is the most awesome thing ever. A second-tier city-state is being challenged by the kingdom. Night God is invincible. Night God has caught the attention of the Azure Emperor. Shilling's trash, come on, ha ha! The world channel is shocked. On the battlefield. The players were shocked as they listened to the announcement, and the Azure Emperor's shout. Upon hearing this from afar, Lin Ye frowned. The Azure Emperor, the big boss who established this region. Kingdom. The leaderboard has reached 1000th place. Is there a reward for getting into the top 100? What reward? Crack, crack, crack. With the death of the insect queen, the surrounding insectids began to retreat. Lin Ye was satisfied and walked towards the corpse of the insect mother. A crystalline sphere appeared on the ground. Pick it up, lock it. Spatial teleportation orb teleports 3 targets to your side, allowing them to move freely. They can be teleported back to your side a second time until they encounter mortal danger, at which point they will be teleported back. Lin Ye was surprised. The effect was amazing. Wouldn't that allow the enchantresses to come over and carry out an endless massacre? Crack, crack, crack. Lin Ye was still pondering when the sound of the Zerg came to his ears again. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye looked over and saw that the insected horde was once again charging towards the distant mountains and plains. Lin Ye looked at it and shook his head. The battlefield is always a battlefield, constantly replenishing its ranks. It's a fight to the death. With so many, they can be upgraded now. Lin Ye's eyes flickered as he sensed the magic orb in his hand. Choose your people. Enchanting Moth, Enchanting Night, Enchanting Heart. Lin Ye directly selected Enchantress Winter Mage's Frost Control, Night Enchantress Assassination, and Heart Enchantress Thunder Mage's Area Attack. Just right. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the selection was made, 3 figures of light appeared beside Lin Ye. This, Mei Ye, and Mei Xin appeared beside her. Looking at the unfamiliar surroundings, I was filled with awe. I never imagined such a world existed. "Greetings, Lord!" In shock, he looked at Lin Ye and greeted him. Lin Ye nodded, looking at the insected race rushing towards them from afar. He said, "The three of you work together to slaughter the Zerg." "Okay." Upon hearing this, the three gazed into the distance and nodded. They exchanged a bloodthirsty glance, their eyes flashing, and charged forward in an instant. Lin Ye looked at it and smiled faintly. Ignoring it, he looked at Nini in his pocket and asked, "Did the sniffer bugs you released find the high-speed rail soldier's body?" Once on the battlefield, Nini kept releasing her abilities. The sniffing bugs had long since blended into the Zerg. Chapter 221 Feng Tian's Arrangements. "Nini!" Nini responded. Lin Yi nodded and glanced in the northwest direction. "Right over there?" The sensor anchor point disappears instantly, returning to the player. "Wow!" The players were shocked when they saw it, and dared not approach Lin Yi. The strong are always feared. Lin Yi smiled faintly, responded politely, and moved his feet. People instinctively made way. Lin Yi didn't pay any attention. "Your people gain experience. Your people gain experience. Your people gain experience." With a series of experience reminders ringing in his ears, Lin Yi knew that Mei Yi and the other two had already started the fight. There's no need to worry about experience now, the three of them are enough. They locked on to the direction provided by Nini and sped off. "I need to go and do my own thing." They drifted further and further apart. "Phew! Although he has only entered the second-tier city-state, I am inexplicably afraid. His move just now was so strange. Why do I feel that it is so similar to a space magic? There are rumors outside that Night God has obtained it. It should be, otherwise it wouldn't be so strange. The rumors must be true, this Night God is terrifyingly powerful." As the Night God departed, people began to discuss among themselves. Night God's territory slays Zerg. Night God's territory slays Zerg. Night God's territory slays Zerg. At the same time, Nox player-related notifications also appeared among the numerous kill alerts. The players looked at each other in disbelief. How could this Night God be so powerful? "The people have arrived, shall we begin the killing?" "When did you arrive?" "I didn't see you." "They killed them so quickly." The key issue is the lack of notification regarding the deaths of citizens. People exchanged bitter smiles. Shilling territory. This Night God. Shilling looked at the information in her hand, her fists clenched, her killing intent palpable. Gaining momentum so quickly? How is that possible? He's only a second-tier city-state. What would happen if it became a level 3 city-state? Shilling was unwilling to give up. She looked at the Celestial clan beside her and roared. "Send someone over to kill him! We must kill him!" Shilling roared. "Let Daohan pass." "A sword mark?" the Celestial clan member asked in surprise. "Using a third-tier cultivator to kill a second-tier one? Moreover, the defensive line where Blade Scar is currently located is very important. Once it is suppressed, it is very likely that the Zerg will break through it. The Black God might take advantage of the situation," the Celestial clan member said. "We must kill him once and for all. Once he grows up, the Azure Emperor will have another powerful weapon in his hands." Hope Ling's killing intent was palpable. "The Azure Emperor has now taken notice of him and clearly intends to become my enemy. I'll figure something out about the Black God." Shilling was determined to kill the Night God. "Okay." The Celestial clan member nodded. Phoenix Kingdom. "The Azure Emperor and I have been fighting each other." A man dressed in heavy armor sat upright, holding a huge heavy sword. It was Feng Tian. Looking at a bird-like creature covered in flames beside him, he said, "His Night God is going to be incredible once he grows up. Our battlefield is close to Qingdi's side, so let the people closer to Yeshin's side take action." "Send more," Feng Tian said, then emphasized. "Be careful to stay hidden and don't attract the attention of the Azure Emperor. Feng Tian said. Clearly, he hasn't reached the level of madness that Xiling possessed. Okay. The Firebird nodded and turned to leave. On the battlefield, Lin Ye switched to hunter mode, unleashing unprecedented speed, and circled behind the battle line, rushing towards the target. After a long while, they were not far from their target. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying battle on the distant front continued. Unlike the previous fronts, this front has seen numerous victories. The Zerg were suppressed. They are suffering repeated defeats over there. Lin Ye walked towards his target and onto the front line. Kill! Charge! Missiles, Black Magician, suppressive fire! Shield warriors, suppress the enemy at the front. Attack me from a distance. The sounds of battlefield deployment continued. Lin Ye walked among them, ignoring everyone, and switched to the evil judge. Seeing the scattered Zerg charging towards him, he relentlessly slaughtered them with swift, sharp strokes of his blade. We arrived at our destination without any major incidents. On the ground lay a mechanical corpse, the very body of the high-speed rail soldier. A piece of paper floats up. Pick it up. You have obtained high-speed rail warrior 1-2. Upon hearing and seeing this, Lin Ye's lips curled into an endless smile. Take out 1 and combine the 2 into 1. You have obtained the high-speed rail warrior technology. Special effect of the Azure Emperor's front. Treasures can be teleported back to the territory. Teleport? Teleport! Upon hearing this, Lin Ye realized that it was possible to do so, and that it must be related to the Azure Emperor. Select which citizens to teleport to. Mei Yanran, Lin Ye replied. As he finished speaking, the technological paper in his hand flickered with light and shadow before disappearing. Your people have acquired the technology. The reminder sounded again. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye smiled faintly and looked at the Lord interface. Training high-speed rail soldiers. Yes, sir. Mei Yanran typed on the interface. Lin Ye took a look and was satisfied. He looked towards the battlefield, thinking that now he could work on the massacre list. They surveyed the battlefield and prepared for action. Oh no, people from Feng Tian next door are here. They stormed the battlefield and started causing destruction again. Fuck your sister, Feng Tian is trash. Everyone, don't panic, stabilize the front line, and be careful of Feng Tian. Just as Lin Ye was about to take action, angry roars erupted from all around. One by one, the citizens retreated quickly, switching from offense to defense, especially the players, who were filled with anger. Lin Ye frowned. The Azure Emperor and Feng Tian were fighting over equipment, and it was clear that the two sides were not on good terms. According to information provided by Li Lin and Li Ke, the semi-finished domain where the Azure Emperor is located is adjacent to the Phoenix Heaven domain. Unexpectedly, the Zerg battlefield is also approaching. The conflict between the two sides has extended from the outside world to the Zerg battlefield. Lin Ye fixed his gaze on the distant horizon. Boom, boom, boom. The mechanical spaceship, like a madman, rampaged and disrupted the order of the battlefield. On the ground, high-speed trains are also crashing and weaving, like snakes. The once orderly battlefield instantly became chaotic. Lin Ye squinted, waiting for it to end. However, the mechanical spaceships and high-speed trains all stopped nearby, surrounding him completely. High-speed trains transformed into soldiers, mechanical spaceships opened, and citizens emerged one by one. 3 players appeared, the one in the middle being particularly arrogant and haughty. It was as if they never took the people on the battlefield seriously. It's the trio! The trio from Feng Tian's side. They're said to be sworn brothers who grew up together. After arriving, they helped each other and were truly formidable on the battlefield. Those 3 are very strong, what should we do? The players shouted. The 3 musketeers. Among the players, a young man stepped forward, glaring angrily at the 3. He roared. What do you mean? Do you want to die? Coming here to cause trouble? You can kill all you want, we have no problem with you. The man in the center paid no attention to the young man and locked his gaze on Lin Ye. Night God, where are your people? The man asked. Night God? The players were surprised, having just heard the Azure Empress shout. You are the god of night? Upon hearing this, the young man looked at Lin Ye. He said, I am the lord of the black and white territory. Black and white? Lin Ye frowned. He had seen Black and White's name on the list earlier. 101 people. Chapter 222 Murder. Yagami, I have a question for you. Watching Black and White talk to Night God, the man in the center of the trio looked at Lin Ye with murderous intent. Hee hee. Lin Ye smiled faintly, looking at the man. You didn't bring your subjects? No. The man chuckled, his expression full of disdain. He said, That's simply courting death. This is a battlefield. You can't bring your people here. After a moment of contemplation, he said, Someone wants to kill you. Since you have no subjects, I won't bother with that. Go! The man roared. Click, click, click. Among the 3 waves of troops, a series of mechanical troops began to move, forming a formation around Lin Ye. They've taken action? The players asked anxiously. Fengyun, how dare you! Heibai roared at the man, and the soldiers quickly moved to prepare for action. This is none of your business. The man to Fengyun's left roared. His subordinates acted swiftly to counter the black and white forces' deployment. You've gone too far. Black and White were furious upon seeing this. Looking around at the players behind him, he said, Stop them. We can't just watch Night God get hurt. All right. The players nodded, and the troops followed, intending to charge at Fengyun's soldiers. Trash, Black and White, on your side, apart from you, no one else is even worth mentioning. The man to Fengyun's right chimed in. The soldiers under his command fought back and intercepted the players' soldiers. The male characters have a diverse range of unit types, while the players have ordinary units. Even with more soldiers, they are clearly at a disadvantage. You! Black and White were indignant, but helpless. The players frowned, anxious, and dared not make any rash moves. No one can help you now, Night God! Fengyun stared at Lin Ye, her killing intent palpable. His men closed in step by step. Is that so? Lin Ye glanced around at the approaching soldiers and smiled faintly. A sharp look, and he was subdued. Boom! Instantly, a powerful aura was released, impacting the troops. The aura fluctuated, and the surrounding troops were instantly suppressed. How is that possible? They're all second-tier city-states. Fengyun exclaimed incredulously. Holy crap! Black and White and the other players were shocked. Lin Ye smiled faintly upon hearing this. A second-tier city-state with 40,000 people suppresses others, but unfortunately, I have 60,000. Locking his gaze to Fengyun, he said, Now it's your turn. The adjudicator gripped his long sword tightly and swung it down fiercely. The most powerful killing move has appeared. A massive blade, tens of thousands of meters long, was forged and stretched across the entire battlefield. It gleamed with a chilling white light, exuding endless killing intent. This? Fengyun exclaimed in horror. It was Evil White's move. Black and White were also shocked. This was Evil White's move. Whether outside or on the battlefield, they are invincible. Evil White is famous because of this. Saying you don't want it is a lie. You're only level 2. I've been level 2 for years. I have equipment, and my people have long since broken through to level 56. Fight me one-on-one! Fengyun roared, a shield appearing in his hand. The shield shone brightly, forming a huge phantom image of a shield. He intended to block. It's the ultimate holy shield warrior! Not only can it block, but it can also reflect damage. Our combat strength must be surpassed. Fengyun's combat strength is 59,000, which Lin Ye cannot surpass. The battlefield isn't like the outside world. You can't see the fighting strength there. Lin Ye, you need to be careful. The players gasped in surprise. Fengyun's 2 henchmen smiled smugly. Black and White took a deep breath. Lin Ye was finished. Although the reflected damage wasn't a full-force attack, it was enough to seriously injure Yishin. Bump! Everyone thought something bad was going to happen to Night God, as the blade and the phantom shield collided. In a flash, a burst of light illuminated the darkness of the entire battlefield. A tremendous metallic clang resounded all around, like a booming bell. "You're finished." Feng-yun looked at the impact, stared at Lin Ye, and smiled triumphantly. "Phew! Hey, bye," and the other sighed. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of shattering rang in everyone's ears. "What's going on?" The players were surprised and looked over. They were stunned by what they saw. "How is this possible?" At the same time, Feng-yun's incredulous voice rang out. The phantom shield released by Feng-yun quickly developed cracks. The shield in his hand was crumbling little by little. "Broken?" Feng-yun's face turned ashen as she looked at Lin Ye and said, "Your combat strength is higher than mine?" "Nonsense!" Lin Ye smiled faintly. Feng-yun's troops are clearly of the extraordinary level, level 56, plus their equipment. 59,000. Unfortunately, my race, attributes, equipment, and other factors combined, along with the terrifying nature of the Arbiter unit, made me vulnerable. It has long since exceeded 60,000. The strength in their hands increased. Boom! The power was unleashed, the shield phantom shattered and disappeared, and the shield in Feng-yun's hand exploded directly. The blade clashed with the phoenix clouds. "No!" Feng-yun roared, her face pale. "Night God, spare me!" However, Lin Ye was not about to let it go. The blade continued its downward momentum, crashing heavily onto Feng-yun, who let out a scream. The long blade plunged further into the crowd. Announcement: Feng-yun attacked the Azure Emperor's territory but was slain by the Night God. Report: Nox has killed 70,000 Zerg. Report: Nox has killed 80,000 Zerg. Report: Nox has killed 90,000 Zerg. Battlefield reports immediately rang out. Damn, Feng-yun is dead. Wasn't Feng-yun very strong? He had been fighting on the Zerg battlefield for a long time. Night God is awesome. What kind of battle was that, and he killed so many Zerg? This Night God is simply invincible. Everyone was in shock for a moment. On the battlefield. You have entered the Qingdi ranking, ranking 972nd. A voice rang in Lin Ye's ears. Looking towards the battlefield, the massive blade of blade fell, slaying all enemies. The massive losses suffered by the Zerg led to a shift in the battle, and the Zerg began to retreat further. Our ranking has improved again. Dead? Feng-yun is dead? The battle line has been breached. All of Feng-yun's men have run away. The players were truly surprised by this turn of events, and stared at each other in bewilderment. You're amazing. Black and White stared at Night God, filled with astonishment. Not bad. Lin Ye smiled faintly, not paying much attention. Let's go. The two people traveling with Feng Tian panicked when they saw this. He turned and ran. Black and White saw this and thought, how can we let you get away? Stop him! Instantly, the troops advanced and charged forward, directly blocking the enemy's path. At the same time, the players also took action to try to intercept them. Intercept me? Is that even possible? The other person was clearly stronger than these players, and their unit moved quickly. Ah! A scream rang out, and a bloody path was instantly carved out. Trying to run away! Lin Ye thought. How could I let you get away? They were suddenly suppressed and released. Boom! A powerful suppressive aura emanated, directly impacting the fleeing people. Ah! He screamed repeatedly as he was directly suppressed. Ah! One by one, the citizens were slaughtered by the players. Night God! The man turned pale upon seeing this and cried out. Spare me! I was wrong! I'll leave right now! In return, Yagami swung his longsword, and the blade materialized. It swept directly across his neck. Ah! Blood gushed out, and the man died instantly. Night God slays in Phoenix Radiance's territory. Chapter 223 Discovery Domain. Damn, another one died. No way. So fast. People on the World Channel cheered. Second brother. The man who was intercepted by the police was heartbroken when he saw this. The eldest son died, and the second son died. He charged at Lin Ye, shouting, "I'll fight you to the death!" A long spear appeared in his hand, clearly indicating that he was a spearman. Lin Ye looked at Feng Yun and thought, "Feng Yun has been killed. What can you possibly do now?" With a swift movement, the knife fell with a whoosh, and the man was no match for it. Die. Report, Night God has annihilated the Phoenix Army's territory. Holy crap! I died again. I strongly suspect that Nocturne didn't go to kill the Zerg, but to kill the players. Yes, it's so amazing. People on the World Channel shouted and roared. This? Black and White and the others stared in disbelief. The fact that Night God could kill Feng Yun already demonstrated his power. It's not that I'm surprised by this. Instead, they were surprised by the Night God's decisiveness, killing 3 people in quick succession without any hesitation. They looked at the Night God with fear. He was practically a god of death. We dare not act rashly. Yushin walked to Feng Yun's corpse and looked at it quietly. The other 2's units weren't anything special. The only one worth considering was. This is the Holy Shield Warrior. Staring at the corpse, I looked down and saw a piece of paper floating on it. Pick it up and look at it closely. Holy Shield Combat Technology. Lin Ye smiled faintly. As expected, this is it. It's quite good. Murder and arson are the best ways to obtain military units. You can teleport back to your territory. Teleport! Lin Ye was satisfied. He looked at the Lord interface and wrote, "Training." Meiyingzi replied, "Yes, sir." Lin Ye looked at it and smiled faintly. Everything is proceeding in an orderly manner. Night God kills 100,000 Zerg. Suddenly, an announcement rang out. Holy crap, Night God is invincible. He can kill people and Zerg without any problem. Yeah, it's terrifying. That's too strong. People on the World Channel exclaimed in surprise. On the battlefield. Upon hearing the announcement, Black and White and the other players exchanged bewildered glances. No one killed Yagami, so why did a report appear? There is only one possibility. The Night God and his people act separately. Black and White took a deep breath. The players were completely bewildered. Every player who enters the game wants to bring all their subjects with them to protect themselves from harm. But Yagami deliberately dispersed. Staring at the God of Night, I felt a sense of dread. Nini! Just then, Nini, who was in Lin Ye's pocket, suddenly spoke. Lin Ye frowned upon hearing this. Nini told herself that there was 1 Holy Spirit level Zerg guarding the way ahead, and 2 more Holy Spirit level Zerg were arriving one after another. Clearly, the battlefield here is out of control, and reinforcements have arrived. Moreover, something resembling an outer continent appeared in the distance. Are they those domains? Lin Ye pondered as he arrived here. The purpose was to find a place similar to the Black Mountain domain. The Black Mountain region, something I heard about when I was a baby, must be related to me. You guys continue, I'll go take a look. Be careful, there are 2 saint-level beings approaching from ahead. Lin Ye looked at Black and White and gave a reminder. Switch to the spatial magic path and mark the anchor point. He quickly switched hunters and charged forward. They disappeared before Black and White and the others. 3 saint-level beings? Should we report this to the third-tier city-state and ask them to send someone? How does Lin Ye know about the Zerg? The players looked at Black and White, waiting for their decision. After a moment of contemplation, Heibai said, "Report it, lest something goes wrong." Yes. Everyone nodded. Looking at the spot where Lin Ye disappeared, I took a deep breath. The territory of the Azure Emperor. Feng Tian actually sent people here. He's courting death. It seems I need to go and meet him. The Azure Emperor spoke coldly, his brows furrowed with a smile. Yagami has more potential than I imagined. With a flick of his eyes, he vanished from the spot. Phoenix Heaven territory. Failed? Feng Tian looked at the birdman beside him. Yes, the birdman said. We were defeated miserably. This night god is beyond our expectations. The Azure Emperor sighed. The birdman hesitated. Killing was no big deal. But if they failed to kill him, the Azure Emperor will have to intervene. They're already here. We're in the wrong, Feng Tian said with a wry smile. Give him the blueprint for the blue equipment. Consider this an apology for this matter. The Azure Emperor is different from us. I have a complete domain, but he doesn't. He's going crazy. Feng Tian slumped to the ground, shaking his head. They really are a bunch of useless trash. The territory of the Azure Emperor. It just disappeared, then condensed and returned. At this moment, the Azure Emperor had an extra piece of paper in his hand. Once it reaches 100, it's yours. The Azure Emperor smiled faintly. Of course, it was always yours to begin with. The Kingdom of Xiling. After Blade Scar left, Black God went on a crazy rampage. Our southeast direction was breached by the Zerg. If this continues for a long time, without someone comparable to Blade to fill the gap, my complete domain may be gone. The Celestial clan looked at Xiling and said guiltily. Black God, you are utterly despicable. I thought you would show some leniency because we are both players, but I never expected you to try to kill me. Xiling clenched her fists and took a deep breath. Feng Tian has already made a move against Yishin. Night God killed 3 people in a row. Xiling gritted her teeth. But it's still only level 2. The Celestial clan wanted to comfort her, but as soon as they finished speaking, they saw Xiling's expression. It stopped abruptly again, clearly indicating that Xiling hated Yishin to the core. He said, How about we attack his territory from this side? The Azure Emperor will not allow it. Xiling took a deep breath. The Kingdom Lords will not be on the Zerg battlefield most of the time. The fear is that the outside world might be attacked by others. The Zerg battlefield is mainly defended and attacked by Tier 3 city-states. The Night God is now his treasure. From the past to the present, the Azure Emperor has never had any assistance like the Night God since he opened up the domain. He will definitely protect it with his life. Xiling spoke up. It is said that the Azure Emperor's troops have already gone to the 3 domains. The Celestial race remained silent. Tell Daohan to speed things up and kill them all. Xiling was silent for a moment, then clenched her fist and made a decisive decision. He said, We must kill Night God. On the battlefield. 110,000 Zerg killed in Night God's territory. 120,000 Zerg killed in Night God's territory. Night God's territory kills 130,000 Zerg. Lin Ye, the Night Hunter, wielded his twin blades incessantly, weaving through the insectoid race and cutting his way through. After killing for an unknown period of time, Lin Ye gradually ventured deeper into the enemy territory. News reports also rang in my ears from time to time. Lin Ye smiled faintly. He couldn't have done so many killings on his own. It was all thanks to Mei Yi and the others. Explore the enchanting night, lure monsters, freeze them with enchanting moths, and then use enchanting hearts for area of effect attacks to finish them off. The 3 worked together perfectly. Numerous kills. Looking at the Zerg around him, Lin Yi went deeper and deeper, but the Zerg did not all swarm in as before. Nini! Nini's voice kept ringing in my ears. Report on the current Zerg movements. Lin Yi listened and smiled slightly. It's obvious that the 3 saint-level insect queens are leading me into an encirclement. Trying to kill me? Lin Yi scoffed. Looking back into the distance, the number of people on Black and White's battle line was increasing, indicating that some were joining them. They gathered a large group and, taking advantage of the fact that the Zerg were not launching a mass attack, slowly advanced the front line. They really spared those 3 insect queens. Lin Yi smiled faintly. They abandoned the entire battlefront. Chapter 224 Blade Marks and Ambushes. Your entire population has reached level 56. Suddenly, a voice rang in Lin Ye's ears. Maya's combat power, 60,000 to 65,000. As the level increases, the hunter's combat power also increases. Lin Ye was very satisfied upon seeing it. The upgrade was faster than I expected. Swish, swish, swish. With swift strokes, he dispatched the zerglings around him one by one, and continued onward. Time passed, and things reached a certain point. Crack, crack, crack. The dense sounds of the zerg rang out. Nini! Nini sounded the alarm. They're here! Lin Ye exclaimed, looking around. In the darkness, dense clusters of zerg lights hurtled towards them at breakneck speed. 3 Holy Spirit-level zerg appeared directly. This forms a huge encirclement. Zerg! Over there! At the same time, Black and White's voices rang out. Black and White and their group were positioned outside the encirclement, facing a dense swarm of zerg. I was very panicked and kept looking around. Just as Night God predicted. 3 Saint-level insect queens. Oh no, Yagami is surrounded. He's all alone. Prepare to deal with the zerg, and find a way to create an opening for Night God. The voices of Heibai and others resounded. The appearance of 3 Saint-level insect queens proved Lin Ye's prediction and further demonstrated Lin Ye's extraordinary nature. As mentioned above, Yagami is very important. For a time, the players, the zerg, and the Nocturne were all in a stalemate. Boom! Just then, an endless, enormous sound resounded in the sky. What happened? The players were surprised and looked up to see more than 20 spaceships approaching in succession. The words, knife marks, are written on it. They are Shiling's people. How did they get here? That's strange. The players were amazed. Lin Ye frowned as he looked at it. Spaceships are the best means of transportation and movement, whether outside or on the battlefield. After all, the zerg mostly operate on the ground, and flying zerg generally do not appear in large numbers. Hearing the players' discussion, Lin Ye frowned. Why would people from Shiling come here? Boom! As the question arose, the spaceship came to a stop in the sky. The gates opened, and one by one, radiant races appeared. The radiant race! The players exclaimed. Looking at Lin Ye, he saw that if the Radiant Clan and the Celestial Clan were servants of the gods, then the Radiant Clan was a servant of the Celestial Clan. Powerful! The Radiant Ones appeared, spears in hand, exuding an aura of holiness. Deploy the troops. A man clad in gleaming armor stepped out, his eyes gleaming with an air of dominance over the world. A huge scar on his face. It was a knife mark. Dao Hen looked around and said, The Azure Emperor's side is still terrible. The Azure Emperor region has only been around for a short time and is still a semi-finished area, so naturally everything about it is inferior to that of the Shiling region. Upon hearing this, Heibai and the others narrowed their eyes and dared not make any rash moves. A third-tier city-state, a terrifying existence. They exchanged glances and then announced, Notify the third-tier city-states. The opinions were quite unified. Notify? Heh! Dao Hen caught on to Heibai and the others' plans, but he didn't care at all. His gaze shifted, fixing on Night God. Night God, you are very lucky. A second-tier city-state can die at the hands of my third-tier city-state. The most important thing is still me, Dao Hen said jokingly. Kill Night God! Black and White and the others took a deep breath. Night God is simply too outstanding. Kill me? Lin Ye looked over. Yes. Dao Hen nodded. They have already notified the third-tier city-states of the Azure Emperor, but before the third-tier city-states arrive, I'll make sure you die without pain, Knife Scar said confidently. With a flick of their eyes, the people on the mechanical spaceship rushed down. The distant insect queens seemed to have also realized that Dao Hen had murderous intent towards Lin Ye. The surrounding zerg slowed their movements and went into hiding. Nini! Nini reported everything, and Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. The lurking creatures are also making unusual movements. Are they waiting to pick up a bargain? Were you stunned? The 80,000 people of the third-tier city-state were relocated to surround Lin Ye. Dao Hen looked at Lin Ye's silent state and responded with a grin. What to do? Those are knife marks. That's right. Players are fearful. The third-tier city-states have a numerical advantage. The most crucial thing is people like Daohen. Both the levels and the types of troops are terrifying. They could only watch, not daring to take any action. What should we do? The third-tier city-states haven't arrived yet, Black and White said anxiously. Stunned? Lin Ye asked with a grin as he looked at the knife marks in front of him. The response was, sorry, your population is simply not enough to compare. Ha ha! Daohen laughed wildly, instinctively feeling that Lin Ye was being arrogant. He said, all right, I'd like to see how it's not enough. Go! The knife wound roared angrily. Kill! The besieging army roared, and suddenly moved. Buzzing. Kill! 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 The magical units erupted, wielding their wands at range and charging into battle and melee. Like a flood, it rushed towards Lin Ye, with light and shadow dancing in the sky. It was terrifyingly outrageous. This? Hei Bai and the others trembled with fear at the overwhelming aura before them. Everyone knew that Lin Ye was finished. Lin Ye watched, his eyes narrowed. What is the combat strength of a Tier 3 city-state? On average, it's around 100,000 per person, right? Unfortunately, he possessed Titan-level combat power. I've never had a chance to use it before, so now's the perfect time to give it a try. Lin Ye's eyes flickered, and he switched to thunder magic. He felt an electric current coursing through his body, and gripped the wand in his hand without the slightest hesitation. With a sudden swing, a bolt of electricity shot from the wand, surging into the sky. Huge thunderclouds appeared in the sky. Get down! Lin Ye locked onto the people coming from all directions and roared angrily. Boom! 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 In an instant, endless lightning bolts fell like pillars, attacking the target area indiscriminately. The entire area was filled with lightning and thunder, resembling a thunderous marsh. It illuminates the entire world. One by one, the people were entangled by the lightning, letting out heart-wrenching screams, and fell to the ground. His body was completely wrecked. He was as dead as could be. Everything that seemed to take so long was actually just a moment. The lightning disappeared, leaving behind corpses everywhere. This? Hei Bai and the others stood there, stunned. Daohen was also shocked by the scene before him. Chen Ding's eyes widened in shock. Looking at Lin Ye as if he were a monster, she said, You are just a second-tier city-state, while I am a third-tier one. Every one of my people is stronger than you. Even if one person could kill you, how could you have killed him instantly? The knife wound was filled with fear. Holy crap, is Yagami a monster? The combat power of a Tier 3 city-state starts at 100,000. Night God is only at the second tier, how could he possibly defeat him? Hei Bai and the others celebrated their victory, but it all felt like a dream. Hee hee! Lin Ye looked at the knife marks and smiled faintly. Nothing is impossible, Lin Ye said. There are many things in this world that you don't know. Your people are all dead, now it's your turn. Lin Ye looked at the knife marks. Chapter 225 The Terrifying Power of the Knife Mark. Upon hearing this, Daohen fell silent, bowing his head. They're all dead? He muttered, clearly finding it hard to accept. In a short while. They're all dead! Daohen suddenly roared, looking up at Lin Ye. His eyes were bloodshot. I've been in this game for over 100 years, Daohen said, his killing intent palpable. You've wiped out the entire population I've accumulated over all these years. You deserve to die. I'll make you pay, the knife wound said, its killing intent palpable. You think I have no trump cards up my sleeve? Today I'll show you what truly terrifying things are. You're right, there are too many wonderful things in this world. Daohen roared, his eyes flashing as he switched gears. In an instant, Daohen's body changed, and his clothes were torn. Lin looked and saw that the knife mark had been equipped with Blue Lord equipment. Abandoned equipment? The muscle bulges from the knife wound. It transformed into a ferocious and terrifying giant, 5 meters tall, covered in magma. The magma was scorching and terrifying, with waves of heat rolling in. With every gesture, lightning flashed and a surge of power collided. Holy crap, it's the Flame Giant, the strongest class in Blade Scar. The Flame Giants are a race, not a profession. The Knife Scar killed them, which led the twisted researchers to turn the race into a profession. Whoever trains will have his people burned in flames. Some will survive, some will not, and even those who survive will suffer daily from the burning flames. It was specially prepared for lords. That's how Daohen became dominant. The players cheered. Lin Ye looked on, never expecting it could be done this way. No wonder they abandoned their equipment. The Flame Giants are a very rare race. The knife marks are awesome too. This is the third time I've used it. The first time, I annihilated 2 of the Black God's third-tier city-states. The second time, I single-handedly fought against tens of millions of insectoids and hundreds of holy spirits in the northwest of Xiling, and won a great victory. This is the third time, but I used it to kill you. The knife mark stared at Lin Ye. Unwilling to accept it, he said. After the third use, it can no longer be used. I'll make you wish you were dead, Daohen roared. With a combined combat power of 150,000, I can even challenge a kingdom. To kill you! The knife marks were hysterical, filled with hatred. With a sudden movement of its feet, it charged forward at incredible speed. Like a raging, terrifying, moving mountain of fire. Wherever it passed, it left behind endless flames. Bang! He appeared in front of Lin Ye in an instant and threw a punch. In an instant, flames followed, surging immensely. The sky was illuminated by flames, as if the darkness itself were being burned away. It is extremely powerful. However, just as the fist was about to strike, Lin Ye suddenly disappeared. The fist slammed into the ground, causing the ground within a 5,000-meter radius to cave in and burn, resembling hell. It's so hot! This is the power of a third-tier city-state. Where is Yagami? Is he dead? Black and White and the others were terrified, as this was the first time they had witnessed a third-tier city-state take action. They ran away? Knife Scar was furious. They escaped? Hei Bai and the others were surprised and continued searching. Lin had appeared behind them without them noticing. Lin Ye stood still, watching quietly. These are anchor points. We've been setting up anchor points all along the way, and will naturally use them if we have spatial magic. Scum! Daohen shouted angrily when he saw Lin Ye. Lin Ye watched, his eyes narrowed. That move by Daohen is a bit scary. The combat power was 150,000, while I currently have 160,000. A combat power exceeding 100,000 indicates a high-level battle, where instant kills are no longer possible. Once attacked, you will be injured, and if the opponent's troops are powerful, you may even be able to turn the tables and kill the powerful troops. Die! With a burst of strength from his legs, he leaped into the sky. He clenched his fists together, and flames exploded all over his body, crashing down like a meteor shower. As it hurtled into the sky, the flames completely illuminated the heavens. It then slammed down on Lin Ye. He was like a shooting star about to destroy the planet. The players were all stunned. Run! Black and White roared, and only then did everyone react. They tried every possible means to escape, and the endless crowd surged outwards in all directions, instantly freeing up a space of 10,000 meters. Lin Ye stood in the center, watching quietly. This move was quite forceful. It must be said that the third-tier city-states are terrifying. None of them are easy to deal with. Your training for Ultimate Holy Shield Warrior is complete. Just then, a voice suddenly rang in Lin Ye's ears. Lin Ye frowned upon hearing this. They're here? Your Ultimate Holy Shield Warrior gear, green item magic torrent. Troop strength, 55,000. Specific effect, increases rebound effect by 15%. Up to a maximum of 65%. Lin Ye looked at the notification that appeared in front of him. The Titan's additional combat power of 100,000, plus 55,000, is still higher than that of Blade Scar. They can't break through their own shield. With a quick glance he switched modes. A massive shield appeared in his hand as he stared at the incoming attack. The shield was raised high. Buzz! A gigantic shield phantom, thousands of meters long, appeared, covering the surroundings. Boom! The shield had just appeared when the fireball fell and an explosion rang out instantly. Flames shot into the sky, illuminating the heavens and the earth. The aftershocks rippled outwards, impacting the surrounding area. What happened over there? I don't know. Such terrifying power! We just received news from Black and White that a third-tier city-state has arrived. People in the distance watched the battle lights and shadows with astonishment. On the battlefield. Retreat! The aftershocks rippled, the black waves roared, and everyone retreated, their instincts filled with terror. Block my attack? The blade marks were blocked by the shield, and the shield was full of disdain. He roared, "No one in this world has ever been able to block my attack." Is that so? Lin Ye's lips curled into a smirk. When did I ever say I was just a simple parrier? Ah! As soon as he finished speaking, the knife wound let out a heart-wrenching scream of pain. The body, which was originally healthy, is now covered in endless wounds and bleeding profusely. He collapsed to the ground in agony, screaming incessantly. How is this possible? It's a holy shield warrior! Blade Scar looked at Lin Ye in disbelief. From what I've received, you don't have that type of unit, Daohen said unwillingly. The holy shield warrior? The one Night God obtained before? You've completed the training? How did it go so quickly? There's no way you can train like that so quickly. The players stood at a distance, astonished. The holy shield warrior, that's Feng Yun's? Daohen asked incredulously. You guessed right, but there's no reward. Lin Ye smiled faintly. Switch to the piercing spearman. A long spear appears in his hand. You're already injured, you can die now. The spear moved and plunged into the knife wound. No! Daohen cried out anxiously. His third-tier city-state suppressed everything except kingdoms. Don't kill me, I'll retreat! Knife Scar shouted frantically. Snap! However, Lin Ye ignored him completely, and the spear pierced through his neck. The bleeding wouldn't stop. The knife wound went numb instantly. He clutched his neck, and as the flames gradually died out, he was completely dead. Subsequently, the flames on the ground also disappeared. Silence returned. Dead? The players asked in confusion, turning to look at Black and White, waiting for confirmation. They were used to the Black and White arrangement. Black and White were also stunned on the spot. Was he dead? A level 2 player killing a level 3 city-state? How is that possible? The Blade Scar territory invaded the Azure Emperor's front lines but was killed by Night God, leading to the destruction of the Blade Scar territory. Chapter 226 Flame Giant Technology. Holy crap, did you guys hear the announcement? You must have misheard. I must have misheard. Daohen is dead, Daohen is dead, how could Daohen be dead? He's a legend of Xiling, known as the most likely to die in the kingdom. That's right, he's dead. He was killed by our Night God. Daohen was killed by the Night God. Daohen was killed by the Night God. A second tier being wiped out by a third tier being. Our 3 domains have prospered. Who can touch us now? Come out, you trash from Xiling. Weren't you shouting so loudly before? How did you think Yagami killed him? After all, the difference in skill level was so great. Who cares how he was killed? Anyway, Daohen is dead. Xiling, come out. Why aren't you calling for him? The world channel exploded. The kingdom of Xiling. Your Majesty, the Zerg have completely breached the defenses, and the northwest has fallen. The members of the Celestial clan rushed to Xiling's side. It broke suddenly? That's ruthless, Black God. Xiling clenched her fists. They're all Night Gods. If Daohen hadn't been sent to kill Night Gods, how could they have broken through? Xiling felt aggrieved and said, When you die, I will tear you to pieces. Suddenly, an announcement rang in my ear. Xiling remained silent, her eyes wide open, staring incredulously at the celestial race. The celestial race was also stunned, their eyes trembling with fear and disbelief. Dead? How is this possible? Xiling roared hysterically. Suddenly, an aura erupted, and items inside the Lord's mansion flew everywhere. It must be the Azure Emperor who made the move. If the Azure Emperor made the move, I must kill the Azure Emperor. Enraged, Xiling vanished on the spot. The territory of the Azure Emperor. Has the sky made it there? The Azure Emperor looked at the ball of light beside him and asked in confusion. It's over now. Hopefully, Night God can make it to the sky in time. The ball of light replied. Hold on. The Azure Emperor closed his eyes, and could only hope. Xiling, you actually sent a third-tier city-state to kill a second-tier city-state. The Azure Emperor gritted his teeth, and then a report sounded in his ear. How is that possible? The Azure Emperor's eyes bulged like a bull's eyes. Night God killed Blade Scar? The ball of light was also incredulous. Ha ha! The Azure Emperor laughed wildly. Night God, you have shown me too many miracles, far too many. Azure Emperor! Suddenly, an angry voice rang in the Azure Emperor's ears. Xiling appeared before him, staring at Qingdi with an extremely gloomy expression. He said, You are despicable for killing Dehen. Ha ha! The Azure Emperor looked and heard, and it was Xiling. Did he mistakenly believe he killed himself? He began by asking, What would you do if I told you no? Is that possible? Xiling asked incredulously. How could the Night God possibly be killed? Your people, and even those from other kingdoms, are all watching me. If I go, will you not know? Will they not know? The Azure Emperor replied. This? Xiling frowned, terrified. You mean you didn't kill him? Yes, the sky is still on its way. The Azure Emperor laughed triumphantly. It was the Night God who killed it. Ha ha! This? Xiling gasped for breath, completely stunned. How is that possible? At the same time, news has come that Night God was the one who killed him. The Azure Emperor did not intervene. All the other kingdoms received the same message. Night God! The old man from the God of Wealth was stunned, then smiled bitterly. Could it be that Kid Li Ke can really succeed? Knife Mark is dead. Feng Tian took a deep breath. If Night God doesn't die, Azure Emperor will definitely rise. He has too much potential. The 7 domains are going to become the 8 domains, the Azure Emperor domain in the truest sense. Feng Tian shook his head. Night God. Every king murmured the name of the Night God. Shrink the battle lines. Black God said gloomily. We can't let Xiling be finished. Originally, I just wanted to make Daohen suffer. Get something. The result. Black God fell silent. The 8 great kingdoms and the 7 domains must be stabilized. Night God, this is interesting. Black God squinted. He seems to be an unstable factor within a stable system. The Black God exuded a faint killing intent. The kingdom received the news. The third-tier city-states also received the news, and each one of them was cautious, recognizing Night God as a future formidable foe. Zerg battlefield. Holy crap, Yagami killed Daohen. Invincible. Yagami is too terrifying. The players cheered with joy. Lin Ye looked at it, smiled faintly, and stared at the corpse with knife marks. He saw a piece of paper floating on it. Something came out? Lin Ye strode over, looked at the piece of paper, and picked it up. Twisted Fire Giant Technology. Lin Ye frowned as he looked at it. Once this thing was trained, the corresponding soldiers would be in constant pain. Add 50,000 combat power. Lin Ye shook his head. What a pity! Ding! Twisted technology detected. System correction in place. Ding, correction successful. The sudden sound surprised Lin Ye. The system can be used like this. Looking at the piece of paper, it read, Flame Giant Technology. It's changed. Lin Ye grinned, adding 50,000 combat power. Does that mean I'll have 200,000 combat power? Technology detected. Teleportation initiated. Teleport! Lin Ye nodded. Transmission successful. The technology in Lin Ye's hand disappeared, and he looked at the Lord's Mansion interface. Training. Writing. Yes, sir, Mei Yingzi replied. Lin Ye looked at it, smiled faintly, and was quite satisfied. Nini! Nini's voice rang in Lin Ye's ears. Run away? Lin Ye understood instantly upon hearing this, and looked around at the gloomy surroundings. The Zerg, hidden in the shadows, began to retreat. Some of the Zerg even kept flashing. This is the Zerg spawned by the Space Queen retreating. The Zerg, seeing that they had killed Blaymark, made an emergency retreat. One of the 3 saint-level beings is a Space Insect Queen. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. The space carrier dropped a super good item on itself. Let Mei Ye and the others arrive. Will this one also appear? We must kill him! Lin Ye's eyes flickered, he switched to Hunter, and an evil aura surged from his body. They sped off at breakneck speed. Where did Yagami go? Black and White and the others were surprised. They had just finished a powerful war. Shouldn't they take a break? Night God kills 110,000 Zerg. As time passed, the Night God's figure shrank, and an announcement was made. Black and White and the others were surprised to see that in the distance, the small, barely noticeable figure of Night God was carrying out a frenzied slaughter. One by one, the Zerg died. The light and shadow kept churning. The Zerg fled and gathered together, allowing Nocturne to slaughter them more effectively. The group looked at each other in bewilderment. There's a feeling that Yagami could hold this place alone. On the battlefield. Crack, crack, crack. The sounds of the Zerg dying horribly echoed incessantly. Lin Ye looked around, searching for the Space Insect Mother. However, they could not find it. The Zerg were too densely packed. There are 3 Zerg queens here. There are too many Zerg. If Nini says it's over here, then it must be over here, Lin Ye murmured. Suddenly, a light and shadow appeared in my sight. The flickering madness was the Insect Queen, who had clearly realized that Lin Ye was searching for her. They were running faster and faster. Trying to run away? Chapter 227 The Rotting Shield. Buzz! Lin Ye switched to Winter Mage and waved his arm. Crack, crack, crack. Endless snowflakes fell, instantly turning people and objects into ice sculptures upon contact. The mother insect was among them. Lin Ye smiled faintly, switched to the Phoenix Ember Rain Ranger, and turned completely red. He drew his bow and shot an arrow into the sky, and instantly countless fiery arrows shot into the heavens. Swish, swish, swish. It fell to the ground. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, the ice sculptures died under the attack. They all turned into corpses burned by flames. You have killed the queen insect. The voice rang in Lin Ye's ears, and he clearly caught the most important clue among them. Gazing at the mother insect, a sphere floats in the sky. Another sphere? Is it that teleportation sphere? Lin Ye switched hunters and charged forward like the wind. I picked it up and took a look. Teleportation orb. Lin Ye grinned. It really was him. Direct sensing is used. Please select 3 specific population groups. Enchanting Jade, Swarm of Bees, Enchanting Banquet, Thief, Enchanting Feather, Sniper. Lin Ye responded. Selection successful. Buzz! The 3 appeared beside Lin Ye. Mei Yan, you're in charge of exploration. Mei Yu, use the bee swarm to cover Mei Yu. Mei Yu, snipe the Holy Spirit level. Lin Ye spoke, saying that the 3 of them could attack together, explore, or snipe. Perfect. Okay. Mei Yan disappeared, Mei Yu nodded, and launched a drone into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, endless drones crashed into the Zerg. One by one, the Zerg died. Let's get started. Mei Yu drew her bow and shot an arrow, swiftly weaving through the Zerg, searching for a saint-level Zerg. Lin Ye switched to the Enchantress Sniper class. Nini! A moment later, Lin Ye heard Nini's voice. Over here? Lin Ye acted quickly. Over there. At the same time, Mei Yan's voice rang in Mei Yu's ear. Mei Yu acted swiftly. Lin Ye and his companion arrived at their respective areas, locked onto their targets, and simultaneously drew their bows and fired arrows. Whoosh! 2 arrows, like streaks of light, streaked across the grayness. Crack, crack! The 2 saint-level insect queens were instantly struck and fell to the ground dead. Crack, crack, crack! With the death of the queen, the Zerg instantly lost their order of escape, rushing off in a chaotic mess into the distance. Boom, boom, boom! Mayu's drones flew wildly in the sky, self-destructing and killing. Lin Ye walked to the insect mother's side, and a blueprint-like object appeared. Landscape painting. Lin Ye looked at it and thought, "Isn't this just a teleported treasure?" Lord! Mei Yan appeared before him and handed something to Lin Ye. Lin Ye looked closely and saw a rotting shield. This thing? Lin Ye frowned. It seemed to be of no use. But the items dropped by the Zerg will definitely still have some use. Let's explore further. Lin Ye accepted it. Item detected. Deliver? Teleport! Lin Ye responded, and the 2 items disappeared. Satisfied, ready to go to that so-called domain. Report: Night God has killed 3 saint-level Zerg, resulting in a large-scale retreat of the Zerg on the southeastern front of the Azure Emperor domain. Announcement: a new area has appeared in the southeastern region of the Azure Emperor domain. Report: Night God has killed 3 saint-level Zerg and 150,000 Zerg, ranking 430th on the kill list. 3 announcements rang in everyone's ears. Holy crap, has Night God gone this far? He just killed Blade Scar, and now he's killing the Zerg. A new area has appeared. It's been a long time since a new area appeared in the Azure Emperor's domain. The previous areas were all conquered by the Azure Emperor. Everyone else is guarding them. Yagami's ranking has improved again, it's terrifying. The World Channel is shocked. That Night God! Shilin closed her eyes, feeling that something was constantly going wrong on her side. Meanwhile, the Azure Emperor was sending out good news non-stop. This Night God is extraordinary. Dao Hen was killed. Second tier cultivators dare not provoke him. To kill him, one must be a 3rd tier cultivator. The expression on Kurakami's face gradually changed. Night God. Every kingdom was chanting the name of the Night God. Ha! The kingdom of the Azure Emperor. Upon hearing the report, the Green Emperor laughed heartily. Yagami, you truly amaze me. The Azure Emperor looked at the blueprint in his hand, his eyes narrowing. I originally said I'd give it to you after you made 100. Here you go. The Azure Emperor handed the paper to his subjects. He said, Give it to the sky, and let him deliver it to the God of Night. Okay. The people nodded. On the battlefield. Holy crap, Yagami is amazing. Absolutely unbeatable. Yagami is way too arrogant. The players listened to the announcement, looked at everything in the distance, and cheered with delight. Especially Black and White. What he couldn't accomplish in 10 years, Yagami accomplished as soon as he arrived. Boom! Just then, more than 30 spaceships suddenly arrived in the sky and stopped. Who is it? It is the territory of the sky. Sky! The players cheered. Lin Ye looked at it, not recognizing the sky, and the number of scars was similar to the previous ones. It is a 3rd-tier city-state. As the spaceship opened, one by one, tree-like figures appeared. Tree people? Lin Ye frowned. This race was rare, extremely rare. These tree people are clearly war-oriented. They are war-oriented tree people, and are even rarer. After all, the tree people are primarily peace-loving. Ha ha! Immediately afterwards, the central spaceship opened, and a player appeared. He was a middle-aged man, incredibly bold and generous. Looking around at the players, he said, Where is Night God? He has come to find you on the orders of the Azure Emperor. Find Night God! The players felt it was expected. Looking for me? People from the Azure Emperor? Lin Ye heard this from afar and realized they weren't enemies. With a flick of his eyes, he switched to spatial magic and sensed the anchor point. Buzz! It vanished instantly from the spot. It appears among the players. "Greetings, Sky Lord," Lin Ye said politely. "Ha ha!" Sky laughed heartily, looking at Lin Ye. A truly formidable young man. As she spoke, the paper in her hand floated over. "This is what the Azure Emperor prepared for you, blueprints for blue equipment." Blue equipment? Upon hearing this, the players looked at each other in surprise, watching enviously as the blueprint floated into Lin Ye's hands. Lin Ye was surprised. Blue equipment. Once forged successfully, 2 sets will be produced. One set is for the people, and the other set is for the Lord. These are known as Lord equipment. Blue equipment is generally only obtainable by level 3 city-states. I got it. Looking at the blueprints, reinstall. The simple name speaks volumes about the equipment's power. Thank you. Lin Ye looked up at the sky. Ha ha! Sky nodded and said, "No need for thanks, this is the Azure Emperor's arrangement." "We should thank you," the sky said, "for conquering a region for the Azure Emperor domain. I'm at a place on the rear lines where I'm preparing to rest. You can go and rest there," Sky said. "Yes." Everyone nodded in agreement, looking at Lin Ye, who did need to rest. "No, I need to delve deeper into the Zerg territory." Lin Ye shook his head. "I still need to go and take a look at that area." This? Everyone was shocked, knowing that to upgrade from level 2 to level 3, a certain number of Zerg were required. Yagami is really going all out. The sky was also surprised. No wonder Lin Ye was able to get out of the fog so quickly and dominate the area. "Alright, then proceed according to your plan," Sky said. "Okay." Lin Ye nodded, turned around and looked at the dark area, then rushed off. Chapter 228 Zerg Defense Line, Hundreds of Holy Spirit Level Zerg. Chapter 228. "You went again? I never expected this." It can be said that they were working non-stop. The players watched Lin Ye rush away, gazing at him for a long time. Watching Lin Ye shrink until he gradually disappeared. In the gloom. "The Zerg have retreated. There are almost no Zerg left in this area." Lin Ye rushed forward without being disturbed by anyone, and with a wave of his arm. He switched to the mechanical wind-powered warrior and moved the mechanical fan in his hand. Whoosh! A gust of wind appeared beneath his feet, instantly surpassing many others in speed. Lin Ye thought to himself, "Wind-powered machinery is perfect for traveling." "Nini!" Nini's voice rang in Lin Ye's ears from time to time, directing the direction. Time passed slowly. As the distance grew increasingly dark, Lin Ye knew they were approaching the edge of the area. A new Zerg race is about to emerge. Switch hunters to maintain both speed and combat prowess, and get close to the edge. Staring into the gloom. Endless points of light are moving around. The number is many times greater than before. "Is this preparation for a counterattack?" Lin Ye asked. "Right now, the Azure Emperor and the others are happy, and the Zerg are secretly mobilizing troops without crossing the line. Once they gather and cross the line, we'll instantly eliminate them. Black and White will definitely be in trouble." Lin Ye was certain that these insect queens were incredibly intelligent. "With so many Zerg, I wonder how many Zerg queens are coordinating them?" Lin Ye wondered. "Nini!" Suddenly, Nini climbed to the edge of Lin Ye's pocket and made a soft sound. 100. Lin Ye was surprised when he heard this. This number is a bit alarming. Previously, Daohan said that his best achievement was defeating 100 Holy Spirit level Zerg. I never expected it to reappear now. These Zerg are truly intent on destroying everything. "We must find a way to break through," Lin Ye said. "We need to get to that domain. We can't be stopped here." "Teleport back to find someone?" "But the location of the second teleport is random, and it is very likely that it will be further and further away from the target." The domain was right in front of him. Lin Ye didn't want to give up, nor could he. "We must get to the bottom of this. Now is the best time to strike while the Zerg are still gathering," Lin Ye murmured, and went over to kill the Zerg queen. These Zerg naturally retreated. Lin Ye's eyes flickered, and he switched to Enchantress. Stealth, disappear. They slowed down and entered the Zerg camp. What comes into view is overwhelming, covering the ground and flying in the sky, like a curtain. No wonder it's getting darker and darker. Lin Ye walked cautiously, when the strange insectoid sounds rang out. Lin Ye frowned, noticing the sniffing insects hovering all around. They had clearly noticed their presence. Sniffer bug! Lin Ye stopped what he was doing and shook his pocket. Nini! The insect eggs appeared and hatched into sniffer insects. Dozens of malevolent sniffing insects appeared, creating confusion. The sniffer insects fell silent instantly. Lin Ye smiled faintly. Having a spy makes all the difference. Should we kill the sniffer queen first? But the other queens will definitely notice, and the situation will change and become uncontrollable. Killing other insect queens will not significantly change the situation, as the sniffing insect queen will inevitably cause those other insect queens to seek out the sniffing insect queen. With the evil sniffing bugs around, they definitely won't be able to find you. Lin Ye confirmed the situation and looked at Nini. Nini! Nini realized the situation and began searching for other insect queens to report the direction. Lin Ye slowly crept along the direction. After a long while, a bright red insect queen with fiery red legs appeared in Lin Ye's eyes. Lin Ye smiled faintly, having found one. He walked behind the insect queen, his eyes flashed, a dagger appeared in his hand, and he launched a heavy attack. Swish! She revealed herself, and the dagger instantly pierced the insect queen's neck, drawing blood incessantly. He unleashed a flurry of attacks in an instant. Swish, swish, swish. The mother insect had no time to react and died, turning into a corpse. Lin Ye vanished again in an instant. Crack, crack, crack. In an instant, the surrounding insectoids began to move wildly. They were very panicked. All Zerg on the entire battlefront were affected, constantly making a click, click, click sound. The sound was very faint, but there were so many that it filled the surroundings for a moment. Announcement: Night God has killed a total of 5 Holy Spirit level insect queens, ranking 400th. Holy crap, is Yagami that awesome? He's practically invincible. We just killed 4 and got knife marks, and now we're killing more. That's impressive. The world channel is buzzing. Shiling frowned. This Night God. The Black God remained silent. Everyone in the 8 kingdoms was in a slump. Only the Green Emperor smiled. On the front lines, Black and White and others were surprised. Ha ha! A hearty laugh echoed from the sky. Staring at the gray landscape, Night God, you're too strong. On the battlefield, Lin Ye stood motionless, afraid of being discovered by the Zerg. After a long while, all the Zerg instantly fell silent and stopped making a sound. Sniffing bugs have appeared and are roaming among the Zerg. Upon arriving not far from Lin Ye was already surrounded by the evil sniffing insects arranged by Nini. The other sniffing bugs had to go to another place. Lin Ye looked at it, and saw that it was exactly as he had expected. The sniffing bugs were searching for themselves, and the Zerg were at peace. Nini! Lin Ye continued forward as Nini's voice rang out. You have killed a saint-level insect queen. You have killed a saint-level insect queen. You have killed a saint-level insect queen. Yagami killed 16 insect queens, ranking 210th. Holy crap, is Yagami carrying out a massacre? How come they all killed the Holy Spirit-level insect queen? That's terrifying. Lin Ye killed them one by one, and the reports kept ringing out, with shouts echoing throughout the world channel. Even the Azure Emperor was somewhat overwhelmed, having just entered the battlefield. But it also felt reasonable, since Yagami was capable of killing Daohen. On the battlefield. Crack, crack, crack. As more than a dozen insect queens were killed, the insectoids could no longer remain calm. It kept making sounds, echoing throughout the darkness. Are we going to retreat? Lin Ye looked at the treasures that appeared in his hand, 16 in total, contributing 16 treasures. Another rotten shield appeared. Teleport! Lin Ye teleported back, genuinely reluctant to see the Zerg retreat. Staring at the new insect mother they had found, they kept looking around in alarm. With a swift stroke, the insect queen was killed with a whoosh. Crack, crack, crack. Just as he was about to stealthily move forward, he saw the Zerg in front of him retreat instantly. 7 or 8 insect queens appeared nearby and surrounded him. They were all eyeing the opportunity covetously. Interesting, she devised a strategy to deliberately make herself appear, Lin Ye observed, thinking that the insect queen was indeed very clever. Moreover, they are united and know how to sacrifice. Being surrounded by the insect queen like this is not a good situation. What a pity! Lin Ye looked at the thing that the insect queen had just exploded in his hand, something that looked like a pendant. Clone pendant, creates 10,000 clones. The clone disappears after use. Each clone possesses 70% of the user's combat power. Not only will we kill you queens, but we will also wipe out the entire Zerg race. Lin Ye stacked Titan's combat power to 100,000, switched to Shield Warrior, and his combat power reached 160,000. Buzz buzz buzz. In an instant, an absolute defense of 1,000 people and 110,000 combat power appeared. Switching to the Thunder Magic Path. Buzz buzz buzz. Another 1,000 Thunder Mages appeared. Switch to Winter Mage, switch to Ember Rain Ranger, switch. Chapter 229 Discovering a New Domain. The warriors are primarily focused on instantaneous absolute defense, and 5,000 area of effect attacks appear. Without pausing for a moment, Winter Mage took the lead. Buzzing. Clicking. Snowflakes danced in the air, freezing the Zerg across a large area. Immediately following, a barrage of fiery arrows rained down, and lightning struck. Crack, crack, crack. The Zerg collapsed to the ground in agony and madness. The entire battlefield was like a deadly swamp. Lin Ye looked at it, and saw that 110,000 troops were equivalent to a third-tier city-state. Your subject's level has increased to 57. A sound rang in my ears. Lin Ye smiled faintly upon hearing this. The two groups, Mei Yi and Mei Yan, are still killing enemies, and their levels have increased again. He checked his own combat strength. Lin Ye Enchanting Knight status, 170,000 status points. Their combat power has increased again, reaching 170,000. Looking around at his clones, his combat power had already reached 120,000. It has become even more powerful. Staring at the Holy Spirit level insect queen, they were all frozen, awaiting death. These Holy Spirit level insect queens have not yet reached the level of a Tier 3 city-state. Not enough. Death is the only option. Nox kills 180,000 Zerg. Nox kills 190,000 Zerg. Nox has killed 200,000 Zerg. Night God has slain the 18th Holy Spirit level insect queen. The announcement was like setting off firecrackers. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. Yagami is way too exaggerated. Yeah, it's absolutely terrifying. People on the World Channel cheered. Night God destroys the Zerg front. Night God killed 1.3 million insect queens, including 101 Holy Spirit level insect queens, ranking 17th on the slaughter list. The announcement was conclusive. Holy crap, Yagami is invincible. They went straight to 17th place. That's incredible. This is the number of enemies before the blade marks appeared. No, wait, no, before the blade marks appeared, they were just being repelled. As the announcement was made again, people were completely shocked. 17th place? The Azure Emperor was shocked. Had the Night God become this powerful? Second tier, and only a second-tier city-state. Kill Night God! At the same time, Shiling uttered a voice that was more resolute than ever before. Looking at the celestial race member beside him, he said, You personally led the people to kill them. This is to accumulate the number of Zerg and prepare to upgrade to the third tier. If the second tier is already this powerful, the third tier is unimaginable. Should we challenge the kingdom? Shiling took a deep breath, and the Celestials remained silent before turning and leaving. Black God's territory. This Night God is terrifying. We must find a way to contain him. Black God squinted and took deep breaths repeatedly. he said. The last person who could achieve this level was the Azure Emperor. Could it be another Azure Emperor? The Black God was very worried, because the last time the Awakening God took action, he destroyed a kingdom. It was due to the Azure Emperor, and also because of the Azure Emperor's alliance. This awakening is clearly related to the Night God. Is another unprecedented war about to begin? We can't just watch him explode. The Black God squinted. Each of the 8 kingdoms had its own agenda and was making its own calculations. Phew! Sky listened to the situation and felt lingering fear. If the Night God is killing ahead, it proves that there is a Zerg force of this size ahead. If Yagami hadn't gone, he would have had to face it alone soon. At that time, both black and white will surely die. There are so many, after all. Thank you, Night God! The Sky gazed into the distance. On the battlefield. You have obtained the landscape painting. You have obtained a merge bead. You have obtained the enslavement bead. One treasure after another appeared before Lin Ye's eyes. You have acquired the rotten shield. Lin Ye looked at the object in front of him with great curiosity. This was already the 3rd one he had acquired. I don't know what it's used for. Having collected all the treasures, Lin Ye surveyed the battlefield, having already killed a total of 1.3 million Zerg. The requirement for upgrading to a Tier 3 city-state is 10 million Zerg. The large number of them is also the reason why many Tier 2 city-states cannot upgrade to Tier 3 city-states. Many city-states even gave up entirely because of this. He didn't pay much attention, he hadn't been there long, and Mei Yi and Mei Yan were still killing people. No rush. We set our course in the direction Nini had provided and began our journey. Night God did such a big thing, but he didn't even bother to send out a purple gold message or join in the fun. Look at the others, their arrogant attitude. Make Yagami speak? Yagami never speaks. Ever since Night God appeared, we seem to have lost interest in other battle reports. They discuss it on the World Channel during their leisure time. Time passed slowly. Has the Night God not been found yet? Shiling looked at the Celestial clan with a puzzled expression. No, the Celestial race member said. Shiling fell silent. On the other side. It seems that the Night God has been lost. The Black God, who was also searching for the Night God, said, Our people have not received any information about him. On the battlefield. Lin Ye hurried on his way. After the previous battles, the Zerg had been almost completely wiped out. Switch to wind power equipment, and proceed toward the target. As darkness gradually descended, a point of light appeared. It was as if I had seen a planet in the endless universe. Incredibly deep. Is it over there? Lin Ye frowned, quickening his pace. It rushed away. As they approached, the light spots gradually grew larger, revealing a lush, green land. There are also races roaming inside, slaughtering the Zerg. Lin Ye looked on, slightly surprised. The areas that were previously conquered will undergo a period of time to settle and await rule changes before everything is finalized and players can move in. The Tianhe region I entered this year was conquered by the Azure Emperor a long time ago. As for its history, it naturally dates back to a very long time ago. This is the new domain. Starting from a piece of land untouched by the Zerg, they gradually expanded outwards. Step into the domain. You have discovered the rotten domain. A voice rang in Lin Ye's ears. Rotten domain? Could it be related to the rotting shield? Lin Ye was surprised. Announcement: Yagami has discovered a new domain. Holy crap, after being quiet for so long, Yagami suddenly pulled out a big one. In the new domain, those third-tier city-states of the scattered individuals are going to go crazy. That's right! People shouted. Purple Gold's message: to the Tier 3 city-state of Far Mountain Territory, give me the Night God, and I grant you free access from now on. Purple Gold's call to action: Tier 3 city-state, Kilogram Territory, Night God, I'll trade you Purple Gold. Purple Gold shouts: Tier 3 city-state Tyrant Dragon Territory, Night God, give it to me, or I'll kill you. One by one, the third-tier city-states shouted out. Holy crap, it's here! The third-tier city-states have begun to take action. They are all experts, each one comparable to or even surpassing the masters of Daohen. The World Channel is shocked. Upon hearing this, the Azure Emperor fell silent, looked at the private chat, and gazed at the sky. Sky, go there and help the Night God. Ha ha! Xiling laughed wildly. Night God, these 3 third-tier city-states that have accumulated over hundreds of years are no ordinary people. We don't need to do anything, Xiling said. Someone will kill Night God. These centuries-old independent individuals are unstable factors. We can watch them fight. Black God, as always, wanted stability. Chapter 230 Swamp Illusion. You have discovered and stepped into the Rotten Realm. Its ownership is now yours. Other players cannot enter without your permission. Lin Ye walked into the domain on his own, and a reminder sounded in his ear. A faint smile, and it all belongs to me? Hearing the announcement about the domain being discovered, does this thing even need to be reported? That makes sense. Domains allow players to survive better. It definitely needs to be reported. Then came a barrage of shouts, and Lin Ye's brow furrowed slightly. These are third-tier city-states. Threatening me? Lin Ye frowned. If I kill myself, will the ownership of this territory change? These people must have some means to know their location. After all, he had just killed so many Zerg, so finding them would be easy. But they dared to come. Kill 1 if 1 comes, kill 2 if 2 come. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. Crack, crack, crack. As they approached, the scattered insectids charged towards them from all sides. Lin Ye raised his knife and brought it down in a flash, killing him instantly. Corpses were everywhere. We walked forward. This area may seem small, but it is actually very large, larger than the previous 3 areas combined. To understand the situation in this area, we must explore it step by step. Lin Ye waved his arm and switched directly to the Abyss Dark Summoner. Buzz! The halo and shadow rippled and disappeared in an instant. Observe the situation within the halo and begin marking indiscriminately. Crack, crack, crack. One by one, the Zerg died remotely. What happened? Why has my health dropped so much? That's right. As the halo dissipated, the wild territories began to stir. Lin Ye walked through the area, watching the changes taking place in the wild territories. One by one, the wild creatures began to flee. Dwarfs, orcs, tiger-headed people. Ordinary Tier 1 territory, ordinary Tier 2 territory. Tier 1 city-state. You can see all the races that are common in other places here. I didn't expect there to be city-state level monsters. Lin Ye deliberately avoided them and walked quietly. My goal is to figure out the situation in this area. Time passed slowly. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Lin Ye had almost figured out the surrounding area. Head inside. Suddenly, a hint of surprise flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. All the wild insectids affected by the halo were heading in one direction. This includes previously discovered first-tier city-state wild territories. Moreover, as time went on, it wasn't just one Tier 1 city-state, but multiple Tier 1 city-states, totaling 8. So many? Lin Ye was surprised that so many city-states could appear in such a small domain. It's considered good if a region can support one Tier 1 city-state. This domain is at most equivalent to 3 districts, and theoretically it can support a maximum of 3 Tier 1 city-states. Unless it's a special kind of creature like the mole people. However, it is clear that these first-tier city-states do not belong to this special race. That's pretty amazing! Lin Ye squinted and exclaimed. Who goes there? Suddenly, a member of one of the races looked in Lin Ye's direction. This attracted the attention of all the races from the surrounding wild territories. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye instantly switched to the Night Enchantress mode, entered stealth mode, and disappeared from the spot. Each race stopped, locking onto Lin Ye's direction. Finding nothing there, they exchanged a glance and continued rushing towards the center. These wild races seem unusually united. Lin Ye frowned, still feeling that something was amiss. How could these wild races possibly do such a thing? From the mist to the outside world, I have never seen wild races move in such a unified manner. There's only one possibility. Something's wrong in the central region, something there that's united these wild races. Lin Ye stealthily followed the race of night gods. Time passed little by little. Tap tap tap. The sound of running grew louder and louder. Lin Ye looked around and saw that as he got closer to the center, more and more wild races were gathering from all directions. Black Bee Clan, Peregrine Falcon Clan, Poisonous Butterfly Clan. Races that are not easily seen in the outside world are emerging. Flying in the sky, running on the ground, swimming in the water. They all came ashore and moved towards the center. What exactly happened? Lin Ye asked, watching the races run around in confusion. Splash, splash, splash. Suddenly, Lin Ye heard the sound of water ripples, but it wasn't a large amount of water. Take a look. All he could see beneath his feet, and in the distance, was that the original soil had all turned into an endless swamp. The surface still had some water stains and was blood red. What's going on? Lin Ye frowned, pondering. But then he saw that all the races that had been rushing forward had turned into phantoms, and gradually disappeared from his sight. It was as if these races had never existed. What's going on here? Lin Ye shook his head, fully realizing that this land was extraordinary. Could it be that thing? Lin Ye kept searching through the contents of the book in his mind. I once saw a related record in a miscellaneous book. Swamp Phantom Troll. They are of the same lineage as the trolls. When the Titans enslaved them, the trolls submitted. The swamp phantoms refused to submit, and were cursed by the gods. No matter how many offspring an individual has, they will eventually die because of the curse. Their flesh and blood will rot away little by little. No one could escape the curse. To slow down the decay, the swamp phantom stays in one place and doesn't leave. Even so, it still cannot escape the final matter of death. So the swamp phantom kills other races, piling their flesh and blood onto its own body to slow down the decay. This will achieve the best possible outcome. But from then on they were lonely, and in order to reflect that they were not alone, they created the ability of illusion. The races that were devoured by him were all transformed into his own, and those who invaded were even killed by the transformed races. It appeared as if he was killed, but in reality, he was affected by the illusion of the swamp phantom. He was killed by the swamp phantom. Records show that Titan once considered killing Swamp Mirage. However, once inside, Titan also became lost in the illusion. He eventually died. They don't rely on attribute suppression, their attributes aren't strong. They rely solely on illusions. From then on, the swamp phantoms became famous in one battle, becoming a race that even the gods were unwilling to touch. Could it be that I've met him? Lin Ye looked around, the shadows disappearing one after another. I took a deep breath and didn't know how to describe my luck. As expected, I have actually entered the illusion. Lin Ye spoke. No wonder the Zerg are scattered here. He killed them all. It's just that the blood swamp phantom doesn't like it. Not only him, but all races dislike the Zerg. Therefore, the number of Zerg corpses absorbed is relatively small, and the number of phantoms generated is also small. Looking around at the sky, all I saw was endless darkness. This is the Zerg territory, Lin Ye said jokingly. The outside is full of Zerg. Anyone who can maintain a domain within the Zerg is no pushover. So, how should I escape this illusion and see the swamp phantom? Lin Ye pondered to himself, also filled with anticipation, wanting to see this race capable of killing a god. Chapter 231 Death. Lin Ye frowned, looking around repeatedly, seemingly unable to find a way to break the illusion. Is abandoning this place the only option? Lin Ye looked at TP, only to find that TP had disappeared. Sure enough, I can't see any skills in the illusion. Lin Ye licked his lips. Was he trapped here to die? Titans all died here. If nothing unexpected happens, I will stay here until I die. But why did these races disappear? The aura of the Dark Summoner of the Abyss affected the morale and health of the Swamp Phantom. That's why he reduced it. Sensing the marker, the situation within the halo appears instantly. However, there was no swamp phantom within the halo. I've been affected by the illusion again. Lin Ye shook his head. Buzz! With a wave of his arm, he switched to the spatial magic path and activated teleportation. A flash of white light appeared before Lin Ye's eyes, and he knew he had teleported. But the scene before them remained unchanged. Still influenced by the illusion. Lin Ye remained silent. Was he really going to die here bit by bit? This thing is getting tough. Looking around, the disappearance of the surrounding races slowed down due to the switch. With a swift glance, he switched to Dark Summoner. The aura fluctuated instantly, and the race disappeared rapidly. As expected, they were affected by the Dark Summoner of the Abyss. Time passed little by little. All races disappeared. Lin Ye watched quietly. Night God, we've finally found you! Just then, an angry voice rang in Lin Ye's ears from the sky. Someone's there? Lin Ye frowned. Looking up, more than 40 ships appeared in the sky. Of these, 40 are marked as Starlight Territory, and the remaining few are marked as White Crane Territory. The gates of the Starlight Territory ships opened, and a race of light and shadow appeared, resembling stars themselves. One player was in charge, dressed in white, with a cold expression and murderous intent in his eyes. Before the ships of the White Crane Territory, cranes fluttered about, and a young man looked at Lin Ye with an arrogant demeanor. Night God, hand over the ownership of this territory, and I will not hold it against you. The White Crane youth stared at Night God. Second generation? Lin Ye looked at the White Crane, which was clearly a second tier territory. As for Starry Sky, it is undoubtedly a tier 3 territory, with the same scale as the previous Blade Scar. Gazing at the White Crane. What if I don't? Arrogant! Xingqian chimed in. You actually killed that piece of trash, Daohen. I've been fighting with Daohen for 100 years, and we still haven't been able to determine who's stronger. Since you don't know what's good for you, killing you now will make things clear. Xingqian shook his head. Ha ha! The White Crane boy laughed dismissively upon hearing this. He said, Did you think you could kill Daohen by using any tools or props? You thought you could kill Xingqian too? Lin Ye listened to their words and thought, These two are idiots. They entered an illusion without even realizing it. They've made so many announcements, but they still haven't come. What Xingqian just said was that he and Daohen were evenly matched. Killing 2 people was easy, but what I needed to do now was figure out how to leave this illusion. It seems there's a solution. Looking around, he said, I know you're watching. My aura prevents you from reaching your full power. Now I'm giving you and me a chance to cooperate. I switch states, putting you in your prime, and you kill them. You get the flesh and blood, and I'll leave this place. Lin Ye didn't want to fight the swamp phantom to the death, lest someone else benefit in the end. Ha ha! Kill us! Talk to thin air? Upon hearing this, Baihe burst into uncontrollable laughter. Looking at Lin Ye with disdain, he said, Night God, are you stupid? Xingqian, standing to the side, narrowed his eyes, looking very serious. It's amazing that Yagami has reached this point in such a short time. Is he an idiot? Talking to thin air? She watched Lin Ye quietly. To show my sincerity, Lin Ye said, seeing that the phantom swamp had not responded. I'll make the first move. Buzz! Switching modes, instantly transforming into a hunter. The halo on the ground disappeared. Ha ha! The crane scoffed. Night God, what are you doing? Are you trying to make me laugh to death? Not good. Just then, Xingqian kept observing his surroundings and discovered the fluctuations in the illusionary light and shadow. Realizing the situation, it tried to call out to the crane to do something. However, it was too late. A flash of light appeared before their eyes, and in an instant, everything before them changed. Endless darkness. What's going on? Why is this happening? I saw my mom. As the changes occurred, endless illusions arose in the minds of all the people brought about by the two. He kept shouting. Ah! Then death struck on the spot, without warning. What's going on? What's happening? The crane asked in surprise. The stars were terrified, constantly switching between classes, unleashing skills, and attacking their surroundings. Lin Ye stood amidst a patch of light and shadow, brighter than the light of the battlefield, but without the true light of the domain. It was gray and hazy. Beneath his feet lay endless corpses, flesh and blood flowing and mingling, writhing even though they were already corpses. Looking into the distance, a gigantic monster made of flesh and blood appeared. It kept wriggling, like a mountain of flesh made from rotting flesh. Lin Ye looked at it, shook his head, and thought, "Terrifying! This is what is known as the Swamp Phantom. This is what he looks like." Looking up at the sky, the spaceship floated, and the crane kept calling out, "What's going on?" Boom, boom, boom. Xingqian frantically swung his weapon. The corpses of the dead fell one after another into the flesh and blood, becoming nourishment for the flesh and blood. "Night God, what have you done to me?" Crane roared in impotent rage. "It's an illusion, this is an illusion!" Xingqian seemed to realize something and shouted. However, either of them could hear the other's voice. Boom! Suddenly, the falling corpse and flesh completely merged together. Their flesh and blood instantly boiled, like endless ocean water, crashing down on the two of them. It was terrifying. "Is it a swamp illusion?" The illusion shattered the instant the attack occurred. Xingqian saw what was happening. "How terrifying! Daddy, save me!" The crane was pale and terrified by the scene before it, sweating profusely. It had no choice but to call for its father. Purple Gold shouts out to Kilogram's territory, "Night God, spare my son!" Holy crap, the Kilogram territory is calling out to the God of Night. No way, I heard that the second generation of Immortal Crane always has a Star Boss following him around, and Star Boss is comparable to Blade Scar. Did the crane think that Night God was an easy target and go to him, only to be killed instead? Even the big boss of Kilogram has spoken out. Among the third-tier territories, the strongest third-tier territories have accumulated strength over many years and can even rival kingdoms. Night God will probably have to compromise. Absolutely. People were saying that Kilogram was too strong, and even Xiling would have to be careful when facing him. The Lord of Starry Territory has died, and Starry Territory has perished. The Lord of Crane Territory has died, and Crane Territory has perished. Purple Gold shouts to Kilogram Territory, "Night God, I want you dead." Chapter 232 Dream Summoner. Holy crap, this is a huge problem. Damn, Kilogram is gone. He's rushed to many of Kilogram's territories. Night God is in trouble. Many third-tier city-states have mobilized to kill Night God. If Night God is killed, and we avenge Kenk, and obtain the domain, Kenk will have a hard time seizing it. The world chat was buzzing, but at this moment, the people in the three regions fell silent. Everyone had only one thought in their minds: Yagami is too fierce. So many Tier 3 territories. Xiling and Haitian squinted, their eye muscles twitching incessantly. The Azure Emperor took a deep breath. Was the Night God really that powerful? Had he underestimated him? Rotten domain. Lin Ye watched as Xingqian and Xian had died, their bodies falling into the flesh and blood. It was instantly enveloped in flesh and blood. He shook his head. Is Kilogram going crazy? His son is dead. Your territory has reached its building limit, meeting upgrade requirement 1. Your people have reached level 58. At the same time, 2 reminders rang in my ears one after the other. Lin Ye was pleasantly surprised. The third stage is not far off. I turned my head to look at the Swamp Phantom, which was constantly writhing, like a stomach absorbing corpses. Lin Ye smiled faintly, never expecting that he would actually see this strange thing, the swamp illusion. Gazing into the distance at the gloom, the Zerg are moving about, and high-speed trains and spaceships are rushing in the distance. Does this mean I can leave? Little trash, I'm still hallucinating. Lin Ye pondered for a moment. Looking at the writhing mountain of flesh in front of me, I realized that things had come to this. If others can't see it, how could I not see it? TP has not yet appeared. The illusion before my eyes is half real and half fake. I try to fool myself into heading towards the darkness of the sky. Once you enter, it's time to die. What a pity! Lin Ye's lips twitched. Since I haven't seen your true form before, I probably wouldn't be able to do anything about you. Now I've seen it. Wow wow wow! Lin Ye immediately switched to summoning throwing units, his eyes flashing as he sensed the summoning skill. In an instant, the ground churned and turned into a swamp. 3 enormous monsters surged up from the swamp. The monster was covered in mud, had huge fangs, and emitted a foul stench. It was terrifying beyond belief. However, it was not this so-called monster that truly dealt with the swamp phantom. It was a swamp on the ground. As the swamp appeared on the ground, the piled-up flesh and blood began to sink deeper and slide down little by little. It looked as if it had been swallowed by a swamp. The massive mountain, seemingly covered in flesh and blood, began to collapse at an alarming rate. Oh! As the unexpected happened, a strange sound, like that of a baby, echoed all around. It was ethereal and breathtaking, sending a shiver down one's spine. The flesh and blood writhed wildly, trying to escape the swamp, but to no avail. Not only that, the 3 monsters were also tearing at flesh and blood, swallowing it bit by bit. Of course, only those of the same clan can deal with this. Lin Ye smiled faintly. Miscellaneous books record that the Titans, having failed in their enslavement efforts, intended to exterminate them. Instead, Titan died. The Titan's servants are Zul, and Zul's servants are trolls. They never imagined that a race that was like an ant before God could kill him. What they didn't expect was that the only way to destroy the swamp phantoms was to use the trolls, whom they considered ants. One thing can subdue another. Lin Ye smiled faintly, switched to wind power, and took to the air, quietly watching everything unfold. Oh! The swamp phantom's baby-like cries rang out incessantly. Flesh and blood gradually succumbed, peeling away the swamp illusion bit by bit. Until the entire mountain of flesh completely collapsed, the true form of the swamp phantom appeared. A troll-like monster, covered in rotting flesh, appeared. It's you! The swamp phantom cried out in a human voice, its entire body trembling in agony. Her eyes were bloodshot as she stared at Lin Ye. Why? Why did you do this? Why? You should ask why you wanted to kill me, Lin Ye said with a sneer. He said, if you don't have bad intentions, why would I have bad intentions towards you? You! Swamp Phantom roared. You people have wronged us. We've all been cursed by you trash, it's all your fault, the Swamp Phantom roared. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye thought, Joe sure? I curse you, I curse you. The Swamp Phantom, devoid of flesh and blood, resembled an old man on his deathbed. They had absolutely no ability to resist. Gradually, the Swamp Phantom's body began to rot and rapidly undulate. In an instant, the long-accumulated curse caused his entire body to rot. Finally, the Swamp Phantom turned into a rotting corpse. Buzz! Lin Ye felt a ripple of light before his eyes, and then it suddenly brightened. The domain appeared before them, a desolate wasteland, devoid of any races or people, all long since wiped out by the swamp phantoms. This is the true form of the rotten domain. Lin Ye looked around. Everything you see outside is an illusion, a tool used by the swamp phantom to lure the outside world. Staring into the distance, the swamp phantom's corpse appeared, stinking horribly. A piece of paper floated on his body. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. What could it be? Go over and pick it up. The last swamp mirage's dying wish, to kill the Titan and avenge itself. Secondary, phantom technology, only effective against troll units. Lin Ye looked at it and heard it, and thought, is that even possible? Troll units, aren't they just summoned by throwing? You have obtained the item. Do you wish to teleport back to your territory? Teleport back, Lin Ye said, and the item disappeared. Lin Ye then typed, use, in the Lord's interface. Mei Yanren quickly replied, yes, sir. Buzz buzz buzz. As he replied, Lin Ye felt his brain buzzing. The eyes are glowing. So fast? Lin Ye took a deep breath, sensing the so-called summoning of throwing units. Enchanting Cloud, the ultimate unit, the Dream Summoner. Ability. Ability, Summon Swamp Dream Beast. Ability, Dream Strangulation. Any creature within your location and line of sight that you see will be drawn into its imagined, decadent fantasy world, or a fantasy world created by you. Combat Power, 76,000. Lin Ye looked over and saw that there was an additional illusion skill. The summoned monsters have changed. My combat power is 76,000. I just leveled up 58 times, and now there are changes. Lock down everyone's combat power. Even the Abyss Summoner only has 74,000 combat power now. This Dream Summoner is currently the strongest unit. I've learned so much from this trip. Lin Ye smiled faintly. It was all over. Looking around, he thought. It's a pity. This area isn't very useful. It's so barren and there are too few resources. Lin Ye shook his head, looked into the distance, and prepared to leave. The sniffer bugs are already scouting everywhere. Now all they have to do is wait. Waiting for news from the Black Mountain region, waiting for news from the evil god. Therefore, we should kill the Zerg and quickly reach the target population of 10 million. Ye and the others should be leveling up soon. Night God, let's go! Lin Ye was just about to take action. Suddenly, more than 40 huge spaceships appeared in the sky. Each one was covered in battle scars, clearly indicating that a major battle had just taken place. The spaceship's door opened, the sky appeared, and it looked anxiously at itself. At this moment, his body was covered in blood, and the Treants following him were also severely injured. 13 Tier 3 city-states are coming! Move out quickly! The sky shouted. Chapter 233 Killing the 13th Tier Lord. Want to leave? Do you think you can? A mocking voice followed. Lin Ye frowned upon hearing this. Damn it! The sky cried out indignantly, looking into the distance. In the sky, hundreds of spaceships flew rapidly closer, each bearing various markings. They instantly hovered in the sky, the gate opened, and the various units moved swiftly. More than a dozen players' lords appeared, looking at the domain before them with greedy expressions. Then he looked at Lin Ye and said, You're Lin Ye? Killing you will get me this domain. They were all excited, their eyes mocking, as if they hadn't taken Lin Ye seriously at all. Lin Ye! Sky spat and said, You go, I'll stop them. You got away just now. You still dare to come back? A man with a hooked nose looked up at the sky and said, A rare general under the Azure Emperor. Killing you would surely break the Azure Emperor's heart. You've long been on Xiling, Haitian, and Fingtian's wanted list. We can also get bounties from 3 kingdoms, not bad. The man scoffed, looking at Lin Ye, and said, Night God, don't move. Just wait for us to kill you, and you'll die a quicker death. If you don't listen, I won't hesitate to let you know what it means to wish you were dead. The man sneered. Go! Sky roared, and its Treants quickly emerged from the spaceship. They set up their formation, ready to fight to the death. Compared to the large number of people on the other side, it was like heaven and earth. All alone. There's no way out. A short man stepped forward, and his troops expanded the encirclement. They surrounded Lin Ye and the sky together. He said, If we let that piece of trash get away, wouldn't the 13 of us become a laughingstock for the whole world? You! Sky gritted its teeth. I'll self-destruct in a bit. Sky appeared beside Lin Ye and said, Take this opportunity to run away. Self-destruct! Lin Ye exclaimed upon hearing this, knowing that self-destruction could kill people. I was among the first to enter, Sky said. I'm almost 500 years old, the maximum lifespan of a 3rd-tier city-state lord. Lin Ye nodded. Why do all these 3rd-tier city-states want a domain? It's because to become a kingdom, one must obtain a domain. The same is true of how the Azure Emperor was able to establish a kingdom. They obtained the Azure Emperor domain. I can't believe I've been in the sky for so long. I had originally planned to leave. Leaving on your own is very simple, you can teleport. But at this moment, the sky is there. He has come to save me, and I must protect him. I can't bear to see him sacrifice himself because of me. He doesn't have much time left. But one must also die of old age. He looked up at the sky and said, "Leave it to me." "Give it to you?" The people from the 13 third-tier city-states were surprised and teased. Sky spoke up. "You've already used this method twice." "Okay." Lin Ye nodded. Like Xingqing, he believed that he killed Daohen by using some kind of special item. "All right, I'll hold off the other 12. Sky nodded. She looked at Lin Ye gratefully. "There's a 1% chance you'll survive." Still fearless in the face of death, he said, "After you kill him, leave quickly." Lin Ye frowned upon hearing this. The sky was thanking him? He said, "No, I'm handing all 13 people over to you." Question mark. Sky asked in surprise. "Ha!" At the same time, 13 people in the sky burst into laughter. The short man scoffed. "Kid, I've seen boastful people, but I've never seen anyone as boastful as you. We are all beings comparable to knife scars, and you want to kill us?" The dwarf said as if he were watching a joke. "Trash," the hook-nosed man sneered. "Is that so?" Lin Ye smiled faintly as he looked at their smug expressions. "Then let's see if I can do it." Lin Ye's eyes flickered, and he instantly switched modes. Dream Summoner. Lin Ye's entire body instantly changed, completely different from his previous throwing and summoning, filled with an ethereal, dreamlike quality. A butterfly tattoo on her forehead added to her beauty. A dreamlike annihilation. Buzz! A burst of energy suddenly erupted from the butterfly tattoo on Lin Ye's forehead, silently impacting the surroundings. "Wow, I've obtained a domain! I've become a kingdom! Beauty and power, I want them all! I will slaughter everything!" The light and shadow spread out, directly affecting everyone present, instantly drawing them into an illusion. Standing still, wallowing in despair, shouting incessantly. "Ah! Ah! Ah!" Immediately afterwards, those with weak willpower let out a shrill scream. The soldiers, in particular, died one after another, screaming in agony. He collapsed and couldn't get up. "What's going on?" Sky stared in disbelief at everything that was happening. Especially the 13 lords, who stood still with smiles on their faces. Suddenly, the sky seemed to realize something. Looking at Lin Ye. "Is this an illusion?" "Yes." Lin Ye nodded in response to the sky. The reason these people have fallen into depravity is that they are immersed in their own fantasies. The stars and cranes were able to react because they had entered an illusion created by the swamp illusion. This sudden change made Xingqian aware of it. Therefore, the safest tactic is to let the enemy immerse themselves in their own fantasies. Illusion? Sky was stunned. This was the first time he had seen this type of soldier. He had only heard of it. "All right, we can end this now." Lin Ye took a deep breath and drew the spear from his back. Sensing the 100,000 combat power granted by the Titan. 176,000. These people have similar knife marks, and their value is at most around 150,000. Therefore, killing them is simple. Whoosh! Lin Ye locked onto the short guy from before and threw him out suddenly. The spear, like a thunderbolt, scraped against the air, gleaming with terrifying light and shadow, and pierced through in an instant. "Ah!" The little dwarf cried out in pain, but a joyful smile appeared on his face. Lin Ye looked at it, and shook his head. Killing someone in their fantasy world is equivalent to a control skill. Unfortunately, they were all having a good time in their dreams before they died. A painful death is unacceptable. This is the only drawback. Lin Ye paid no attention and the spear reappeared, locking onto the hook-nosed man. Swish, swish, swish. Spears were thrown continuously, and 13 lords were pierced one after another. She screamed, "Ah!" and died. The sky stared, its eyes wide with awe. The 13 people who had fought desperately to escape were all dead? Announcement: Night God has destroyed a third-tier city-state. Announcement: Night God has perished at the third tier. Announcement: Night God is dead. A series of announcements rang out instantly, causing a tremendous uproar. Damn, Night God is invincible. Each one of them is a third-tier city-state comparable to Blade Scar. They are terrifying beings. Has the Night God become this terrifying? This is unbelievable. People on the World Channel were amazed. Chapter 234: Killing the Insect Race. On the battlefield. He died just like that. Sky never expected this. He stared blankly at Lin Ye, his expression filled with disbelief. Lin Ye smiled faintly, not caring, and looked at the corpses of the 13 people. Something is floating. Something came out again. Lin Ye smiled and walked over. With a wave of his arm, the treasure appeared in his hand. Wave Mountain Strike controls a patch of land to roll, causing massive damage. Treeman Violence strengthen the Treeman racial unit. Teleportation summon 3 people to X3. One by one, treasures appeared in their hands. Lin Ye observed, his face filled with astonishment. The undulating mountain was indeed powerful, equivalent to a one-time attack magic weapon. Treeman Violence, isn't that just like the sky? Relocation? It's relocation again, and the key point is that there are 3 of them. I learned a lot. Lin Ye's lips curled up slightly, quite satisfied, as he looked at the sky. He violently handed the tree man over, saying, "Here, take this." "Give it to me?" Sky looked up in surprise. The tree man was violent. It's clearly a strength-based type. It has existed for 500 years and was among the first to enter. Logically, it should be similar to that of kilograms and others. Indeed, the tree man's combat power is close to 200,000. However, due to the nature of the tree people race, they are not good at fighting. Although it is a war tree. But I'm just not good at it. With this enhanced power, wouldn't the shortcomings in combat be made up for? And it is very likely that they will exceed 1,000 kilograms. He began. Such kindness. Didn't you just rush over to save me? Lin Ye asked. It's not very useful to me. This thing can only strengthen my troops, and I don't have any trained units. Lin Ye continued. Sky took a deep breath and nodded. Thank you, she said, taking the paper and intending to pass it on. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, the sounds of the Zerg began to ring out incessantly. What's going on? Sky asked in surprise, looking towards the source of the sound. In the distance, an endless swarm of insectids appeared, covering the mountains and plains. So many? Sky's eyes widened, indicating a scale even larger than the 100 Holy Spirit-level beings Lin Ye had encountered before. The sky and the ground were filled with Zerg, densely packed together. It was attracted by the appearance of those 13 just now. Sky pondered to himself. He said, the Zerg thought that our players had high-level combat power, so they came. You leave. Sky spoke, looking at Lin Ye, and said, I'll hold them off. My treants aren't very strong in combat. But their survival skills are exceptional. They'll be able to return alive. Sky had that much confidence. Lin Ye frowned upon hearing this. There's another reason why these Zerg dared to come. Swamp Mirage is dead. That's enough for upgrades, enough to accumulate tens of millions of Zerg. I think I've broken through to the 3rd tier. You do your thing, Lin Ye said. I need to use these Zerg to upgrade to tier 3. But so many. Sky was worried, but seeing Lin Ye's condition, she felt that she was overthinking it. Lin Ye's strength has already been demonstrated. He nodded and said, Okay. Lin Ye nodded and looked at the 3 teleportation items in his hand. A quick glance revealed just how many there were. Come on over here, everyone! Lin Ye called out. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As soon as the words were spoken, one after another illusory figure appeared, and the condensation was successful. Greetings, Lord. Mei and the other 9 appeared and looked at Lin Ye respectfully. Go! Kill these Zerg! Lin Ye looked around at everyone. We must reach level 60 today. Okay. Mei and the others responded. Kill! One by one, the insectoids locked onto the distant targets and rushed off in an instant. 9 people facing thousands. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Buzzing. Boom boom boom. Machinery, wind power, magic, and arrow strikes. Their combat power was undeniable, and countless Zerg died instantly. Nini! Nini's voice kept ringing out, reporting information. A Saint-level Zerg is preparing to attack and hunt down 9 people. Lin Ye smiled faintly upon hearing this. With so many people involved, it would be really difficult to manage if a chaotic battle broke out. Among them, there must be many at the Holy Spirit level, surpassing the previous hundreds. Lin Ye's eyes flickered as he sensed the previous clones and the number of several thousand. Switch to Absolute Defense Warrior. Feel the clone, maximize combat power, 170,000. Buzz buzz buzz. In an instant, thousands of defensive warriors appeared. Without the slightest hesitation, he shouted, "Kill!" The roaring charge crashed into the Zerg, disrupting their formation. For a time, the 9 of them hunted with ease. Lin Ye smiled and sent his clones to kill the enemies. Only the number of kills was counted. The people in the territory wouldn't receive any experience points. The clones were there to help them kill the enemy. "You were trying to lock onto my people before," Lin Ye said, looking at the Zerg. "Then I'll take care of sniping you all." Lin Ye sensed Nini's presence and said, "Provide me with the location of their Holy Spirit level Zerg." As he spoke, he switched to sniper mode. "Nini!" Nini reported. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye drew his bow and shot an arrow without hesitation. With a combat strength of 170,000, the opponent simply couldn't withstand it. Crack crack crack. The Zerg died incessantly, and even the Holy Spirit level Zerg were dying madly. Night God's territory kills 1.31 million Zerg. Night God's territory kills 1.32 million Zerg. Night God kills the Saint-level Zerg. One message after another popped up in the announcements like firecrackers. The sky was stunned, then a wry smile appeared on its face. Yagami is almost invincible. Lin Ye listened to the message, smiled slightly, and wrote on the Lord interface. Destroy the territory before looting. Yes, sir, Meiyingzi replied. Yagami brushes past the knife marks. Night God's plunder. Night God's plunder. Reports of looting were also being issued. Lin Ye didn't pay attention and looked at the private chat. Li Ke wrote, "Transport the succubus to the territory." There was no response from Li Ke, and Lin Ye ignored it. Li Ke knew what to do. Everything is ready, we're just waiting for the upgrade. Too powerful. If nothing unexpected happens, he will be the fastest third-tier cultivator in history. Sky shook his head, looked at his Lord interface, and prepared to take control. At the same time, what is Night God doing? Killing insectoids, plundering third-tier territories, and sword marks. Holy crap, Night God is operating on 2 fronts. So many people die, damn it! Will someone stop us? People on the World Channel were amazed. This Night God actually dares to plunder? Xiling shouted frantically, unwilling to accept defeat. Fists clenched. 13 Tier 3 territories? The Black God frowned. If the Night God obtains them, the rewards. Feng Tian murmured. The Night God is within the Azure Emperor's territory, and the Azure Emperor and I are rivals. The 3 of them each had their own agendas. I was just about to take action. Purple Gold issues a warning to the Azure Emperor Alliance and the Azure Emperor Kingdom. Those above the 3rd rank are not permitted to plunder. This is the rule. If you cross the line, I will not hesitate to take action. Holy crap, the Azure Emperor has made his move, and he's made another announcement. Indeed, this is the rule for those at the 3rd rank and above. Is this the prelude to another war between kingdoms? But if it breaks out, whoever starts it will become the sinner. People shouted. Azure Emperor! Xiling, Haitian, and Feng Tian clenched their fists. Chapter 235 The Rise of the Sky. Haha! The Azure Emperor was constantly observing the state of the 3 kingdoms. He felt a great sense of satisfaction watching the three of them get their comeuppance. Night God, I don't even know how to describe you. The Azure Emperor lay back in his chair. This was the most relaxed and enjoyable moment he had experienced since entering the game. Time passed slowly. Night God plunders the territory of Blade Scar. Night God's plunder. Night God's plunder. Reports of looting kept ringing out. Nox has slain 5 million Zerg. Holy crap, is Night God trying to kill the Zerg to the maximum extent? That's too powerful. I wish I had that ability. Yagami has already started plundering, and no one dares to interfere. Yagami is awesome! Yagami is awesome! Are we about to witness the emergence of a third-tier city-state? Holy crap! People were shocked and overjoyed. On the battlefield. Your people have reached level 59. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Ye drew his bow and shot an arrow, aiming to kill a saint-level enemy, when a warning sounded in his ear. I'm level 59 now, almost there to reach level 60. Lin Ye smiled faintly, looked around, and then carefully drew his bow and shot an arrow to kill. At the same time. Buzz buzz buzz. The sky was manipulated, and all the trance around it glowed, enveloped in light. They're here! The sky smiled smugly. They've arrived. Does it need renovation? They watched the tree man with excitement. As the light spread, the tree man transformed, becoming enormous, like a giant. The originally friendly green leaves turned into blood-red leaves, exuding intense killing intent. The branches are sharp, as if they could instantly strangle anyone who gets close. Berserker Treant. Combat power, 190,000 to 201,000. Friendly, kind traits fierce, violent. It's changed, it's really changed. Sky was happy. Now that Kilogram and the others are here, I'm confident I can take them down. The sky bowed its head, and the pent-up emotions of over 500 years were finally released. Roar, roar, roar! As the sky resounded, dragon roars echoed from the deep darkness. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye looked over and heard the dragons roar. The little earth dragon, which had been perched on Lin Ye's shoulder like a statue, also moved at this moment. I looked on curiously. In the distance, 16 velociraptors, pulling a vehicle, roared and charged toward them. The surrounding insectoids were shaken by the dragon's roar and scattered to the left and right. A fierce-looking man sat upright in the car. Dinosaurs? Lin Ye thought to himself, dinosaurs were a rare sight. I thought they were dragons, but they turned out to be dinosaurs. Adding just one word makes all the difference. Night God! The vehicle passed through the insectoids and stopped not far from Lin Ye. The man in the car sat upright, looking down at Lin Ye with an air of superiority. Hand over the domain, and I can help you kill Kilogram, the man said. Kill a Kilogram? Lin Ye frowned. Who is this person? Tyrant Dragon, you're incredibly arrogant. What if you don't hand it over? Before Lin Ye could speak, Tian Kong quickly arrived beside him. Tyrant Dragon! Lin Ye instantly realized the other party's identity, the one who had previously shouted to kill him. Who do we have here? It's you, Sky, you piece of trash. Tyrant Dragon coldly stared at Sky. Over the years, they were among the first batch of people, just like us. If it weren't for the Azure Emperor protecting you, you would have died long ago. You still dare to speak so arrogantly in front of me. Even the Azure Emperor would have to be careful when he sees me. Tyrannosaurus was filled with disdain. Things are different now. The Sky shook its head. Is that so? Tyrant Dragon chuckled and said, All right, I'll kill you today. Consider it an unexpected bonus. Tyrant waved his arm. Buzz! Light and shadow rippled across the heavens and earth. Oh! A massive army of mechanical dinosaurs appeared, roaring incessantly at the sky. Lin Ye saw that this method was effective. Go upgrade and hunt down the Zerg. Sky looked at Lin Ye and said, Leave him to me. Okay, Lin Ye said. Upgrading is the most important thing. He turned to look at the Zerg, then quickly left to continue his hunt. Ha! Tyrant Dragon watched everything unfold and laughed wildly. Looking at the sky with disdain, he said, Sky, I don't know where you get your confidence from. Go! Tyrant Dragon grinned bloodthirstily. Today I will destroy you. Go! The sky roared, and the treants rushed in from afar. Roar! The dinosaurs charged forward. Kill! The tree men charged. The vanguard forces clashed instantly. Boom! The dinosaur was instantly knocked to the ground. How is this possible? Tyrant Dragon exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock. How could a tree man possibly defeat his own human? Looking at the tree man, one could see that the green leaves had turned blood red. It's changed? Tyrant Dragon asked in confusion. Yes, things have changed, the sky replied. Night God gave me the technology of the trance, making my trance no longer so peaceful. Damn it! Upon hearing this, Tyrant Dragon realized that the treant was much more peaceful than Tyrant, who was very strong. The dinosaurs no longer had an advantage. Die! Just as the Tyrant Dragon was surprised, the sky roared. He switched modes and swung his wand sharply. He roared, Not only that, my combat power has exceeded 190,000, reaching 201,000, comparable to a kingdom. Aren't you almost at 200,000? 19.9? Die! The sky roared. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as he finished speaking, tree branches shot up from the ground, instantly killing the velociraptor he was riding. Oh! The velociraptor let out a mournful cry. Immediately afterwards, the branches swirled and enveloped the Tyrannosaurus Rex and its mount. Restraint. Ah! The Tyrannosaurus's mournful cry echoed from inside the tree branch. The voices pleaded. Sky, we've known each other for hundreds of years, please spare me for the sake of our friendship. However, the sky paid no heed, locked onto the tree branch, and suddenly squeezed it. Swoosh, swoosh. The sound of tree branches piercing flesh echoed. Blood was flowing from inside the tree branch. The Sky Lord has slain the Tyrant Dragon Lord. Holy crap, the Sky Dragon killed the Tyrannosaurus Rex? How is that possible? The Tyrannosaurus is very strong, it's no match for the Sky Dragon. What's going on? People on the World Channel were amazed. How could the sky be like this? Xiling, Photian, and Haitian frowned. The sky had always been very weak. The sky? The Azure Emperor also found it unbelievable. When did the sky become so powerful? On the battlefield. Ha ha! Upon hearing the report, Tiankong looked up at the dinosaurs scattering and laughed heartily. 500 years have passed. I can become this powerful in my lifetime. I have 3 years left to live, I can die without regrets. The sky roared angrily. With a wave of his arm, the branches vanished, and the Tyrannosaurus Rex's corpse was already in pieces. Something is floating on the ground. Which one is it? Lin Ye was very interested in the method of summoning dinosaurs. Sensing the anchor point I had just set, I teleported there instantly. Upon closer inspection. Instant teleport relocates citizens from a territory. They must return to the territory after the relocation is complete, within 12 hours. Great, great, great! Lin Ye thought it was quite good. Looking up at the sky. Should I take this one? Naturally! The sky spoke. My lifespan is almost over, so you can play a greater role. I'll trade you my domain, Lin Ye said, as this domain was too scarce for him. It's just a useless thing. But it is something that can save the fate of the sky. Really? Sky was incredulous upon hearing this. When it comes to life, there's no time to delay. He looked at Lin Ye and said, If I break through the kingdom, I am willing to be a slave and serve you. Chapter 236 Overall Relocation, Mass Extermination of the Zerg. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye's lips curled into a smile. Having another kingdom-level subordinate is great. Lin Ye looked up at the sky and said, Okay. As he spoke, his eyes flickered as he looked at the interface. Territory Enclave, Rotten Domain. Feel a sense of belonging, make adjustments. Night God is gifting you the rotten domain. Do you wish to accept it? A voice echoed in the sky. Sky was stunned and excited, never imagining that he would one day become a kingdom. Looking into the private chat, Chingdi, Lord Chingdi, thank you for taking care of me all these years. Upon hearing this, the Azure Emperor frowned. What's wrong? Is something bad about to happen? Your deputy leader, Sky Lord, has left the Azure Emperor Alliance. What's going on? The Azure Emperor was completely baffled. Even if something had happened, he would not withdraw from the alliance. Announcement: the Sky Lord of the Tier 3 city-state has joined the Night God Alliance. Damn, a third-tier city-state changed sides and had to report it. The one they joined was the Night God Alliance. He just killed the Tyrant Dragon. The sky is invincible. Night God is getting stronger and stronger. Damn, I really want to join the Night God Alliance. Yagami is getting stronger and stronger. The world's channels are buzzing with discussion. I see. Upon hearing this, the Azure Emperor shook his head. It's just a change of alliance. The Night God also belongs to the Azure Emperor domain, so it doesn't matter. It's possible that they simply formed a friendship. Now most people won't dare to touch Night God. Given Night God's current state, upgrading to a third-tier city-state is just around the corner. The second-tier city-state of Night God wiped out Blade Scar and killed 13 forces comparable to Blade Scar. How strong will Night God be when he breaks through to the third rank? This combination with the current state of the sky is simply invincible. The Azure Emperor grinned. It's even harder to kill Night God now. Shiling frowned. It's unstable. The Black God kept muttering. The sky has become a trump card in the hands of the Azure Emperor. If the Night God rises again. Feng Tian felt a chill run down his spine. Distance. Sky killed Tyrant Dragon and even joined Night God's alliance, Kenny said angrily. Now there's no way to kill Yagami. What to do about the revenge for one's own son? A murderous intent surged within him. Revenge is imperative. But how do we do it? Tyrant Dragon is dead. There was also an old guy who wanted to get the domain from Night God. So, Kilk looked at the private chat and gazed at the distant mountain territory. Slaying the Tyrannosaurus in the sky, there's a fortuitous encounter. His combat power has definitely surpassed that of the Tyrant Dragon, approaching or already exceeding 200,000, reaching the level of a kingdom. But it is still a false kingdom. The two of us will join forces to kill the sky. You want the realm of the Night God, I want the life of the Night God. Riding with kilograms, things have come to this point, and compromise is necessary. Yuanshan gazed into the private chat, having originally planned to give up. After all, the sudden change in the sky was too great. But now, the two of them joined forces to kill a Sky One. The Sky One was very strong, but not invincible. Moreover, everyone was among the first to enter, and those old guys became the kingdom, trampling on their heads. I accepted it. But what right does the sky have to trample on my head in the form of a false kingdom? Killing him would bring me a huge profit, although I could also seize a kilogram of territory. He said, I'll assist you in killing the sky. You fight, and I need to conserve my strength to prevent you from seizing the domain. Yuan Shan is also an old fox. Okay. The reply came immediately after the message was sent. Yuan Shan watched and sighed. It seems he really wants to avenge his good-for-nothing son. He said, All right, we'll meet at the Azure Emperor Zerg front and head over together. Kilogram replied. The two sides ended their dialogue. On the battlefield. You handled the domain matter. Lin Ye looked up at the sky and said, I'll continue killing the insectids. All right, Sky said. Solving the domain issue is the time to upgrade the kingdom. Immerse yourself in the panel and begin operation. Lin Ye watched, then turned to look at the Zerg, and continued to draw his bow and shoot arrows. You have killed 5.1 million Zerg. The reminders kept ringing in Lin Ye's ears. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye smiled faintly and quickly executed the kill. The Zerg have absolutely no impact on the actions of the moths. Mimi! Suddenly Nini's voice rang in my ears. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. The Zerg sensed the continuous battles between powerful beings, the fact that these powerful beings had not died, and the massacres taking place. Are they still sending people over? This Zerg is a powerful being determined to kill the player. Lin Ye shook his head. Looking into the distance, in the gloom, it was pitch black, where there had once been light. The Zerg are arriving on a massive scale. It's a pity. If this kind of situation happened to someone else, they might be afraid, but it's not like they're facing themselves. Lin Ye shook his head. With a wave of his arm, the entire body shifted. Induction. Buzz! The scene of the territory instantly appeared in his mind, with Succubi busy with their own things. Lin Ye's mind raced. Your lord summons you, prepare! The Succubi heard a voice in their ears and instantly fell silent, stopping what they were doing. They knew that a major battle was about to take place. Be on high alert. Immediately afterwards, they disappeared into the territory. Only the mole people remained, wandering aimlessly through their territory. Lin Ye wasn't worried about his territory being deserted, since he had TP, teleport, and there were also gophers around. Could they hold off any potential enemies? On the battlefield. Buzzing. A moment later, beams of light appeared around Lin Ye, condensing into Succubi. The population is 60,000. Greetings, Lord! The Succubi shouted in unison. Lin Ye nodded, chuckled, and said, Go ahead and kill the Zerg. Mei Yingzi will command, Mei Mao will advise, and Mei Yanran will coordinate logistics. Okay, everyone responded. Let's move out! Mei Yingzi shouted first, looking around at the unfamiliar surroundings. Looking at the Zerg in the distance, this is the first time they have launched a full-scale attack, and they must show the spirit of the Night God's territory. Looking at the rapidly integrating army, he exchanged a glance with Mei Mao, and the two nodded simultaneously. Attack! Mei Yingzi shouted. Kill! In an instant, all units moved swiftly. Boom, boom, boom! The Black Magician and Missile Soldiers acted immediately, launching a long-range bombardment. Absolute Defense Warriors provide cover. The Fortress Warrior charged into the Zerg and immediately transformed. The Wind Warriors fanned their fans, scattering the Zerg into the air, gathering them together, and launching a unified long-range attack. The Rebounding Warriors charged forward without hesitation. Gunners, Affliction Warlocks, and others quickly deal damage. Nox has killed 5.61 million Zerg. Nox has killed 5.62 million Zerg. Nox has killed 5.63 million Zerg. The announcement rang out quickly. Damn, Night God is killing the insectids faster and faster. It seems that Night God really intends to break through to the third-tier city-state. The idea of Night God becoming a third-tier city-state is terrifying to me. The World Channel roared. Yagami, did you kill them so quickly? Shiling, Fengtian, and Haitian were filled with endless worry. Qianqi and Yuanshan have joined forces and are rushing there at top speed. As the three men's concerns arose, they all received the news. A faint smile appeared on the faces of all three. Kilogram and Yuanshan will definitely arrive before Night God breaks through to the third tier and kills Sky and Night God. Yagami hasn't broken through, and even with Sky's help, the two of them have no advantage. The three of them were instantly relieved. The Azure Emperor also received the news, and his face was full of solemnity. Chapter 237 Sky Kingdom. On the battlefield. Nox has killed 6 million Zerg. Nox has killed 6.3 million Zerg. Nox has killed 6.6 million Zerg. The Zerg were instantly routed. The battle retreated to a distant place. The reminders kept ringing in Lin Ye's ears. Lin Ye watched and grinned. It was too fast, much faster than he had imagined. A third-tier city-state is right before our eyes. I glanced at the sky and saw that it was calm and composed, clearly still under control. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, nearly 100 urgent booming sounds resounded in the sky. Lin Ye looked up and saw more than 100 spaceships. Half of it marks distant mountains, and the other half marks kilograms. Boom! Before Lin Ye could take any action, the spaceship doors opened collectively. One by one, the citizens appeared. The inhabitants of the distant mountains are black mountain orcs, a magical civilization, and are entirely black. Lin Ye observed that Black Mountain was a rare sight, possessing exceptional endurance and being a close combat ace. I never expected to see you. The Kilogram territory is home to the Beastmen race of the mechanical civilization, a type of half-orc, who are also melee aces. Orcs are rare, and war orcs, who are primarily combat-oriented, are even rarer. Players Kilogram and Far Mountain also appeared. Night God, you killed my son! Kenny spoke first, his hair standing on end in fury. The pain of losing his son made his eyes red and he became somewhat irrational. You go about your business, I'll take care of it. Sky also realized the situation. Awakened from immersion. He glanced at Kilogram and Distant Mountain, then spoke to Lin Ye. Yes. Lin Ye nodded. Having subordinates has its advantages. I can then do what I want to do with peace of mind. Silently observing the Zerg, continuing with his work. Sky, how dare you! Kilk looked at the arrogant Sky. Now that Yuan Shan and I are here, what does it matter if you have a combat power of over 200,000? We too will definitely kill you. After you die, it will be the death of the Night God, Kilk said confidently. The Sky smiled faintly and slowly shifted its head. Gazing at the distant mountains, he asked, You want to participate? There's nothing we can do, the price per kilogram is too high, Yuan Shan said. I am determined to obtain the domain of the Night God, Yuan Shan said. After you die, I will give you a proper burial, taking into account the above-mentioned friendship, Yuan Shan said jokingly. Ha ha! Sky laughed loudly upon hearing this, causing the two men to frown. If you two had arrived 10 minutes earlier, I might have been in trouble. But, Sky scoffed, his arrogance reaching its peak. How dare you speak so arrogantly? Nock roared, looking at the distant mountains and said, Help me kill him. Kill. As soon as the words were spoken, the kilogram-sized soldier moved quickly, switching states and charging forward with his long sword. Kill! Yuan Shan gave the order, leading his troops to roam around, preparing to lure the tree people and kill them. The two performed their duties with great confidence. Trash! Sky shook its head. I'll make sure you don't leave alive. Arrogant talk! The two roared. However, before the words could be finished, the Sky bowed its head, fell silent, and then instantly awoke. The Sky City-State has broken through the kingdom. Defeating the Sky Kingdom adds a new condition, destroy the domain. The rotten domain has been renamed the Sky Domain. The announcement was immediately broadcast worldwide. Holy crap, the Sky Kingdom, the Sky has become a kingdom, the 9th kingdom? 2 kingdoms have been born in the Azure Emperor domain, the Sky Kingdom and the Azure Emperor Kingdom. Given the bond between the Sky and the Azure Emperor, the two will surely stand together through thick and thin. Damn, you guys only see the Azure Emperor. Look at the Night God. His Night God Alliance, one of its members is actually a kingdom. The Sky is definitely going to break away. Damn, I knew it. The Sky God hadn't broken through for hundreds of years, but he broke through after joining the Night God. What do you guys think? It's impossible. They're making it sound like the Night God is a lucky star. The Sky is definitely going to break away. Idiot? Is this what I meant? Yagami gave the domain he discovered to the Sky. Yeah, damn it, does that mean the Sky will never fall apart? What a favor! Let's put aside gratitude and the God of Night for now. Does the appearance of the Sky mean that we players are becoming more powerful? People were stunned. The appearance of the kingdom was truly astonishing. The old man opened his eyes in shock. Hope Ling, Haitian, Feng Tian, Qing Di, these 4 guys. As he spoke, he threw out several companions, and a rune appeared. When the Sky appears, the Night God manifests, and the 4 kingdoms perish. Is the world about to change? Xingshi looked on in horror. The Azure Emperor clearly has a bond with the Night God and the Sky God, so how could they possibly destroy the Azure Emperor? Xingshi frowned and looked at his subjects. Take control of the battle and don't get involved. That old fox is quick on his feet. The God of Wealth instantly received news of the impending change. The chaotic world is about to stir. You miscalculated last time, and your own son died. What about this time? The God of Wealth looked at his clansmen and said, Plan your move, get ready to make money. The Kingdom of Glory. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. An angel flew into a castle, where a pure white man sat. I won't participate, the man replied simply. Tell devouring heaven that we're not fighting anymore, and we'll split the gold mine equally. The Kingdom of Devouring Heaven. Cease fire! A burly man glanced at his demon-like subjects who were prostrate on the ground. He said, Gather the battlefield and do not participate. The kingdom has appeared, and war is about to break out. On the battlefield. Boom! With the breakthrough, the aura surrounding Tian Kong changed instantly. Combat power, 205,000. Kingdom's intimidation, 200,000 people suppress it, it is sacred and inviolable. The sky was watching the changes. The suppression of 200,000 people was simply invincible. Looking at the invading people, they are simply not enough to be of any use. A sudden burst of energy was released. Boom! Instantly, a powerful aura surged outwards, directly oppressing the surroundings. All the people were instantly pressed to the ground, unable to move. How is this possible? Kilogram and Far Mountain exclaimed in disbelief. Upon hearing the announcement, he looked at the sky in disbelief. You actually broke through! You actually broke through! Kun exclaimed indignantly. He gave you the domain? How is that possible? Domains are so precious, how could he just give it away like that? Yuan Shan asked incredulously. I was filled with regret. I shouldn't have come in the first place. Fine, I'll risk it all. What does it matter if it's a kingdom? Kilk roared in anger. Looking at the distant mountains, he said, Now is not the time for regrets. It's a matter of life for life. Fine. Yuan Shan gritted his teeth upon hearing this. At this point, the only options left are death and mutual destruction. This is why even kingdoms treat peak-tier, third-tier city-states with utmost care. Fight to the death? To perish together? Sky laughed upon hearing this. He said, To perish together? So honorable and righteous? There is absolutely no way I will give you the chance to die together. With a wave of his arm, the trees on the ground tumbled and instantly enveloped the two of them. The method used to kill the Tyrannosaurus Rex has reappeared. Kelp and Yuan Shan screamed repeatedly. It hurts so much, it hurts so much. Spare me, I don't want to die. Report, Kilogram territory was killed by the Sky Kingdom and is now dead. Report, the Far Mountain territory has been slain by the Sky Kingdom. Dead? The Sky killed 2 people. It feels so relaxing. The Sky appears, and 2 Super Tier 3 city-states prove everything. How impressive! People were shocked, while Xiling, Haitian, and Fontian remained silent. The Green Emperor smiled with satisfaction. Chapter 238 Upgrading to a Tier 3 city-state. On the battlefield. Ha! The battle was over, and the sky was filled with high spirits, with joyful laughter echoing in the distance. Boom boom boom! The battle between the Zerg and the Succubi continues unabated. Lin Ye kept drawing his bow and shooting arrows, taking down the Holy Spirit-level enemies and forcing the Zerg front line back time and time again. So that the Succubi could kill them. Nox has killed 7 million Zerg. Nox has killed 8 million Zerg. Nox has killed 9 million Zerg. Your people have reached level 60. The sound kept ringing in Lin Ye's ears. Watching the numbers rise, especially the moment the level reaches its maximum. Lin Ye beamed with joy, filled with anticipation, preparing to upgrade his city-state to Tier 3. Nox has killed 10 million Zerg. A moment later, a powerful reminder rang in Lin Ye's ears. They're here! Lin Ye exclaimed excitedly upon hearing this. You meet the requirements for upgrading to a Tier 3 city-state. Upgrade now? Upgrade! A voice sounded in his ear, and Lin Ye quickly replied. Announcement: Night God has upgraded to a Tier 3 city-state. Holy crap, it's leveled up! I knew it! That's why the kill count surged just now. Night God's 3rd tier city-state, that's terrifying, truly terrifying. Yishin killed Dao Hen before, so he must be comparable to Bao Long and the others now, a 3rd tier city-state that can threaten the kingdom. Add the sky, damn, I'm terrified just thinking about it. The World Channel immediately erupted in discussion, with everyone expressing their amazement. People in the 3 areas celebrated directly, and Lin Ye was in the 3 areas. It's absolutely perfect. They're in for a treat now. He Yuan and He Yu exchanged a glance, still shaken, and said at the same time, Fortunately, we didn't provoke Yishin back then. Black Abyss's father was abandoned by Black Abyss in a corner, listening to everything. Fear and unease filled me. How could it be so powerful? For a moment, everyone who had ever fought Lin Ye was trembling with fear. Only the Azure Emperor, upon hearing this, couldn't hide the smile on his lips. The sky has become a kingdom, and the god of night has become a 3rd tier city-state. They must be very powerful. Looking at the rankings, Yagami has already broken into the top 10. The number 10 million seems like a lot. However, many established Tier 3 territories have killed countless people over the years. I said before that I would give you a reward if you made it into the top 100. The Azure Emperor said. My reward will be given to you when you break through to the kingdom level. But before that, I'm going to eliminate the potential dangers for you. So. Shilin. Father. The man in white, drenched in sweat, rushed into Shiling's house. Night God, he. What's the panic? Hopeling said angrily, looking at the man in white and getting angry. He was messed with by the night god in the fog, and now he's so afraid. He said, Find an opportunity to kill night god. As he finished speaking, he clenched his fist. Shilin was also helpless, dealing with the issues of Bai, Abai, and Dao Feng. Each time marks the irreconcilable conflict between the Shilin lineage and the night god. Notify all 3rd tier forces under your command to look for opportunities, Shilin said. Okay. The man in white nodded hurriedly. You go too. Shilin looked at Bai, knowing that he couldn't let Bai watch Yishin die. Night God will be his eternal inner demon, making it difficult for him to achieve anything in his lifetime. He said, Use your strategy to kill as many night gods as possible. Okay. The man in white swallowed hard. On the other side. Feng Tianshu narrowed his eyes. The sky had also grown stronger, reaching the 3rd level of the night god. The Azure Emperor provided tremendous assistance. Report! Something's wrong! A birdman rushed into the kingdom's castle. He shouted, The Azure Emperor's army is assembling and is about to attack us. They're here! Upon hearing this, Feng Tian fell silent, just as he had expected. He began. Prepare for a great battle, a bloody war. Feng Tian knew that the Azure Emperor would fight to the death this time. Black God. Unstable factors. Kurakami kept muttering. He squinted. Notify the men below to lock onto Night God. As he spoke, a murderous glint appeared in his eyes. He knew he needed to take action himself. On the battlefield. Buzz! As Lin Ye shouted the upgrade, the image of his territory appeared in his mind. Upgrade successful. Do you want to choose a direction? An upgrade notification sounded. No choice. Lin Ye responded quickly. Boom! Instantly, a wave of light and shadow rippled around the territory in his mind. Territory area expanded. Population limit increases. 40,000 to 80,000 plus 10,000 to 10,000 plus 10,000. 10,000 equals 60,000 100,000. Lin Ye looked at it and smiled with satisfaction. He had finally leveled up. Normally, the 3rd tier has a population limit of 80,000, but due to the merger of the 3 tiers, the limit has been reduced to 100,000. That's pretty good. Always suppressing 20,000 more people than others, invincible within the third tier. Citizen level restriction, level 70. The level has now been directly increased to level 10. It takes this long to go from level 55 to 60, it's hard to imagine how long it will take to reach level 70 in the kingdom. Citizens combat power upgrade, starting at 100,000. Lin Ye looked on and smiled. His fighting power had increased, it was now at least 100,000. Wasn't this what the previous knife marks looked like? Looking at the Dream Summoner, 113,000. Due to the different unit types, the strongest Dream Summoner reached 113,000. With the addition of Titan's combat power, it directly reached 213,000, even higher than the sky. Kingdoms can be killed. Ding! Your territory has been upgraded to a Tier 3 city-state. Effect 1. Reduces the construction and production time for the host and their citizens by 80%. Effect 2. Increases the effectiveness of all buildings and crafted items for the host and their citizens by 130%, and temporarily increases the effectiveness of selectable buildings by 210%. Effect 3. Increases the stats of all the host subjects by 130%. Effect 4. The host can add 3 talents to their subjects according to their needs, randomly resulting in mastery, great perfection, or creation level talents. Effect 5. Base talents remain unchanged. Added talents can be modified. Effect 6. Allows for 24 hours of quadruple acceleration each day. Effect 7. Effect 6 can be changed to 5,760 times the power within 1 minute. Can only perform one type of activity. Effect 8. When the host kills an enemy, the citizens will share the experience equally. Lin Ye watched the system changes, and the construction acceleration was directly extended to 24 hours. Fear. The scariest thing is that there's now an extra effect. If you kill someone, your people will share the experience points. This also solves the problem of gaining experience at level 70. Perfect. The next step is to prepare for the kingdom. Alliance leader! Suddenly, a voice from the sky appeared in my ears. Lin Ye glanced to the side and saw that Tian Kong was holding several treasures. Slay technology. Lightsaber technology. Lin Ye took a look and saw that they were 2 rare unit types. Can. Take it. Teleport back to territory? A notification sounded. Teleport. Lin Ye responded, and the item disappeared. He looked at Mei Yanran and the others and said, "The battle is over. All of you, return to your posts. Accept the people and construct the buildings using the blueprints we obtained from Daohan and the others," Lin Ye said. Tyrannosaurus Rex, Farm Mountain Dragon, and Kilogram Dragon can also be plundered. The sky opened its mouth, and Lin Ye's goal was to charge into the kingdom. The blueprints should be enough when you add them all up. The 3 of them, like themselves, had everything they needed, and there were many buildings in the area. Chapter 239. The Evil God has been found. Yes. Lin Ye nodded upon hearing this. Upgrading a city-state to a kingdom requires more than just a few thousand blueprints. It's 20,000. The kingdom is now a country, no longer what it used to be. Looking at Mei Yanran and the others, he said, "Plunder Yuanshan, Qianke, and Balong." Okay. Mei Yanran and the others nodded, their bodies turning into phantoms and disappearing. The concept of territory appeared in Lin Ye's mind. The return of Mei Yanran and others. Gebu also brought people, and Mei Yanran acted quickly. Lin Ye watched and smiled, leaving everything to Mei Yanran. Looking around at the darkness and the swarming Zerg, Lin Ye frowned. Upgrading the kingdom required 2 specific things: castles and domains. I won't go into the domain details. I'll find out about that myself later. The castle replaced the previous mansion. Most importantly, this blueprint cannot be stolen, and it cannot have been used by someone else. Lin Ye murmured. I obtained the castle blueprints from the Insect King of the Insect Clan, Sky said. The Insect King? Lin Ye murmured, looking at Nini, and said, "Find the insect king." "Nini!" Nini responded, then continued, "Nini." Upon hearing this, Lin Ye frowned. "The evil god has been found." Look into the deep darkness, in the depths. I haven't received any accessories for the succubus relic in a long time. "I hope you won't disappoint me, evil god," Lin Ye said hopefully. Report: Night God has raided Tyrant Dragon's territory. Report: Night God has plundered Kilogram's territory. Report: Night God has raided the distant mountain territory. Immediately afterwards, 3 announcements rang in my ears. Damn, the previous 13 tier 3s plus these 3 super big shots, is Night God going to satisfy the kingdom's needs? It's very possible. Yagami is preparing to attack the kingdom. My god, Night God is too strong. Isn't it said that cities of the 3rd tier and above cannot touch other people's things? That's the god of night, killed by the sky. Who dares to say a word against him? The World Channel shouted. Shilling remained silent. Black God lowered his head. We must eliminate Night God as soon as possible and head straight to the territory. With the Abyss Summoner present, my attributes are reduced by half. We also have to face the forces of the Azure Emperor, the Sky, and the Night God. So the best way is still to kill them on the Zerg battlefield. He took a deep breath. We can only look for opportunities, but we must act quickly. In the darkness, Lin Ye listened and smiled slightly. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. The kingdom is just around the corner. Let's go! We'll kill a tough guy. Lin Ye looked up at the sky. It's that evil god guy, of course. Okay. Sky didn't ask any further questions. He had overheard the gist of Lin Ye's conversation with the bug in his pocket. It's really amazing. With a wave of his arm, a spaceship landed, leading the way through the sky and bringing Lin Ye inside. Announcement: the Azure Emperor Kingdom has declared war on the Phoenix Heaven Kingdom. The kingdom has declared war? Lin Ye frowned upon hearing this. The kingdom's declaration of war is an unprecedented event. It hasn't appeared for a long time. The last time it appeared, many people died, and even a king was overthrown. It can be said that none of the 8 kingdoms would easily declare war. They've actually declared war. Azure Emperor. Sky frowned, realizing that the Azure Emperor was about to do something big. Holy crap, the kingdom has declared war? How is that possible? The Azure Emperor and Foam Tian have completely broken out into battle. So many units are moving around, damn, looks like they're serious. I still remember the last time, it was a terrifying beating. People shouted, and the older generation was still shaken. It's here! Xingshi took a deep breath and realized that it was really getting hot. Looking at his subjects, he said, no one is allowed to participate. Everyone must stay away as much as possible. No more people should die. Hu Yao remained silent for a long time, then said, control your subordinates. Last time, the death of someone led to the birth of the Black God and the Azure Emperor. Devouring Heaven took a deep breath. This time. Ha! The God of Wealth grinned broadly. Make some money, and let's see who's in charge this time. Shiling's face was pale, the events of that battle still vivid in her mind. Damn it, the unstable factor, it's all your fault, Night God. Black God gritted his teeth. He went through everything back then, and by chance, he got to where he is today. It hasn't fully stabilized yet, and it's about to erupt again. Night God must be killed! Night God must be killed! Black God roared. End this farce! The Black God roared incessantly. On the battlefield, the Azure Emperor invades the Phoenix Heaven Domain's original territory, and the 2 sides clash. The Azure Emperor invades the Phoenix Heaven Domain's river and mountain region, and the 2 sides clash. The Azure Emperor invades the Weituo region of the Phoenix Heaven Domain, and the 2 sides clash. News of the Azure Emperor's invasion quickly went viral. Wow, it's starting! The God of Wealth spaceship is moving very fast. It's delivering supplies. With the Qingdi and Fintian spaceships, it's so dense, it's like Star Wars. Internal communication on the World Channel indicates that the Great War is gradually and completely approaching. In the darkness. Let's go! Lin Ye looked up at the sky. Okay, the sky replied. The two walked toward the boat. You don't have enough people. I'll arrange for someone to buy some for you. It's the #1 merchant in the world. Lin Ye spoke, having plundered 16 third-tier city-states, and now he no longer needed to worry about sieging. Moreover, they made a lot of money selling so many goods, resources, and people from rare races. Okay. Sky nodded without saying much. After all, he didn't have that much money. Lin Ye looked at Li Ke's private message and wrote, Send 120,000 war treants to the Sky Kingdom. Deducted from the supplies, Lin Ye continued. Li Ke still didn't respond, and Lin Ye didn't care, not knowing where Li Ke had gone. There has been no sound for a long time. But as long as I can receive messages, that's fine. After giving his instructions, he boarded the spaceship, looked up at the sky, and said, Coordinates, move out. All right. The sky responded, and the tree man started the spaceship. Boom! And rushed towards the target. Outside the window, all was deep and dark. Crack, crack, crack. The Zerg kept churning, trying to attack the spaceship, but the treants blocked them all. Time passed little by little, and much later. Your territory welcomes its people. Sky observed everything outside when suddenly a sound rang in his ears. The brain develops a territory, and many tree people appear in the territory. Income from managing the territory. This? The Sky was shocked and looked at Lin Ye, saying, The population has arrived. You arrange it, Lin Ye replied. Okay. Sky nervously began the operation. Time flies by, and in the darkness, there is no sense of time. I have no idea how much time has passed. Qingdi. Feng Tian. The battle between the Azure Emperor and the Phoenix Heaven continued, with constant reports of what could be described as a life-or-death struggle. Boom! The spaceship continued forward, making its impact. The deeper they went, the more visible the number of Zerg appeared, relentlessly attacking the spaceship with a series of booming sounds. Sky felt uneasy, not because of the spaceship, but because of the territory itself. Your unit training is complete. Suddenly, a look of surprise appeared on Sky's face. Training is over? Quickly type on the interface. Enter the battlefield through the wormhole, board the spaceship, and head towards the coordinates. We've arrived. The Sky was still happy, but Lin Ye's voice rang out. Looking up at the window, huge rotting flesh was exposed, a sight that resembled a nightmare. Like a colossal mountain range in the darkness, suppressing heaven and earth. Another swamp illusion, Lin Ye murmured. But surprisingly, no illusion was set up. That's strange, Lin Ye frowned. Chapter 240 The Chase. What is this thing? It's terrifying. Sky looked at it in confusion, his eyes filled with fear. Swamp illusion, Lin Ye responded, continuing to observe. Wasn't the previous swamp phantom the last one? Has something gone wrong? Swamp illusion. That legendary one? Sky stammered, not expecting it to be so terrifying. Let's go out and take a look. Lin Ye frowned. I can't understand why the evil god would be related to the swamp phantom. Okay. Sky nodded and, boom! The spaceship door opened. The two walked towards the gate. In the darkness. Get out of my way! A man in black appeared in the darkness, looked around at the insected creatures, and suddenly swung his arm. A plume of black smoke shot out, instantly blasting away all the Zerg. You killed a Zerg player. The reminders kept ringing. These two actually got away! The man in black exclaimed, his eyes wide with fury. The man was none other than the Black God. Black God surveyed his surroundings but saw no tracking information. Gritting his teeth, feeling extremely frustrated. Uncle Black God! Just then, a voice rang in my ears. What is that? Black God glanced sideways and saw a figure in white appear, followed by 8 figures from third-tier city-states. Jingfeng was among them. He was a middle-aged man dressed in blue. One of Shiling's people? Black God frowned. He and Shiling were not on good terms. White robe. The Black God stared at the white-robed figure. 8 third-tier cultivators have arrived? Yes. Shiling has a long history, so there are naturally more Tier 3 people. The man in white smiled faintly. The Black God has only been around for a few years, and there are hardly any at the 3rd tier. He also lacked the personal charisma of the Azure Emperor, which could attract someone like the Sky. He continued. Uncle Kurakami must also be looking for Yagami and Sky. Now that the Azure Emperor has started a war, a full-scale war could break out at any time. The man in white spoke up. With the world in such an unstable state, Uncle Black God cannot develop his business with peace of mind. Uncle Black God wants to kill Night God so that the Azure Emperor can end the war. Black God narrowed his eyes. So what if it is? Now that the kid has run away, it will be very difficult to find him. Just because Uncle Black God can't do something doesn't mean I can't. The man in white calmly replied. How dare you speak to me like that? Even your father wouldn't dare. Black God clenched his fists. Jingfeng and his 8 companions frowned in fear. Was the Black God about to make a move? I'm in the same class as Night God, and all the news about Night God in the mist was spread by me, the man in white said. They were afraid that if the Black God made a move, there would really be no match for him. I had already found a way to retain the aura of the Night God. Finding him isn't difficult, the man in white said, offering a solution. Oh? Black God became interested. You can find it? Yes. The man in white nodded. We'll go together. Uncle Black God, you kill the Sky. I led 8 third-tier members of Jingfeng to defeat Night God. In that case, the man in white grinned. The Azure Emperor has returned to his original form. The world is at peace, the man in white said. The Black God frowned. He had only wanted to kill the Night God and end the war. If we could kill the man in white, that would be the best outcome. The Azure Emperor is in an even worse state than before, having lost his support. Give it a try, and trust him for now, he said. Okay. But there's a condition, the man in white said. You still want to make demands? Black God frowned, his killing intent palpable. My request isn't really a request, the man in white said, taking a deep breath. It's just that if the Sky attacks us, I hope Uncle Black God will protect us, the man in white said to himself. That's natural. Black God thought it was something else and nodded in response. Good. The man in white's eyes flickered, and he took out an object to sense it. With a hum, the object instantly emitted a blue aura and drifted into the distance. Go, follow us and we'll reach the Night God's place, the man in white said. Good. Black God grinned. On the battlefield. Beep beep beep. Lin Ye was observing the swamp illusion before him. Where was the evil god? A sound rang in my ear. It was the sound of a private message. Lin Ye was surprised. Lika was back. Upon closer inspection, it was a message from Li Lin. The Black God and the white-clad ones have joined forces to track you down and kill you. The white-robed figure sensed your presence within the mist. A treasure is tracking you. All your previous information was exposed by him. Oh? Lin Ye frowned. What a grand gesture, even the kingdom has come. White clothes. So it was you who leaked my information? But I don't have time to contact you right now. Let's take a look at this so-called swamp illusion first. Let's go in, but be careful, there might be an illusion, Lin Ye said. Okay. Sky nodded and followed Lin Ye, slowly approaching. In a short while. Buzz! 5,000 meters away from the swamp phantom, a ripple of light and shadow appeared. I can't go any further. Lin Ye was surprised, sensing the circle of light blocking his way. Even with 200,000 combat power, and still being a kingdom, I can't break through. The Sky tried to break through, but there was no way. Lin Ye remained silent. He was a little taller than the Sky, and the sky couldn't do anything about it. That means it has nothing to do with combat power, it's just about obstruction. But when did Swamp Illusion acquire this move? Lin Ye asked. Could it be the work of an evil god? The evil god must be hiding in this flesh and blood. Lin Ye pondered, looked around, and observed the situation. Crack, crack, crack. The Zerg appeared outside the circle of light, constantly exploring. It seems to be looking for something. Lin Ye observed carefully and noticed that in the corner, a piece of flesh and blood from the swamp phantom exceeded the circle of light. It was cut up and taken away by the Zerg. Is this to prevent the swamp phantom from accumulating too much flesh and blood? Lin Ye wondered. The Zerg were seen cutting the stripped flesh and blood into pieces, pulverizing it bit by bit until a fragment appeared. The Zerg, holding the weapon, rushed into the circle of light and instantly froze, clearly having entered an illusion. They were then buried alive in their own flesh and blood. The Zerg corpses were expelled onto the surface of the flesh. Those are the rotten shields that the insectoid race obtained before. I see. Lin Ye squinted. The Zerg are not just preventing the swamp illusion from growing too large. They even rushed in and deliberately died, intending to use the Zerg corpses to fill the space inside. Didn't the previous swamp mirage really reject the flesh and blood of the Zerg? Lin Ye pondered to himself. The Zerg's flesh and blood are disgusting, and there's very little of it. It has occupied the position, but it cannot provide enough flesh and blood to replenish the swamp illusion. The Zerg are quite clever, Lin Ye said. The Zerg are also afraid of the swamp illusion. Let's go! Lin Ye looked up at the sky and took out a shield. A rotting shield, offered to the sky. The previous rotten domain, the rotten shields that the Zerg obtained from destroying flesh and blood. Could the two swamp phantoms be the same person? The Zerg shields all come from here. The Zerg are not only using Zerg corpses to discuss the swamp mirage. It seems they are also accumulating fragments for the Zerg to acquire, so that they can enter together at a certain time. Simply fill the area around the swamp phantom, causing it to eventually die without any flesh or blood. Lin Ye pondered for a moment, then walked towards the circle of light and said, Stay close to me, be careful of the illusion. Chapter 241 You killed the white-clothed men. Okay. Sky held the shield fragments, very curious about how Lin Ye got them. I followed them inside anyway. Buzz! The light and shadow were parted, and they stepped away one after the other. Tap tap tap! The sound of footsteps on the pile of corpses was very strange. Lin Ye and Tian Kong entered one after the other. Buzz! As soon as you step in, your vision changes instantly, and all that is beautiful is about to appear. This allows people to enter a beautiful world they imagine, which is equivalent to a control skill. Lin Ye felt it, turned his head to look at the sky, and saw that the sky had already shown a smile. We are about to enter the illusion. No one can withstand the illusion. Buzz! Lin Ye's lips twitched as he switched to Dream Summoner. Dream Strangulation activated. Buzz! The illusion impacted the sky and himself. Bang! The sound of an explosion rang in Lin Ye and Tian Kong's minds. It was the collision and destruction of two illusions. The illusion vanished instantly, and Lin Ye was greeted by bright light. Phew! The sky paused, then suddenly realized. Just now I... Still shaken, he asked. Did I enter an illusion? Okay. Lin Ye nodded. Thank you, Alliance Leader. If it weren't for you, I might be dead already. Sky was filled with gratitude. Lin Ye nodded, looking around at the entire massive swamp illusion. Using the Dream Summoner status, summon a swamp to kill him? But the area was too large, and the swamp could not absorb it at all. It's hard to imagine how long this swamp phantom has been here. Boom! Just as Lin Ye was looking worried, a loud rumbling sound rang out. Ha ha! This was followed by a series of smug laughs. Lin Ye turned his head and saw a spaceship appear, its gate opening. 8 third-tier city-states, led by Black God, White Robe, and Jing Feng, have emerged. Haitian was extremely excited to see Lin Ye laughing heartily. The man in white was also smug, able to watch Lin Ye die. Jing Feng and his team were determined to succeed. What is this thing? The man in white suddenly looked at the mountain of flesh with a puzzled expression. That made Lin Ye go to such lengths to bring Sky here. It's definitely extraordinary. Jing Feng and the others were also puzzled. Who cares what he is? Let's kill Night God first. Black God was impatient. Switching to warlock form, a wave of light and shadow surged forth. The man in white frowned. No wonder he was far inferior to the Azure Emperor. Obtaining the complete domain was also a matter of luck. Boom! The crimson light surged and gradually changed, transforming into a crimson claw. It charged toward Lin Ye with immense power and majesty. So strong! Sky frowned as it looked on. It surpasses my combat power. The Sky was extremely cautious. Scared? Black God looked on, extremely smug. The people in white were all smiles, never expecting that killing Night God and Sky God would be so easy. Both of them were so frightened that they couldn't move. Boom! However, as the attack approached, a sudden flash of light and shadow appeared. The explosion and attack were directly blocked by the light and shadow. How is this possible? The Sky exclaimed incredulously. Bai Yi and the other 8, including Jing Feng, were also surprised. Was Tian Kong really that strong? What an idiot! Lin Ye sneered. He was in an unfamiliar environment, noticed something was amiss, but didn't bother to investigate. Compared to the Azure Emperor, they are worlds apart. The Sky shook its head. The Azure Emperor and the Black God had entered the kingdom together back then. You insulted me! The Black God roared indignantly, wishing he could tear Lin Ye to pieces. Looking up at the Sky, he said, Sky, I never imagined you would become so powerful as to stop my attack. The people in white panicked. Was there still a chance to kill the two of them? Is the plan going to fall through? Heh! Sky chuckled dryly. It wasn't me. Not you? Black God frowned, and the white-robed group were also surprised. It wasn't Sky? Who is that? Could it be? Black God's gaze fell on Lin Ye, and the 8 people, including Bai Yi and Jing Feng, tensed up at the same time. The man in white trembled all over. How could Lin Ye be so powerful? It wasn't me either, Lin Ye replied. How is that possible? Black God squinted. The man in white frowned. Would the god of night lie? No. But it wasn't Lin Ye, nor was it Tian Kong. Who else was there? Could it be this pile of corpses? That shouldn't be the case. The man in white kept thinking, his brows furrowed, feeling a strange familiarity with the mountain formed from the corpse. I've never seen it, but I seem to have heard of it. Who is that? Black God looked at Lin Ye in confusion. Can't you see it? Lin Ye asked. This mountain of corpses, a mirage of a swamp. Swamp illusion? The man in white asked in surprise, his face turning pale. A swamp phantom that even a god could kill. Danger and gain go hand in hand. Once you obtain something from the swamp illusion, it becomes incredibly powerful. Swamp illusion? Black God's eyes widened, filled with greed. If I were to acquire the technology of swamp illusion, surpassing the Azure Emperor would not be a dream. Ha ha! The Black God laughed triumphantly. I want this swamp illusion. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved his feet and charged forward. Buzz! But it was blocked by the light and shadow and could not move forward. What's going on? Black God asked in surprise, and the white-robed and others also frowned. It's impossible not to want it, but they weren't as impulsive as Black God. They knew how powerful the swamp phantom was. After all, it had even killed a god. Tell me how to get in! The Black God roared. Lin Ye saw that it could stop the Sky and stop the Black God. They are all kingdoms. This rotten shield is, unsurprisingly, one of the components that make up the light and shadow. Hearing the Black God shout, he asked in confusion. You want to come in? Yes. Black God frowned and squinted. The Night God showed him no respect whatsoever. This is the fragment. Lin Ye took out a fragment and weighed it in his hand. As long as you bring it, you can enter. Lin Ye looked at the Black God. Give it to me! Black God exclaimed excitedly. Fine, Lin Ye said. I'll kill Bai Yi and Jing Feng and the other 8. What did you say? The man in white was terrified, and Jing Feng and his 8 companions were incredulous. We are allies! Yeah, we agreed to kill Yagami together. You can't kill us for this. Jing Feng and his 8 companions shouted. The man in white looked at the Black God and exclaimed excitedly. Uncle Black God, you can't do this! The Black God frowned, killing a few of them to obtain the fragments. Go inside. Shut up! Black God roared, swinging his arm and sending a blood-red claw hurtling towards the group. I'll fight you to the death! Jing Feng and his 8 companions roared as they realized they were about to die. 8 people charged at the same time, intending to self-destruct. The man in white looked on. How could this be? How could this be? We were supposed to kill Yagami. We were supposed to kill Yagami. Self-destruction? Over the years, countless third-tier city-states have thought I was weak and wanted to destroy me, but in the end, they all ended up self-destructing. Those kingdoms sent so many assassins, especially you Xiling, who wanted to end my life by self-destructing, but I stopped them all. Do you think I'm a pushover? The Black God exclaimed indignantly. He suddenly swung his arm. Buzz! Instantly, a blood-red light and shadow appeared, forming a shield-like object that blocked the 8 people from getting closer. Boom, 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 boom. 8 people self-destructed outside the shield. Announcement: the Jingfeng territory, a Tier 3 territory, has been destroyed. Announcement: Tier 3 territory. Announcement. This? The man in white stared in disbelief, his eyes wide. He was dead? Chapter 242: The Death of the Black God. There's one more! Upon hearing the report, Lin Ye looked at the Black God and glanced at the white-robed man. Black God frowned, intending to make a move. Go to hell! The man in white said indignantly, waving his arm. A sphere appeared and then vanished instantly. Having lived in Xiling for many years, he naturally had many such life-saving items. Night God, Black God, you two are not going to die a good death. Only the angry shouts of the white-robed figure remained. Meanwhile, the world channel was filled with jubilation. Damn it, all of Xiling's men are dead. This is terrifying. It was Black God who made the move. Damn, Feng Tian and Qingdi are fighting, while Black God and Hope Ling are having a high-level confrontation. It seems the world is really not peaceful anymore. We need to find a way to protect ourselves. Shouted out on the world channel. Xiling. Dead? Xiling frowned, filled with surprise. Has Black God gone mad? They actually killed my people. Xiling knew about the Black God. Black God seeks stability, and is unlikely to act rashly. When did this kid become so radical? Does he want to profit from the chaos of the times? But Kurakami is not that kind of person. Xiling couldn't understand it. In the mountain of corpses. They got away! Lin Ye glanced at Black God with a sneer. Black God gritted his teeth. How dare they run away right in front of him? Feeling Lin Ye's gaze and disdain, she was slightly annoyed. This is not my fault. The one in white is Xiling's son, and he has something that can save his life, the Black God said. Okay. Lin Ye nodded. Can I have that fragment now? Black God looked at Lin Ye, yearning for the fragment. He desperately wanted to acquire the technology of the Swamp Mirage. No! Sky cried out, stopping Lin Ye. He has 280,000 combat power. We are no match for them. Sky worried that once the Black God entered, he might have some treasures that could resist the illusion. Unaffected by the environment. At that point, both I and Yagami will be doomed. What do you want to do? Upon hearing this, Black God looked angrily at the sky, gritting his teeth and clenching his fists. I wish I could kill the sky right now, but unfortunately, there's light and shadow here. Frustrated and barely suppressing her anger, she looked at Lin Ye and said, You can't break your promise. You're right. Lin Ye nodded, took out the fragment, and threw it away. This? Sky's eyes widened in disbelief. Upon seeing this, the black god beamed with joy and was incredibly excited, knowing he would be able to enter soon. Once inside, not only can you defeat Night God and Sky, but you can also obtain the technology of swamp illusion. As the fragments came in a parabolic arc, he reached out to catch them. The Sky watched helplessly. Buzz! However, just as the black god was about to catch it excitedly. Suddenly, the light and shadow before the black god's eyes changed, and he stood there stunned. I got phantom technology, wow! Night God, the Sky is dead. I killed the Azure Emperor. Black God remained motionless, shouting incessantly, his face filled with a smile. The fragments of the parabola fell silently to the ground. This is... Sky looked up. Have we entered an illusion? Looking at Lin Ye with surprise, Lin Ye was clearly using the moment he approached using the fragment. This will change the mind of the Black God, thus allowing him to enter the illusion. Alliance leader, what a brilliant plan! Sky looked at Black God. Lin Ye ignored the praise, stepped out of the light and shadow, and appeared beside the Black God. With a flick of his eye, he switched hunters. The Black God has a combat power of 280,000 and must have a lot of health, but unfortunately, the hunter can kill even a god. His eyes flickered. Batter! Lin Ye attacked wildly, his twin swords striking relentlessly. Swish, 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 swish. The sounds of attacks rang out incessantly. 10-hit combo, 100-hit combo, 1,000-hit combo, 10,000-hit combo. A combo notification sounded. 1 million hits in a row. With the 1 millionth consecutive hit achieved, Black God was now covered in blood. He suddenly opened his eyes and regained consciousness. He looked at Lin Ye and said, You tricked me! You actually managed to kill me? As he spoke, his eyes rolled back, and he fell backward to the ground in despair. Thump! Lin Ye looked at it and thought, The kingdom is really something else. It took 1 million hits to kill it. Luckily, he was an idiot and fell into an illusion, so he didn't move and no one around him interrupted his combo. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to kill him. Dead? Sky stared in shock, never expecting that the Black God would die right in front of him. He is a kingdom. Announcement. The king of the Black God Kingdom has been killed by the Night God, and the Black God Kingdom has been destroyed. The announcement rang out. The world channel was silent for a long time. Holy crap, Black God is dead. He was killed by Night God. Holy crap, a kingdom has been wiped out. Damn it, the kingdom is gone, the kingdom is gone, the invincible kingdom is gone. People were utterly shocked. The world channel was boiling and churning like water being boiled. Shilling. Father, the Black God has jumped. He's killed our people. The man in white rushed into the castle, shouting excitedly. I know, Shilling said indignantly. The report had already arrived. He said angrily. What kind of panic is this? The man in white was taken aback and dared not say anything more. Report, Night God has killed. Upon hearing this, the two men's expressions changed drastically. The white-clad figure was terrified. Had the Night God killed the Black God? The Black God, after all, had a combat power of 280,000. He glanced at his father, Shilling, who was also tense at that moment. Clearly, they cannot accept what they are seeing. It was Sky who made the move, and Night God finished it off. The man in white took a deep breath. The Azure Emperor must have given Sky some good treasures. That's the only explanation, the man in white said. He couldn't accept that Night God had committed suicide alone. We also cannot accept being directly and severely damaged by the Sky. Yes, that must be it. Shilling nodded, remaining silent. Father! The man in white felt comforted when he saw Shilling's approval. At this moment, both father and son were clearly trying to comfort themselves. We must kill them both, we must kill them, the man in white said. Now we and Night God are truly locked in a life-or-death struggle. That Night God discovered the existence of the swamp illusion. If they get their hands on it, they might turn against us. After all, the swamp phantom can even kill a god. Yes, yes. Shilling squinted her eyes, pondered, and agreed. We must take action. You came back from over there. Do you know where Night God is? Shilling frowned. It's lost, the man in white replied, explaining that his treasure was a one-time use item. I've used up all my energy, and now I have nothing left. Useless! Shilling exclaimed indignantly, frowning, but she still had to act. Shilling disappeared on the spot. A wake-up call. They've arrived. The first country has already been destroyed, much faster than we imagined. He spoke of it with utmost caution and reverence. Back then it was a full-scale war. Now that Yagami has come and taken down one of them, won't a full-scale war break out? How could this be? The god of wealth wondered. He wouldn't have been able to make money if there hadn't been a war. The god of night is not to be underestimated. The god of wealth shook his head. Ha ha! Everyone was cautious, but the Azure Emperor was laughing wildly. The night god is incredibly powerful. He himself tried to kill the black god back then but failed. He was killed by the night god instead. Night god, you are far more powerful than I imagined. The Azure Emperor shook his head. In the mountain of corpses. Lin Ye ignored the report and looked up at the sky, saying, Your men have returned and are going to plunder the Black God's territory. Plunder the Black God? Sky asked in surprise, for that place was full of treasures. Yes, the two of us are enough here, Lin Ye said. Chapter 243 Monster Kingdom. At the same time, a voice sounded in Lin Ye's ear. Your people have reached level 61. Highest combat power, 220,000. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye smiled faintly. Mei Yi and the others were still relentlessly killing their prey. Quite good. He has abundant resources and a combat strength of 280,000. Once you acquire him, you can also strengthen your troop combat capabilities. It's all settled. Send your men to hunt down the Zerg. There's no need to waste any more time here. Okay. Sky nodded. My own tree men are very strong after being enhanced by technology. One reason why combat power cannot be increased is level. But the main reason is that we don't have any particularly powerful units. With a wave of his arm, a teleportation scroll appeared in his hand. With another wave of his arm, the scrolls shattered. They transformed into stars and enveloped all the tree people. Buzz! The treant vanished instantly. Announcement. The Sky Kingdom has plundered the Black God Kingdom. Damn, they've started looting! They've started looting! Why isn't anyone robbing them? Who would dare to rob it? The kingdom? The god of wealth and the others wouldn't rob it. Shilling and the others, Feng Tian and the Azure Emperor are fighting. Only Shilling. Could it be that Shilling wants to start a war with the god of night and the sky? Wouldn't that mean total war? People were talking about it. In the mountain of corpses. Lin Ye smiled faintly upon hearing the report. Looking up at the sky. Let's go! We tried to get into the center of the mountain of corpses. Okay. Sky nodded. The two walked uphill, one after the other. It is very tall and very big. They walked on, but found nothing. The corpse remained a corpse. Until we reached the center. Standing atop the mountain of corpses, Lin Ye and Tian Kong looked around. Do we really have to peel away the mountain of corpses to see anything? Lin Ye's eyes flickered, and he made a decision immediately. With a wave of his arm, a huge swamp appeared on the ground. But it was covered and concealed by endless corpses. If it weren't for the skill effects and the monster's roar. Oh! They didn't even know the skill had appeared. The mountain of corpses, influenced by the swamp, had fallen into the bodies, but this had no significant impact whatsoever. The mountain of corpses before us was simply too vast. It's never going to be a good thing. Lin Ye shook his head, squinting his eyes. Suddenly, a message came from the monster in the swamp. Notification. You have discovered the remaining portion of the complete rotten domain. Breaking news. Yagami has discovered the remaining portion of the rotten domain. Damn, Night God has discovered another domain. Those third-tier territories struggle to find it, but Night God finds it like drinking water. I don't know how to describe the Night God anymore. I wonder if those third-tier city-states still dare to plunder? The situation in the sky is right in front of us. Steal it? Even the Black God has been killed. Still stealing it? Unless they all submit to the Night God. The World Channel is buzzing. All the Tier 3 city-states in the game are watching from the sidelines, each one quite unwilling to give up. It's a territory, but unfortunately they don't dare to rob it. The Purple Gold city-states of the Profound Abyss, a Tier 3 city-state, declare their willingness to submit to the God of Night. The Purple Gold city-states, having reached the third tier of Kaifeng, declare their willingness to submit to the Night God. The Purple Gold city-state proclaims, it is willing to submit to the God of Night. People were still talking when the call came. Holy crap, so many! They're all big shots from the same era as Sky. Among them, Kaifeng is said to be even more powerful than the Tyrant Dragon. It's all for the sake of the domain, but if you submit, you become a kingdom. I'd be willing to do that too. People shouted. Father! The man in white swallowed hard, his whole body slightly dazed. His face was pale. Once the Night God gave it to him, it would surely create a second kingdom. Weren't the Night God's subordinates incredibly strong? Xiling remained silent, unable to watch Xishan grow too powerful. Behind the Night God is the Azure Emperor. The Azure Emperor plus the God of Night plus the Sky plus the Fourth Kingdom. They're practically invincible. This is the only way. Xiling can't find the location of the Night God now. Turn to the World Channel. To become ruthless. Amazing! The Azure Emperor listened to everything with a broad smile. Night God, you have given me so many miracles. This Night God is terrifying, Feng Tian said anxiously. Once Night God is finished with his work, he will definitely assist the Azure Emperor, and a terrifying scene will unfold before our eyes. Xing Shi and the others remained silent, but Kaishin smirked. I never imagined that the Night God that Kid Li could chose would be so terrifying. On the battlefield. The remaining part of the rotten domain? Lin Ye heard the news from below the mountain of corpses. Could the two swamp phantoms actually be one? It's the rotten domain again. Lin Ye shook his head. How good could a domain corrupted by the swamp illusion be? He shook his head as he looked at the announcement from the third-tier city-state. Brother! A private message suddenly popped up. Lin Ye looked closely and realized it was none other than Li Ke. Do you want it? Don't give it to me, I want to become the kingdom, Li Ke said excitedly. You became a kingdom? Lin Ye asked in surprise. Yes, Li Ke said. I have been working hard in silence, and have become a third-tier city-state. Lin Ye heard this. Having a powerful background is a good thing. It became a third-tier city-state so quickly. The God of Wealth has a terrifying background. Okay, I'll give it to you once I've got it sorted out, Lin Ye said. But I haven't got it sorted out yet. Okay, I'll come over first, Li Ke said. Come here? Lin Ye frowned, surprised that he could find him. They didn't pay attention. The God of Wealth has his own methods. Okay, Lin Ye replied, then said no more. Lin Ye looked at the mountain of corpses. Crack, crack, crack. Feel the monsters inside the mountain of corpses, the monsters gnawing on things. They swallowed the corpse bit by bit. The mountain of corpses gradually began to collapse. Lin Ye looked at it. This was the only way. After the collapse, go inside and find the true form of the swamp phantom. Time passed little by little. Lin Ye and the sky wait. You've trained. You've trained. Your people have reached level 61. The reminder kept ringing in the sky. Hearing this, Tiankong smiled broadly and looked at Lin Ye. I have obtained a new type of soldier, and my combat power has reached 250,000. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye frowned. The kingdom had indeed increased significantly. The change in troop type directly brought the total to 250,000. Your people have reached level 62, with a maximum combat power of 22.5. At the same time, Lin Ye also heard a sound in his ear. My own stats, including Titans, are only 22.5. But it's still pretty good. Looking down into the sunken area, a passage gradually formed leading into the interior of the mountain of corpses. That's about enough. Let's go in and find the true form of the swamp illusion, Lin Ye said. Purple Gold issues a message. The kingdom of Xiling, Night God, has discovered the swamp illusion. Holy crap! Swamp Phantom, how is that possible? It's capable of killing a god. Once you obtain it, you will be invincible. That's right. People were excited and kept shouting. Xiling deliberately exposed himself. Sky exclaimed indignantly. Lin Ye nodded. Hope Ling. Buzz buzz buzz. Just then, a series of sounds suddenly rang in Lin Ye's ears. Night God, powerful things are obtained by those with the ability. That's right. Don't even think about taking it all for yourself. Swamp Mirage, we are determined to have it. 3 arrogant voices came from the darkness. Lin Ye looked closely and saw 3 players and a monster. It's those monster kingdoms that the players have allied with, Sky explained. Chapter 244 Blue Armor. The ominous city-state and the Blood Dwarf Kingdom, with a combined strength of 250,000. The Sky locked onto a burly man and a dwarf covered in blood. The Ice and Snow City-State and the Snow Elf Kingdom have a combined combat power of 249,000. Then he looked at a woman and a white sprite floating in the sky. The combined strength of Xinfeng City-State and the Kingdom of Tak is 251,000. Finally, there was a thin, middle-aged man and an elderly man of a race who wore feathers, held a staff, and resembled an orc, but were not an orc. After he finished speaking, the Sky's face turned very gloomy, filled with fear of the group. He said, There's only one I can handle. Lin Ye frowned as he looked at him. The man in white had had a similar experience before. Cooperate with wild monsters. I never imagined I would see something of this scale. Players have kingdoms, and naturally, so do wild monsters. Can I find myself? The Tak people, a rare race, are said to be adept at predicting whereabouts. 3 of them are really no match for them. Let's wait until they get in before we talk, Lin Ye said. Ha ha! The ominous city-state had clearly heard Lin Ye's voice. He laughed uncontrollably. He looked at Lin Ye and said, Night God, do you think everyone is like you players, constantly fighting amongst yourselves? Lack of ambition. Our people discovered the rotting shield long ago and figured out what was going on. We just don't know the exact location. Now that you've discovered it, we don't need to search anymore, Omen said. Player? Lin Ye sneered. You talk as if you're not a player. We've joined the Wild Kingdom. Ice and Snow responded, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Of course, you can say you're not a player, Ice and Snow said. Don't even think about using these things to deceive our minds, Xi and Feng said. Ha ha! The Blood Dwarves, Snow Elves, and Tak tribes burst into laughter. Let's go! One of the Snow Elves took out a fragment and threw it to the others. They walked toward the light and shadow, followed by the others. Go in and kill them both! The Snow Elf smiled murderously, gripping her wand tightly. Hee hee! The 6 people laughed strangely. He walked over with a chilling murderous intent. Sky was tense all over. He could only deal with one opponent. I'm here! Just then, a loud shout rang out. The sound echoed through the darkness. Who goes there? The Sky tensed. Had another wild kingdom arrived? The 6 of them also looked over. Lin Ye glanced sideways. From the darkness, a burly green-skinned dwarf appeared, accompanied by Lika. Boss! Lika looked at Lin Ye excitedly. He's here? Lin Ye grinned, surprised that it happened so quickly. Looking at the burly green-skinned dwarf and the majestic green elf, I never imagined that what was recorded in the miscellaneous book was actually true. There really is such a race as the majestic green-skinned dwarves. Boss, my grandpa helped me find the monster kingdom. It's with me now, and it belongs to your territory too. Li Ke looked at Lin Ye excitedly. Lin Ye remained silent. There were too few players who played the green dwarf class. Few can get the green-skinned dwarves to the third tier like Li Ke. The green dwarfs are a rather strange race. They are the weakest among them. His branches are all very strong, but those branches have immense respect for the green-skinned dwarves. They would flock to any powerful green-skinned dwarf territory that appeared. Li Ke's disappearance during this period is probably to deal with the majestic green-skinned dwarf. Rock, what are you trying to do? Are you going to side with the players? Seeing the situation, the blood dwarf turned his head to look at the majestic green-skinned dwarf, raised his musket, and angrily questioned him. I respect my primary race. Whoever my primary race submits to, whoever they help, I will help, responded the green-skinned dwarf named Rocky. You! Tucker and the snow elf were furious, and the three players frowned. Tian Kong breathed a sigh of relief. They were on his side, no need to worry. We have something. Go in and kill the people inside. Don't worry about them. Xi and Feng looked at the situation and realized that they couldn't delay any longer. Roar. Yes! Bingshui shouted as well. As soon as he finished speaking, the blood dwarf, snow elf, and Tak charged forward. Instantly entered the world of light and shadow. The sky was pale, but it still pressed on despite the odds. I'll fight you! One of the blood dwarves roared without hesitation. With a flick of his musket, he locked onto the sky. With a wave of his sky wand, a tree shield appeared. Bang bang bang. Boom boom boom. The explosion occurred instantly. We can take on one! Li Ke, watching from outside, charged at the majestic green-skinned dwarf, only to be stopped by the light and shadow. Li Ke shouted anxiously. Lin Ye grinned, and two shield fragments appeared in his hand, which he tossed to Li Ke and the other man. Beautiful! Li Ke shouted as the two men caught it. He looked at the majestic green-skinned dwarf and roared. Rock, attack! Kill! The majestic green-skinned dwarf produced two hammers and charged forward. I'll marry you, you traitor among us! The Tak roared, charging forward in fury. The wavy wand, with its dark magical light and shadow, is that of a warlock. Kill! The majestic green-skinned dwarf swung his twin hammers fiercely, and a beam of light, as sharp as lightning, descended from the sky, directly striking the magical light. Boom! An explosion rang out. You think you can avoid dying like this? The battle began, and the snow elf appeared beside Lin Ye, her killing intent palpable. Lin Ye looked around and realized he was the only one left. Buzz! The snow elf flapped its wings, and a streak of white light and shadow struck. Boss! Li Ke realized the situation and looked over nervously. Alliance leader! Sky cried out anxiously. But there was nothing the two of them could do. Go to hell! The snow elf roared. Your people have crafted blue heavy armor. The Dream Summoner has successfully equipped the gear, increasing their combat power to 245,000. The blue heavy armor Lord equipment will be automatically equipped, increasing the Lord's combat power by another 10,000, for a total of 255,000. A notification suddenly sounded. Lin Ye transformed rapidly, and a magnificent purple robe appeared, resembling armor, yet not quite. The golden patterns on the robe resembled a giant dragon's journey, which was quite terrifying. The overall design exudes a kingly aura and a sense of invincibility. 255,000? Lin Ye's lips curled up. Blue equipment is indeed different. That's enough to kill the people at the scene. With a flick of his eyes, he thrust his spear horizontally behind him, and a whoosh sound echoed through the air. It charged forward, shattering the light and shadow of the snow elf's attack. How is this possible? The snow elf exclaimed incredulously. You were able to break through my attack. Are you stronger than me? You are just a third-tier city-state. How is this possible? The three people in the distance, filled with fear and disbelief, exclaimed in disbelief. It must be a one-time use treasure. He just killed the black god. Yes, this treasure can actually be used a second time. There definitely aren't any left. The three roared. Humph! The snow elf agreed. He stared at Lin Ye, intending to make a second move. But then he saw the tattoo on Lin Ye's forehead ripple, and a light and shadow locked onto him, seemingly there but not there. Buzz! The snow elf's vision blurred instantly, and she froze. I've obtained the swamp illusion technology. The snow elf stood there, beaming. Lin Ye remained unchanged, locking onto the snow sprite standing motionless before him. I'm strong now, so I just need to whittle down his health to take him down. With a slanted glance, he hurled the spear wildly. In just 1 second, the snow elf was pierced by dozens of spears, looking like a hedgehog. You've actually obtained the swamp illusion technology. The snow elf struggled to open its eyes. Thump! He fell backward to the ground, dead as could be. Chapter 245 Dragon Kingdom. Holy crap! Li Ke exclaimed in shock, exchanging a glance with the sky. Dead? That's awesome. The three, Zhao, Binxue, and Xinfeng, were stunned and dead. The Blood Dwarf and Tak were horrified and incredulous. The technology of the Dream Swamp? Run! The Blood Dwarf shouted. Tucker tensed up, and the two of them hurriedly ran into the distance. You can't escape. The majestic green-skinned dwarf swiftly intercepted Tucker. We're all on the same side, how could you? Tucker roared angrily. The Blood Dwarf in the distance was smug, instantly covering 10,000 meters. They've escaped. Tian was furious. Buzz! Lin Ye switched to spatial magic, and flashed. Buzz! It instantly appeared in the path of the Blood Dwarf's advance. Lin Ye was already used to anchoring at any time. How is this possible? The Blood Dwarf roared in fear upon seeing it. Lin Ye switched to the Dream Summoner class, and took advantage of the Blood Dwarf's roar. Dreamlike strangulation. The light and shadow rippled outwards. I escaped! I escaped! The Blood Dwarf remained motionless, a broad smile on his face, shouting incessantly. Swish, swish, swish. Immediately afterwards, the spears struck like thunder and rain. Pierced the Blood Dwarf to turn him into a second hedgehog. Dead again? Li Ke was shocked. The three of them collapsed, their faces pale. Tucker looked at him, and his body went limp. Was he dead? The majestic green-skinned dwarf took a deep breath. Thankfully it was on his side. Buzz! While everyone was in shock, Lin Ye switched to a spatial mage and appeared not far from Tucker. Tucker was on the verge of collapse when he saw Lin Ye in his eyes. I was just about to say something. Buzz! Lin Ye had already switched to the Dream Summoner, and the light and shadow of the illusion emanated from his forehead. I don't have to die! Tucker shouted excitedly, remaining motionless. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Ye's spear flew through the air, the sound of it cutting through the air echoing. Tucker woke up at the last moment, looked at Lin Ye, and stared wide-eyed. Thump! He finally collapsed to the ground and couldn't get up. Quiet! With Tucker's death, a final silence fell. Li Ke, Tiankong, Zhao, and the others stared blankly at Lin Ye, utterly shocked. How long has it been since the third-tier city-states entered the country, yet they've already slaughtered so many kingdoms? Report, Night God has killed members of the Wild Kingdom, the Snow Dwarf Kingdom. Report, Night God has killed members of the Wild Kingdom, the Snow Elf Kingdom. Report, Night God has killed a creature from the Wild Kingdom, the Kingdom of Tark. 3 announcements resounded throughout the land. Silence fell, and everyone was stunned. In a short while. Holy crap, what is Night God trying to do? Kill the Black God and destroy 3 wild kingdoms. You guys were saying that Night God used tricks, but what about now? Can all 3 of them use tricks? Sky is assisting, but how could Night God possibly kill all 3 of them? Has the Night God become so powerful that it's beyond our comprehension? The world channel is in turmoil. Radiance and Devourer bowed their heads and fell silent. The God of Wealth took a deep breath. It seems that this situation is different from the past. In the past, it was a total war, but this time it's high-end annihilation. Have times changed? Can the god of wealth still profit from war? The god of wealth took a deep breath. It's changed, it's changed. Xingshi fell silent, unsure how to describe the current situation. The Azure Emperor and Feng Tian were utterly shocked. The Azure Emperor is happy, but Phoenix Heaven is in crisis. On the battlefield. You have mastered the technology of the swamp illusion. The three stammered, looking at Lin Ye with fear, when Xian Feng spoke up. Yes. Lin Ye nodded. You can all go to hell now. Saying it is one thing, doing it is another. No! Nightmare cried out anxiously. Don't kill us, we're all players. Yes. Bingxue was also terrified. Xian Feng said, Please don't kill us for the sake of the players. The three of them were anxious. Didn't you just say you weren't part of the players? Sky mocked. The three looked at each other, regretting that they hadn't said that. Seeing this in horror, Lin Ye, without any hesitation, drew the spear from his back, ready to act. You! The three realized that Lin Ye would not forgive them. In that case. Ominous sighs flickered, and he suddenly waved his arm, producing a token. Please, sir, save us! The ominous sign cried out. Buzz! As if receiving some magical summons, the token instantly emitted a green light. Immediately afterwards, green light and shadow enveloped the entire space. A powerful and terrifying pressure emanated from all around. What the hell? The sky roared. Such a powerful pressure! Li Ke was forced to the ground. The majestic green-skinned dwarf was filled with fear and unease. A difficult resistance, a painful response. It is the Dragon Kingdom. Dragon? Both Li Ke and Tiankong were surprised. Lin Ye frowned, surprised that a giant dragon actually existed. Oh! A green light emanated, and a huge dragon head appeared. It emitted a terrifying sound that sent shivers down your spine. Fangs are everywhere. It really is a dragon! Li Ke was covered in sweat. This was the first time he had ever felt fear. A dragon, it's a dragon. The sky remained silent, struggling to withstand the wires. The majestic green-skinned dwarf was even more terrified. He was a wild monster, yet he was helping the player kill people. Phew! The three of them also relaxed a lot. Looking at Li Ke and Tiankong's condition, he felt even more smug. Gazing at Lin Ye, she smiled faintly. Now how will you break free? But strangely, Lin Ye was unaffected by the dragon's might. At that moment, the small earth dragon on Lin Ye's shoulder, which looked like a stone sculpture, suddenly moved. Roar! The dragon's roar resounded, shattering the wire. Whoosh! Li Ke and the others instantly felt the oppressive force disappear. An earth dragon! The giant dragon's head was slightly startled. Earth dragon? Isn't it a decorative statue? How could it be an earth dragon? Someone said they saw a dragon in the third area before, and it's true. Li Ke and the others stared at Lin Ye in disbelief. How could Lin Ye have so many trump cards up his sleeve? They actually managed to subdue the dragons and even made them stand on their shoulders without moving an inch. They were so obedient. Green dragon! The little earth dragon locked onto the dragon's head. The other was an adult, while he was a cub, but he was not afraid at all. I didn't expect to find someone like me. The green dragon stared at the little earth dragon, then looked at Lin Ye. You have found him, and you have gained the friendship of our dragon race. When our people came to kill you, I said I was sorry. You may plunder their territories at will. No one will stop us, the green dragon said. Wow! Li Ke exclaimed excitedly. That was a treasure. Wild kingdoms have existed longer than player kingdoms and possess far more treasures. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye realized that plundering such wild territory would invite a horde of monsters to attack him. That won't happen anymore. That's pretty good, it shows sincerity. Okay, Lin Ye replied. The three of them are here to find swamp illusion technology, the green dragon said. I hope you won't kill them, let them search on their own. If they behave disrespectfully towards you again, you may kill them at will. The green dragon stared at Lin Ye. I hope you understand, the green dragon said politely. Lin Ye frowned upon hearing this. If others treat me with respect, I will treat them with even greater respect. Okay, Lin Ye replied. Who? Upon hearing this, the three ominous signs took a deep breath. He looked at Lin Ye and said, Don't worry, even if we had 10,000 lives, we wouldn't dare to lay a hand on you. Thank you, Green Dragon replied, seeing Lin Ye's agreement. Looking at the little earth dragon, he said, Grow up quickly, the dragon race needs you. After saying that, he disappeared on the spot. Chapter 246 Discovering the Swamp Illusion. A dragon! As the dragon vanished, Liku uttered an unimaginable sound. He stood there, pale-faced, looking at everyone. They exchanged a glance with the sky, both wearing the same expression. Lin Ye really didn't expect that there was such a thing as a dragon kingdom. He glanced at the three ominous figures. All three wore expressions of fear towards him. They were terrified that they might kill them themselves. Lin Ye ignored it. Since he had promised the green dragon, he naturally had to keep his word. He gazed at the sky, Liku, and the rock, then looked toward the passage in the distance, and walked toward it. The three followed. The three men swallowed hard, watching as Lin Ye and the other three entered the passage and disappeared for a while. It's about time we can take action, Ominous said. The two nodded guiltily. The three of them carefully walked into the passage. In the passageway. Holy crap, this mountain is made entirely of corpses. Lin Ye switched to the Enchantress class, and a dazzling light illuminated the passage. Liku was stunned when he saw what was happening. He was shocked by what he saw. There were only corpses, nothing but corpses. The many strange and varied forms of death. Liku even felt like vomiting. The sky and the rock also frowned. Lin Ye remained silent and continued walking, encountering many forks in the road along the way. There's nothing we can do, the collapse is random. The three of them have come in too. Sky walked to Lin Ye's side and said, Head towards the western passage. Lin Ye nodded, not paying any attention, as he had a swamp monster roaming underground. Dig a tunnel toward the center. The swamp beast's true form was there last time, and it should be there again this time. Once you reach the center, you'll know whether this place is the same as the previous swamp illusion. I walked away silently. Time passed slowly, and I don't know how much time had gone by. Lin Ye walked to the center as he had expected, only to find that the corpses around him had been completely devoured. It forms a spacious place. The majestic bodies of three swamp monsters supported the surrounding area. There's nothing there, Liku said, glancing around. Lin Ye frowned. There wasn't any. That shouldn't be the case. Looking around, there were piles of corpses in the distance, inside something resembling a wall. There is a complete corpse. Even his chest was still rising and falling slightly. Lin Ye looked over and saw that this skin was none other than the swamp phantom from before. Could it be that this swamp phantom is not the same as the previous swamp phantom? Then how do you explain the so-called last one? Lin Ye watched from afar, squinting his eyes, and suddenly smiled. We've arrived! Just then, an anxious voice rang out. Among the many interconnected passages, three ominous figures emerged from one of them. It's you! Liku looked over and spoke with murderous intent. The three of them were stunned. Any one of Lin Ye's companions could kill them. He dared not move, but his eyes kept scanning his surroundings. It seemed as if they were searching for something. Urgent, clearly filled with greed. Lin Ye looked around and realized that he had experienced the swamp illusion. And they were able to find it. Still searching for the true form of that swamp phantom. Suddenly, Bingxia made a surprised sound. He immediately shut up, cautiously glancing at Lin Ye and the other three to make sure there was nothing amiss. He kept exchanging meaningful glances with ominous Sign and Xifeng. The two of them glanced at each other, and instantly saw something, their eyes filled with surprise. But it went out instantly, and he looked at the night god with a sorrowful expression. The three of them were thinking about how to keep it from Lin Ye and the others. The scene was quiet for a moment. "Night god, come out!" Just then, a deep voice came from outside. The sound was deafening, terrifying, and filled with oppressive power. Although not as powerful as the previous dragons, it's still so strong. "How is that possible?" Sky, Li Ke, and Pan Shu were instantly oppressed, with Li Ke suffering the worst, being forced to the ground and lying on disgusting flesh and blood. "Who is it? So powerful! It's that person!" Meanwhile, the three ominous signs on the opposite side were also in pain. Lin Ye frowned, also feeling the pressure. The earth dragon on his shoulder emitted a dragon's might, which greatly reduced the oppressive force. "Who is it?" "More powerful than imagined, completely incomparable to the previous black god." "It's Feng Tian!" Sky exclaimed. Looking at Lin Ye with a pale face, he said, "A marquis-level kingdom." Lin Ye frowned. "There are many kinds of kingdoms, but most of them are ordinary. When you reach 300,000 combat power, max level, and maxed out buildings, you've reached the pinnacle and can transcend this region. However, some people choose not to upgrade after their buildings and citizens have reached the maximum level. Continuously strengthening oneself and breaking through to a combat power of over 300,000 is what is called a marquis-level kingdom. The Azure Emperor was like this, and so was Shilin. Hegemai had always wanted to do this, but he hadn't been able to. No wonder the pressure was so strong. He originally thought Shilin would come to kill him, but he didn't expect it to be Feng Tian. "What do we do now?" Li Ke asked. "A marquis-level kingdom is no match for us." Lin Ye remained silent. Indeed, he was no match for him at all. "No matter what I do, I cannot withstand this unprecedented crisis." "Are you suggesting we've been hiding here all along?" Lin Ye's eyes narrowed, filled with endless worry. "Rob it!" Suddenly, one of the three men opposite, Nightmare, roared. "Grab the body, find Feng Tian!" Bingshu shouted as well. Xian Feng glanced at it, his eyes flickered, and he switched to a shadow. They appeared at an extremely fast speed next to the corpse that Lin Ye had seen earlier. "Such speed!" Li Ke exclaimed in shock. Lin Ye frowned. This type of soldier was no ordinary soldier. Xinfeng grabbed the corpse. "Buzz!" Ominous eyes flickered, and he took out a sphere. The sphere emitted light, instantly enveloping the three people, who then vanished from the spot. "They escaped!" Li Ke frowned and looked at Lin Ye. "That corpse looks like the swamp phantoms. Has swamp phantom technology disappeared? Damn it, if it weren't for Feng Tian!" Sky beat his chest and stamped his feet in frustration. "Ha ha!" Feng Tian's voice rang out from outside. He laughed triumphantly. "It was actually a swamp illusion. You three did a good job. Yagami, your plan has failed. I'll protect all three of you," Feng Tian shouted without hesitation. "I'm so angry," Li Ke said angrily, while Tian Kong gritted his teeth. Sensing his surroundings, the oppressive aura vanished. "That kid Feng Tian is researching the swamp illusion," Sky said. "Okay," Lin Ye nodded. "Let's go take a look." After saying that, he walked towards the outside. The three nodded and followed. The surface of the mountain of corpses. The three ominous signs appeared outside and knelt respectfully on the ground. A middle-aged man dressed in a black robe stood in place, holding the corpse of the swamp phantom in his hand. His eyes were full of smugness. It was Feng Tian. Upon seeing Lin Ye appear, Feng Tian looked over and said, "Night God, you didn't expect this, did you? I actually obtained the swamp illusion technology. The three of them said that you've also found out." Feng Tian shook his head. "I just don't know who will ultimately be stronger in this area, you or me." With that, Feng Tian laughed wildly. "Ha ha! You're lucky, you'll die by my hand." Chapter 247: The Evil God and Feng Tian. As he spoke, Feng Tian began to rummage through the corpse, while the three others watched with a sigh of relief. Once Feng Tian received the information, the three of them could leave. Li Ke feeling frustrated. Lin Ye looked at the corpse, a smirk playing on his lips. Evil God, how much longer are you going to hide? Disguise it as a corpse, Lin Ye said. Everyone frowned as soon as he finished speaking. Wow! Immediately afterwards, a strange sound rang out, and the corpse in Feng Tian's hand instantly turned into black smoke. What is that? Feng Tian roared, his brows furrowed as he looked at the swamp corpse in his hand, now gone. This? Li Ke, Tian Kong, and the others looked and realized that it was not a swamp illusion. Moreover, Yagami already knew. Black smoke floated in the sky and looked at Lin Ye, saying, You brat, you actually managed to find me. Lin Ye grinned. The evil god, in order to avoid being caught, found the swamp phantom. After all, the swamp phantom is capable of defeating even gods. Unexpectedly, in order to avoid him, the swamp phantom directly split the rotten domain and moved its main body. The evil god disguises himself here, which is why there are no illusions here. It's a broken god. At the same time, Feng Tian also realized the situation. I stared incredulously at the black smoke. God! Sky, Li Ke, and Omen were shocked. The word God is simply a dream. Haha, I didn't get the swamp illusion, but I'm glad I got you. Feng Tian was in high spirits. I never expected that coming to kill the night god would result in obtaining this thing. As he spoke, he was about to make a move and seize the person. You think you can do this? The evil god roared indignantly. Suddenly, he unleashed a burst of light, instantly pulling Feng Tian into the battle. Disappeared? Li Ke looked on in surprise. Both of them had vanished. Lin Ye watched quietly. This scene was exactly the same as his own back then. After a long while, a scream rang out. Then Feng Tian appeared, covered in blood. He's injured. The sky was shocked. Feng Tian, a marquis-level kingdom, was actually injured. It's still so serious. Buzz! In a short while, the evil god also appeared, and the black smoke floating in the sky became much more ethereal. Night god, nothing good ever comes of running into you. The evil god's voice was panting, clearly indicating that he was also injured. Lin Ye watched, smiled faintly, and thought, both sides will suffer losses. I will kill you the next time I see you. The evil god roared. It floated its body, as if trying to leave. Trying to run away. Feng Tian was frustrated and wanted to give chase. Can they escape? Lin Ye's eyes flickered, and he rushed out of the sky of light and shadow. Switching to the Enchantress class, a beam of light instantly swept out, capturing the evil god. Night god, what do you want to do? The evil god roared in anguish. Give it to me, or I'll kill you! Feng Tian shouted, and attacked immediately. A purple light shot out and struck Lin Ye. Lin Ye realized he was no match for them. Switching to spatial magic and anchoring, I returned directly to the realm of light and shadow. Looking at the evil god being manipulated outside the light and shadow, he switched to the Enchantress class again and suddenly waved his hand. The evil god was pulled directly into the light and shadow. Night god, you will die a horrible death. You took advantage of my weakness and knew I was injured. The evil god roared incessantly. Night god. Feng Tian turned to look at Lin Ye as his attack missed. He said, I'm going to kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly impacted the light and shadow, and with a huge crash, the attack was blocked. Whoosh! Sky and Li Ke watched everything happen with lightning speed. My heart was in my throat. Upon seeing that Feng Tian had been stopped, he instantly breathed a sigh of relief. I'll marry you! Feng Tian was furious and attacked relentlessly, but all his attacks were blocked by the light and shadow, which remained unchanged. What is this thing? Feng Tian asked angrily. I don't know, it's always been there, the ominous sign said. We can't attack it, it's like a mirage of a swamp. Come in, Li Ke said smugly. This made Feng Tian even more aggrieved. He glanced at Li Ke and looked at Zhao. What are they doing inside? You came out from inside before, so how did you get in? We need fragments, the ominous sphere responded. But fragments are disposable. Once they're in and out, they're gone. We've used them all up. Omen bowed his head in fear. How did you get it? Feng Tian roared in anger. Kill the Zerg over here. Ominous spoke. Humph. Feng Tian looked at Lin Ye and said, You wait, I'll come and kill you right away. With a flick of his eyes, his entire being transformed. With another flick of his eyes, he summoned a clone. The clone stood silently, locking onto Lin Ye. Don't think you can leave just because I've left. If you come out, I'll kill you right now, Feng Tian said. He looked at the three ominous signs and said, Lead the way. The three nodded and ran off into the distance, with Feng Tian following behind. Within the light and shadow. What should I do? Li Ke took a deep breath. Sky looked down and said, In our current state, if Feng Tian targets us, we're doomed unless we notify the Azure Emperor. But the Azure Emperor definitely won't make a move now. Feng Tian is famous for his clones, so there must be clones of him on the battlefield. Sky shook his head. The Azure Emperor needs to deal with him. Li Ke fell completely silent. Night God, you are going to die. Suddenly, the evil god's voice rang out. The evil god was quite pleased with himself. Refine him? Li Ke frowned. After all, he was evenly matched with the sky just now. Me. The evil god was surprised. The night god had many tricks up his sleeve. Wasn't he going to die? He's still conscious, but the refining process is very slow. Feng Tian kills the insect race very quickly, so he should be back soon, Lin Ye said. We can't put our hopes on him. Lin Ye frowned. Hee. If the evil god is certain, I can still live. Maybe before Lin Ye can handle it, Feng Tian will arrive. I can take the opportunity to leave and live a good life. Then what do we do? Sky shook its head. Lin Ye pondered, looking around at the light and shadow, realizing that the light and shadow were related to the shield fragments. This is clearly a trick used by Swamp Illusion. The evil god certainly knows, but he won't tell himself. There is a domain beneath the corpse. It might be related to this domain. Although the area is now covered by corpses, it has already been discovered. It belongs to me now. He looked at Li Ke and said, I will give you the domain. You will advance to the kingdom level, then sense the domain and search for something strange. Domain! Li Ke exclaimed in surprise. Okay! Li Ke exclaimed excitedly. Lin Ye felt a sense of belonging, and his eyes flickered. You have received a domain from the god of night. Do you wish to accept it? Received! Li Ke exclaimed excitedly. You have acquired a domain, which can be upgraded to a kingdom. Do you wish to upgrade? Li Ke nodded. Advancement. Li Ke remained motionless for a moment, then suddenly woke up and looked at Lin Ye. 260,000 combat power. Li Ke grinned. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye realized that the god of wealth's foundation was truly extraordinary, having reached 260,000 in a single advancement. He's taller than me. Announcement. The world's #1 merchant has advanced to a kingdom. Chapter 248 Holy Armor Shield. The world's #1 merchant has become a kingdom. Who is it? He's nobody. I've never heard of him before. They're from the Night God Alliance. They've been following Night God since the beginning of the mist. Up to now, the Night God Alliance has only 2 allies, one is Sky, and the other is the world's #1 merchant. Holy crap, is Night God going to create a kingdom alliance? No way, does Night God even recruit people? I want to become a kingdom too. People cheered, and the World Channel was excited. You brat! The god of wealth exclaimed upon hearing the news, never expecting that he would actually succeed. What you've chosen is even more powerful than I imagined, the god of wealth remarked. Ha ha! The Azure Emperor laughed wildly. Feng Tian, far away, was extremely cautious. It was the night god again. I'll kill you in a moment. Feng Tian suddenly raised his hand, and in the darkness, swarms of insectoids died. Hopeling squinted and glanced at the white-clad figure. Only Xingshi frowned deeply at this moment, saying, "The 7.5 kingdoms were destined, and the Black God is dead. There are still 6.5 left, plus Sky and the #1 merchant in the world who has just appeared. One more person will die. It seems this war is truly a battle of high-end combat power." Xingshi shook his head. "On the battlefield." "Hee hee." Li Ke laughed excitedly and proudly. He had become a kingdom, a kingdom. The rock beside him washed, and it was also happy. Lin Ye shook his head, looked at Li Ke and said, "Search for strange items in the domain." "Okay." Upon hearing this, Li Ke immediately stopped being happy. With the Phoenix Heaven approaching, this is not the time to be happy. Close your eyes and feel the entire domain. Buzz! Every flower and blade of grass in the domain was displayed. A point of light appeared beneath the sand. "There's a light spot under the sand in the southeast corner," Li Ke said quickly, opening his eyes. "Action!" Lin Ye responded quickly upon hearing this, sensing the monster underground. Oh! The monsters moved wildly. "Let's go!" Lin Ye thought. "We can't delay any longer. Feng Tian might be coming back." Enter the passage of corpses, arrive at the ground, and follow the monster. In a short while, it appeared at the designated location, and the corpses on the ground were devoured by the monster. The monster supports the space, which is covered with sand, and a point of light shines within the sand. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Ye walked over, brushed aside the sand, and a golden shield appeared. A marquee-level treasure, the tattered holy armor shield, cannot be penetrated by marquee-level or lower-level artifacts. The holy armor shield! Lin Ye frowned upon hearing this, referring to the legendary shield of an 8-winged archangel. It was obtained by the Swamp Phantom. Could it be that the Swamp Phantom not only killed the Titans back then, but also the 8-winged angels? It seems the battles in the place where the gods reside are quite spectacular. It was a marquee-level treasure, but it was damaged. The holy armor shield should be a divine artifact, but because it is damaged, it is only of the marquee level. Could those fragments be part of the composition? To recover, we have to kill all the Zerg? Lin Ye wondered. Humph! The evil god, watching from the side, realized Lin Ye's predicament and snorted coldly. No! Lin Ye shook his head. The Zerg shield fragments were all found in the flesh and blood of corpses. So, Lin Ye grinned. If I'm not mistaken, it was the swamp illusion that deliberately did this after being possessed by the evil god, as revenge against the evil god. The strange thing is this shield. Lin Ye's lips curled into a smirk. Looking at the shield, blood dripped into it. The marquee-level treasure has successfully recognized its owner. As the warning sounded, Lin Ye felt a sense of familiarity with the shield in front of him. In my mind, the locations of all the fragments appeared, some inside the light and shadow, and some outside the light and shadow. They were present throughout the entire battlefield. Sever it! Lin Ye's eyes flickered, and he directly severed the connection with the fragment. The ability to enter via fragments has been disabled. Phew! Lin Ye took a long, deep breath. Now he didn't have to worry about Feng Tian and the others entering. How was it? Li Ke asked Lin Ye curiously. It's done. Feng Tian can't get in now, Lin Ye said. Phew! Sky let out a long sigh of relief. All done? The evil god looked at Lin Ye in disbelief. Hee hee! Lin Ye chuckled dryly, not taking it to heart. He looked at the evil god and said, Now that we've dealt with him, it's time to deal with you. Upon hearing this, the evil god frowned, looking quite flustered. As he spoke, Lin Ye made a decisive move, switching to the enchantress class to sense the evil god. Buzz! In an instant, the two entered a misty area. At this moment, the evil god took on a concrete form, appearing as a monster resembling a demon. He was incredibly burly and imposing, but upon looking at Lin Ye opposite him, his entire demeanor crumbled instantly. Yagami, can you please stop? Don't kill me. What do you think? Lin Ye raised an eyebrow, waved his arm, and a beam of holy light appeared on the evil god. Ah! The evil god was enveloped in light and shadow, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. His whole body was convulsing uncontrollably. Night god, you will die a horrible death! Ah! The screams continued. Lin Ye watched quietly, tormenting him little by little. Outside. Disappeared! Sky and Lika looked at each other and exchanged a glance. Will something happen? Night god, I'm here. Die! Just then, Feng Tian's voice rang out from the outside world. Sky and Lika panicked instantly, their eyes darting around as they rushed out of the cave of corpses. Arrive at the surface. In the darkness, Feng Tian charged excitedly, followed by Yi Zhao and 2 others. The 3 were very unwilling, but they had no choice. There are only 2 pieces of trash like you. Feng Tian looked at Tiankong and Lika with disdain. The 2 instinctively shrank back. Feng Tian had been famous for a long time and was naturally afraid. Is the night god hiding? Feng Tian chuckled. I thought he was so courageous, but it turns out he's afraid of death too. Since that's the case, I'll kill the 2 of you first, Feng Tian said smugly. He gripped the shard in his hand, and with a swift movement, he intended to break through. Sky and Li Kersen were so frightened that their hearts jumped to their throats. Bang! However, just as it got close, a fluctuation of light and shadow blocked it. What happened? Feng Tian asked incredulously. This? The 3 were also surprised. This shouldn't be happening. Phew! Sky and Lika relaxed, drenched in sweat. They couldn't get in. Very good. What's going on? Feng Tian asked angrily, looking at the ominous sign. We don't know, Ominous said in a panic. It was working before, how did it change? You 3 pieces of trash! Feng Tian roared, startling the 3 of them into shrinking back. Feng Tian glanced at the relaxed Sky and Lika, then gritted his teeth. Now think of a way to get in. Feng Tian roared at the 3 ominous signs. If you can't figure it out, I'll kill you all. As he spoke, Feng Tian's clone shifted its position and appeared behind the 3 ominous figures. The 3 were terrified, breaking out in a cold sweat. They looked at each other, wondering what else they could do. That's all. I had no choice but to grit my teeth and think it through. Li Ke and Tian Kong looked at each other and grinned. Just as the night god had arranged, everything was indeed as he had planned. Fortunately, Yagami was there, otherwise the 2 of them would probably be corpses by now. Chapter 249 God, Black Mountain Region. In the mist. Night god, must you be so ruthless as to wipe them all out? The evil god roared in agony, then looked at the night god and said, We can cooperate. I can help you. You are very strong and have great potential. I am from the realm of gods. I know the situation there. I'm telling you, you won't be completely clueless when you go there. The evil god was in agony, on the verge of collapse. They tried to break free from the holy light surrounding them, but to no avail. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye frowned, thinking about the situation in the god realm. He said, Tell me, let me see if you're worth my cooperation. Good. Upon hearing this, the evil god seized the opportunity and blurted out. The realm of gods has long been destroyed. Demons, titans, angels, and countless other races, their battle shattered the realm of the gods. The realm of gods is no longer ruled by them. The evil god spoke. They are people from the 8 elements. Those people are vicious, wicked, and utterly evil. Night god narrowed his eyes, the divine realm was destroyed. The 8 elements control people. Can the words of an evil god be trusted? No. However, it can also serve as a reference. I have a question, Lin Ye said. Are you familiar with the Black Mountain region? Black Mountain domain? The evil god was filled with fear upon hearing the name. This made Lin Ye frown. Did he know? Looking at the evil god, he saw that the evil god was actually sizing him up. Ha ha! In a moment, the evil god laughed wildly, then smiled bitterly. I should have known, you are too much like him. Black Mountain region. The evil god looked at Lin Ye and said, Night God, I will tell you about the situation in the Black Mountain region, and you will let me go. So you knew all along. Could it be not here, but in the realm of gods? Lin Ye frowned. He nodded. Okay, tell me what you think. If I'm satisfied, I'll let you go. Your father, the Black Mountain Venerable. The evil god spoke. My father? Yagami frowned. A war of 100 races, the human race, your father, the first-generation player. The evil god was terrified. He said, Pacify all tribes and destroy the original order. The 8 elements have been allocated. The evil god roared. The new divine realm has been stabilized, and the order of the universe has been stabilized. Lin Ye narrowed his eyes, realizing how powerful he had become. The Black Mountain domain was his domain, the evil god said. Unfortunately, such a great man was later persecuted and killed by his 8 elemental controllers. You are the child of the goddess of life and him. The evil god grinned. You actually survived that battle back then? The evil god exclaimed in disbelief. If I can escape from up there, and Titans can, then you certainly can too. The evil god was excited, as if he had discovered the most powerful secret in the world. Lin Ye pondered, recalling the person who carried him out and told him to live well and go to the Black Mountain region. Could it be true? The 8 controllers, that person's child has arrived, they're doomed, ha ha ha! The evil god roared. No wonder he's so awesome! The evil god shouted. Night God, can you release me now? The evil god looked at Lin Ye. I can be your slave. To become your slave is my pride. You are the king, and you should rule the entire universe. The evil god was excited. Tell me where the Black Mountain domain is? Is it in the god realm or here? Lin Ye didn't respond to the evil god and continued to ask. It's here! The evil god exclaimed excitedly. But I don't know the exact location. With your father dead and the territory destroyed, the domain must naturally return to its rightful owner. Unfortunately, I don't know where it is, the evil god said. I can help you find it. I'm very good at finding these things. Since you say my mother is the goddess of life, Yagami asked, then what is the goddess of life like now? Your mother is the goddess of life, the supreme being. The evil god shook his head. He said, the 3 supreme elements of the universe are life, time, and space. Your father is space itself. After his death, the universe almost collapsed because it lost its support. They dared not kill your mother anymore, so she was imprisoned. The current ruler is the same person who controlled the lightning element in the past. He has mastered time and is the supreme ruler of time. The evil god spoke. Night God, find the Black Mountain domain, master your father's spatial elements, and go there to avenge your father. The evil god was excited and couldn't wait to attack. Lin Ye remained silent. Was what the evil god said true? Half true, half false. Lin Ye was absolutely certain that the evil god wouldn't be so honest as to tell him everything. Alright, you can die now. Lin Ye looked at the evil god. With a flick of his eyes, the holy light in his hand intensified. No! The evil god roared. Night God, you broke your promise! I told you everything! As he spoke, the evil god's body began to vanish. They're here, we're going to die! The evil god cried out in panic. Night God, you're shameless! I'm shameless? Lin Ye grinned. How much of what you're saying is true? Tell me. The evil god remained silent. Finally, he looked at Lin Ye with bitterness. Night God, you will die a horrible death. Those people will definitely kill you. You'll die a far worse death than I did, the evil god said. He then resigned himself to his fate, fell silent, and waited for his body to dissipate. Lin Ye watched as the evil god said those people would definitely kill him. This must be true. The realm of gods, many enemies? I don't know, but it's certainly chaotic. He gazed at the evil god as it faded into nothingness and finally vanished. You have gained 100,000 battle power from the evil god. Lin Ye was pleasantly surprised upon hearing this. With 100,000 combat power, and now I have 250,000 combat power, wouldn't that make a total of 350,000? You have obtained several relic components. Lin Ye looked closely at the ground and saw dozens of sacred artifact components appear. Do you have succubi? I walked over with a pleasant surprise, and took a closer look. Contaminated elf relic accessories, contaminated Zhou relic accessories, contaminated flower fairy relic accessories. Accessories for the corrupted succubus relic. Looking at them one by one, the succubus's sacred artifact accessories appeared. Lin Ye grinned. Finally found you. Item detected. Deliver? Teleport, Lin Ye said, and all the artifact components disappeared. Purify, he then wrote on the Lord's Mansion interface. Okay, Mei Jing responded quickly. Lin Ye looked at it and smiled faintly. Now all that was left was to wait for the purification. You have gained the power of an evil god, enabling you to track down enemies across vast distances. Lin Ye whispered a reminder to continue. Lin Ye frowned. With this ability, no wonder the evil god was able to escape so quickly. With a flick of his eyes, he activated the command. Search for the Black Mountain region. Buzz! In an instant, the endless darkness was explored, but only for a moment. We didn't find it. Lin Ye frowned. It seems the Black Mountain region is too far away. We need to find the Insect King, Lin Ye said, as he was currently missing something to upgrade his kingdom. Castle. Buzz! In an instant, endless darkness filled his mind, and the enormous head of an Insect King appeared, emanating a terrifying aura. Northeast, 107,000 kilometers away, Lin Ye exclaimed in delight. All you need to do next is kill him, and you should be able to get the castle blueprints without any problems. He looked at Nini and said, Nini, search for the Black Mountain region. The evil god just said it's related to space. Try to find the aura of space. Nini responded and began operating the system. Lin Ye was satisfied, and saw the surrounding mist dissipate. They returned to the mountain of corpses. You three are useless trash! Feng Tian's loud voice rang out. Lin Ye listened. It's time to end all of this. Chapter 250 The Phoenix. Chapter 250. With a flick of his eyes, Lin Ye sensed the anchor point and felt himself disappear from the spot. Have you figured it out yet? Outside the light and shadow, Feng Tian roared angrily at the three ominous signs. The three men were pale and stammered. You! Feng Tian looked at it indignantly, glancing at Li Ke and the sky in the light and shadow. They realized there was no other way. His eyes flashed coldly. You can all go to hell now. As he spoke, he waved his arm, causing light and shadow to ripple, and a blood-red shockwave erupted. Crack! A crimson light flashed across the three men, their eyes glazed over, and they died instantly. Phew! Sky and Li Ke swallowed hard when they saw it. Having experienced countless battles, Feng Tian was ruthless and merciless in killing. Let's see how long you can stay in there. Feng Tian suppressed his anger, and glanced at his clone beside him. Hold on tight, Feng Tian ordered. Okay, the clone replied. Sky and Li Ke are in trouble. Aren't they doomed now? Humph! Feng Tian snorted coldly, looked into the distance, and intended to leave. Did I say you could leave? Just then, a cold voice suddenly rang in the ears of Feng Tian, Tian Kong, and Li Ke. Sky and Li Ke frowned. It looked familiar. It was Night God. Looking closely into the darkness, I realized that Lin Ye was already outside. Oh no! The sky tensed, and Li Ke's eyes widened. That was Feng Tian. Feng Tian looked over in surprise. The Night God emerged from the darkness, coldly staring at himself. Ha ha! Feng Tian laughed wildly. I've seen people who are courting death, but I've never seen anyone courting death like you. Since that's the case, Feng Tian didn't waste any words and suddenly swung his arm. A crimson light appeared, impacting Lin Ye. Boom! Lin Ye's eyes flickered, and a shield appeared in his hand, switching to absolute defense. The attack made a direct impact, causing a massive explosion. I am from a marquee-level kingdom with 300,000 combat power. Resist me! Feng Tian immediately sensed that Yishan was courting death. They laughed uncontrollably, while Li Ke and Tian Kong turned pale. Is that so? However, Lin Ye's voice rang out again immediately afterward. From within the smoke, Lin Ye slowly emerged, having already switched to the thunder demonic path. How is this possible? Feng Tian exclaimed incredulously, while Li Ke and Tian Kong were surprised and delighted. Boom, boom, boom! Without pausing for a moment, Lin Ye swung his arm. In an instant, endless thunderclouds appeared in the sky, locking onto Feng Tian, ready to bombard him. The oppressive atmosphere and the terrifying aura of destructive thunder filled the air. How can it be so strong? Li Ke and Tian Kong frowned. The impression Lin Ye gave them before was similar to theirs. How come you've gotten stronger again after just a short time? Surpassed me? Feng Tian, having been at the whole level for many years, possessed keen senses and instantly noticed, leaving him dumbfounded. This? Feng Tian's words left Li Ke speechless for a moment. Surpassing Feng Tian? How terrifying. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder crashed down. Feng Tian knew that if he were attacked, he would surely die. Clone. With a flick of his eyes, his body became ethereal, shifting and shifting, the light and shadow rippled, condensing into individual phoenix celestial beings. More than a few dozen. They rushed off in all directions, intending to escape the thundercloud region. Boom! 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 Thunderclouds descended, bombarding the clones, who screamed. Aya! Each bombardment was accompanied by screams and death. Feng Tian kept running away, looking quite disheveled. Sky and Li Ke watched. This was the first time they had ever seen Feng Tian like this. Boom, boom! Within the wooden structure, lightning crackled, killing each of the clones, yet Feng Tian still managed to escape with one of them. Huff, huff, huff! Feng Tian emerged from the area covered in thunderclouds, panting heavily, still shaken. You actually have a combat power of 350,000? With dozens of clones killed, Feng Tian finally knew Lin Ye's exact combat strength. He stared at Lin Ye with a horrified look. What? Li Ke was stunned, standing there like a block of wood. Sky paused, speechless. That's terrifying. Looking at Lin Ye, he said, as long as Feng Tian's clone is not far from the main body, it can die in place of the main body. I see. Lin Ye looked at the living Feng Tian, who was still puzzled. What a coincidence that I escaped. Humph! Feng Tian glanced at the sky and snorted coldly. Then he looked at Lin Ye and said, So what if you think you're powerful? I've gotten to where I am today. You can't possibly defeat me that easily. Do you think I'm that piece of trash, Black God? Feng Tian's killing intent flashed, his eyes narrowing. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the darkness, one clone after another condensed. In an instant, tens of thousands of clones appeared in the darkness. My God, I have so many, let's see how you kill them all. I am not someone who has earned his reputation for nothing. Feng Tian roared. Go! As soon as the words were spoken, tens of thousands of clones charged forward. Lin Ye looked at it, and realized that he hadn't used up all the clone stones from before, so he could use them one-on-one. But it still can't be seen, and it can't be killed in one go, so it will take some effort. Lin Ye muttered something, switched to the Winter Mage, a wand appeared, and he waved it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The snow-white light and shadow rippled, and in an instant, snowflakes danced in the sky and earth. Fall. They made contact with each of Feng Tian's clones without making a sound. Crack, crack, crack. Instantly, Feng Tian's clone was frozen and unable to move. Hee hee! Li Ke grinned. He had seen this move before. Looking at Lin Ye, we see him switch to the Ember Rain Ranger and draw his bow to shoot an arrow. Endless flaming arrows flew out one after another. Ah! 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 One after another, Feng Tian's clones died and fell to the ground. This? Tiankong looked on, utterly shocked. Feng Tian was such a powerful figure. Yet they were slaughtered by Yagami as if they were paper cutouts, a scene that defies description. In a short while. There aren't many left. Lin Ye looked at the flaming arrows and Feng Tian's clones scattered all over the ground. He locked onto the last area and said, "You can die now." After saying this, he released the arrow. In an instant, the arrows transformed into a rain of meteors, hurtling forward. Ah! The remaining Feng Tian and the others were instantly struck and died one after another. Dead? Lika took a deep breath. Dead? Sky felt a chill run down his spine. The super big shot is dead, the person who gave the Green Emperor a headache is dead. Lin Ye squinted. However, the announcement never came. What's going on? Lika frowned and looked up at the sky. He was an underling of the Azure Emperor. Those who have had the most contact with Feng Tian should know this. I don't know. Sky shook his head. Lin Ye observes. Screech! Suddenly, a phoenix cry echoed from the spot where Feng Tian had died. Flames shot into the sky, illuminating the entire darkness. A giant firebird appeared in the sky and took flight. A bird? Lika asked incredulously, and the sky also frowned. You all know I am of the Molter's race, the Molter said. But little did they know that the firebird race would eventually transform into phoenixes. The phoenix is also called the immortal bird. Although my Molter's is not yet an immortal bird, a saint-level Molter's already possesses the characteristics of an immortal bird. Immortal! Rebirth! The firebird looked at Lin Ye and roared. Each death increases your combat power. You have 350,000 combat power, and so do I now. The firebird roared. Let's have a good fight! The Molter's roared, suddenly spreading its wings. Flames shot skyward, swooping down towards Lin Ye, intent on burning everything in their path. The heatwave was intense and terrifying. Chapter 251 Feng Tian's Death. Chapter 251. Sure. Sky and Lika sensed the change and listened to Feng Tian's description of the combat strength. 350,000. His eyes trembled, filled with nothing but fear. The Sky understood why the Azure Emperor was so wary of Feng Tian. This ability is terrifying. They watched helplessly as the Molters charged forward. The two of them were of no help whatsoever. A bluff. However, Lin Ye looked at it without paying any attention. Instead, they looked down on it. Others may not know the situation about Molters, but Molters knows it better than anyone else. According to miscellaneous books, after the flame bird reaches the saint level, it becomes infinitely close to the phoenix and gains the phoenix's abilities. The phoenix undergoes one rebirth, and subsequent rebirths require time. Even so, it is still in existence, defying the heavens. However, Molters only has one chance to be reborn. You get resurrected once, and your combat power increases once more. There's no other chance. If you kill Feng Tian in his current state, Feng Tian will die. He patted the little earth dragon on the shoulder and said, When you do something, use your dragon might to suppress him. The phoenix and the dragon race are on par, and the firebird and the wyvern are on par. It's only natural that the dragons oppress the firebirds. Oh! The little earth dragon woke up, saw the firebird, and grinned with a cold smile. It was as if they were looking at a toy. It emitted a tremendous dragon roar, its dragon might spreading and rippling around it. Screech! The firebird's instinctive fear caused Feng Tian to let out an unprecedented scream. What's going on? Feng Tian exclaimed, sensing that the aura had decreased significantly. Looking around, I saw the little earth dragon on Lin Ye's shoulder. A living dragon, not a sub-dragon. It's a dragon, it's a dragon, are you the one who got the dragon? Feng Tian asked in surprise. Dragon? Phoenix? Li Ke and Tiankong exclaimed in surprise. Molters is no match for it. Alright, you can die now. At the same time, Lin Ye switched to sniper mode. Draw the bow and shoot the arrow, locking onto Feng Tian. No! Feng Tian panicked and shouted. Sniff! But Lin Ye was not about to let him go, so he released it. The arrow streaked through the darkness like light, striking and piercing through in an instant. Screech! A mournful, ethereal sound echoed through the darkness. In an instant, the moltres lost its life, its flames went out, and it fell. Finally, it transformed into the image of Feng Tian, thus becoming a reality. Dead beyond dead. Dead? Feng Tian is dead? Li Ke and Tian Kong stared at each other. Feng Tian just died like that. That's terrifying. Announcement. A death omen has been reported. Death has occurred in the territory marked by the omen. Report. Deaths in the snow and ice. Deaths in the snow and ice territory. Announcement. Xian Feng is dead. The territory of Xian Feng has been destroyed. Dead. Another third-tier city-state has died. The death of a third-tier city-state is no longer a big deal. That's right. People listened to the announcements, and though they were used to it, they were still inevitably shocked. A detailed discussion. Announcement. The Night God's territory has killed Feng Tian, and the Feng Tian kingdom has been destroyed. Suddenly, an announcement rang out. What kind of announcement is this? And which third-tier city-state is it? No, it's the Phoenix Heaven Kingdom. Phoenix Heaven is dead? The World Channel remained silent for a long time. Holy crap, he's dead, he's dead! Feng Tian, that's Feng Tian! I can't believe it! Feng Tian was actually killed by the Night God. The Second Kingdom has fallen, Phoenix Heaven, which was even more powerful than the Black God. What level is the Night God at now? A third-tier city-state. Holy crap. People were shocked and didn't know how to describe it. Within the alliance, everyone should focus their attacks on the eastern region and take it first. The Green Emperor was still planning his march when a report suddenly sounded. The Azure Emperor was taken aback. Alliance leader Qingdi, Night God has killed Feng Tian. The alliance was in an uproar, with cheers erupting like a tidal wave. Surprise! Night God, you've given me so many surprises. The Azure Emperor remained silent for a long time before muttering this. Looking at the alliance. All troops, attack and occupy Photian domain. Yes, sir! The alliance members shouted. The awakening world remained silent, the god of wealth remained silent, and both radiance and devouring heaven remained silent. Only Xiling was no longer calm at this moment. We can't find the person, and we can't kill them. Hopeling frowned. The Azure Emperor was definitely going to seize the Phoenix Heaven domain. The Black God realm has been obtained by the sky. Once the Azure Emperor obtains the Phoenix Heaven domain, he will become even stronger. Hopeling clenched her fists. Everything has changed since the appearance of Yagami. His aura surged, and he wished he could grind the god of night to dust. Father! The man in white called out, but seeing that Xiling did not respond, he dared not continue. He stood there, dumbfounded, watching bitterly. After a moment, Xiling took a deep breath and looked at the celestial clan beside her. Attack the Azure Emperor to prevent him from obtaining the Phoenix Heaven. Charge into Zone 3 and destroy Night God! Xiling roared angrily. This? The man in white was shocked. This was preparing to completely ignite a great war. All right. The Celestials left. There was no other way now. If Night God were to grow stronger, given the deep-seated hatred between the two sides, Xiling might be doomed. You guys say the Night God is so terrifying now, when will he become a kingdom? Have no idea! But it should be soon. The World Channel is still buzzing with discussions about Nox. Sudden. The kingdom of Xiling declares war on the kingdom of Qingdi. Holy crap, Xiling and Qingdi are fighting. Xiling is the strongest among the Black God, Feng Tian, and Qingdi. If they were to fight, it would be disastrous. Is this the start of a full-scale war? The World Channel is in an uproar again. Beep beep beep. A private message sounded in the God of Wealth's ear. He clicked to take a look. Send supplies? Xiling sent in a message. Hee, interesting, the war has begun, time to make money, the God of Wealth muttered. Are you happy? No. Instead, with a serious expression on his face, Shiling's departure only made the situation worse. It might affect them. Far away. Just as the Azure Emperor ordered a full-scale attack on Fengtian, a report suddenly sounded. His face darkened slightly, turning ashen. Looking towards the Alliance, everyone was silent, clearly waiting for his instructions. Back to defend, Shiling's target is definitely Night God, Qingdi said. Okay. Everyone responded, and the entire group followed up. On the battlefield. Has things changed that much? Sky and Lika asked as they listened to the news of the start of the war. War is never good. Lin Ye frowned. Once the Azure Emperor was breached, his territory would definitely be affected. But now the Insect King is far away, and I must obtain it. Looking at Lika, he said, Send the mole people to your territory, send as many as you can. Goblin! Lika frowned. Why send it now? We'll give you as much as we have left. He nodded again. Okay. Look down, feel the territory panel, and begin making arrangements. Lin Ye also looked at the territory interface and wrote, The mole people will be continuously sent over. Let them go to the Shiling domain to steal from them. Okay. Mei Yanren replied. Lin Ye nodded, hoping that the mole people could directly become the kingdom. It's only interesting when one kingdom steals another. Shiling, can you handle it? Lin Ye asked. After thinking it over, he looked at Lika and the sky. Let's go, 107,000 li to the northeast. Lin Ye locked his gaze on the Insect King and said, Here I come. Chapter 252 The Kingdom of the Mole People. They boarded the spaceship and sped off into the distance. Your people have reached level 63. Your people have successfully trained lightsaber warriors. Your people have successfully trained and slain the ability user. Lin Ye stood at the bow of the ship, piloting the ship, quietly watching the outside world. It was a pitch-black place, teeming with Zerg, and the further you went in, the more there were. Lin Ye waved his hand continuously, and the Zerg died one after another. An upgrade notification sounded in my ear. Lin Ye smiled faintly, quite satisfied. With its system that distributes experience equally, so many Zerg are practically a source of nourishment. The combat power of 350,000 left Lika, Tiankong, and Panshir dumbfounded. It's a long way, by the time I get there I'll probably be at the maximum level. Lin Ye began to mutter, waiting quietly. At the same time, the northern wind region of the Azure Emperor domain has been defeated by the Shiling Alliance. The Eastern Alliance of the Shiling Alliance was defeated by the Azure Emperor Alliance. The Tier 3 city-state of Tianshan has perished. The war between the Azure Emperor and Shiling has officially begun. Lin Ye listened and shook his head. War was simply terrifying. Continue the kill and head towards the target. Your people have reached level 64. Your people have reached level 65. Your people have reached level 66. Time passed. Upgrade notifications kept popping up. Lin Ye looked into the darkness, where the Zerg churned and surged like mountains, drawing ever closer. Your subjects are level 67. Your subjects are level 68. The reminders continue. Boom boom boom. A large number of Holy Spirit level Zerg appeared, but they were nothing but chickens and dogs in front of Lin Ye. This allows for faster upgrades. The leaders of the Azure Emperor Alliance and the Shiling Alliance clashed head-on, resulting in the annihilation of their respective first forces. Have the two bigwigs already started clashing? Lin Ye listened to the news and realized that the two were evenly matched. Reporting to the Lord, a large number of mole men have been transported here, and the Mole King is settling them in. Okay. Lin Ye was observing when Mei Yanran's message suddenly appeared on the Lord's panel. Upon closer inspection, they clapped and cheered. Now we just have to wait for the Rat King to make arrangements. Announcement. The Mole City-State has advanced to the Mole Kingdom. What? Did I hear that right? A kingdom of mole people? How is that possible? Holy crap, mole people, so many mole people. They've started moving. heading in one direction. What are they trying to do? The announcement resounded, and instantly the world channel erupted in deafening shouts. Awakening the world, god of wealth, brilliance, and devouring the heavens, everyone was stunned. The mole people are really scary. Your territory has been stolen. After a long while, Xiling was still on the battlefield when a voice suddenly rang in her ears. Xiling's eyes widened in disbelief. The mole people just moved a large area of their positions. There were no reports of theft along the way. You traveled all this way just to steal me? Xiling was filled with disbelief. It seemed like a complete fantasy. Those were mole people. The mole man doesn't even need to travel thousands of miles to choose his target before he steals anything. Why me, of all people? Xiling frowned. Looking at the Celestials fighting, he said, "Retreat and rest." Xiling was indignant and knew she had to find a way to deal with the mole people in the battle. All right. Instantly, a large portion of the Celestial clan forces withdrew. What's going on? The Azure Emperor frowned upon seeing this. It shouldn't be like this. Announcement: the mole people have stolen from the kingdom of Xiling. Announcement: the Xiling kingdom's troops have withdrawn from the Azure Emperor domain. Holy crap, the mole men stole the Xiling kingdom? Are you kidding me? This is unbelievable. These gophers are strange, they didn't steal from us. Isn't that to be expected? Why would they steal from you? Their target is Xiling. Xiling has far more treasures. Wrong. People on the World Channel were puzzled. It's not just them. Hui Yao, Tunshin, Xingshi, and Kaishin were also puzzled. With a furrowed brow, the appearance of this mole man was too suspicious. It's related to Yagami. After a long silence, the four of them simultaneously voiced their guess. His expression darkened slightly. Is Yagami absent, yet he's orchestrating the course of the war? Horrible. Inside the spaceship, Lin Ye listened to all the news and smiled faintly. Things should be stable in Xiling now, at least for a while. Moreover, the mole people will definitely bring out a lot of supplies and treasures from Xiling. I made a profit too. Quite good. Lin Ye grinned. Your people have reached level 69. Maximum combat power, 370,000. Suddenly, a reminder rang in my ears. Lin Ye's lips curled into a smirk. 370,000 combat power. Only one level away, it should be soon. Next, all I need to do is find the domain and the castle. Looking ahead, an endless expanse of emptiness appeared before me. A cave in the center. The surrounding Zerg automatically moved away, as if the cave were sacred and inviolable. We've arrived? Is it the Insect King? Lin Ye murmured. It's the Insect King in its current form. Sky looked up. He had killed the Insect King before. But the Insect King back then was different from this one. It didn't have such a massive display. The sky is filled with doubt. Lika observed curiously, realizing he had never killed anyone. Everything he owned was given to him by his grandfather. Either it was given to them by Yagami, and they won effortlessly from beginning to end. Looking at it curiously, the sky seemed to be saying that this Insect King was no ordinary creature. Is there any difference? Lin Ye also looked over, puzzled. Kill! Just then, a shout suddenly rang out from the sky. Lin Ye looked closely and saw that 3 race leaders had appeared and were fighting each other. The sky was dark and gloomy, with flickering light and shadows, and the entire sky was in chaos. In the distance, 3 Tier 3 city-state players were also engaged in a fierce battle, with sand and stones flying everywhere and the ground in a mess. The surrounding Zerg dared not approach. Someone discovered this place beforehand, Lika said. This place is deep within the Zerg territory, the sky exclaimed. Beyond the 7 domains of the world, there lie too many wild territories. It's no surprise that they found this place. The sky didn't seem to notice anything. Lin Ye nodded. Indeed, you're the only one allowed to find out, but no one else is. I know someone here, Lika said, staring at the battle area of the 3rd tier city-state. An acquaintance? Sky wondered, observing, but saw no one he knew. Lin Ye was also curious, as he didn't recognize any of them. It's Mao Tian. Lika stared intently, pointing to one of them. Mao Tian. It has actually become a level 3 city-state. Lin Ye stared intently. I have never met him. He tried to help her many times, but she refused each time. Boom! At the same time, the spaceship came to a stop. Lin Ye walked out of the cabin, followed by Tian Kong and Lika. Crack, crack, crack. As soon as they stepped out, a large number of Zerg began to stir. Near. Die! Rock's eyes flickered, and a wave of light rippled out, instantly assaulting the Zerg on the ground. Crack, crack, crack. One after another, the Zerg on the ground died. The surrounding area was cleared out. Who goes there? As the battle began, all the wild territory kingdoms and player city-states on the other side came to a halt. They all looked over. There was no fear whatsoever. So powerful, a city-state actually has the fighting strength of a marquee-level kingdom. The 3 lords of the wild kingdoms glared at Lin Ye with murderous intent. Then he observed the sky, Li Ke, and the rock. 3 ordinary kingdoms. The 3 lords of the wild kingdoms were extremely cautious and instantly retreated to the side of their respective Tier 3 city-state players. Night God! Mao Tian observed Lin Ye and called out his name. He had already heard about Yagami's condition and the reports he had received during this period. He couldn't understand how Night God could be so powerful. Chapter 253 Insect King. What, Night God? The other 2 Tier 3 city-state players frowned upon hearing this, filled with unprecedented fear. Yi Shenxiang killed Feng Tian. The key point is that the people he brought were all at the kingdom level. Lin Ye ignored the state of the others and looked at Mao Tian. This is someone I've only heard of but never met. He has delicate features, and his brows give off an air of confidence and authority. She even possesses a kind of heroic spirit similar to that of a woman. Night God, don't think you're so powerful. Suddenly, a player from a Tier 3 city-state spoke up. This interrupted Lin Ye's observation. Lin Ye looked over in confusion. The man spoke, saying, I am in the second batch of people to come to the game. It is called the non-spirit territory. Fei Ling? Sky frowned upon hearing this name. He knew it. After arriving in the game, I followed the wild territory and killed many people back then. The Sky spoke, addressing Lin Ye. Fei Ling smiled with satisfaction upon hearing this, knowing that it was good that the Sky knew her. The non-spiritual continues. This world is not the world you see, it is not just the 7 realms. The wild territory I follow is a marquee-level kingdom. Earth Demon Clan. Fei Ling spoke confidently. Earth Demon Clan? Lin Ye glanced at the figure next to Fei Ling. Short, hunched over, holding a magic wand. Looking down, his face was obscured, giving off a rather frightening feeling. A powerful aura emanated from him, much like the state Feng Tian was in after transforming into a firebird. Lin Ye observed for a moment, then looked at Fei Ling. So? What are you trying to say? Fei Ling was speechless upon hearing this, and frowned. I want to say that the Insect King and those with the ability should know. Yes. The man beside him chimed in, looking at Lin Ye with a serious expression. He said, My name is Bian He. The Sky must know me. I am in the 3rd batch to come to the game. Bian He! Sky frowned upon hearing this. Looking at Lin Ye, he said, Back then, he was a powerful figure with the ability to become a kingdom, but in the end, he failed. They followed the wild territory, the Sky said. Yes. Lin Ye nodded. They followed the wild territory just as the Sky followed the Azure Emperor. There are many heroes in the world, but only a few can truly become kingdoms. The wild territory I'm following is also a marquee-level kingdom. Bian He looked at Lin Ye. Continuing. The Vanguard Clan. He pointed to a man beside him who was wielding a long spear, was thin and tall, and had a fierce face. This is a marquee-level Holy Spirit Insect King. Bian He looked at Lin Ye and said, Once we obtain the castle it drops. Then you can directly become a marquis. Lin Ye looked confident and determined. He said, "Whoever gets it will see the real deal." Yes. Lin Ye nodded, agreeing with what the two said. Looking into the cave, could a saint-level insect king be hidden inside? Good. Lika saw everything. These two were very strong. But as soon as they saw Lin Ye and his group arrive, they immediately stopped. He seemed arrogant during the conversation, but was actually very polite. That's because of our strength. Lika shook his head. After all, his side had a large force. And you? Aren't you going to introduce yourself? Lin Ye asked Mao Tian. They locked onto something with long arms and legs, completely black, that was near Mao Tian. Night Demon? A marquis-level kingdom, Night Demon, Mao Tian said, his words simple and direct. Lin Ye smiled faintly upon hearing this. Night Demon? I never imagined that the Night Demon Kingdom actually existed in this world. And Mao Tian found them. He originally wanted to buy his Night Demon building blueprints. That's interesting. This plan didn't say anything about who has the ability to win. Instead, it was a simple introduction. She even saw resentment in his eyes. But to me, Mao Tian seemed to be shrouded in a layer of sand, as if he were hiding something. Looking around at the three groups, he asked, "So, what are you planning to do now? Fight here?" Upon hearing this, the three lowered their heads and looked at each other. Fighting here, everyone has their own agenda, let's not talk about it. Yagami is clearly very powerful. One of the three of them is bound to get into trouble. Maybe it's me. So, the Insect King is hiding inside, the three said simultaneously. After saying that, they unexpectedly thought the same thing and exchanged a glance. They then said in unison, "Go in, each of you search, and whoever gets it first keeps it." The three of them were in perfect agreement on this matter. Okay. Lin Ye nodded. Having the evil god's long-distance tracking ability, he was not afraid. Let's go! The three of them decided upon hearing this and simultaneously locked onto the cave entrance. It surged forward instantly and disappeared into the cave. Looking up at the sky, what if someone beat them to it? Now I finally understand the benefits of being strong. Lika shook his head. He remarked, with strong capabilities, you can call the shots wherever you go. So what if the other party is a marquis-level kingdom? Lika grinned. Sky nodded in agreement, the scene just now demonstrating the importance of strength. Let's go! Let's go in. Lin Ye ignored their discussion and looked towards the cave. Okay, the two replied, following Lin Ye's footsteps. The cave was pitch black. Lin Ye switched to the Enchantress class, and with a wave of his arm, light shone forth. The cave was littered with Zerg corpses, clearly the result of the three people who had entered and killed them. They've been there, we have no advantage. Lika frowned. Sky also felt that it might be beaten to it first. Don't worry. Lin Ye grinned, and the long-distance tracking was activated instantly. Buzz! A buzzing sound filled my mind. Crack, crack, crack. A giant insect king's head appeared. Immediately afterwards, a map of the wormhole appeared in my mind, with a red dot appearing deep inside. Just come with me, Lin Ye said. Okay. Lika and Tiakong replied without saying anything more. Follow Lin Ye. Time passed slowly. Lin Ye walked down into the ground, and the road was littered with the corpses of the insectoid race. It keeps going downhill. The number of Zerg corpses is increasing. It feels like we're getting closer, the Sky said. Lin Ye nodded. It wasn't that they were getting closer, they were almost there. Something's not right, Lika suddenly exclaimed, looking down at the corpses. Some of these corpses are from before, and some are from recently killed people. Someone arrived before us. Lika squinted. 3 that powerful? Looking at the Zerg corpses, they all seemed to be using the same technique, representing the same person. The 3 of you stand here and keep watch, slowing down the other two's entry, Lin Ye instructed Sky, Li Ke and Pan Shi. Wait for me, I'll go in and take a look, Lin Ye said. Okay. The three of them instantly retreated to the edge of the cave and hid in the darkness. Lin Ye entered the cave. A vast space, a zergling drooping, surrounded by enormous corpses. The corpse of the insect mother. The insect king was facing off against a man, none other than the night demon. But Night Demon was at a disadvantage. You've come! At the same time, as if he had expected it, Mao Tian looked at Lin Ye. Lin Ye stared at Mao Tian, thinking. As expected of Mao Tian, he's the first to arrive. Chapter 254 Fire Giant. Your Night Demon seems unable to defeat this insect king. Lin Ye looked at Mao Tian. Yes. Mao Tian answered frankly without hiding anything. This insect king is the strongest ruler of this region, Mao Tian said, and is already at the peak of the marquee level. Nearly 400,000 combat power, Mao Tian said, while my night demon only has 350,000. After finishing speaking, Mao Tian looked at Lin Ye with a nervous expression and said, Your combat power is 370,000. Let's join forces, Mao Tian said. How are the castle blueprints divided? Lin Ye asked casually. You take it, I'll get the rest, Mao Tian said decisively. All right. Lin Ye was very satisfied upon hearing this. Switch to the Dream Summoner, glance sideways, and lock onto the Insect King. Buzz! A wave of illusory light and shadow rippled outwards. Is it Swamp Phantom technology? Is this the reason for Feng Tian's death? Mao Tian was shocked upon seeing it. Once the Insect King enters the illusion, we will begin our attack. Mao Tian looked nervously at the Night Demon. Night Demon's eyes narrowed, ready to strike. Buzz! The light wave swept past the Insect King, who was dazed and kept shaking his head. It seemed about to enter, but then stopped in an instant, and the light and shadow dispersed. They've broken free, Mao Tian said dejectedly. Lin Ye frowned upon seeing this. He was a Zerg, and didn't possess the complex emotions often associated with other races. It's not so easy to be dragged into an illusion. Again! Lin Ye's eyes flashed, and he erupted once more. Buzz! Light and shadow spread from his forehead, impacting the Insect King. Get ready! Mao Tian looked at Yemo, and the two stood ready. Light and shadow swept across the Insect King, who swayed incessantly before suddenly fixing its position. Startled awake. They still managed to break free, Mao Tian said anxiously. Is it really impossible? I don't believe you have no emotions, otherwise why would you fight with the players? Lin Ye frowned. Players arrive and, in order to gain space to survive, can only encroach on the territory of the Zerg. The races were determined early on, so the Zerg can be said to hate the players. There's definitely some emotion involved. Let's try again. Lin Ye's eyes narrowed, and the tattoo gleamed once more. Buzz! A burst of light and shadow swept past the Insect King. The Insect King kept swaying. Mao Tian and Lin Ye looked over nervously, only to see the Insect King slowly close its eyes and make a click 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 sound. It's done! Mao Tian exclaimed excitedly, then looked at Night Demon and said, Go! Attack together and whittle down his health. Mao Tian and Yemo charged forward. Lin Ye also relaxed. He had finally succeeded. After entering the illusion, the Insect King could only passively take the beating. Something's not right! Suddenly, Lin Ye raised an eyebrow, realizing that something was amiss. Shouted out. Whoosh! But it was too late. The Insect King suddenly sprayed white liquid into the sky. It instantly covered the entire space. He did it on purpose. The Insect King is intelligent, he's pretending. Lin Ye looked at Mao Tian. This is his aphrodisiac. Lin Ye looked at Mao Tian. Luckily, we're both men. The Insect King has very high defense and almost no offensive capabilities. His main task is to use the aphrodisiac to activate the female hormones of the Insect Queen. This resulted in the large-scale spawning of the Zerg. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many here. Otherwise, Nini would have given birth to such a small baby after all this time. How is this possible? Mao Tian's face paled. Aphrodisiac. What's there to be afraid of? Lin Ye had a strange feeling. But he saw that Mao Tian's face was flushed, and his eyes were glazed over. Men won't be affected, Lin Ye said. Then, the light and shadow on Mao Tian's body fluctuated and gradually receded, transforming into a woman. Lin Ye looked up and realized that Mao Tian was a woman, and that she was hiding her identity. Not good! Lin Ye exclaimed inwardly. Night Demon was Mao Tian's subordinate, and not human. Therefore, the only choice for the heavens is me. I wanted to say something, to do something, but it was too late. Mao Tian had already taken off his clothes and pounced. Outside the cave. They were fighting just a moment ago, why is it so quiet now? Li Ke asked doubtfully. Why don't we go in and take a look? No! Sky shook its head and said. Our mission is to guard this place. The Insect King is a Marquis-level being, and the Night God is also capable of killing Feng Tian. Even if you can't win, you can still leave. If we go in, we might implicate him, Sky said. That's true. Li Ke nodded, quietly guarding the darkness. Time passed. An hour has passed, and it's still so quiet. Li Ke looked up at the sky. The sky itself seemed troubled, gazing into the deep cave. I can't see what's going on. Could something have happened? Boom! Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. In the cave. When Mao Tian switched to Night Demon Mage and bombarded the Insect King, it was like scratching an itch. It had no effect whatsoever. Enraged, the Insect King locked onto Mao Tian, and the Night Demon appeared to confront him. Mao Tian, still dressed, looked at Lin Ye and asked, Why didn't you resist? I resisted, Lin Ye sneered. I resisted many times, but you pounced on me like a wolf each time. The only way is to kill you, Lin Ye said. Don't you think I should kill you? Mao Tian's face turned red, and he remained silent. He looked at Lin Ye and said, Please don't reveal my identity or my situation. Okay, Lin Ye said. Then how do we kill it now? Mao Tian finished dressing and looked at the Insect King. This Insect King cannot enter the illusion at all. Mao Tian looked at the Insect King in front of him seriously. Your Fire Giant unit training is complete. Just then, a voice rang in Lin Ye's ears. Lin Ye frowned. A Fire Giant? A Fire Giant that increases combat power by 50,000. Lin Ye grinned. He looked at Mao Tian now and said, I have a way to deal with this. There's a way? Mao Tian asked in surprise. Why didn't you use it just now? Just finished training, Lin Ye replied. Mao Tian frowned, but did not say anything more. He looked at Lin Ye, wanting to see what kind of troops could make Yishin say he had a way to defeat the Insect King. Lin Ye remained calm, his eyes flashing, and switched to the flame giant form. Instantly its height increased to enormous size, and flames surged all over its body. Like a giant. Fire Giant, combat power increased by 50,000 for 10 seconds. Lin Ye looked at the unit, and saw that it was back to normal, but it could only last for 10 seconds. But that's enough. Combat power 399,000. Level limitation prevents breakthrough to the kingdom level combat power. An alert sounded. 399,000? Lin Ye frowned, but that was enough, because the Insect King in front of him had a value of 398,000. Locking onto the Insect King, I clenched my fists and leaped forward. Mars arrives. Boom! It transformed into a giant fireball and smashed directly towards the Insect King. It moved incredibly fast, the flames were enormous, and the entire space was illuminated. It slammed into the Insect King instantly. Ah! The Insect King cried out in pain. The Insect King screams! The sky cried out. Li Ke was overjoyed. It seemed that Night God had dealt with the Insect King. Distance. The Vanguard clan, the Earth Demon clan, Bian He, and Fei Ling also heard the sound. They exchanged a glance. We can't let them rob us. Go! Kill them quickly! We must seize it. The four of them, talking amongst themselves, headed towards the source of the sound. Chapter 255, Seeking a Breakthrough. In the cave. Lin Ye slammed the insect king directly into the ground, causing it to cave in and suffer excruciating pain from the flames burning its entire body. The defenses have been breached! Mao Tian exclaimed in delight. Fiery fist. Charge! Charge together! Lin Ye shouted and unleashed endless attacks on the insect king. You must output as much as possible before the 10 seconds expire. Bang bang bang. The flames crashed down, and the insect king thrashed about incessantly. Go! Mao Tian heard Lin Ye's voice and saw Lin Ye's anxious state. The clever girl realized that Lin Ye's assertive attitude wouldn't last long. Once it fades away, the insect king will surely be able to retaliate. They couldn't break through their defenses. We must finish off the insect king now. He glared at the night demon and shouted. Kill! Night demon roared, charging forward, his hands transforming into scythes as he unleashed a frenzied barrage of attacks. Lin Ye took a look and realized that this was the hunter's combo attack. Their hunters were all brought in by night demon technology. With this move, we can completely kill the insect king. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Night demon unleashed a frenzied barrage of attacks. Oh! The insect king kept screaming. After a long while. With a scream, the insect king died instantly. A beast is a beast. If it were a player with 399,000 players or a wild territory, it wouldn't have ended so easily. Mao Tian looked at the insect king's corpse and was overjoyed. Staring at what had exploded on the ground, he strode over. He put the item away and looked at Lin Ye. Add me as a friend, and I'll email you the castle blueprints. It's on record, Mao Tian said. That will make things easier later. Lin Ye nodded, indicating that he had done his job properly. Looking at his friends list, he saw that Mao Tian had sent him a friend request a long time ago. Click to approve. You and Mao Tian have become friends. Ding! You have received an email. Ding! You have obtained a marquee-level treasure, castle blueprints. Lin Ye sensed something and a blueprint appeared in his hand. Teleport back to territory? Teleport! Lin Ye responded, and the blueprints disappeared. He quickly glanced at the Lord's interface and said, Build a castle. Okay. Mei Yanren replied on the interface. Ding! Your people have reached level 70. Highest combat power, 380,000. At the same time, an alert sounded. Phew! Lin Ye heard that they had arrived at the castle and reached the required level. Everything is ready. The next step is the domain. My current favorite domain is the Black Mountain domain. I don't know if they have it here. A long-distance pursuit. Lin Ye released his ability, his consciousness traveling thousands of miles, but it was still pitch black. Not found! Lin Ye shook his head. Although the evil god's words were half true and half false, he still knows about the Black Mountain region. And they even made up that kind of story. This shows that the Black Mountain region is indeed very important. Lin Ye shook his head. It seemed he would have to put in a lot of effort to find it. Get out of here! Just then, an angry voice suddenly rang out from the distant corridor. Boom! A powerful force struck. The sky was directly bombarded, and they flew into the cave. Li Ke and Pancher watched nervously, retreating step by step into the space. We can't beat them, 2 marquee-level warriors. Li Ke retreated into the cave, looking at Lin Ye with guilt. Lin Ye looked up and saw Bian He and Fei Ling appear with their wild race. Hand over the stuff. Fei Ling looked at Lin Ye with murderous intent. If you don't hand it over today, no one will get away with it. Bian He was also fierce. They looked like they wouldn't give up until they got what they wanted today. He glanced at Lin Ye and said, Sky and the #1 merchant in the world are no match for us. And you? Bian He glanced at Mao Tian. Mao Tian stood motionless in place. The same goes for the night demon. They killed the insect king, and both of them are now injured, Lin Ye said. The night demons are different from other wild territories. They only listen to the heavenly lords. Night demon will not make a move. Only you can fight us. It's 2 against 1, and you're at a disadvantage. If this goes on for too long, you will die. Of course, we will definitely have to pay a price in the process. Lin Ye stared at Lin Ye, trying to reason with him and appeal to his emotions. The reason I'm saying so much is that I don't want to cause unnecessary losses. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. Injured? She glanced at Mao Tian, lost in thought, making the person opposite her think she was injured. What are you doing? Really? Just as the two were brimming with confidence. Suddenly, Mao Tian's voice rang out. He opened his eyes and looked at Lin Ye, saying, Who told you it was 2 against 1? You're not injured! Fei Ling exclaimed in surprise, exchanging a glance with Lin Ye. That's still 2 against 2. Sky, the number 1 merchant in the world, and rock are nothing to fear. The non-spirit spoke. Damn it! Li Ke exclaimed indignantly upon hearing this. The sky bows its head, and the rock is sullen. A 2v2, with Night Demon and Night God teaming up against the Vanguard and Earth Demon? Do you think it's possible that it could turn into a 3 versus 2 situation? Mao Tian spoke with confidence. The city-state of Strategist is upgraded to the Kingdom of Strategist. Just then, an announcement was made. Holy crap, Mao Tian has advanced to the Kingdom level. Who is this Mao Tian faction anyway? Damn, they're from our side, from our year. Holy crap, are people in this generation going crazy? Night God is invincible now. First, there was the number 1 businessman in the world, and now there's a schemer. People on the World Channel were instantly shocked, shouting and cheering excitedly. Faraway Radiance and Devouring Heaven frowned. Were they the ones plotting to awaken the world? Xing Shi is no ordinary person. The god of wealth frowned. Did he inherit your son's domain? This girl. Xing Shi shook his head, then smiled slightly. She truly is worthy of being my granddaughter. In the cave. You've broken through to become a kingdom. Li Ke looked at Mao Tian in surprise. The sky was also breathtaking. Lin Ye squinted, wondering how he did that. Even if you get the castle blueprints, you still need to build it. Unless it is built in advance, it cannot be used due to some constraints. That should be the case. How is that possible? Lin Ye remained silent. Yet another kingdom had been added to the list. Staring at Mao Tian. Even if you break through, so what? At the whole level, there are only Night Demon and Night God. Look carefully, Mao Tian said. Lin Ye and Fei Ling stared intently, their eyes wide. 380,000. How is that possible? Sky and Li Ke exchanged a glance. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. 380,000, it must have been inherited from some domain. Lin Ye confirmed. So, you two can go die. Mao Tian's eyes flashed. He looked angrily at Lin Ye and Fei Ling. Kill! With that, Night Demon moved immediately. Go! Upon seeing this, the 4 members of the Earth Demon clan became anxious and turned to flee. Buzz! Mao Tian glanced at the screen and switched to Night Demon Forbidden Spellcaster. Dozens of beams of light appeared on the ground, forming pillars of light. The 4 were immediately imprisoned. Lin Ye and Fei Ling were terrified. The Earth Demon clan and the Vanguard clan frowned. Was something bad about to happen? Night God, help us! We'll give you treasure. Yes, yes, yes! The 2 looked at Lin Ye, and the Earth Demon clan and the Vanguard clan frowned. They didn't say a word from beginning to end because they needed to interact with the players. This is why they need to acquire players. This makes it easier to communicate with players. They originally wanted to create a player kingdom, but things are about to go wrong. What are you thinking? Mao Tian looked at Lin Ye. If Lin Ye made a move, he would really have to be careful. Lin Ye's fire giant is terrifying. Weren't you trying to steal my things just now? Lin Ye looked at Lin Ye and Fei Ling. Therefore, it is permissible to die. You! Fei Ling and Bian He stared wide-eyed, while the Earth Demon clan and the Vanguard clan were cautious and anxious. Mao Tian smiled slightly. Chapter 256 Trouble in the Territory. Boom! Night Demon charged forward, with Mao Tian close behind. Damn it, let's take them all down together. Li Ke was holding back his anger. I looked up at the sky, and there was a rock. The three of them followed suit. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions rang out in the corridor. The earth shook violently. Boom! The cave collapsed directly. The wild Vanguard Kingdom was annihilated by Mu Tian, and the Vanguard Kingdom perished. The wild Demon Kingdom was annihilated by Mu Tian, and the Demon Clan Kingdom perished. Holy crap! These two kingdoms are no ordinary ones. They say he's even stronger than Feng Tian, so does that mean Mao Tian is stronger than Yixin? Discussion on the World Channel. Xingshi smiled faintly, his expression full of anticipation. In the darkness. Crack! 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 As the cave collapsed, Lin Ye swung his arm, sending mud flying. Appearing in the darkness, the sounds of the Zerg kept echoing in my ears. With the death of the Insect King, the endless insectoid race began to retreat. Stay away from the battlefield. This area will be much easier to develop from here on out. Mao Tian came to Lin Ye's side. Sky, Rock, and Li Ke nodded. Without the influence of the Zerg, more living space can be gained for humanity. Mao Tian looked at Lin Ye and said, I'm leaving now. See you next time. Okay. Lin Ye nodded. Buzz! As soon as he finished speaking, Mao Tian and Night Demon disappeared at the same time. Where do we go next? Li Ke asked Lin Ye. Lin Ye is now only one domain away from becoming a complete kingdom. If they're this strong now, how strong would they be if they became a kingdom? They should be looking for a domain. Sky and Rock looked at Lin Ye with curiosity. Nini! Lin Ye was about to respond when Nini suddenly appeared in his pocket. You want to eat the Insect King's corpse? Lin Ye asked Nini. Although surprised, I nodded. Click, click, click. Nini quickly climbed out of the pocket and came to the side of the Insect King. They started munching away. The group watched quietly. A moment later, Nini, having eaten and drunk her fill, tilted her head back on the ground and kept making the Nini sound. I'm full, Nini kept saying. His whole state was quite adorable, which made Li Ke and the other two look at each other in bewilderment. Lin Ye smiled faintly. Buzz! Just then, a beam of light burst forth from Nini's body. Nini! Nini kept making joyful sounds. What's wrong? The three people in the sky asked curiously. Lin Ye also watched quietly. Buzz! In a moment, the light faded, and Nini appeared. It was enormous, even larger than the previous Insect King. Zerg Queen, combat power 399,000. The overwhelming aura emanating from them shocked Li Ke and his companions, who then took a closer look at their combat strength. They fell silent instantly. Is even an insect this powerful? Nini! Nini exclaimed happily as the three of them pondered. It shrank, quickly arrived beside Lin Ye, and climbed into the pocket. Lin Ye glanced at it and smiled faintly. He thought, just by eating a single Insect King, he's become this powerful. What if we could eat a few more? Empress, this is interesting. Ah! The little Earth Dragon was clearly afraid of Nini, looking at her with envy and jealousy. Hee hee! Lin Ye smiled faintly, not paying much attention. As the little Earth Dragon grows, it will naturally become stronger and stronger. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, it will happen soon. Nini and the little Earth Dragon are both so powerful. I also have to sort out the domain myself. Looking up at the sky, the three of them said, Next I need to go out alone. Lin Ye planned to randomly teleport to various locations and use the evil god's long-distance tracking to find the Black Mountain region. Okay. Li Ke and the other two understood and nodded. Announcement. The Xiling territory has launched a surprise attack on the Qingdi domain, affecting all 3 domains. Your territory is being oppressed by the kingdom of Xiling. Holy crap, Xiling, your kingdom is attacking all 3 of our regions? Are you kidding me? Yeah, where's your sense of shame? You beast. This is utter garbage. A kingdom, my foot! You're the head of the Xiling domain? People were shocked, and cheers erupted from all 3 areas. Kaishan, Huiyao, Tunshan, and Xingshi frown. Xiling actually launched a sneak attack, and her target was directly the 3rd area. Xiling! The Azure Emperor gritted his teeth, his fists clenched, wishing he could grind Xiling to dust. Ha ha! Xiling stood in front of the 3 areas, laughing wildly. Locking on to the location of Lin Ye's territory, he glanced at it and leaped into the air, charging towards it. It transformed into a ray of light. On the battlefield. This? Tiankong and Li Ke were stunned upon hearing this, and exchanged a glance. That Xiling is truly despicable! Sky exclaimed indignantly. What do we do now? Li Ke looked at Lin Ye. If we rush back, something might have already happened. I hope the Azure Emperor can arrive before our demise, the Sky said silently. Humph! Lin Ye exclaimed upon hearing this. This hope Ling. You guys do your own thing, I'm going back first, Lin Ye said. Because I thought I wouldn't be able to get back in time. I'll show you what's what. Lin Ye's eyes flickered as he sensed the TP. Buzz! A strange light and shadow instantly surrounded Lin Ye, gradually blurring his appearance. What is this? Sky and Li Ke looked on in surprise, they had never seen it before. Buzz! The light and shadow stopped, and Lin Ye disappeared. The territory of the night god. It was enormous, with many buildings. A huge castle was under construction. The development is so fast, and the development is so good. A man dressed in white appeared in the sky, looking down at the vast territory. It was filled with emotion. It was Xiling. Xiling sneered, then suddenly glared at him. Unfortunately, it's about to be destroyed. As soon as he finished speaking, boom! The aura surged instantly, like a flood, impacting all directions. To cover the entire territory, to oppress the entire territory. What happened? Such heavy pressure. How is that possible? The succubi on the ground were instantly suppressed, roaring incessantly. There are people in the sky, Meingzi observed, locking onto the sky. There was no alarm sound. Looking around at the surrounding troops, he roared. Organize a counterattack! Crack! 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 Everyone endured the pain and quickly assembled. Boom, boom, boom! The mages acted immediately, sending out waves of light and shadow. Explosions continued to occur. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Arrows clashed, raining down from the sky, all with only one target. Endless attacks erupted, accompanied by earth-shattering explosions. It's from Night God's side. It's targeting Night God. Night God started the fight. That beast Xiling is bullying the weak. He also used other methods to evade the observation of the Azure Emperor. He's an absolute beast. People in the 3 regions within the World Channel shouted and relentlessly criticized Xiling. His eyes were fixed intently on the Night God's area, hoping to defeat Xiling. Ha ha! But after the explosion, amidst the endless smoke and dust, came triumphant laughter. Suddenly, the dust cleared, and Xiling appeared in the sky unharmed. Looking at the territory with disdain, he said, Night God is comparable to a marquis, yet it is only a third-tier city-state. Rubbish! But I must say, Yagami has some impressive skills. What a pity! Xiling grinned. He's about to die. Boom! Xiling roared, and a beam of light condensed in her hand. It charged out and attacked the building. Buildings keep collapsing. Run! Meingzi shouted. The succubi watched with heartache as these structures, built with their own painstaking efforts, came to life. Chapter 257 Four-Winged Angel. He didn't die, Xiling wasn't defeated. Holy crap, Xiling has launched an attack, Something's happened to Night God. Is Yagami doomed? The crowd cried out in anguish and grief. The four gods of wealth observed quietly, their brows furrowed. Damn it! The Azure Emperor cursed angrily, charging madly towards the Night God's territory. The Black Abyss has declared war on the kingdom of Xiling. The Black Feather territory has declared war on the kingdom of Xiling. However, amidst the frequent battles, two abrupt voices rang out. Unbeknownst to them, the two had become staunch followers of the Night God. Looking at the battle in the distance, they knew that Night God would not die. Not only that, they will also kill Xiling. That's just how inexplicably confident he is. He shouted to his men. Attack from a distance! Damn it, those two little trash have declared war. Fight them! I'm coming too. No way, I don't believe it. Xiling can wipe out all of us. Millions of people from the 3 regions all killed? Someone will definitely make him regret it. People roared. Xuanxuan's territory declares war on Xiling. 3 regions declared war on Xiling, thus initiating a regional war. The announcements kept ringing out. People elsewhere watched in disbelief. In the past, city-states were declared war upon, but now a kingdom has descended upon us. They even dared to band together and form regional wars. Boom, boom, boom. Endless attacks crashed down from the sky. Interrupting Xiling's battle, Xiling squinted and said, A bunch of ants. They wanted to make a move, but didn't. Just as the players said. If such a huge crisis really happens, something bad will happen to Xiling. They will take action. Kill Yagami, and everything will be over. Xiling suppressed her anger and roared as a huge ball of light gradually formed in her hand. Enormous, as large as the moon, it unleashed terrifying power. This stopped the incoming attacks. Suddenly locking onto the Night God's territory, it was thrown. Xiling was panting heavily, having exhausted herself. Boom! The air was compressed by a powerful force. Plants and other objects were instantly pulverized. The succubi watched helplessly, utterly powerless to retaliate. Ha ha! After releasing his power, Xiling stood high in the sky, laughing triumphantly. Die! Xiling shouted. This is Xiling's ultimate move, Light Ball. Fuck you, you beast! This Xiling! Players in the 3 zones stared in disbelief as the giant sphere fell, their hearts sinking into despair. In an instant, the whole world saw the words, and everyone was extremely uneasy. Xiling! The Azure Emperor trembled with rage. Boom! Suddenly, a huge sound resounded over the 3 areas. What's wrong? Players in all 3 areas could hear the voice and asked in unison. Someone reported the situation immediately on the World Channel. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. What happened? Xiling was also shocked. The enormous sphere of light slowly retreated, and a small dot covered in flames rose up to support it. Huh! Xiling was shocked. Who is it? The Azure Emperor or the God of Night? Night God! Night God is back! Wasn't Night God in the Zerg territory? Holy crap, Night God is so awesome! People on the World Channel were bombarded with posts from 3 regions, while those in other regions tacitly observed the situation. Someone recognized him. Suddenly, everyone inexplicably showed expressions of joy. Night God has returned? The Azure Emperor was shocked. Was it that fast? The territory of the Night God. You actually came back? How is that possible? Xiling looked at Xiodian in disbelief. How could it be so fast? How could it be so powerful? 399,000? Is it flame giant technology? Xiling asked in disbelief. Boom! Immediately afterwards, the huge sphere was lifted up by Lin Ye in his flame giant form. He had 399,000, and now I also have 399,000. Lock on Xiling. Nothing is impossible. You've destroyed my territory. You're asking for death. Lin Ye's eyes flickered, and he suddenly hurled the enormous sphere of light toward the area marked by the knife. The knife mark was left by Jing Feng, leading to the Xiling domain. Boom! The ball of light crashed down, causing destruction along its path. It moved at incredible speed, hurtling towards the Xiling area before exploding. Buzz! Light and shadow exploded, swirling in the air, then boom! The Xiling region was utterly destroyed. Lin Ye looked at it and tossed it to Hope Ling, who might defend against it, since it was his own method. Moreover, it has a combat power of 399,000. But if it's given to Xiling domain, that's a different story. It can achieve the maximum possible loss. Holy crap, they're dead. So many people in the Xiling domain are dead. Run! Those with teleportation treasures, quickly move your territory to another location. We can't stay in Xiling domain any longer. The world channel was filled with wailing. Your Xiling realm has been destroyed 1 to 3. You! Xiling saw everything and heard the warning in her ear. She stared at Lin Ye in disbelief, her eyes gradually contorting and turning bloodshot. I'm going to kill you! Xiling roared, a beam of light condensing in her hand, transforming into a shimmering shadow. It instantly struck Lin Ye. Lin Ye looked up and saw his shield appear in his hand, deflecting the attack. Boom! The attack was blocked, but Xiling let out a scream. Ah! Humph! A trickle of blood appeared at the corner of Lin Ye's mouth. He looked at Xiling with caution. The other party paid 399,000. With a current combat power of 380,000, I'm bound to get injured. The fire giant has already been used, we must wait. You! Xiling was also injured. You actually had a rebound. Buzz! His body shifted, he switched professions, and gripped a long spear. Piercing troops. With a sudden movement, it instantly transformed into a point of light and hurtled towards Lin Ye. The light spots were terrifying, filled with a sharp, piercing feeling. Lin Ye realized that blocking was definitely not an option. Boom! With a flick of his eyes, he patted Nini's pocket. Crack, crack, crack. Nini suddenly jumped out and instantly attacked Xiling. Boom! It grew to an enormous size, crawling before Lin Ye. Bump! The spear collided with Nini. Nini possesses the characteristics of an insect king, with strong defense, and currently has a combat power of 399,000. Unharmed. Is this a Zerg? He actually listens to you? Xiling looked at Lin Ye in disbelief. The Zerg? The people in the 3 regions were shocked. The Zerg actually listened to Lin Ye. Even such a powerful Zerg could withstand Xiling's attacks. The World Channel naturally received the news as well. Upon waking up, Kaishin, Hui Yao, and Tunshin all changed their expressions. The Zerg had been enslaved? Yes. Lin Ye looked at Hope Ling's incredulous state. You! Xiling was indignant, truly not expecting this. He suddenly burst into laughter again. Looking at Lin Ye, she said, You have the Zerg, but do you think I don't have anyone else? Come to me, holy light angel! Xiling frowned, her eyes flashing, and shouted angrily. Buzz! A beam of light appeared between heaven and earth, like a divine light descending from the sky. The light and shadow rippled and then dispersed in an instant. A giant 4-winged angel slowly appeared, dressed in golden robes, exuding a sense of holiness. He opened his eyes, revealing only the whites of his eyes, no pupils, and said solemnly, Purify everything. Angels! Lin Ye was shocked. There were actually angels. Aren't angels a race of gods? An angel! An angel has appeared! I don't know where Xiling got those angels from. Holy crap, this battle saw the enslaved Zerg and even angels, that's awesome. People cheered, and were shocked. Lin Ye narrowed his eyes and looked at the angel. Combat power, 399,000. It is very powerful, especially its power of light. Go! Xiling shouted to the angel without hesitation, locking onto Lin Ye. Boom! The angel suddenly charged forward, attacking Lin Ye. Chapter 258 The Azure Emperor arrives. In an instant, it formed a light as bright as a laser, swirling between heaven and earth. The clouds in the sky dispersed, as if the sky were about to collapse and the earth to split open. Lin Ye frowned upon seeing this. So strong! With 399,000 combat power fully utilized, I currently only have 380,000. His eyes flickered, preparing to react. But the angel had already arrived beside Lin Ye. Boom! It struck instantly, shaking the heavens and earth, an unprecedented explosion. Holy crap, I saw it, Xiling used his angel. Holy crap, it exploded! You got me lost! I'll marry you, Xiling, you're bullying the weak. On the World Channel, people from all three regions kept shouting and cheering. Everyone fell silent. Ha ha! Xiling laughed triumphantly as she looked at the situation. Dead? No one has ever triumphed over an angel, Xiling said smugly. However, what happened next stunned Xiling. A snow-white figure burst out from the terrifying smoke and dust. As if it had lost its life, it drifted toward the ground. It has wings, it's an angel. Xiling's smile froze, and she watched incredulously as the angel fell to the ground. Holy crap, an angel has flown out. Could it be that Xiling's invincible angel has been defeated? Absolutely impossible. People on the World Channel were utterly shocked and filled with disbelief. The four awakened individuals squinted, sensing an unprecedented crisis. Lin Ye was just a newcomer. Even Xiling's angels were defeated. On the battlefield, Xiling stared blankly at the smoke and dust, which was then dispersed by a force. Lin Ye appeared unharmed. Xiling stared in disbelief. How is this possible? How could that be? Lin Ye smiled slightly and looked at Hope Ling. What's impossible? Have you forgotten Jingfeng's move back then? Lin Ye joked. Huh! Xiling paused, then realized what was happening. His face was extremely dark. Ha ha! Suddenly Xiling laughed wildly, staring at Lin Ye. I remember now, spatial magic. Lin Ye frowned. He actually smiled? It was transferred to the angels. Xiling grinned. Looking at Lin Ye's puzzled expression, he was filled with disdain. He said, Everyone who's gotten this far has some tricks up their sleeve. Attack! Xiling roared at the angel. Whoosh! As soon as the words were spoken, the angel who had landed flapped its wings and soared into the sky. His gaze locked onto Lin Ye, ready to strike. Didn't he just lose all his life force and die? Lin Ye asked in confusion. That's strange. Xiling frowned. Because this angel was already dead. Just my puppet. Xiling sneered. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, the angel burst forth with light and charged towards Lin Ye. The same moves reappeared, now imbued with terrifying power. What's going on? The angel has come back to life? It's happening again! Holy crap, impossible, absolutely impossible. What exactly is going on? People on the World Channel exclaimed in surprise. On the battlefield, a powerful force of light illuminated the heavens and the earth as Lin Ye watched the approaching angels. He squinted. Ha ha! Xiling laughed wildly. He is just a puppet, he is immortal, that's why I have been able to suppress heaven and earth for so long. That's why so many people would defect? Because I'm strong enough and have enough methods. Trash like you will never understand. Xiling kept shouting. It was filled with murderous intent. Boom! The angel that was suddenly charging down stopped. What's going on? Xiling frowned, alarmed. A figure appeared opposite the angels charging forward. His entire body was bluish-green, and with his appearance, the bluish-green color clashed with the light. The match was a draw. Have you forgotten my existence, Xiling? The figure stopped the angel, looking at Xiling with overwhelming force. As your emperor! Hope Ling cried out in anguish and resentment. Hee hee! The Azure Emperor chuckled. He scoffed. Dare to cause trouble on my turf? I'll make sure you don't leave here alive today. Looking back at Lin Ye, she said, Night God, you are stronger than I imagined. As he spoke, he turned to look at the angel. Just a puppet! Boom! A long sword appeared in his hand, and he instantly engaged in a fierce battle with the puppet. Sword shadows clashed, creating boundless light and shadow. The earth shook, and it made one's heart tremble. It's the Azure Emperor! The Azure Emperor has arrived! The Azure Emperor is indeed worthy of being called the Azure Emperor. He's actually fighting the angels to a standstill. Damn, it's been so long since we've seen the Azure Emperor make a move, Azure Emperor. Qing Emperor! People on the World Channel were shouting with excitement. For the people of the Azure Emperor domain, the Azure Emperor is a godlike being. Lin Ye observed everything and realized that the Azure Emperor's combat power was not 399,000. It's 380,000, the same as my own. But Exujai fought so fiercely that they were evenly matched. That's quite interesting. Did he also obtain something similar to an evil god or a titan? Now the two of us can fight, Lin Ye thought to himself, not paying much attention. He gazed at Xiling, then spoke with a knowing look. He glanced at Nini and said, "Ready!" "Nini!" Nini responded. "This?" Xiling moved her feet, Lin Ye 380,000, Insect Queen 399,000. If a fight breaks out, I will definitely lose. The angel was held back by the Azure Emperor. Even if other people are very strong, they will eventually be defeated by angels in the long run. It is not for any other reason than the pure light of the angels. But the Azure Emperor is a force of nature. The tree men in the sky are war tree men, and the Azure Emperor is also a tree man. But they are the legendary tree spirits. A sacred object of the elves, a guardian deity of the elves. The elves are hailed as a race born from the gods, and they are the offspring of the elven treants. The treant is comparable to a god. Possessing unprecedented natural power, it is not afraid of the light of angels at all. Xiling panicked as she watched Lin Ye prepare to act. Oh! The little earth dragon also came to life, looking at Nini with envy and jealousy. Seeing that Lin Ye was about to make a move, Hope Ling felt frustrated and lowered her head. Suddenly raising his head, he shouted at the Azure Emperor. "Azure Emperor, you forced me to do this! I'm unwilling." Xiling suddenly moved her hand. A catalog appears. Buzz! A figure of light appeared beside Xiling. A powerful, corrosive gray aura emanated from the area. It permeated the entire space. Sure. The earth rotted, the plants withered, and even the air seemed to be shattered. It's incredibly upsetting. Holy crap, this aura! The people in the three areas exclaimed in shock. I don't understand why this is happening. Lin Ye kept observing. This aura was strange. Light and shadow? Looking over, one could see a shadow gradually solidifying. 402,000. The reminder appeared before his eyes, and Lin Ye was shocked. Public Kingdom. A barrier that even the technology of the fire giants could not break through. Watching helplessly as the light and shadow completely solidified. Eventually, they formed a complete race, covered in feathers. His body was hunched over, and he held a strange magic wand in his hand. His whole body reeked of decay. Grey Raven! The Azure Emperor immediately looked at the strange man. Chapter 259 Grey Raven. I was originally waiting for you at that useless Feng Tian's place, but that useless guy is dead. Grey Crow looked at Azure Emperor. In that battle back then, you, Azure Emperor, truly displayed your might. That's why I've been unable to improve my combat power. Grey Raven looked at Azure Emperor. It was filled with hatred. Grey Crow? Lin Ye squinted to observe. What species is the Grey Raven? A race that is called demigods. The race closest to God. The Grey Crow is a type of crow, and crows are considered the embodiment of the sun. The sun is the greatest god. The Grey Ravens are a race that is unprecedented and will never be surpassed. Xiling, how dare you summon people from beyond the realm? The Azure Emperor addressed the angel, sensing the Grey Crow's hatred. He was clearly wary, but there was no fear in his eyes. He glared at Xiling with murderous intent and questioned her. Xiling frowned and lowered her head. After looking at Grey Raven, he said, "Stop talking nonsense and kill him." "I didn't expect you, Xiling, to betray us too." Grey Raven grinned upon hearing this. He glanced at Xiling with disdain. "Are you ordering me around?" Grey Raven's killing intent blazed. "Do you think I wouldn't dare kill you within your player's territory?" "You..." Xiling was speechless, not daring to make a move. "Humph! You, a guy who was tortured to death by the Azure Emperor back then, are you ordering me to kill the Azure Emperor?" Grey Raven scoffed. This caused Xiling to tremble uncontrollably, clearly indicating that she was extremely angry. But he still didn't dare say anything to the Grey Crow. The Grey Crow ignored him, glanced at the Azure Emperor, and smiled with murderous intent. "Luckily I'm here. If you had died at the hands of that trash Xiling..." "It's utterly disgraceful." Grey Raven admired the Azure Emperor. Lin Ye saw everything. The Azure Emperor was once very strong, powerful to a certain degree. This world is divided into the outer domain and the inner domain. Within the domain, in a narrow sense, it can be understood as 7 domains. But it's broader. The 7 realms, hidden in the darkness of the Zerg, form the boundaries of certain regions by constantly eliminating the Zerg. This leads to resource integration, resulting in players becoming increasingly stronger. There are insectoids and wild territories nearby. Near the 7 domains, the wild territories are weak due to the integration of the 7 domains. This also frightened the Zerg, making them hesitant to act too recklessly. This circle is referred to as the domain. Because the 7 realms are powerful and more suitable for players, newcomers choose to enter here. This area is referred to as the domain. Beyond this domain, there are many powerful wild territories. The farther away, the stronger. Those places are referred to as outside the territory. There are player-owned forces and wild forces outside the territory, but player-owned forces are usually at a disadvantage. As a result, those who could not survive had no choice but to seek refuge with the forces of wild monsters. Of course, the neutral Crete forces are also being troubled by the Zerg. The region is powerful and well-suited for nurturing new territories, resulting in the emergence of many outstanding young talents. The extraterrestrial monsters are constantly plotting to engulf us. The two sides are absolutely two opposing camps. Their main task was to deal with the forces of wild monsters. The war 20 years ago was not only an internal war, but also later saw the emergence of extraterrestrial monster forces. This is what is known as total war. The Azure Emperor appeared in that battle, presumably to make the Grey Crows suffer a defeat. Sharp. There are clearly 2 camps. Lin Ye looked at Hope Ling. However, Xiling went against the players' interests, and their internal strife attracted wild monsters. Lin Ye pondered. All right. Grey Raven looked at Azure Emperor. I'm not going to waste any more words with you, or those 4 guys will be here soon. It's an honor to take you down. Grey Raven chuckled. Xiling, who was standing to the side, didn't dare to say a word from beginning to end. The Azure Emperor smiled faintly and looked at Xiling. Now you can stop your angels, right? Hope Ling felt guilty. He had never been confident in front of the Azure Emperor. Although the Azure Emperor is not as good as he was back then, he is about the same as himself now. But the Azure Emperor's uprightness and uninhibited nature made him afraid to confront the Azure Emperor directly. Moreover, he has now done something like this. Buzz! The angel suddenly moved and instantly retreated to Xiling's side, standing there woodenly. Trash! Grey Raven glanced at Xiling. Your actions are always despicable. You! Xiling felt aggrieved, but finally gave in. Grey Raven looked at Azure Emperor. Alright, can we fight now? Otherwise, those 4 guys really are coming. Grey Raven was straightforward. He trusted the Azure Emperor's character. I won't fight you. The Azure Emperor looked at the Grey Crow. What do you mean? Grey Raven asked incredulously. Was this really the Azure Emperor he knew? I'll find someone for you to fight, someone I've chosen. Right now, it's just a city-state, the Azure Emperor said. He looked at Lin Ye. Ha ha! Grey Crow followed the Azure Emperor's gaze and locked on to Lin Ye. He burst into laughter instantly. Lin Ye narrowed his eyes, coldly looking at the Grey Crow, then glancing at the Azure Emperor, not understanding what the Azure Emperor meant. Night God! The Azure Emperor looked at Lin Ye. Back then, I mentioned on the hunting list that there would be generous rewards for entering the top 100. I want to give you my domain, the Azure Emperor said. What? Xiling exclaimed incredulously. Lin Ye also frowned. Grey Raven asked incredulously. Azure Emperor, what do you mean by this? Grey Raven! The Azure Emperor looked at Grey Raven. Back then, in that battle, we were both fighting for our future generations. So I'll give it my all. Therefore, you and I can be said to appreciate each other. The Azure Emperor looked at the Grey Crow. Isn't it also that we can see the younger generation grow stronger and stronger? But if you leave the domain, your city-state will be downgraded, Grey Raven said. It doesn't matter. After our battle back then, neither of us could advance any further, the Azure Emperor said. Everything we are doing now is in preparation for the next generation. I killed Feng Tian for the same reason. His heart was not pure. I am also waiting for the day when I can kill Feng Tian, He Shen, and Hope Ling. The Azure Emperor grinned. Unfortunately, that day has not yet come. But the successors of our players have already appeared. The Azure Emperor gazed at the Grey Crow with utmost sincerity. He he! The Grey Crow remained silent, gritting its teeth, unwilling to accept defeat. He only wanted to fight the Azure Emperor. Then, relieved, he laughed and looked at the Azure Emperor. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill your descendants? No, the Azure Emperor declared confidently. Very well, Grey Raven nodded. We are both dedicated to the sake of our respective races' descendants. I naturally trust the younger generation you have chosen today. Azure Emperor, I'll give you face. Even if I have him under my control, I won't kill him. But next time we meet, Grey Raven was also upright. You're overthinking it, the Azure Emperor said. Hee hee. Grey Crow grinned. Lin Ye watched, never expecting that such a pair of people would appear from the two camps. Night God! The Azure Emperor turned to look at Lin Ye. I was among the first to enter. I am a soldier. I need to consume my lifespan to unleash my power, and now I am at my limit. He won't live much longer. The Azure Emperor domain is a public-level domain, but it is not yet complete. I wanted to complete him, but it's too late. You've completed my list, this is my gift. The Azure Emperor looked at Lin Ye. The Azure Emperor is transferring the Azure Emperor domain to you. Do you wish to accept it? A voice rang in Lin Ye's ears. Looking at the Azure Emperor, he realized that his heart belonged to the Black Mountain region, but he didn't know when that would be. Accept it! The Azure Emperor looked at Lin Ye. Lin Ye looked at the Azure Emperor and said with genuine admiration, How many years do you have left to live? Less than 5 years, the Azure Emperor responded. 5 years! Lin Ye nodded. Within 5 years I will find a way to extend my lifespan and return the Azure Emperor domain to you. Lin Ye looked at the reminder and said, Accept! The Azure Emperor relinquished the Azure Emperor domain, and the Azure Emperor's territory was downgraded to a level 3 city-state. Chapter 260 Upgrade Kingdom. The 4 men who had awakened the world suddenly stood up, filled with disbelief. Did the Azure Emperor abandon the Azure Emperor domain? Sky and Li Ke were both shocked. Mao Tian was even more surprised. Holy crap, what's going on? The Azure Emperor has voluntarily abandoned the Azure Emperor domain? Absolutely impossible. That's the Azure Emperor. People on the World Channel were in a state of unprecedented shock. The territory of the Night God. Pfft. The Azure Emperor spat out a mouthful of blood onto the ground, extremely weak. He looked at Lin Ye with difficulty, grinned, and nodded at Lin Ye. The Grey Crow, standing nearby, swallowed hard. The Azure Emperor was really willing to do that. Upon seeing Qingdi's state, Xiling narrowed her eyes and locked on to Qingdi. Get lost! Grey Raven swung his arm, and a streak of light flashed by, striking Xiling like a giant mountain. Ah! Xiling cried out in grief, and was directly blasted away by the powerful force. Finally, he collapsed and couldn't get up. Looking at the Grey Crow, he said, "You actually... Despicable bastard, you still want to fight?" Grey Raven said disdainfully. Shilin was in pain, but dared not speak, and could only endure it. He silently began treating his injuries. Grey Raven glanced at him coldly, then stared at Lin Ye, waiting for him to arrive. Lin Ye felt it, but didn't say much, and looked at his private chat. "Li Ke. Transport 120,000 people here," Lin Ye wrote directly. "Under natural conditions, a third-tier city-state has a population of 80,000, while a kingdom has 200,000. We have to be fast," Lin Ye continued. Li Ke frowned as he looked at it. Was it about to be upgraded? "I didn't ask why it was so fast." "Okay," came the simple reply, and they immediately got to work. Lin Ye looked around, his eyes flashing as he locked onto the buildings on the ground, many of which had been destroyed. Looking at Meiyingzi, he said, "Construct all the buildings." "Go!" Meiyingzi shouted, and all the succubi began to move. Lin Ye watched as the sensor system accelerated its specialized construction. In an instant, all the succubi in the entire territory began to repair the buildings as if they had gone mad. The castle was visibly built up. This? Qingdi and Huiya stared in disbelief. How could it be so fast? No wonder they've gotten this far so quickly. Looking at it, Lin Ye realized that all that was left was the sacred object that Mei Jing was still purifying. "I don't know if it can be done during this period." "Your sacred object has been purified." Lin Ye was still pondering when a reminder rang in his ears. Mei Jing appeared, looking at Lin Ye with a beaming smile. "You have met all the requirements for upgrading your kingdom. Upgrade your kingdom now?" At the same time, an alert sounded. Lin Ye nodded. "I'm here." But the population has not yet been fully gathered, and the sky remains locked. Endless spaceships arrived, including the God of Wealth spaceship. In order to provide Lin Ye with a place to live, Li Ke went so far as to seek out his own grandfather. "That old man from the God of Wealth!" Grey Crow exclaimed, while Azure Emperor remained silent. "What's going on?" Shilin was also disturbed and looked over curiously. He knew Lin Ye would level up, but he never expected it to be so soon. So it's unclear why there are so many spaceships. Boom! The ship docked, and one by one, succubi emerged. It has a population of 120,000. Lin Ye looked around and saw that everything was completely ready. He looked at Meiyingzi and said, "Prepare for action." "Okay." Meiyingzi nodded. Lin Ye waved his arm, and a purifying light shone throughout the entire territory. The Azure Emperor and the Grey Crow exchanged a glance. They had a secret. "We've already seen one of them, the construction type. Construction is important for a territory, but it's not really that important either. As you climb higher, combat strength becomes the most important factor." This is also why Lin Ye dared to expose himself. Quietly watching Lin Ye, I saw that Lin Ye had locked onto the panel and upgraded his senses. Buzz! Upgrade successful. Do you want to choose a direction? An upgrade notification sounded. No choice. Lin Ye responded. Boom! In an instant, the territory expanded outwards amidst the light, and a wave of light and shadow rippled around the territory. Territory area expanded. Population limit increase. 200,000 to 200,000 plus 10,000 to 1, equals 220,000 to 220,000. The kingdom's natural resources are 200,000, and because of the 3-in-1 system, you will always have an extra 20,000. Citizen level restriction, level 80. Lin Ye glanced at it and smiled faintly. Kingdom combat power starts at 200,000. An incomplete public level domain was detected, equivalent to a subordinate level domain, and the domain level is immediately increased to 300,000 or higher. Your people have successfully worshipped. 30 are at the whole level or Holy Spirit level. Lin Ye saw that having the sacred object made all the difference. Strongest characters combat power, 350,000. 350,000, that's an exceptionally high starting price. From now on, all his subjects can rule over a region. The Grey Ravens are a ducal kingdom. Now that I am a kingdom myself, can I break through the barrier of the Duke level? Lin Ye glared at him and switched to Dream Summoner, with a combat power of 350,000. Experience the reload, increased by 10,000. 360,000 combat power. Feel the power of the evil god, increasing by 100,000, combat power, 460,000. You've broken through? Lin Ye exclaimed in surprise. What about Titan? My combat power is 499,000. Lin Ye shook his head. It was a pity he hadn't made a breakthrough. It seems that there is no way to break through to a higher realm. Lin Ye pondered quietly. Something feels off. I now possess the skills for every profession. Although he was not in a spatial magic state, his body was ethereal. Ding! Your territory's level has been upgraded to Kingdom. Effect 1. Reduces the construction and production time for the host and their citizens by 90%. Effect 2. Increases the effectiveness of all buildings and crafted items for the host and their citizens by 140%, and temporarily increases the effectiveness of selectable buildings by 240%. Effect 3. Increases the stats of all the host subjects by 140%. Effect 4. The host can add 4 talents to their subjects according to their needs, randomly resulting in mastery, great perfection, or creation level talents. Effect 5. Base talents remain unchanged. Added talents can be modified. Effect 6. Allows for 24 hours of 10x speed up daily. Effect 7. Effect 6 can be changed to a specialization effect. Effect 8. When the host kills an enemy, the citizens will share the experience equally. Effect 9. Permanently maintains the highest troop combat strength. All classes can be used directly without switching. Lin Ye glanced at it, squinted, and realized why. With fewer switching options, you can do whatever you want from now on. The system is truly a stroke of genius. The Azure Emperor and the Grey Crow waited quietly for Lin Ye to finish his preparations. Announcement: Night God Kingdom has been upgraded. The Azure Emperor domain has been renamed the Night God domain. Holy crap, Yagami leveled up? It was the Azure Emperor who gave the domain to the Night God. The Azure Emperor is awesome! The Night God was already so powerful before, it's unimaginable how powerful he is now. People were talking about it. Li Ke and Tian Kong exchanged a glance, not expecting that Yishin would upgrade in this way. How strong will Yagami become next? The Azure Emperor? Radiance, devouring heaven, awakening the world, and God of Wealth exchanged glances. The Azure Emperor can communicate with them from a certain angle, and he can even sacrifice himself to the Night God to allow the Night God to level up. What will Yagami be like? The 4 of them took a deep breath. Mao Tian frowned. Night God, you succeeded? The territory of the Night God. With the announcement activated, Lin Ye officially stepped into the kingdom. He slowly gathered his thoughts and looked up at the Azure Emperor and the others. With a wave of his arm, the light over the territory vanished and reappeared. Everything is back to normal. Chapter 261 Plunder. It was completely quiet. Grey Crow and Green Emperor watched, feeling the quiet, yet inexplicably uneasy. Even though nothing was done, the insects stopped chirping. Shilin was also watching. Yagami broke through. How could he possibly break through? But what could be done now? In his eyes, Night God was definitely not as strong as Grey Raven. But like the 2 of them, he was inexplicably panicked, even more so than the 2 of them. How powerful have you become now? Grey Raven asked Lin Ye cautiously, looking at him with suspicion. Unrivaled within the kingdom of dukes, Lin Ye replied to Grey Raven. Grey Raven remained silent, and Shilin was taken aback. The Azure Emperor was stunned into silence, then burst into laughter. Shall we continue? Lin Ye asked Grey Crow. Grey Raven was sweating profusely. Night God was so confident. He hadn't done anything, Yet he had created such an oppressive aura. He did nothing, and he couldn't even sense the specific combat power himself. After pondering for a long time, Grey Raven, feeling that defeat was inevitable, still shouted, "Attack!" As soon as he finished speaking, he moved his magic wand. All right. Before the Grey Raven weapons could be used, Lin Ye's eyes flashed, and the tattoo on his forehead rippled. It instantly invaded the Grey Crows, influencing them so that the Grey Crows had no power to resist. Haha, Azure Emperor, your juniors are no good. I've got them all figured out. Azure Emperor, I won, do you know that? I won. Azure Emperor, I'll let him go for your sake, but it won't happen again next time. The Grey Crows stood still, cawing incessantly and laughing triumphantly. The Azure Emperor was puzzled, but after looking at it, he understood. I was instantly affected by the illusion. I looked on with a smile. This? Xiling watched everything from afar. Had Grey Raven entered an illusion? After all, Night God had already obtained the Phantom technology, as everyone knows. The Grey Crows lost, but lost so easily? How could that be? It's your turn to die. At the same time, Lin Ye's voice rang out. Startled, Xiling paused and looked over, only to see Lin Ye striding away. The wind-powered flight was activated directly, and like a god, it slowly floated in the sky, approaching Xiling step by step. They've arrived? Xiling was stunned. How could he possibly be a match for someone who could instantly trap Grey Raven in an illusion? My whole body was trembling uncontrollably, and I was filled with fear. As Lin Ye drew closer and closer, he suddenly fell to the ground crying, Night God, spare me, spare me! Is that possible? Lin Ye grinned. You! Xiling cried out in fear, gritting her teeth. If you don't let me go, I'll... Whoosh! The angel puppet beside him instantly transformed into a streak of light, directly charging towards Lin Ye. It is very powerful, and its light is dazzling. He appeared beside Lin Ye in an instant, intending to assassinate him. However, as soon as they got close, Lin Ye moved his arm, releasing a powerful surge of energy. Catch! He directly bound the angel, compressing his power violently. The angel was visibly compressed into a ball, and finally turned to ashes. How is this possible? Hope Ling exclaimed in surprise, and Qing Di was equally incredulous. Angels possess the power of light, pure light. How could they possibly kill so thoroughly? The reason is the succubus? Lin Ye was slightly surprised. Succubus is one of the 7 deadly sins. She is a demon. The corresponding figure is the angel. I didn't expect it to be like this. Lin Ye pondered, this was truly unexpected. That's not about dealing with the angel series in the future. I'm not afraid of it at all. Lin Ye grinned and looked at Hope Ling, saying, Alright, you can go die now. Xiling was terrified and lowered her head. Lin Ye was so strong. There's simply no way to deal with it. But I don't want to die, I don't want to die. He looked at Lin Ye and begged for mercy. Night God, don't kill me, please don't kill me. Do you think that's possible? Lin Ye sneered, waving his arm. Buzz! Power erupted, instantly impacting Xiling. Catch! Xiling was directly enveloped and compressed by the powerful force, and died. Turned to ashes. Dead? The Azure Emperor raised an eyebrow. Announcement. Night God has killed Xiling, and the Xiling Kingdom has been destroyed. Holy crap! Xiling is dead, Xiling is dead. Has Night God become invincible to this extent? Wow, that was fast. From the breakthrough to now, it's been less than a minute. That's not the most crucial point. The most crucial point is that there has been no large-scale battle. People were amazed, the World Channel was abuzz, and people in the 3 regions were happier than during the Lunar New Year. Those who had originally supported Xiling fell completely silent. The 4 gods of wealth lowered their heads and said similar things at the same time. The god of night is much stronger than the Azure Emperor back then. After he finished speaking, the 4 of them fell completely silent. Angel Jia Xiling was very strong. Awesome! Li Ke and Tia Kong looked at each other in surprise. There were two people even happier than the two of them, Kuroba and Kuroya. Those idiots always like to mess with Night God. These people got to where they are today because they came in early. We were so smart back then, but we still failed, didn't we? The two were happy with their choice. With the Night God stable, they can live a life of luxury by hiding behind him in the future. The territory of the Night God. Wow, I won! As Xiling died, the gray crows beside her let out an unprecedented cry. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked closely at the Azure Emperor, only to see the Azure Emperor smiling at him. Lin Ye floated in the distance. Hope Ling had completely disappeared. Hee hee! Grey Raven was taken aback. He had entered an illusion. He gave an awkward smile and glanced sideways at the Azure Emperor. He said, "Farewell." "Go ahead." The Azure Emperor smiled irritably. "Next time we meet," Grey Raven said, looking at Lin Ye, "I hope to hear your name from beyond the realm." "Yes." Lin Ye nodded, and to be honest, he greatly admired Grey Raven. Buzz! The gray crow moved and disappeared from the spot. Everything returned to quiet. "From now on, I will step down and hand it over to you." The Azure Emperor looked at Lin Ye. "Be careful of Xing Shi and his 3 companions." As soon as he finished speaking, the Azure Emperor vanished from the spot. Lin Ye thought, "Be careful of Xing Shi and the others." I looked up at the sky and gazed into the distance. He looked at Mei Yingzi and the others. "Plunder the entire Xiling domain, Black God domain, and Phoenix Heaven domain, leaving no one who resists alive." Lin Ye knew he had to make a name for himself. The Succubi are so strong now. We must let the world see this so that some people will be wary. The best way is to plunder the 3 regions. "Yes, ma'am." Mei Yingzi nodded. Looking around, everyone there had a combat power of over 300,000. Going there would have been easy for them to bully noobs. But everyone must be mobilized. "Go!" Mei Yingzi ordered. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. All the Succubi leaped up and rushed towards the 3 realms. I didn't ride a spaceship. We need to tell everyone that Yagami is very strong. They moved incredibly fast, disappearing into the distance one by one. The Night God's territory has been destroyed. The Xiling Alliance is now a level 3 city-state. The Night God's territory has been destroyed. The Phoenix Heaven Alliance has become a level 3 city-state. The Night God's territory has been destroyed. The Black God Alliance has established a 3rd-tier city-state. The Night God's territory annihilated the Devouring Heaven Kingdom's forces. The Night God's territory annihilated the Radiant Kingdom's team. The Night God's territory annihilated the God of Wealth's kingdom's forces. The Night God's territory annihilated the Awakening Kingdom's forces. One voice after another rang out. The Xiling Alliance has been inherited by the White Robe. Night God is slaughtering. All 3 regions are being slaughtered. Night God didn't do it himself. It was all his subordinates who did it, many of them flying in the sky. Flying in the sky? What race is that? Holy crap, it looks like a demon, or a succubus, but it's not the same. The God of Night has clashed with the other 4 kingdoms. Isn't the God of Night afraid? People were shocked. Lin Ye listened, and the 4 began to test him. Eliminating them is the best option. Chapter 262 Blessing the Holy Word Master. It's already become a force to be reckoned with. Hui Yao, Tunshin, Kaishin, and Xingshi listened to the report. They looked at the messages sent by their respective subordinates. He muttered, "Each of his subjects has a fighting strength of 300,000, and his kingdom has 200,000 people." The 4 of them took a deep breath. They had to be careful. Each of them also has 200,000 members, but their attributes and levels vary greatly, so not everyone is that strong. And all of the Night Gods are at the Holy Spirit level. The territory of the Night God. Your people are plundering clone technology. Your people have plundered Phoenix Flame technology. Your people are plundering the light magic technology of the Xiling. One message after another kept ringing in Lin Ye's ears. Lin Ye listened and smiled faintly. The 4 kingdoms have ceased hostilities, and with all my members at the Holy Spirit level, plus 30 at the Marquis level, I am invincible. These people had to be careful not to harm the innocent. No more enemies will appear in the area from now on. Look at the report. Flame technology, related to the Phoenix, is incredibly powerful. The Celestials and Angels have a significant relationship with shielding light technology. I prefer clones. Lin Ye was filled with anticipation. If he could complete the training, future battles would be much more fun. Lin Ye smiled faintly. They quietly remained in their territory, awaiting the return of the succubi. Looking at the river beside him, he cast his line and started fishing. It's been a long time since I've gone fishing, Lin Ye muttered. Time passed slowly. Night God annihilates a level 3 city-state. The Night God flies by. Yagami. One message after another echoed in the announcements. Holy crap, Night God is invincible, truly invincible. I just heard that many wild territories within the domain have fled. Previously there were 4 domains, 4 great kingdoms, but now the God of Night alone is equivalent to those 4 domains. The Zerg have also retreated quite far. I heard that the Zerg king is dead. I feel that things are really great in our region right now. People on the World Channel were talking about it and shouting non-stop. Everyone was celebrating as if it were Chinese New Year. Lin Ye glanced at the messages on the World Channel and smiled faintly. The departure of wild animals from the territory is likely a measure taken by the Grey Crows after they return to their homeland. The region is becoming increasingly peaceful. Keep fishing. Boom boom! At the same time, Lin Ye heard many sounds. Upon closer inspection, one could see hundreds of high-speed trains rushing by in the distance. They surged madly toward the territory. They are high-speed rail warriors. Goods arrived from each of the 3 domains. Drones were deployed to frantically organize supplies. Lin Ye looked at them and smiled with satisfaction. The items were countless. While things were still being organized here, the high-speed train continued its journey in the distance, and in no time, the entire area around the territory was filled with high-speed trains. Drones were constantly flying in the sky. Without warehouses, supplies were piled up on the ground, creating mountains of gold and silver, a truly terrifying situation. In a short while, the high-speed rail workers, having finished unloading the cargo, were gone again. Rushing towards the distance. High-speed trains speed across the vast plains of the 3 regions, creating a dense and terrifying atmosphere. Holy crap, the supplies are back! So many high-speed trains, they're practically packed together. And so many supplies. They're like mountains of gold over there, we can see them from here. The 3 Realms Kingdom and so many Tier 3 city-states are simply terrifying. They have abundant resources, even what Night God left over is enough for us to drink our fill. Hee, I forgot to tell you something. Do you remember the inn and the market? They were arranged by Night God. I'm so envious, jealous, and resentful. The 3 areas are filled with excitement, while outsiders are filled with envy. The territory of the Night God. Lin Ye looked at the supplies and continued fishing, waiting for Mei Yanren to return so she could make arrangements. Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly a drone flew up to Lin Ye's side. Dozens of pieces of paper appeared. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow, took it, and looked at it closely. It's all military technology. Once we equip them, Lin Ye muttered, there will be so many types of troops. Lin Ye examined them one by one. Light magician, fire technology, clone technology. The only thing that really appealed to Lin Ye was the clone technology. Lin Ye's eyes flickered, sensing the paper scrap, which vanished instantly. Your basic barracks equipment includes Shadow Assassin clones, the ultimate unit, the Shadow Assassin. Lin Ye glanced at it, and saw that it was similar to a hunter, primarily focused on damage output. The people Mei Yanren recruited before have not yet been trained. Looking at the Lord's interface, he said, send some people back for training. Okay, Mei Yingzi replied. Lin Ye didn't pay any attention and continued to look at the technology, which was a very ordinary type of soldier. This is... Lin Ye suddenly paused and stared intently. Blessings to Xingyan technology. Lin Ye looked at it and thought, isn't this from the celestial race? A super support class. Add status. I never expected to get this. I'll take it. Lin Ye's eyes flickered, and he sensed a piece of paper, which vanished instantly. Your basic barracks are equipped with Blessed Word technology, for Blessed Word Masters. Lin Ye looked at it, grinned, and then looked at the Lord's panel, performing the same operation. Then they continued fishing. Time passed. A large number of succubi returned under the escort of high-speed rail troops and entered their respective barracks without hesitation. Training begins. Lin Ye glanced at it, then continued fishing and waited. Seriously, that's terrifying. The Yagami territory is overflowing with gold and silver. There are more and more of them. Absolutely terrifying. The World Channel was buzzing with discussion, and people from the 3 districts were constantly observing and reporting on the Night God's situation. It was quite lively. Hei Yu and Hei Yuan looked on and smiled happily. Lin Ye being well is better than anything else. The alliance leader is really strong. Sky frowned as he looked at the situation, but he was overjoyed. I made money! I made money! Lika was overjoyed when he saw that he had made money. The territory of the Night God. As time went by. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The succubi rushed back from all over the place in dense crowds. They all looked at Lin Ye with excitement. Let's pack up. Lin Ye looked around at everyone and said, Mei Yan'an will make the arrangements. Okay. Mei Yan'an responded, waving her arm, and the succubi moved in unison. They began constructing warehouses and settling supplies. Lin Ye watched quietly. Boom! At the same time, the spaceship appeared in the sky. Gubu stepped out and looked at Lin Ye, his eyes filled with fear. Hee hee! Lin Ye smiled faintly. Gubu always saw him as someone to be fearful of. Unsurprisingly, it was Lika who arranged it. Lika is probably still with the Zerg. Reminder. Your Blessing Word Master training is complete. Suddenly, a sound rang in my ears. Lin Ye smiled faintly upon hearing this. Focus on one of them. Bless the Holy Word Master. Ability 1, Divine Blessing, doubles attributes when used alone. Ability 2, Divine Protection, when near death, a blessing aura appears, preventing death for 3 hours. Ability 3, Divine Blessing, a group blessing, affecting 100,000 people, increasing all attributes by 50%. Ability 4, Holy Word Opening, all negative status effects on the target disappear, and the target will be unaffected by negative status effects for 10 minutes. Ability 5, Blessing Light and Shadow, constantly emits a blessing light and shadow, covering 50,000 kilometers, doubling luck. The effect diminishes with distance. Can selectively exclude a target from the blessing. Ability 6, Divine Words, receive divine words from God. The recipient must obey within 10 minutes. Lin Ye looked at it. It was perfect, powerful, and invincible. Ability 6 is invincible. Ability 5 is simply a model of shared joy. With such a sacred saying around, the area must be quite lively. There seems to be no one nearby who doesn't need blessings. Chapter 263 Searching for the Black Mountain Region. Holy crap! I discovered unit technology while mining in the wild. I've found a gold mine. How can they be so lucky? I remember Xiling has a powerful unit that can grant blessings, which is why they have so many people on their side. Does that mean the Night God got this unit? Does that mean we're in luck? Did Night God activate it directly? No way, Xiling used this to blackmail us back then. I need to move. Holy crap, the treasure from moving locations is probably going to go up in price. Damn, hurry, let's grab it. People were excited, and one by one they made their own guesses about what was going on, and everyone wanted to move. Damn, I made a profit! Lika exclaimed excitedly. Who in the world is the best at doing business? Myself and my grandfather. Grandpa would never compete with me for business. Looking at the panel, he said, Everyone, prepare to acquire a large number of teleported treasures. The territory of the Night God. Lin Ye watched everything unfold without paying much attention. Looking around at the succubi, they were making arrangements step by step. Everyone is taking action and considering their own affairs. It's impossible to continue upgrading in the current state and go to the so-called realm of gods. One must reach the pinnacle of a public-level kingdom. Lin Ye narrowed his eyes, and the best way was to find the Black Mountain region. Reminder: your shadow assassin training is complete. The voice rang in Lin Ye's ears. Lin Ye was overjoyed to hear this. It had arrived. He looked toward the barracks and stared at one of the succubi. Shadow Assassin. Ability 1, Charge, Afterimage, Quick Kill. Ability 2, Create 10,000 clones, each with 50% of the original owner's combat power. Lasts for 10 minutes. Ability 3, Creates 5,000 clones, each with 70% of the original owner's combat power. Lasts for 10 minutes. Ability 4, Create 1,000 clones, each with 90% of the original owner's combat power. Lasts for 10 minutes. Ability 4, Shadow Strike, creates clones to attack continuously, dealing 110%-120%-130% damage. Ability 5, creates one clone, with no time limit. The clone disappears upon being killed, and its strength is equal to that of the original. Ability 6, Clone Perception. The main body and clones perceive together, enjoying what they see and hear together. Lin Ye looked at it and raised an eyebrow. Such a singular ability, it was created entirely for the purpose of creating clones. Quite good! Lin Ye's eyes flickered, and his face was full of smiles. Create clones, and each one teleports away instantly. They used all the power of the evil god to search for the Black Mountain domain. Looking at Liku's private message, he said, "Give me the largest map you currently know." "It doesn't matter whether it's inside or outside the domain," Lin Ye said. "Okay," Liku replied. Given Lin Ye's current state, if he asked the old man for the money, he would definitely get it. Lin Ye looked at it and smiled with satisfaction. "After this is all over," Lin Ye shouted, looking around at all the succubi. Everyone stopped and looked at Lin Ye. "You will enter the Zerg territory and begin hunting Zerg," Lin Ye said. "An upgrade is necessary." "Okay," everyone responded. Lin Ye nodded. With their strength, they didn't need to worry about upgrading at all. "You have a new email." "An email has arrived." Lin Ye looked over and saw Liku's message. He stared intently at it. The enormous blueprints covered a vast territory, with all the kingdoms and powers marked on them. Beyond the realm, seemingly boundless, all forces are marked. There are too many wild territories outside our territory. Lin Ye instantly gained a clear understanding of everything before him. "You all get busy with the arrangements." Lin Ye glanced at the succubi and stepped into the wormhole. "Okay." The succubi nodded in response, watching Lin Ye walk away. Zerg battlefield. It was pitch black, and there was no end in sight. The Zerg have decreased significantly. They are no longer as densely packed as before. The Zerg are just like chickens and dogs nowadays. If this continues, we might be able to truly resolve the issue within the domain. That night god is terrifying, even Shieling is dead. Lin Ye arrived, and a soft, lingering sound reached his ears. Looking around and into the distance, there were too many players coming to kill the Zerg. "Let's move." Lin Ye glanced around the darkness, his eyes flashing. "Clone." Buzz buzz buzz. One after another, clones appeared around me. "Greetings, Your Majesty." The clones all looked at Lin Ye. Lin Ye nodded. "Let's do it." "Okay." The clones nodded, exchanged glances, and teleported together. Buzz buzz buzz. In an instant, the clones all disappeared. Lin Ye looked around and saw that with 10,000 people searching relentlessly, he refused to believe they couldn't find them. It was also an action, a sensory teleportation, disappearing in an instant. "Buzz! What just disappeared?" "Never mind that, just kill them. There are many people, and each one of them is very strong." People were talking about it. Lin Ye appeared in a dark area. It was completely unfamiliar. I had never been here before. A glance, a sense of being tracked for thousands of miles, all in complete darkness. No! Lin Ye frowned, sensing the situation of his other clones. It was pitch black. Buzz! All the clones moved quickly again, and Lin Ye continued as well. No! No. Still no. Lin Ye kept moving around, searching. It's so quiet! There are no battles to fight now. The only interesting thing is the Zerg side, where they are winning almost everywhere. I heard it was because Night God killed the Insect King. No way. It's true. It said that Mao Tian advanced because of the Insect King's treasure. I knew that with the appearance of 4 kingdoms, they should start fighting. Not to mention Sky and the #1 merchant in the world, there are also people from Night God. I didn't expect that Mao Tian to be one of them. No, it should be 5 kingdoms, plus the mole people. Those mole people seem to have disappeared since Xiling died. Yeah, it's so strange. Yagami hasn't taken any action. Shouldn't he be showing off his authority? I don't know. I heard that Yagami disappeared. He's busy with something. Time passed slowly, and the discussion on the World Channel continued unabated. Why is Yagami running around outside, constantly teleporting? Are you looking for something? I don't know, but at least I'm sure he won't affect us. Are you sure we don't need to do anything about it? The 4 men, Xing Shi and his companions, were observing Lin Ye's situation, ready to act at any moment. However, Yagami showed no intention of making a move. Among the Zerg. We've been searching for 3 days, and we still haven't found a single useful piece of information. Lin Ye shook his head. The clones I sensed were all completely black. Lin Ye suddenly exclaimed in surprise. How come there are only 9,999 images when there are 10,000 clones? Something's not right. Lin Ye frowned, sensing his clone. He's not dead, he's been imprisoned and cut off from all contact. Lin Ye frowned. The other party seems very capable. The system can sense the location of the clone. An anchor point was set before the incident. Buzz! Lin Ye's eyes flickered. Recall all clones. The sensing anchor point disappears on the spot. Sunlight shone, casting a radiant glow, and a massive city appeared. It's a kingdom! Lin Ye exclaimed, looking over. The Ghost Shadow Clan! Lin Ye was surprised. It was actually them. Chapter 264 Killing the Shadow King. Lin Ye remained silent. The Shadow Clan is a race from the demon faction, said to originate from Hell. Did they capture the clones because they discovered the Shadow Assassins situation? The Shadow Assassins are said to be related to people similar to the Shadow Clan. I was wondering before why the Black God would have Shadow Killer technology. Lin Ye muttered to himself. So there are such rare races in this outer realm. Lin Ye shook his head. Who is it? As Lin Ye observed from afar, a ferocious race suddenly appeared, resembling a stone, entirely black. He looked at Lin Ye with disdain. A player? Lin Ye looked and saw that it was the Ghost Shadow Clan. Combat power of 200,000. Such disdain. Do races from beyond the realm look down on players? You've come here to join us? The Ghost Shadow Clan looked at Lin Ye with disdain in their eyes. He sneered. We, the Ghost Shadow Clan, do not accept players. Get lost. Lin Ye remained silent, shook his head, and didn't care. The outer areas have many wild monsters but few players. Wild monsters are naturally arrogant. A cold voice. Is your king here? You want to see the king? You're not worthy! The ghostly figure sneered. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye didn't bother with further words. He squinted. Since you don't know what's good for you, then I'll. With a flick of his eyes, the tattoo rippled outwards. Ah! The ghostly figure was swept away in an instant, causing the person to make a painful sound. In his mind, endless, terrifying attacks relentlessly assaulted him, eventually killing him bit by bit. The ghostly figure trembled all over and collapsed to the ground instantly. Death is the end of life. When dealing with opponents of significantly lower strength, Lin Ye would naturally inflict a painful death. This is the first time I've created a painful illusion, to die in such terror. Lin Ye shook his head. What's going on? On the city wall, where there was nothing before, shadows suddenly appeared and then all merged together. The members of the Ghost Shadow clan stared at Lin Ye in disbelief. How did you do that? Killing without leaving a trace. Who are you to dare cause trouble in our Ghost Shadow clan? The ghostly figures roared. Lin Ye looked around, his gaze sweeping over each member of the Ghost Shadow clan. The characteristic of the Shadow clan is that they disappear and become invisible when they are not in action. It will only appear once action is taken. It's easy to ambush them. Go to hell! Lin Ye observed, then suddenly his eyes narrowed, and his cold voice rang out. With a flick of his arm, a spear appeared in his hand, which he thrust sharply to the right. Snap! There was nothing there, but a piercing sound rang out. The bleeding wouldn't stop. Immediately afterwards, the shadow materialized, and a member of the Shadow clan appeared. Looking at Lin Ye in disbelief, she asked, How did you find out about me? Isn't it easy to find you? Lin Ye sneered. Upon seeing the ghostly figures on the city wall, he activated his dark aura. The shadows around the person within the halo are like sitting ducks. Our invisibility has been broken. That's terrifying. How did you do that? The ghostly figures were talking amongst themselves, filled with fear and unease. Lin Ye looked at him and asked, May I see your king now? The Ghost Shadow clan members were filled with fear and unease. You want to see me? At the same time, a voice rang out from the sky. Lin Ye looked over and saw a male Ghost Shadow clan member dressed in blue equipment. He was the king of the Shadow clan. Release my clone. Lin Ye looked at the Ghost Shadow king. That clone is yours? Ghost Shadow asked in surprise. How could you possibly possess shadow killer technology? What's it to you? Lin Ye said dismissively. Player! Upon hearing this, the Ghost King did not become angry. He observed Lin Ye quietly for a moment, then shook his head. He scoffed. I've never seen you outside the domain. Did you come from within the domain? Within the domain? Even your powerful Shilling Kingdom has to give me face. The Ghost King spoke. How dare you speak to me like that? The Ghost King's killing intent was palpable. The Shadow clan members standing nearby were beaming with pride. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye locked onto the Ghost King, as displayed by the system. Combat power, 399,000. Like Shilling. He said. I've already killed Shilling. If you don't want to die, you can continue. To release or not to release? Lin Ye stared at the Ghost King. Shilling is dead? King Ghost Shadow frowned. How could that be? How arrogant! King Ghost Shadow exclaimed indignantly. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye frowned, thinking how ungrateful they were. Notification, your unit, the Light Mage, has completed training. A sound rang in my ears. Lin Ye laughed upon hearing this. There are countless ways to destroy you, but since you don't believe it, let's use this move. Lin Ye moved his arm and raised it high, and streams of light began to condense. Kill me! Upon hearing this, the Ghost King laughed arrogantly. You can kill me? Ha! You've lost your mind! The Ghost King scoffed. You killed Shilling in your dream, thinking you can kill me too! Ha ha! King Ghost Shadow laughed wildly. However, his smile suddenly froze, and he stared wide-eyed at Lin Ye and his raised arm. Lin Ye gathered light, forming a huge sphere of light. It was the same move that Shilling used when she was about to destroy the Night God's territory. This is Shilling's move, such a powerful aura. That's right, it is this kind of light. So strong. The Ghost King was terrified. The Ghost clan originated from demons, and were even more afraid of the light. What terrifying light! The surrounding Shadow clan members were directly oppressed by the light's aura and unable to move. Do you still think I didn't kill Shilling? Lin Ye stared at the Ghost King and raised an eyebrow. You! Upon hearing this, the Ghost King frowned. It was indeed true. Shilling would never give the technology to others. Feel the atmosphere of the forest night, 499,000. His face instantly became incredibly ferocious. It's not a fierce ferocity, but a ferocity of fear. Fear, a terrifying horror taken to its extreme. I'll release them. I'll release them right away, the Ghost King stammered. Too late, Lin Ye sneered. Even if I kill you and destroy the place, I can still find it. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the huge ball of light was hurled towards the entire city. Like a comet impact, the city collapsed before the naked eye. Ah! Endless screams echoed through the city, filled with unbearable sorrow. No! The Ghost King looked up and cried out in grief. Everyone was unable to move. Only him. They rushed toward the sphere of light, intending to stop it. However, they were scorched by the light as soon as they got close. Despite his reluctance, he charged towards the sphere of light, intending to support it. However, the disparity in strength was too great, making it impossible. I have no grudge against you, yet you have destroyed our entire race. The Ghost King was helpless and cried out in grief. I curse you, may you die a horrible death, the Ghost King cried out. As he spoke, his body began to decay, crumbling into pieces bit by bit. In the end, it was completely gone. Boom! As the ball of light landed completely, a huge explosion rang out. The shockwave spread outwards, causing mountains and rivers to collapse and trees to be uprooted. The Ghost Shadow Clan members hidden on the outskirts all revealed themselves, their eyes wide open, stunned and dumbfounded. Before they could even think of escaping, they were pulverized and killed by the shockwave. Lin Ye watched the incoming shockwave, stood still, and took it head-on. In an instant, an area of 10,000 square kilometers was completely flattened by the shockwave. It was terrifying beyond belief. Lin Ye glanced at it and smiled faintly. This flat area is much better than before. Chapter 265 The Weaver. Announcement: Night God has destroyed the Ghost Kingdom. Holy crap, what did you hear? Night God was quiet for 3 days, then went to the Outer Realms and destroyed a peak marquee-level kingdom, comparable to Shilling. You said it yourself, it's comparable to Shilling. Night God kills Shilling like it's nothing, so naturally he can kill Ghost Shadow too. No, what I mean is, the Night God actually went to the Outer Realms, and the Outer Realms are very scary. There was constant discussion within the World Channel. Night God's target is not within the domain. Now I can finally relax. The domain is where players can live, and there will be no more terrible civil wars. The Night God kills people so brazenly, isn't he afraid? The 4 men, who had just been awakened, discussed it amongst themselves, but were now completely relieved. Before the Kingdom of Ghosts. Lin Ye ignored the report and looked at the destroyed Ghost Shadow Kingdom. Gazing at the spot where the Ghost King died, an object floats. Paper scraps. I walked straight over, picked it up, and took a closer look. Ghost detection technology. Lin Ye looked over and saw that it was another unusual type of soldier. The Shadow Clan, also known as the Demon Scouts, possesses powerful detection capabilities. They spotted him as soon as he arrived, even though he was so far from the Ghost Kingdom. That's why. Send? Lin Ye looked at it. The Azure Emperor's function was still active. Teleport! Lin Ye responded, and the item disappeared with a buzz. Prioritize training him. Lin Ye looked at the Lord interface. So many technologies, although they are different for different military units, all have their own specific functions, and they are still needed. I've been training these past few days. And they are all accelerating. Okay. Mei Yingzi replied. Lin Ye was extremely satisfied. Once he appeared, he could fill the void in his current position. Look at the group being transported. With a flick of his eyes, buzz buzz buzz. Instantly, succubi appeared all around. All the busy people who had nothing to do arrived. Greetings, Lord! The succubi greeted. Lin Ye nodded, locking onto several hundred succubi carrying bags on their backs. The all-purpose pocket soldier. A branch of the military specializing in transporting supplies and equipment. Their combat strength is very weak. But it is very necessary. The pocket soldiers are equipped with supplies, Lin Ye said. The others will plunder. Thieves are searching for treasure. Lin Ye looked at the thieves. Okay. Everyone nodded and quickly got to work. Your people are plundering. The looting begins. Lin Ye watched, squinting his eyes, and went about his own business. We couldn't find the clone after tracking it for thousands of miles. Now that we're all here, the Ghost King has already acknowledged that his clone is here. With a flick of his eye, the long-distance tracking was activated. It was pitch black. We haven't found anything yet. Lin Ye frowned. Tracking across thousands of miles can only be done within one world. Could it be that the clone is imprisoned in some kind of folded space? This is the only possibility, otherwise they would have been able to track us down over thousands of miles without finding us. Lin Ye was puzzled, his eyes flickered, and he sensed his own skills. Still no contact. Lin Ye frowned. But they're definitely nearby. Lin Ye quietly walked into the ruins. Observe and search little by little. But they never found it. Where is it? Lin Ye asked, looking around at everyone. Let them search and see if they can find it. In a short while, the various troop types quickly assembled, marking the end of the plunder. Any unusual discoveries? Lin Ye asked, puzzled. No. Everyone shook their heads in response. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow, surprised that there was no response. He remained silent, then looked around at everyone and said, You can all go back now. Okay. Everyone nodded, and then disappeared from sight with a buzzing sound. Lin Ye looked around the territory, his eyes narrowed. Where did my clone go? Reminder, your Ghost Scout training is complete. Such a straightforward name. Lin Ye frowned upon hearing it. Feel the territory locked onto one person. Ghost Scout. Ability 1, Eye of the Underworld, passive sensing life and energy signatures within a 10-kilometer radius, can break stealth. Ability 2, Shadow Detection, passive while stationary, the user is in stealth mode, movement activates the stealth effect. Ability 3, Ghostly Falsehood, passive can distinguish between the true and false states of a target. Ability 4, Ghostly Patrol, passive when there are barriers or other obstacles in the area where the detected target is located, it can ignore the barriers and enter. Ability 5, Ghostly Strike, attacks while invisible, ignoring the opponent's defense, can only attack. Ability 6, Ghost Mark, marks a detected target without the target's knowledge. Lin Ye looked at it, and saw 6 skills, 4 of which were passive. Almost all of them are related to detection. I have to say, it's really powerful. The only drawback is that you can't sneak in. There can't be a perfect unit in this world. Lin Ye grinned. But it seems I can do it without changing my profession. With such a powerful unit, is it possible to find a location for the clone? Lin Ye's eyes flickered. Ghost Shadow grabbed the clone. What was it trying to do? Lin Ye looked around. His passive skill had already been activated. Lin Ye walked around, shifting his position to explore every part of the ruins. Buzz! Instantly, a buzzing sound rang in Lin Ye's mind. Upon closer inspection, a blurry space appeared above the ruins. The clone had disappeared within the space, as it could only be maintained for 10 minutes. But the purple light and shadow of the clone remained. It's actually subspace. Lin Ye frowned. The Shadow Clan can do that? They can't. Lin Ye stepped forward. With the presence of the Ghost Shadow Scout, he could freely enter and exit this subspace. Step forward and enter directly. A sense of etherealness arose. Lin Ye looked around and saw only darkness, with purple light and shadow undulating. Come back. Lin Ye's eyes flickered, and the purple energy returned. If it wasn't the Ghost Shadow Clan who created it, then who was? Lin Ye observed his surroundings, trying to detect the aura. The power of the netherworld. I instantly allowed Lin Ye to discover a trace of its remaining ability in a corner. The aura of the Weaver. It's them! The system appeared, and Lin Ye was shocked. The Weavers, a humanoid race. Rare, absolutely rare, a race not even mentioned in textbooks. Even that miscellaneous book was just a simple description. It can manipulate space to form spider web-like structures and create traps. According to the miscellaneous books, a god once broke into the spatial network of the Weaver of the Void. He traversed through endless small spaces and never appeared again. I never expected to run into him. With the abilities of the Void Weaver, creating such a space would be a piece of cake, Lin Ye said. He shook his head. With a flick of his eyes, he initiated a long-distance tracking operation to find the Weaver of Illusions. It was pitch black. No! Lin Ye nodded as expected. The virtual Weaver creates space and naturally hides within it. What is certain now is that the Weavers are real beings, and they are terrifying. Lin Ye pondered for a moment, then slowly walked out of the subspace. Arrive at the ruins. Chapter 266 Capturing Space. You destroyed this place? A girl appeared as soon as I stepped out. He glared at Lin Ye with murderous intent and demanded, "Hand over the Void Weaver space!" The Weaver of Illusions. Lin Ye frowned, actually searching for the Weaver of Illusions. They thought they had obtained that space. The other party obviously cannot see the space created by the virtual Weaver. Looking at the woman, it was a player. Are you a player? Lin Ye asked, puzzled. Yes. The woman nodded. The Zhao family. The Zhao family. Lin Ye frowned upon hearing this. A family had actually appeared? A family from outside the region? Could it be that Li Lin and Shurya are the same? In normal circumstances, players are vassals of the monster forces. Li Lin and Shurya's families will definitely not let them leave. They will be allowed to remain within the domain. And the state of mind when Li Lin and Shurya's families arrived. It doesn't seem like it could be subservient to any wild force at all. I didn't get the space, Lin Ye replied to the girl. Humph. The woman scoffed upon hearing this. Even now, you still dare to hide it. You're courting death. The woman's eyes flickered, and she transformed into a swordsman dressed entirely in black. Dark swordsman. Lin Ye recognized him instantly. You have some discerning eye, unlike those useless trash in the region. The woman couldn't help but look at Lin Ye with newfound respect. But if you don't hand over the space, you will only die. With a flick of his long sword, he instantly charged towards Lin Ye. After images followed one after another, like ghosts, and not only that, towering black smoke flashed by. Black smoke billowed, with streaks of blood-red light flashing within, as if a powerful being was hidden inside. The sword's edge is sharp, carrying a fierce edge. The sky seemed to be shattered by that sharp force. It instantly charged in front of Lin Ye, intending to kill him. 399,000. Lin Ye frowned upon seeing this. Are those outside the realm who are at the peak of the Marquis level with a combat power of 399,000? With a wave of his arm, a shield appeared. Clang! The sword struck the shield. Ah! Lin Ye was unharmed, but the woman's scream rang out. The moment the woman struck the shield, she was instantly thrown back by a powerful force. It rushed into the distance, spitting blood from the corner of its mouth, and landed, kicking up endless dust. A counter-shield? The woman struggled, unable to move at all. Staring intently at Lin Ye. You're not at the peak of the Marquis level, you're at the public level. Otherwise what? Otherwise how would we kill the Ghost Shadow King? Lin Ye said matter-of-factly. He walked up to the woman and said, She's good-looking, but so ruthless. She kills people at the drop of a hat. As he spoke, he looked at a pocket at the woman's waist and picked it up. What are you doing? The woman asked anxiously. So flustered? Lin Ye raised an eyebrow, staring intently at the treasure. Public-grade treasure space capture bag. Lin Ye was surprised. Use this to store space? Give it back to me! The woman roared. Or I'll kill you. Kill me? Lin Ye looked at the woman coldly. Let's talk about it when you can move again. With that, he ignored the woman and looked toward the space created by the Weaver of Emptiness not far away. The bag unfolded, and with a whoosh, the space instantly shifted, rushing towards the pocket. The pocket emitted a golden light, indicating that the bag contained space. Item detected. Deliver? You actually didn't get the space. The woman looked at Lin Ye in disbelief. Otherwise what? Lin Ye grinned, staring at the woman. If you can imagine it, then this thing must be very important. Thank you for the bag. Lin Ye looked at the woman forcefully and responded to her reminder. Teleport. The bag has disappeared. Where did the things go? The woman cried out indignantly, realizing she had unwittingly helped someone else achieve their goal. He looked at Lin Ye. You don't need to worry about it. Lin Ye smiled faintly, and a long sword appeared in his hand. Pointing at the woman, he said, You can go die now. You! The woman cried out in terror, her face pale. You actually want to kill me? I am a member of the Zhao family. Our Zhao family has a member at the peak of the Duke level. If you kill them, they won't let you go, the woman said anxiously, not wanting to die. I've already taken the space you wanted. Do you think your Zhao family will let me go? Lin Ye replied. The woman was speechless, watching Lin Ye's long sword approach. Since you know the Zhao family won't let you go, leave me here and I can put in a good word for you. Hee hee. Lin Ye chuckled. Sorry, I don't need it. If they come, I'll kill them without hesitation, Lin Ye replied. You're also at the peak of the public rank? The woman looked at Lin Ye's confident face. He said, You killed Ghost Shadow. Ghost Shadow has a powerful wild kingdom behind it, and they will seek revenge. Let me go. My name is Zhao Ji, and I am the only daughter of the Zhao family. I'll have my father help you deal with it, Zhao Ji said anxiously. No need. I'll kill your father and that man together, it doesn't matter. Lin Ye chuckled. You! Zhao Jimu was stunned. Was he really that arrogant? Click, click, click. Just then, a sound of trypophobia suddenly rang out. Lin Ye frowned and looked closely. In the distance, insects flew in like a curtain, appearing from the sky and the ground. The ghost was dead, and the Zerg attacked and occupied the area. They flashed past the Zerg. So many saint-level beings! Lin Ye frowned. There were simply too many. If we're going to fight, it'll go on for ages. The Zerg are here. Take me away! Zhao Ji panicked upon seeing this. He shouted at Lin Ye. Didn't you just say that if I killed you, your father would seek revenge? Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. If he gets killed by the Zerg now, he won't be able to find me, right? Wanla said. You! Zhao Ji's face turned pale. You are so despicable and cruel. Cruel? I didn't kill them, so what's it to me? Lin Ye said. You'll be swallowed by the Zerg too, Zhao Ji said unwillingly. Let's perish together. Is that so? Lin Ye's lips twitched, and he remained motionless, saying nothing more. Gradually, the body becomes ethereal, transparent, and disappears completely. This is... Zhao Ji stared at everything in disbelief. It's Ghost Shadow's technology. Zhao Ji instinctively collapsed, feeling utterly hopeless. Crack, crack, crack. Immediately afterwards, endless swarms of insects swept past. Even worse than locusts. Wherever it passed, everything except the original plants on the earth quickly disappeared. Aya! Zhao Ji screamed in agony as the Zerg slowly devoured her. You beast, you heartless beast who would watch me die! They shouted incessantly, then disappeared, as if they had never been there. Lin Ye witnessed everything. A marquee-level official just died like that. The Zerg from beyond the realm are more terrifying than imagined. His gaze shifted, observing each Zergling. 3 male insect queens, no less? Lin Ye exclaimed in surprise. The key is that there are 3 of them within my sight. We don't know how many more there are in other places. Lin Ye shook his head, looked at Nini, and sensed something in his heart. Nini, have our Zerg follow and deliver the message. Nini! Nini nodded, and the evil sniffing bug followed the insectoid race. Lin Ye looked at it with great satisfaction. Oh whoa! Suddenly, the little earth dragon let out an anxious and strange sound. Chapter 267 Red Dragon. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye frowned. The little earth dragon was still there. What if it was attacked by the insectoids? Upon closer inspection, the little earth dragon had turned into a stone sculpture, thus deceiving the insectoids. They were also observing the Zerg. Suddenly, his eyes became panicked. He looked at Lin Ye and cast a glance at him. Lin Ye followed the gaze and saw in the distance that a superhuman insectoid held something that looked like a fleshy ball in its hand. Red dragon flesh and blood. Did the Zerg wipe out a red dragon? Lin Ye was incredulous. That was a giant dragon, an extremely rare and extraordinary creature. How did they find it? Don't worry! Lin Ye reassured the little earth dragon, and it immediately calmed down. Lock onto a malevolent sniffing bug and anchor it directly onto its body. The sniffer insects followed. Lin Ye watched. These Zerg can spot the red dragons. Once they're settled, go check out their lair. Wait quietly. Time passed little by little. The Zerg gradually moved away and disappeared into the horizon. The entire area was plunged back into darkness. Let's go! Lin Ye sensed the anchor point and prepared to move. As they spoke, they revealed themselves. You killed that ghost? A voice rang out the instant the figure appeared. From the darkness, a race with two horns on its head appeared. It was completely black, with a fiery red glow on its body. He's practically a demon. A burly man was grabbed by him. A demon? Lin Ye looked at the demon in confusion. A hellfire demon. Lin Ye frowned. Hellfire demons are a type of demon. Especially the fires of hell, which burn everything. I never expected to actually see him. This is the first time I've encountered a demon other than a succubus. That night god? The hellfire demon stared at Lin Ye, uttering a questioning sound. Yes. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. Only people within the domain knew about his report. Those within the domain know, and those outside the domain naturally have ways to find out as well. That's normal. The other person is observing you, and you are also observing the other person. Looking at the man who had been captured, the player, a whole-level player, kept trying to break free, constantly releasing his aura. 399,000. That means this hellfire demon is a public-level demon, Lin Ye speculated. Born, one of the 8 kings under the Hell Kingdom Alliance, is a ducal kingdom. The hellfire demon introduced itself without any hesitation. He looked at Lin Ye and said, You killed our people, you can die now. As soon as he finished speaking, he glared at her, and a flaming sword gleaming with blue light appeared in his hand. He suddenly swung his sword at Lin Ye. 401,000 combat power. Combat power appeared instantly. Lin Ye thought it was not as good as the Grey Crow. With a gentle wave of his arm, a burst of light and shadow surged forth, instantly impacting Born with a whoosh. A powerful aura spread. Born looked at him and saw how strong he was. His face turned pale. Looking closely at Lin Ye, 499,000. They froze on the spot, and the players next to them also noticed the change. Looking at Lin Ye in disbelief, with a battle power of 499,000, he was an invincible being in this world. Spare me! Born cried out in terror. Senior, no! The player cried out. The people of hell have killed so many of us. Too many players have been killed, hundreds of thousands. The burly player lamented. Lin Ye listened and listened. Boom! Light and shadow struck Born. No! Born cried out in agony. I'm going to die. Looking at Lin Ye, she said, You will regret this. Our leader will kill you. He will definitely kill you. Born died instantly, turning into ashes. Night God kills the Lord of Hell King's territory, and Hell King's territory is destroyed. The message echoed throughout the domain, and the 4 awakened individuals remained silent. The ducal kingdom is gone? Night God has broken through. He has done what even the Azure Emperor could not do. No wonder he was able to defeat the Grey Raven. With 4 major public-level support systems in the region, now there are 5. Can we do more? According to the Art of Destiny, the domain can only accommodate 7.5 kingdoms. Back then, all those people left for the sake of stability. Some died, and only a few survived. Now there are the 4 of us, Sky Strategist, the #1 merchant in the world, plus half a mole. The departure of the Night God is also in accordance with the principles of fate. If we could expand to include nearby player kingdoms, thus broadening the domain, things might change. But war is unstable. One wrong move and you could fall into an abyss. The 4 men, who were trying to awaken the world, discussed the matter, each offering their own opinion. They wiped out a ducal kingdom. What did Yagami do? Has Yagami become that powerful? That's terrifying. That's a powerful force from beyond the realm. Within the World Channel, those third-tier city-states who knew the situation were discussing it, while the lower-tier ones were completely unaware of the details. They could only watch and discuss, each person staring in shock and disbelief. Lin Ye, the Azure Emperor, treating his injuries, said, "My choice was right." Sky, the world's #1 merchant, and several others shook their heads frantically. Mao Tian clenched his fists, unsure of what to say. In the ruins? Ah! With Born's death, the player, now freed from his restraints, let out a long sigh of relief. Looking at Lin Ye, he said, "The 3 Trees territory greets Senior." 3 trees? Lin Ye asked in surprise. Heroes of the Zerg battlefield have appeared in textbooks. He never appeared again. It turns out we've arrived in a foreign land, he said. Greetings, Senior 3 Trees. No need to be so polite. I just came from within the domain. Now that you are out of danger, I won't stay any longer. Lin Ye spoke, intending to teleport to check on the Red Dragon's situation. That's a dragon. Just came out? Sonk was surprised. A newcomer? I've only heard of the Azure Emperor. It's not the Azure Emperor, he was just called the Night God. When did such a powerful figure emerge in this region? The 3 trees were shocked. Suddenly, I saw Lin Ye preparing to leave. He shouted, "Beware of hell, they won't let you go!" Thank you, Lin Ye replied, and then disappeared. In a dimly lit space. Crack, crack, crack. The terrifying, dense sounds of the Zerg rang out incessantly. Just by hearing that, you know there are a lot of them, if not hundreds of millions, then tens of millions. Lin Ye's body shimmered and rippled as he appeared. One glance was enough to be awestruck by the sheer number of Zerg. Crack, crack, crack. The Zerg also discovered Lin Ye, and their voices instantly grew louder, filled with threat. Lin Ye frowned, quickly sensed the thief's stealth, and disappeared on the spot. Crackling sounds. The insectoids were surprised and observed, and the sounds gradually subsided. Lin Ye looked at it and relaxed. Looking around, the enormous cave, was breathtaking. Like a pitch-black universe, with interconnected dark passages, just like the passages of the universe. It is full of profoundness. The sky and the ground were filled with Zerg. This is the first time I've seen so many insects. It's even more terrifying than the Insect King's cave I visited before. The level is far too high. Lin Ye kept observing, and there were many evil-sniffing insects. Unable to access other caves. Clearly, the level is not high enough. Lin Ye's eyes flickered, tracking the red dragon's flesh and blood for thousands of miles. In the darkness of my mind, a gigantic red dragon appeared. He lay on the ground, barely alive, his eyes filled with pain. Found it! Lin Ye exclaimed in surprise. A red dragon, tortured to this extent. Lin Ye locked onto the direction of the passage and stealthily made his way there. Chapter 268 The Red Dragon's Treasure. In the endless, deep passage. Crack, crack, crack. The deeper they went, the more frequent the sounds of the Zerg became. Different Zerg races occupied different areas, lurking in various caves throughout the passageway. Lin Ye walked on. A queen insect of the whole level. Male insect mother. There are too many. Lin Ye considered killing her so that Nini could have a good meal, but he didn't take any action. A single hair can affect the whole body. If I kill just one Zerg, all the Zerg in this cave will come. I endured it for the sake of the Red Dragon. Time passed slowly, and we arrived at our destination, looking out at the dark and gloomy cave. Lin Ye strode in. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The cave was enormous, devoid of insectids, filled only with the sound of breathing. The sound echoed for a long time in the cave, like the howling of the wind. Lin Ye frowned and looked towards the source, where a red dragon lay on the ground in the distance. Blood was everywhere. Behind the red dragon was a seat. Although the red dragon was on its last breath, its gaze was focused in one direction. And it was filled with anger, as if they were in a standoff, holding back some big move. Looking over, Lin Ye saw a gigantic insect king, resembling an ant, with ferocious mandibles bared and claws, appearing in the darkness opposite. Insect King, 456,000 combat power. Lin Ye frowned upon seeing that the Insect King was confronting the Red Dragon. Dragon? Throne! Lin Ye frowned. This was originally the territory of the Red Dragon. Lin Ye pondered. It was the Zerg who invaded. So many Zerg are entrenched here to deal with the Red Dragon. Lin Ye subconsciously began to sense the cave. A damaged Duke-level vessel, the Crimson Dragon Domain. A public-level domain, now in ruins, just like the Azure Emperor's domain. It was shattered by these Zerg. Then what is the purpose of their standoff? And what is the Red Dragon fighting so hard to protect? Lin Ye wondered. Subconsciously wandering around, intending to investigate. Determine the specific circumstances at the scene. As Lin Ye walked, he came to the back of the throne and took a closer look. A huge treasure chest appears. The Dragon Clan's treasure? Lin Ye was pleasantly surprised, as legend has it that dragons love to collect treasures. If we can get it, wouldn't that be a win? Lin Ye pondered, sensing the thief's skills, and searched for treasure. Buzz! The light and shadow spread out silently, and a point of light appeared, marking the treasure chest. There's definitely something good inside. Lin Ye's lips curled into a smirk, confirming it without a doubt. Fortune favors the bold, Lin Ye declared, walked to the treasure chest, and the thief unlocked it and used it. Catch! The progress bar appeared, quickly filling up. But at that very moment, Lin Ye also revealed himself. An aura emanates. Crack, crack, crack! The Insect King instantly realized the situation. He suddenly looked towards the throne and locked his gaze on Lin Ye. Oh! The Red Dragon also endured the pain and looked angrily at Lin Ye. An immense aura appeared immediately. 399,000. The number appeared in Lin Ye's notification, but it quickly changed again. Combat power, 499,000. The Red Dragon has a trump card. No wonder the Insect King is so afraid of it. Lin Ye watched. Insect King's combat power, 499,000. At this very moment, the Insect King's combat strength also changed rapidly. Both the Insect King and the Red Dragon are formidable opponents. They all have hidden cards. Boom! The Insect King moved its mandibles toward the sky, and a thick, acidic substance rushed toward Lin Ye. The air was directly scorched, emitting a hissing sound, and the speed was so fast that it produced endless explosions. Boom! Along with that, the Red Dragon also suddenly opened its mouth, unleashing a huge burst of flames. Everything was burned, and the air itself was burned away. Their target was Lin Ye. The appearance of a powerful threat made Lin Ye's hair stand on end. Both are 499,000, and there are two of them. Lin Ye looked at the progress bar. There was still half left. Give up? If you give up, you'll never have another chance to take action. But now... Oh! Just then, the little Earth Dragon suddenly popped its head out of Lin Ye's pocket and roared at the Red Dragon. Oh! The red dragon looked up and saw its own people. To my surprise, I unexpectedly met my clansmen. Dragons are extremely rare. The insect king was visibly panicked, and there was even a giant dragon present. Just as he was about to do something, boom! The red dragon's flames suddenly shifted, and its target changed directly to the insect king. Crack, crack, crack. The insect king had no time to react and was directly attacked. The flames burned him, causing him to suffer greatly, and let out a heart-wrenching scream. Crack, crack, crack. As the insect king made its sound, endless insectoids surged into the surrounding passages. They intended to rush into the cave and launch an attack. Catch! At that very moment, the treasure chest in front of Lin Ye also opened. A pocket appeared inside, radiating light. Isn't this the bag from the Zhao family before? It's radiant, and it contains a spatial dimension? Lin Ye picked it up, opened a small opening, and took a closer look. It is a space inside. The space of the virtual weaver. Lin Ye looked at it and frowned. The red dragon risked its life to protect this, and the insect king also fought over it. The Zhao family is also looking for this. What are they after? Lin Ye narrowed his eyes. Is this thing really that important? Send? Teleport, Lin Ye said, not caring about its purpose. He just wanted to teleport back first. The thing disappeared. Lin Ye was satisfied. Bump! After unleashing its attack, the red dragon seemed to have exhausted all its life force and collapsed to the ground with a thud. I can't move. Oh! The little earth dragon rushed off anxiously to guard the red dragon, letting out a low growl. I care about the red dragon. Crack! 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 The Zerg were attacking furiously. For a time, all targets were Lin Ye, Honglong, and others. Lin Ye frowned. They had already obtained everything they wanted to seize. I could have left on my own. But... Lin Ye looked at the little earth dragon. Red dragons were his race, and he wanted to protect them. Moreover, the red dragon had just been protected by the little earth dragon. So... Buzz, buzz, buzz. The succubi appeared instantly. All above 300,000. Go! Kill the insectoids! Lin Ye shouted angrily. Mei Yingzi realized the situation upon seeing it and reacted quickly. Kill! As soon as she finished speaking, the succubi quickly formed ranks and launched an attack on the surrounding Zerg. Boom, boom, boom! The battle begins. Oh, whoa! The little earth dragon looked on, breathed a sigh of relief, locked onto the red dragon, and showed concern. The red dragon looked at the little earth dragon with great affection. Lin Ye remained silent and composed. We must leave immediately with the little earth dragon and the red dragon. Boom! Just as they were about to take action, a huge explosion suddenly rang out. The insect king devoured the healing insects one by one, and its injuries healed rapidly. An acid attack erupted. Lin Ye frowned. The insect king's treatment method was truly bizarre. The other party has 499,000, and I also have 499,000, so I have to make a move. Suddenly, a shield appeared in his hand, providing absolute defense and protecting everyone. Buzz! The shield's light and shadow rippled, enveloping the surroundings. Bang, bang, bang! The acid was directly blocked by the light and shadow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Red Dragon looked and completely relaxed. She looked at Lin Ye with gratitude. He cared about the little earth dragon, and was naturally grateful that Lin Ye was able to protect it. Crack, crack, crack! The insect king roared in anger, letting out a terrifying howl. Crack, crack, crack! The Zerg attacked the succubus frantically. Aya! The succubi suddenly cried out in pain. Lin Ye frowned. What's going on? Upon closer inspection. Then the male insect queen appeared and began attacking the succubus. Chapter 269 Red Dragon Domain. No! Lin Ye exclaimed upon seeing it. Although the Zerg were numerous, their combat strength varied greatly. Succubuses can use group attacks to finish off enemies. Now, public-grade succubi have appeared, all with a combat power of over 400,000. Oh whoa! The little earth dragon panicked when it saw this. The succubi are in trouble. Nini! Nini also jumped out, controlling the hidden evil sniffing bugs to fight back. But they were swallowed up by the tide of the Zerg. Red Dragon frowned. If the attack is broken, the Insect King and the Insect Clan will join forces to attack Lin Ye and surely wear him down. The little Earth Dragon is going to get into trouble. He stared at the anxious Lin Ye, his eyes narrowing. Ding! The Red Dragon has added a Red Dragon domain for you. Do you wish to accept? Huh! Lin Ye was surprised when he heard this. A gift from Red Dragon? Looking at the Red Dragon, I saw that it was extremely anxious, its eyes filled with anticipation. Lin Ye realized the situation. The Red Dragon wanted him to break through to the public rank. In this way, all the succubi will have a combat power of over 400,000. Received. Lin Ye responded, unable to watch the succubus get into trouble. Ding, you have received the Red Dragon domain. The Red Dragon domain has been renamed the Night God domain. 2 fragmented public-level domains were detected and merged into a single public-level domain. Your kingdom has been promoted to a ducal kingdom. Your total troop strength starts at 400,000. Lin Ye glanced at it and smiled faintly. Looking around, the succubi were all overjoyed, having noticed the change. High combat power of 407,000. Lin Ye saw that the highest combat strength of the troops had been raised to 407,000? From the Dream Summoner. Can we now use the additional combat power from Titan and the others to break through 500,000? Induction. Combat power 499,000. A notification appears. Lin Ye shook his head, still unable to break through. But that's enough. Nodding to the Red Dragon, he looked at the Insect King, then at the succubi, and said, Kill, slaughter these insectids. Upgrade like crazy. Lin Ye spoke up, saying that these insectids were of high level and could be excellent upgrade items. Boom boom boom. The succubus acted quickly, and after exceeding 400,000, the insectoid race was completely crushed. The sniper, hunter, and assassin frantically roamed among the Zerg. They hunted down each of the more than 400,000 male insect queens. Crack crack crack. The Zerg's disadvantages became apparent instantly. Crack! The Insect King stood at a distance, watching with indignation, wanting to hunt down the succubus. But then he saw Lin Ye staring intently at him. He kept showing a ferocious expression towards Lin Ye. Hee hee! Lin Ye smirked, completely unconcerned. Next I'll figure out a way to kill you! As soon as he finished speaking, the illusory light and shadow spread out and swept past the Insect King. But the Insect King remained motionless, its mind completely elsewhere. Lin Ye frowned, finding it impossible to resist. It was far more powerful than the Insect King from back then. Dark Aura! Lin Ye took a deep breath and unleashed his power. Direct labeling. The Insect King remained unaffected. This! Lin Ye was stunned. Had it really come to this? The Insect King truly lives up to its name, especially as a male-class Insect King. Lin Ye frowned. Should he try to outfight him? Lin Ye didn't want to fight the Insect King, as the Insect King was in a different state. For example, the previous Insect King had terrifying defensive capabilities. So, the tattoo on Lin Ye's forehead rippled, indicating he was preparing to try again. The illusion I experienced before was beautiful. Let's do something different this time. Lin Ye created a painful illusion. Buzz! The illusory light and shadow rippled, passing by the Insect King. The Insect King was observing and thinking of a solution when suddenly a flash of light and shadow appeared. The scene before him was one of utter devastation. All his people had perished. The Insect King was completely stunned. Lin Ye looked at it and said, I see. The use of illusions depends on the current situation, especially when killing this kind of insectoid. Lin Ye was overjoyed. Twin swords appeared in his hands, and he killed the Insect King in one fell swoop. Impact! Kacha! 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 The endless dual blade attack surged forth, striking the Zerg. 100 hit combo, 200 hit combo, 300 hit combo. Lin Ye attacked frantically. The Insect King was unable to move and remained trapped in a sorrowful illusion. Die! The Insect King was awakened by the aura of death until Lin Ye's final strike. Crack, crack, crack. The Insect King let out a painful sound. He looked at Lin Ye with resentment, and finally died on the spot. He collapsed and couldn't get up. Your subject's level has increased. At the same time, a reminder sounded in my ear. Dream Summoner, 415,000 combat power. Lin Ye looked closely and saw that it had been upgraded, gaining a lot of combat power. The Succubi exchanged surprised glances. Leveling up now was too difficult. Crack, crack, crack! The surrounding insectids fled frantically, leaving the cave. In an instant, the cave fell silent. Roar! The red dragon exclaimed excitedly, and the little earth dragon roared with delight. Nini! Nini quickly jumped out of Lin Ye's pocket and rushed towards the Insect King's corpse. It was frantically devouring food, its body gleaming with endless luster, clearly in the process of upgrading. Lin Ye watched as Nini grew stronger again. How strong would she become? Expect. The little earth dragon also looked over, its eyes filled with envy and jealousy. Nini is going to become stronger again, but what about me? You! Accompanied by the little earth dragon's disappointment, the red dragon suddenly spoke in a human voice. The voice was weak. This prompted Lin Ye and the little earth dragon to look at the red dragon. The red dragon looked at the little earth dragon and said, I'm about to die, I can't hold on any longer. Oh! The little earth dragon cried anxiously. Enough said? The red dragon looked at the little earth dragon. Here, take this. As he spoke, a thumping dragon heart appeared in his chest. Absorb him, enter the mature stage, and reach the peak combat power of the public level. Oh whoa! The little earth dragon cried out anxiously, not wanting it. Lin Ye looked over and saw that the dragon's heart was gone. The red dragon was bound to die. Stop talking. Even if I don't give it to you, I'll still die. The red dragon spoke up. It's better to give it to you so you can grow up faster. Remember, we are dragons, the greatest race in the world. The red dragon looked at the little earth dragon expectantly. Don't tarnish the reputation of our dragon race. The little earth dragon lowered its head, pondered, and finally looked at the red dragon and nodded. Buzz! The red dragon was pleased. With a flick of its eyes, the dragon heart rushed towards the little earth dragon and instantly merged into the little earth dragon's chest. Boom! The little earth dragon radiated light and gradually grew larger, as if it were to support the entire cave. The sound lingered for a long time, continuously emitting noises. The entire cave was shaken. Lin Ye watched, and saw that it was absorbing the dragon heart. The red dragon's body visibly collapsed, and once the dragon heart was completely absorbed, the red dragon would be gone forever. For the sake of the younger generation? Lin Ye looked at the red dragon. After you die, I will bury you with the green dragon. Green dragon? There are dragons in this world? The red dragon asked in surprise. You don't know? Lin Ye asked in confusion. That green dragon was obviously very strong, especially among the wild monsters. How could the red dragon not know? Yes, I haven't seen it. The red dragon smiled wryly. It's good that there's a green dragon. It's good that there are still many dragons around. Thank you. The red dragon also hoped to be buried in the dragon clan's territory after its death. Okay. Lin Ye nodded. That space of the Weaver of Illusions. The red dragon continued. We're going to Snow Mountain for this reason, Red Dragon said, looking at Lin Ye and revealing the destination. White Snow Mountain? Lin Ye frowned. Could it be that the Weaver of Emptiness is somewhere? This legendary race. Chapter 270 Red-Eyed Earth Dragon and Eight-Legged Insect King. Is it the Weaver of the Void? Lin Ye looked at the red dragon with suspicion. Yes. The red dragon nodded. But I've never seen it. Lin Ye frowned, puzzled. I wonder if Senior knows about the Black Mountain region? Dragons have very long lifespans, so perhaps the Red Dragon really did see them. Black Mountain region? The Red Dragon pondered, then said, I feel like I've heard of it somewhere before. Question mark. Lin Ye was startled, only to see the Red Dragon pondering for a moment before suddenly showing a look of surprise. I was very young then. Red Dragon looked at Lin Ye. About tens of thousands of years ago. When I was born, I traveled with the Red Dragon race. Unexpectedly, the realm of gods collapsed, causing endless disasters. The Red Dragon muttered to himself. The realm of gods has collapsed? Lin Ye asked in surprise. Yes. The Red Dragon nodded. Lin Ye frowned. The evil god's words were half true and half false. War had indeed broken out in the realm of gods. He simply concealed the truth about the collapse. Endless fragments of the plane have fallen. The Red Dragon looked at Lin Ye and continued. The domain in which you players live is one of them. Then you appeared, the Red Dragon said. Lin Ye nodded that everything made sense. The appearance of players may be a form of self-salvation for the divine realm. The plane falling is a disaster. The Red Dragon looked at Lin Ye. Our people led us to escape. I thought we would get through this, but unexpectedly, a huge plane appeared and destroyed all my people. The Red Dragon lamented. Of course, it's not just our people. And countless races, all perished. At the moment of destruction, I heard my patriarch cry out in alarm, Black Mountain Domain, the Red Dragon said. I survived by sheer luck. That plane might be the Black Mountain region. The Red Dragon looked at Lin Ye. Is a plane a domain? Lin Ye asked in surprise. Is the Black Mountain region really that terrifying? Senior, do you know where Black Mountain Domain went afterward? Is it where it crashed back then? Lin Ye was puzzled. Red Dragon spoke up. I saw the Black Mountain Domain break through space and enter the subspace. It appeared again, then disappeared again. The Red Dragon shook its head. Finally, it vanished completely from my sight. That's why I survived. The Red Dragon's eyes were filled with fear. If you're looking for a solution, perhaps the Void Weaver is the key to your breakthrough, the Red Dragon said. The Weaver of the Void opens up space and travels through space. Perhaps he can find something relevant. Perhaps the Black Mountain region is located in some subspace. Red Dragon looked at Lin Ye. Lin Ye nodded, originally not very interested in the conflicts outside the realm. I don't want to go to any snow-capped mountains. But since it involves the Black Mountain region, we must go and take a look. Thank you, Senior. Lin Ye looked at the Red Dragon, only to see it begin to fade into nothingness. I'm satisfied that I can help you. The Red Dragon also sensed the phantom. Realizing he was about to die, he said, If possible, please bury me in what you call the territory of the Green Dragon. Okay. Lin Ye nodded. Buzz! The phantom image rippled and suddenly dispersed. With a bang, it vanished as if its soul had disappeared, and the Red Dragon collapsed to the ground, unable to rise again. Oh! At the same time, the little Earth Dragon roared. Extremely violent. Looking over, Lin Ye saw that the little Earth Dragon was completely illuminated by a beam of light. It grew larger and larger until it reached the top of the cave. Boom! Suddenly, the light and shadow dispersed, and a giant gray dragon with bloodshot eyes appeared. Its wingspan is enormous, and its long tail trails behind it like a pillar. Fangs are everywhere. Its previously docile appearance has become ferocious, especially its pair of red eyes. This makes it appear even more majestic. Mature, red-eyed earthworm, male, 480,000. Ability enhancement, Red Dragon Flame wherever it passes, everything is burned. Ability enhancement, Petrify. When attacking enemies, there is a chance to petrify them. Lin Ye looked over and saw that he had obtained the power of the Red Dragon. 480,000 combat power. Strong enough, handsome enough. Nini! Nini, who was standing to the side, also finished devouring the Zerg corpses in the arena. Its body became much larger, and many legs appeared. Like a spider. 8-legged insect king, combat power, 470,000. New ability, acidic spider silk deploys spider silk. Creatures that touch it are corroded by the acid. Lin Ye looked at it and added one more. Sure enough, it turned into something resembling a spider. We can now set up traps. Quite good. 470,000, 480,000, plus my own 490,000. Add to that 220,000 succubi, worth 400,000 each. It's terrifying. Invincible. Nini! Nini could sense the changes in the little earth dragon. The aura was stronger than his own. He looked at it quietly and made a displeased sound. The two little ones have been competing, and now the little earth dragon is stronger than Nini. Nini was naturally unconvinced. Oh! However, the little earth dragon did not make any similar fighting sounds. He stared sadly at the red dragon's corpse on the ground, unable to forget it for a long time. Nini fell silent instantly, ceasing her fight with the little earth dragon. Lin Ye took a deep breath, understanding the little earth dragon's feelings. Please accept my condolences. He doesn't want to see you like this. Oh, whoa! The little earth dragon responded to Lin Ye, suppressing its sadness. Once we're done with this, we'll go find Green Dragon and bury him, Lin Ye said. Okay, the little earth dragon replied in its unfamiliar human language. Upon hearing this, Nini frowned, and then she was able to speak. Lin Ye was also pleasantly surprised, but if the red dragon could do it at this stage, the little earth dragon could naturally do it too. I was quite surprised to see the little earth dragon in such a state. Lin Ye smiled faintly, locked onto the pocket soldier, and said, Put the red dragon's corpse into the pocket. Take it back to the territory. He then turned to Mei Yanran and said, Get settled. Okay. Phantom and pocket soldier nodded and began their operation. Lin Ye, Xiao Dilong, and Nini watched as the pocket soldier packed the items into the container. Return to the queue. Upgrade as soon as possible, Lin Ye said, looking at Mei Yingzi. Yes. Mei Yingzi nodded. The gap between them and the Lord was too great. If we don't upgrade, it will be difficult to help Lin Ye in the future. They were all holding their breath. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Then all the succubi left. An endless silence fell over the cave. Let's go, it's time for us to leave. Lin Ye looked at the little earth dragon and Nini. Okay. Nini! The two responded, shrank, crawled into Lin Ye's pocket, and returned to Lin Ye's shoulder. Lin Ye's eyes flickered, and he activated the long-distance tracking function. In an instant, a huge snow-capped mountain appeared in my mind. It's in the northwest. Lin Ye suddenly opened his eyes and looked northwest. They found it so quickly. Random teleportation? If we get to a place that's very far away, it will be troublesome, so we'll walk there. Lin Ye confirmed this, looking into the abyss-like cave, where a sniffing insect appeared. Leading the way, they sped off. In a short while. Walk out. Magma, volcano, large volcano, giant volcano. The mountains rose and fell, and Lin Ye was shocked by the sight before him, an endless expanse of volcanoes. Red dragons love fire, Lin Ye muttered. This contrasts sharply with the snow-capped mountains. Locking onto the distant horizon, they sped off. Little Earth Dragon, take me there, Lin Ye said. Oh! Upon hearing this, the little Earth Dragon flew off the shoulder and grew to a huge size. Lin Ye stepped forward. Boom! Instantly, the little Earth Dragon lifted him into the air. Lin Ye watched, seeing such a scene for the first time. Previously, it was all about spaceships, which weren't as visually appealing. Looking northwest. Chapter 271 Buying a Dragon. Time passed slowly. Your entire population has entered the wormhole. Your people have been upgraded. On the Zerg side, it's really hard to find even a single Zerg now. The Night God's men were wreaking havoc on the Zerg side, almost wiping them out. If it weren't for the constraints there, they would probably have gone to the Outer Realms to fight their way out. I just don't understand how night gods people are so fierce. You don't know, I saw with my own eyes how the holy spirit level insect queen ran away as fast as she could when she saw night gods people. The Zerg have retreated quite far now. Awakening World, God of Wealth, Radiance, and Devourer are all transforming the lands they've acquired, and they've stopped fighting. The world chat was abuzz with discussion, with people at a loss for words to describe what they were seeing. Have you ever met Lin Ye? I've seen it. More than 200,000, all of them with combat power of public level. Terrifying. We are no match for them now. That's terrifying. The four who had awakened the world were completely convinced. Now they could only serve as logistics personnel. But as he watched the territory gradually expand, his face was filled with excitement. The space for players to survive is getting bigger and bigger. The environment will be very stable for the younger generation who come in later. Sky walks across the Zerg battlefield, searching for the Zerg, but can never find them. There are no more huge profits to be made now. Lika shook his head. But I'm already taking over my grandfather's caravan. The boss's reputation made everyone choose me. Ha! Lika said happily. Ugh! Mao Tian gagged, rubbing his stomach. I wonder how you are doing right now. Distance. The endless snow-capped mountains stretch as far as the eye can see. Snowflakes drifted down from the sky. The little earth dragon was covered in snow, and Lin Ye, sitting on it, felt a little cold. I didn't expect to travel this far. It took more than 10 days, and we were still flying at the speed of a small earth dragon. They've already reached the public level, yet they're still affected by snow. This snow is extraordinary. Lin Ye squinted. Nini! Nini had already climbed out of Lin Ye's pocket, and was playing in the snow on the little earth dragon's back. It seemed as if they didn't care about the cold at all. Lin Ye looked on and thought, the Zerg are just different. Looking at the largest snow-capped mountain, Lin Ye grinned and stood up. We're almost there. Nini! Upon hearing this, Nini quickly climbed into Lin Ye's pocket, and looked at him expectantly. Oh! The little earth dragon roared excitedly, soaring high toward the massive snow-capped mountains. In a moment, it appeared on the snow-capped mountain and descended to the ground. What is that? A dragon? How could it be a dragon? How rare must dragons be? Holy crap! It really is a dragon! This dragon race, my son family wants it. Along with this, a group of people appeared on the snow-capped mountain, shouting continuously as they looked at the little earth dragon. Boom! The little earth dragon landed and quickly shrank. Lin Ye landed, and the little earth dragon stood on his shoulder. Someone's here, not a wild one, a player! People covered in snow appeared all around, many of them looking at Lin Ye with envy. Lin Ye looked around and was surprised to find that people had already arrived. They are indeed all searching for the Weaver of the Void. Ignoring the people around him, Lin Ye looked at the massive mountain peak covered in snow. Prepared to use force to disperse the snow and assess the condition of the snow-capped mountains. Search for the so-called Weaver of Illusions. Kid! Just as I was about to take action, a boastful voice suddenly rang out. Lin Ye stopped and turned his head to look at the source of the sound, where he saw a boy appear. Several people followed behind him. A player? The boy stared at Lin Ye. Yes. Lin Ye nodded. You too? Yes. The boy smiled smugly upon hearing Lin Ye's affirmative reply. Let me introduce myself. I'm Sunjin from the Sun family. Sunjin looked at Lin Ye with an arrogant air. He had a smug, petty expression on his face. An aura emanates from it, indicating a combat power of 370,000. Marquis level? Lin Ye thought to himself, Marquis level was really too common in this outer realm. Staring at Sunjin. Never heard of him. You've never even heard of the Sun family? How did you manage to get involved in the foreign lands? Sunjin asked incredulously. Do I have to have heard of it to travel outside the realm? Lin Ye asked rhetorically. Sunjin's face was dark. He hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and looked at Lin Ye. Okay. I'll give you money to sell me your dragon mount, Sun Jin said. Question mark. The little earth dragon was shocked. By himself? You're not worthy. Nini! Nini let out a strange laugh, which made the little earth dragon's expression not very good. How much are you going to give me? Lin Ye asked, puzzled. Ha ha! Sun Jin laughed smugly upon hearing this. 1 billion gold. Okay. Lin Ye nodded and held out his hand. Give it to me. You agreed so easily? Sun Jin thought it would take a lot of trouble. After all, no matter how many times I forced them to buy, I always got beaten up before they gave me the goods. He threw out a bag. Lin Ye looked at Sun Jin's expression and shook his head. He had never encountered someone as unpredictable as himself. He took the bag. Isn't this the pocket of the pocket soldier? The pocket soldier's pocket, once full, can be given to others to use. Open it up, and you'll find a golden expanse. Send? Teleport! Lin Ye responded, his pocket disappeared, and then he nodded to Sun Jin. This indicates the transaction is complete. Ha ha! Sun Jin burst into laughter upon seeing it. Kid, you have eyes but can't recognize a gem. That's a dragon, a dragon! You just sold it like that, Sun Jin said smugly, turning to look at the crowd. Have you ever seen such an idiot? Sun Jin shouted. No! The dragon has been sold! That idiot! Ha ha! The crowd behind him burst into laughter and chatter. Lin Ye watched silently. Little Earth Dragon and Nini, however, were filled with murderous intent. Kid, give it to me. Sun Jin looked at Lin Ye. You can take it yourself. Lin Ye patted the Little Earth Dragon, and the Little Earth Dragon flew off his shoulder. He watched Sun Jin quietly. Ha ha! Sun Jin was excited when he saw it, and quickly rushed towards the Little Earth Dragon. Come here, sweetie, I'll take good care of you. Sun Jin was obsequious. However, before they could even get close, the Little Earth Dragon's eyes changed, and flames suddenly burst from its mouth. Boom! Instantly, flames surged and danced in the sky, appearing as if the heavens and earth were on fire the moment they appeared. Everyone was suppressed by a terrifying aura. The impact startled Sun Jin, who was stunned by the aura emanating from it. Looking at the Little Earth Dragon in fear, he exclaimed, Public level! Public level? How is that possible? Why would it become a player's mount? It's a public-grade mount, comparable to a family head. People were shocked. I've sold it to you, whether you get it or not is up to you, Lin Ye said, looking at Sun Jin. Sun Jin was terrified, sweating profusely. He realized he had been tricked. He cried out, Father, save me! Boom! A huge sound rang out. Suddenly, a snow-covered hillock exploded open in the middle of the snow-capped mountains. Holding a long spear, they charged forward, their sharp aura sweeping across the entire snow-capped mountain. The snow-capped mountain swayed precariously, its constant rocking triggering endless avalanches with a series of booming sounds. It's the head of the household! The people shouted. Sun Jin was excited and thrilled. Lin Ye looked at it, and saw a combat power of 430,000. Crack, crack, crack. Just as it was sprinting, suddenly, subtle light and shadow appeared. Emerging from the left and right mountain peaks, it forms a network that is invisible to the public. Whoosh! The spearman crashed into it, and the acid directly corroded it. Ah! The spearman cried out in pain, trying to break free, but found he couldn't escape at all. Chapter 272 People from all directions. What the hell? The spearman was an old man, struggling to look at the spider silk. Looking around, I saw Nini appear on the spider silk. Its mouthparts opened, and it approached menacingly. The Zerg? The old man was terrified, his face pale, and he couldn't believe it. Looking at Lin Ye, he said, 470,000 combat power. The old man collapsed completely. Zerg? 470,000 combat power? How could the Zerg possibly be here? A Zerg race with 470,000 combat power, A public-level Zerg, what are we going to do? When people saw this, they started talking amongst themselves, filled with fear. Father! Sun Jin was anxious. The Zerg would kill his father. Looking at Lin Ye, he said, You let your dragon kill the Zerg. You are the player, and the Zerg are our enemies. That's right, the combat power that Long just showed was 480,000. Kill the Zerg. Quickly, have your dragons kill the Zerg. People around shouted. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye's lips twitched, but he remained standing still. Don't come any closer! At the same time, the old man's terrifying voice rang out repeatedly. This drew everyone's attention to the spider silk, where the Zerg were slowly closing in. The old man kept struggling. Hurry up! Sun Jin glared angrily at Lin Ye. Are you even a player? Let your dragon do the work. Oh! Upon hearing this, the little earth dragon breathed fire, threatening Sun Jin. Sun Jin was startled. Heh! Lin Ye chuckled coldly, staring at Nini. Kill her in 2 or 3 moves. Don't waste time. You're going to make a move? Sun Jin breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Lin Ye with surprise. Nini! But the next second it was Nini who responded. Nini charged at the old man with lightning speed, one of her feet transforming into a sharp long sword. It grazed the old man's neck, and the old man screamed in agony. Ah! His head hit the ground. He died. This? Everyone stared blankly. Sun Jin was incredulous. His father was dead? Horrified. He glared angrily at Nini, wishing he could tear her to pieces. They watched helplessly as Nini shrank and quickly entered Lin Ye's pocket. This? Sun Jin stared wide-eyed at Lin Ye in disbelief. This Zerg is yours? Sun Jin asked incredulously. Yes. Lin Ye nodded. A rank 2 dragon with 480,000 combat power, and a Zergling with 470,000 combat power. Sun Jin felt as if his worldview was about to collapse. Both of them are his. 470,000 and 480,000, just how high is his combat power? He doesn't look very old, so why do such powerful dragons and insectoids follow him? The people around them shouted. Lin Ye ignored him, coldly looking at Sun Jin and sneering. You can go die now. Take care of him. He looked at the little earth dragon. What did you say? Sun Jin asked in alarm. Oh! A ball of flame appeared in the little earth dragon's mouth, preparing to erupt. No! Sun Jin's face turned pale, filled with regret. He muttered to himself. Dragons are so rare, from the moment they appeared. I should have realized that he was very strong and extraordinary. Moreover, this is the location of the Void Weaver. Anyone who dares to come after receiving this information is a master. Besides, I came alone. Sun Jin cried out in anguish, bowing his head like a madman. Everyone on either side could hear it, and they all remained silent. That's true. Please spare me, okay? Sun Jin knelt down, looking at Lin Ye. I was wrong, I shouldn't have provoked you, please forgive me. I was wrong, just ignore me, Sun Jin said. Humph! Lin Ye sneered, offering no response. The little earthworm is preparing to move. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, a series of huge sounds suddenly rang out in the sky. One after another, spaceships appeared. What's going on? Has it already started? They're all here? Whoever has more and a higher percentage will enter first. The spaceship is activated, wild monster races appear, and the player appears. There were 4 groups of people in total. Uncle Zhao! Sun Jin looked at one of the middle-aged men. He cried out. I'll give you my space, please save me! Sun Jin was anxious. The 4 of them looked down at the same time, and the man called Uncle Zhao stared intently at Sun Jin. No. He looked at the old man's body. Dead? Yes. Sun Jin said, heartbroken, pointing at Lin Ye. He killed him. Oh. The man raised an eyebrow and stared intently at Lin Ye. You killed him? Boy, how dare you kill my men! The man exclaimed. The Zhao family? Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. The family behind Zhao Ji? Yes. The man nodded. The Zhao family, Zhao Baiheng. For the sake of you being a player, you should commit suicide. Zhao Baiheng stared at Lin Ye. What if I say no? Lin Ye asked dismissively. Ha ha! Zhao Baiheng laughed maniacally. You're the first person who dares to be arrogant in front of me. As he spoke, he abruptly switched to Dark Swordsman, his aura emanating from him. 480,000. He's about to make his move. Sun Jin exclaimed with delight. Uncle Zhao, he has 480,000 dragon pets and 470,000 insect pets. Zhao Baiheng frowned upon hearing this. She looked at Lin Ye in disbelief. She glared angrily at Sun Jin. Why didn't you say so sooner? This made Sun Jin afraid to even lift his head. Let's take him down together, one from the dragon race and one from the insect race. Zhao Baiheng was also afraid. He looked at the woman beside him. She was fair and innocent, but her eyes held a sinister glint. Hui Huang, did you say that? Zhao Baiheng looked at the woman. Women are the queens of a glorious kingdom. Upon hearing this, Hui Huang frowned and stared at Lin Ye for a long time. Having fought outside the region for so long, they are naturally all intelligent people. Dragons are so rare, yet they can be ruled, Brilliant said. And then there are the Zerg. I've never heard of anyone being able to rule them in all these years. You're quite extraordinary, Hui Huang said, raising an eyebrow at Lin Ye. Not bad. Lin Ye looked over and saw that Hui Huang was also a player. 2 players and 2 monsters. He gave a cold laugh and said to Hui Huang, Killing both of you would be a piece of cake. You! Hui Huang was indignant, but Zhao Baiheng frowned, either daring to lash out. Sun Jin watched anxiously, thinking, how did I offend such a person? What should I do? Hee hee! Just then, a mocking laugh suddenly rang out. Then, a figure emerged from one of the monster's smoke. A monster with bloodshot eyes, a pitch-black body, and an immense size emerged from its head with 2 feet on its head. What if I were included? He raised an eyebrow at Lin Ye. As it spoke, the monster looked at Zhao Baiheng and Hui Huang. I want the Zerg, and you 2 can share the dragons. You! Zhao Baiheng and Hui Huang were unwilling to accept this. They exchanged a glance. The 2 of them couldn't defeat it, but with the monster's help, they might succeed. It's better than nothing. He nodded. Kid, you're dead meat. The monster looked at the 2 agreeing, gave a cold smile, stared at Lin Ye, and threatened. An aura emanates. 480,000 combat power. Lin Ye felt this and smiled faintly. Stare at the monster. Who else could it be but a demon from hell? Is he the leader of the Hell Alliance that the Hellfire demon mentioned before? But something felt off. The aura of a hellish demon wasn't like that. Its aura spread out and rushed towards the 3 of them. This caused the 3 of them to pause. 499,000? Peak public rank. What? Sun Jin was initially happy that he could get revenge and live. Upon hearing it, I was shocked. Chapter 273 You Can All Die Now. 499,000. How is that possible? The Duke level is invincible. I should have thought of this sooner, otherwise how could he possibly rule over the Dragon Clan and the Insect Clan? People were talking about it. Sun Jin was on the verge of tears. How so? Zhao Baiheng, Hui Huang, and Hell Demon were in a panic. Even at the peak of the public level, with pets worth 470,000 and 480,000 respectively, they are no match. Let's split it together. The demon from hell paused for a moment, defending himself against Lin Ye, before speaking. Zhao Baiheng and Hui Huang frowned, realizing that the message was meant for the 4th person to hear. Now is not the time for a standoff, kill him. Yes, we'll share it among the 4 of us. Zhao Baiheng and Hui Huang spoke at the same time, addressing the 4th person. Phew! Sun Jin let out a long sigh of relief upon hearing this. Looking at the 4th person, he said, There is still hope. Very strong. Back then, they almost broke through the domain. It was their race that made the move. Sunjin was filled with hope for a moment. The people around were also happy. Zhao Baiheng, Hui Wang, and Hell Demon are also relaxed. Are you going to make a move? Upon hearing this, Lin Ye chuckled and looked towards the fourth direction. Then a person covered in feathers appeared, followed by an old man who looked exactly like him. Who else could it be but the Grey Raven from back then? The leader was clearly a member of the younger generation of the Grey Raven race. A threat? Everyone was surprised to hear this. Sunjin was even more excited. Everyone looked at Grey Raven and his companion. Hee hee! Grey Raven gave an awkward laugh, feeling the gazes of the crowd. She stepped forward and looked at Lin Ye, saying, How could that be? This has nothing to do with us. We're not involved. Grey Raven looked at Lin Ye with a grin. You guys! Zhao Baiheng looked at Grey Crow in surprise. Although Grey Raven is weak now, he used to be a man of his word. He has a high level of prestige. It has saved many wild monsters, making both the Zerg and players fear it. There has been a sudden change in the region, and it is said that a very powerful person has appeared. It was also thanks to the Grey Raven's prior arrangements that the powerful monsters within the domain withdrew. This avoided significant losses. You could say that the Grey Ravens are the brain trust. How could she possibly speak to Lin Ye like that? Why? The demon from hell was also surprised. Hui Wang frowned. What's wrong? The young man in front of Grey Raven sensed the state of the three people. Whatever the ancestor says goes. The young man looked around at the three of them. Feeling Sunjin's gaze, he said, Take your eyes off me, or I'll kill you. For a moment, no one dared to speak. Zhao Baiheng, Hui Wang, and the three demons from hell were now in a difficult situation. It won't die whether I fight it or not, I don't know what to do. Lin Ye ignored him and looked at Grey Crow. Are you also here to find the Weaver of Illusions? Yes. Grey Raven nodded. I just heard about the space, Lin Ye said, puzzled. How is it allocated, and so on? To open the subspace, we need the space of the Void Weaver, Grey Raven said. The more space there is, the larger the subspace that can be opened up. The more natural things there are. Naturally, the brown will be allocated according to the space, the Grey Crow said. I see. Lin Ye nodded, then asked, puzzled. How many do you have? 2, Grey Raven replied. So I have 2 now, Lin Ye said. What percentage do they represent? You have 2 too? The three demons from hell were stunned, staring at Lin Ye in shock. Sunjin frowned. 2? These were items that powerful forces had spent a long time finding, yet he had 2 of them. He was all alone. 1 to 4, Grey Raven said. I have 2, they each have 1, plus 1 from the Sun family, plus yours, that makes a total of 8. Yes. Lin Ye nodded, looking at Sunjin. I just heard that you have a space. Give it to me. Lin Ye stared at Sunjin. Sunjin said unwillingly. The three demons from hell frowned and panicked when they saw this. What if it were obtained? That would mean Lin Ye would be 3 to 8. But it's impossible to prevent Lin Ye from entering. The larger the space, the more things there are. They wanted to stop it, but dared not. Here you go! Sunjin sensed Lin Ye's expression and dared not refuse. He took out a bag, and the demons from hell watched in disbelief as Lin Ye took it. Upon opening it, I found a space inside. Lin Ye was satisfied and looked at Sunjin. Very good. Then you're not going to kill me, are you? Sunjin asked, puzzled. Of course. Lin Ye nodded. Oh. Just then, the little earth dragon roared and suddenly grew larger. As if supporting the heavens and earth, it locked onto Sunjin, flames churning in its mouth. Flames! Grey Raven exclaimed in surprise. How could an earth dragon breathe fire? Did it devour a red dragon? The three demons from hell were also surprised. They had already killed a dragon? Didn't you say you wouldn't kill me? Sunjin glared angrily at Lin Ye. Yes, Lin Ye replied. The little earth dragon has already been sold to you. I didn't kill you. It was your pet that devoured its master, Lin Ye said. You. Sun Jin's eyes were dark with anger. He shouldn't have bought it. I want to speak. Boom! The little earth dragon's flames surged and swept past Sun Jin. Instant death. This? The players around looked down, not daring to speak. The three demons from hell watched and took a deep breath. The Grey Crows and their tribesmen were also speechless. I don't know why, but I'm terrified of Lin Ye. And now? Lin Ye looked at Grey Crow. What percentage do they represent? 3 to 8, the Grey Crow responded. Alas! The three demons from hell sighed. Now that the farce is over. The hell demon realized he couldn't stop Lin Ye. He said, Then let's begin and enter. Wait! Lin Ye's voice rang out. The four of them looked at Lin Ye. Is there anything else? The demon from hell asked. Zhao Baiheng and Hell Demon, you two can die now. Lin Ye looked at the two of them coldly. Why? Zhao Baiheng asked Lin Ye indignantly. I didn't do anything to you. Xiao Ji tried to kill me, but I killed her instead, Lin Ye said. This? Zhao Baiheng felt as if the sky had fallen upon hearing this. And what about me? The demon roared. I haven't offended you, have I? You. Lin Ye stared at the hellish demon. I'm wandering around with my clone. And your shadow assassin clan captured my clone. I'm going to find them and demand that they hand it over. They attacked us, so I killed them. Your subordinate Born came to kill me again, but I killed him. Lin Ye spoke up. He tried to kill me twice, he deserves to die even more than Zhao Baiheng. This? The demon from hell heard this. He already knew the situation. You are the night god of this realm? Hell asked incredulously. The one that just appeared within the domain? Has it become this powerful? How is that possible? The players were surprised. Yes. Lin Ye nodded in response to the hell demon. How did you know me? Who in the domain sent you the message? I'll deal with them when I get down. You should be dead now. Lin Ye stared at the hellish demon. Oh! The little earth dragon turned around and locked onto the hell demon. Nini! Nini suddenly moved, jumped out of the pocket, and became huge. The two beasts stared intently at Zhao Baiheng and the hellish demon. Chapter 274 Hellish Demons and Zhao Baiheng's Death. You! The two frowned. Both dragons and insectoids possess special abilities. Fighting opponents with a combat power of 10,000 or more is still no problem. With Lin Ye added to the mix, they're doomed. The two looked worried. Hui Wan, standing to the side, instinctively stepped back, trying to avoid it. The Grey Crows simply watched silently, without making a sound. Make your move! Lin Ye's voice rang out. Boom! Without pausing, the little earth dragon unleashed endless flames at the hellish demon. I'll fight you to the death! Roared the demon from hell, a plume of black smoke rising from his body. It forms a giant egg, encasing itself in it. Boom! The impact of the flames was blocked, and endless sparks flew out. Ah! The hellish demon screamed in agony, unable to continue. The dragon race's characteristic attack is that its combat power is never what it appears to be. It appears to have a combat power of 480,000, but it is actually 490,000. Fuck you! Seeing that he could not hold on any longer, the demon from hell suddenly ripped his hands off. It burst out of the giant egg in an instant, and dodged to the side. Endless sparks churned around him, scorching him instantly. Ah! The hellish demon's pain voice rang out. I can still withstand this pain. The hellish demon roared and charged toward the spaceship, preparing to leave. However, the figure of the hellish demon suddenly paused and stopped. How is this possible? A panicked voice rang out. Grey Raven and the others were shocked and looked over in alarm. As the demon from hell touched the flames, its feet gradually began to turn to stone. No! The hellish demon cried out in despair. What exactly happened? Why did I turn to petrification? How is that possible? It was clearly a fire attack. The demon from hell was furious, watching helplessly as the petrification continued up to his chest. Take his space over, Lin Ye said, looking at the little earth dragon. All right. The little earth dragon's eyes widened for a moment, then it charged forward. The enormous claws pulled the package from his chest. The demon from hell cried anxiously, unwilling to accept it. I went through so much trouble to get it. Boom! However, the little earth dragon spewed out another burst of flames, instantly engulfing the demons of hell. The hellish demon screamed in agony. He died, fell to the ground, his upper body charred, his lower body a stone. Dead beyond dead. This? Everyone looked on with trepidation. How could it be so terrifying? That's incredibly fast. That's a top-tier player with a combat power of 480,000. The magnificent sight before him was unbelievable. Grey Raven shook his head. Indeed, they've already killed a fire dragon. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhao Baiheng was shocked as he watched the hellish demon die. Lock Nini in. But Nini didn't make a move. Fortunately, I wasn't facing a dragon. I'll definitely kill you next time. Zhao Baiheng suddenly moved and rushed backward. They intended to leave in a spaceship. However, they were suddenly intercepted as soon as they took action. A sticky substance appeared. He looked around in panic. Spider silk, endless spider silk. Immediately following was a terrifying scream. Endless sticky fluid appeared on the spider silk, scorching Zhao Baiheng's chest. In an instant, Zhao Baiheng's chest was completely unrecognizable. It was as if they were about to die. Go to hell! Zhao Baiheng roared, angrily exerting his strength on the spider silk. The spider silk broke. Zhao Baiheng broke free. Haha, it's still 470,000. As he spoke, he prepared to charge forward. However, as soon as he took a step, he suddenly froze, looking around in shock. Endless spider silk appeared and enveloped him. Nini appeared on the spider web at some unknown time, poised to strike with predatory intent. There's no escaping it. Zhao Baiheng was stunned, realizing the situation. You'll be slowly worn down and killed, which is far worse than the instant death of a demon from hell. I was wrong. Zhao Baiheng suddenly turned to look at Lin Ye. However, Lin Ye completely ignored it. Swish, swish, swish. Meanwhile, the spider silk was still being laid, like a cage, trapping Zhao Baiheng inside. Ha ha! Zhao Baiheng cried out in anguish. I, Zhao Baiheng, have been invincible for so many years. We've actually stumbled into such a forbidden area. You'll die a horrible death. Zhao Baiheng looked at Lin Ye, but now there was nothing he could do. Either you'll be tortured to death or... Suddenly, his eyes flickered, and... Buzz! His body instantly turned bright red. Oh no! Grey Raven exclaimed nervously. He's going to self-destruct. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow and admitted that this was the first time he had seen it. The people before didn't have time to use it. That Zerg! Huiwang looked over and realized that Nini was in trouble. He was nervous but secretly pleased. Nini's death was good for him. Boom! The explosion rang out, shaking the heavens and the earth. How terrifying! How could it be so powerful? Quick, get out of the way! People were horrified. The explosion triggered a massive avalanche. It wasn't just avalanches. Distant mountains were collapsing. It was terrifyingly outrageous. The little earth dragon suddenly moved, spreading its wings to block the force. Lin Ye stood quietly. The young men of the Grey Raven race shielded the Grey Ravens. Hee hee! Huiwang smiled happily, full of anticipation. They watched silently as the smoke and dust from the explosion dissipated. Nini appeared unharmed in the center of the explosion, while Zhao Baiheng was dead. They rushed over quickly, rummaged through the pieces of the corpse, and found a bag. He rushed towards Lin Ye. It is space. Announcement. Night God has slain the demon from hell, and the demon kingdom of hell has fallen. Announcement. Night God has killed members of the Zhao family, and the Zhao family has been wiped out. Holy crap! The 2 super kingdoms from beyond the realm have been destroyed? How could that be? Absolutely impossible. It's said that the war back then was caused by their attacks. Especially the demons from hell. This is terrifying. Yagami is invincible. The players in the area were shocked and extremely excited. They celebrated their newfound official positions. Li Ke, the world's #1 merchant, and Mao Tian remained silent. What I couldn't do back then, Lin Ye has done in every way. The Azure Emperor exclaimed excitedly. This night god. Xing Shi and Kaishan were speechless. Awesome! Huiyao was also shocked and happy for what Yesen had done. Only Tunshin remained silent, feeling frustrated. That guy is actually dead. He's dead. Where am I supposed to get demonic technology? That piece of trash. Swallowing the Sky was furious and frustrated. Looking at a black smoke resembling a demon beside him, he said, Send someone to infiltrate the territory of the hellish demons and see if we can find any technology. Don't expose yourself, Tunshin said. Yes, sir. The subordinate left. On the battlefield. How is that possible? They didn't even die from self-destruction. The Zerg are just different. This defensive power is simply terrifying. People around looked at Nini and were incredulous, seeing that she was perfectly fine. Even self-destruction with 480,000 combat power couldn't stop it? Hui Wang exclaimed, unable to believe it. Lin Ye watched with satisfaction as he took the space from Nini's hands and gazed at Grey Raven. What percentage does it represent now? Grey Raven took a deep breath. 5 to 8. Lin Ye nodded, then looked at Hui Wang. Huh! Hui Wang was taken aback, looking at Lin Ye with fear. I didn't offend you. I know, Lin Ye said, his gaze fixed on him. Little Earth Dragon and Nini were also watching intently, ready to make a move at any moment. Everyone watched silently, quite puzzled. Grey Crow squinted, observing the situation. Chapter 275 The Identity of the Weaver. Hee hee! Suddenly, a brilliant yet chilling laugh rang out. Thinking back to how glorious and invincible I was now. Hui Wang pulled out a bag and tossed it to Lin Ye. Is it okay now? Lin Ye took it, looked at it closely, and confirmed that it was correct. He said, You know what's good for you. Hui Wang gave a wry smile. Hiss! Everyone was shocked when they saw it. The threat was conveyed just by looking at him. Hey! Grey Crow shook his head. You wouldn't. As he spoke, his fellow raven in front of him also tensed up. The hearts of everyone around were in their throats. Brilliant silence. No! Lin Ye replied. Phew! Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Lin Ye wouldn't get the item alone. But I can't understand why Lin Ye doesn't do that. Hui Wang frowned, filled with murderous intent and resentment. Grey Raven nodded. Thankfully he hadn't done what the others had done when he entered the domain. Playing mind games with Lin Ye. If I had played that game, I would be dead by now, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Looking at the Grey Raven race in front of him. His name is Grey. He will go in with you later. Lin Ye nodded, staring at the dust. Grey nodded to Lin Ye as well. A basic understanding. All right. Grey Raven looked at Lin Ye and said, We can begin. As he spoke, he moved his arm, and a force rippled from his body, affecting those in front of him. A small space appeared. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. How was such a small space discovered amidst the snow-covered mountains? Go inside, and it will automatically open up space based on the amount of space you bring. The Grey Crow opened its mouth. Nini quickly scurried into Lin Ye's pocket, and the little Earth Dragon instantly petrified on Lin Ye's shoulder, becoming an object. To prevent spatial repulsion. Okay. With everything ready, Lin Ye nodded and walked over. The crow looked at the gray embers, and the gray embers walked over as well. Step inside, Grey Raven watched the two disappear and shook his head. The glory was frustrating, and he gritted his teeth in anger. What he had worked so hard to obtain had just vanished. Within space, Lin Ye and Grey entered a small space, enveloped by a beam of light and shadow. Outside the light and shadow, all was pitch black. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the pockets on Grey and Lin Ye's bodies fluctuated and disappeared. Transformed into light and shadow, drifting into space. Boom! 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 8 consecutive sounds rang out. Immediately afterwards, at the end of the small space, one space after another appeared overlapping. It's like 8 miniature universes. Choose one. You have 2, I have 6, Lin Ye said. Okay. Grey nodded, his gaze sweeping over the 2 on my left. I will leave on my own once the exploration is complete. Grey was still very afraid of Lin Ye. Okay. Lin Ye nodded, offering no objections. It all depended on luck. Lock onto the remaining 6, then randomly walk into one. Ash also left. Within space, it was pitch black. Lin Ye looked around. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Is my luck really that bad? Lin Ye curled his lip and opened the thief's search. It was pitch black, and my mind was completely blank. There's really nothing there. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. Subconsciously, the long-distance tracking was activated to search for the Black Mountain region. It was pitch black. Scouting and exploration begins. Lin Ye carefully sensed the surroundings, wondering if there might be another space within that space. There's still nothing there. I've used all 3 exploration methods, really. Lin Ye shook his head and locked on to the next space. They sped off at breakneck speed. Passing through the barrier and entering, it was still pitch black. 3 explorations are used. There was nothing there. Is my luck really that bad? Lin Ye frowned. No wonder we had to split it. Moving on to the next space. In complete darkness. Again. Lin Ye frowned. Next. It's happening again. One by one, we explored them. There's nothing there. Lin Ye finished his search. Impossible. How could there be nothing at all? Something's not right. Lin Ye frowned. We're lost. Lin Ye sensed the spatial magic's mark, and it would mark every space he entered. But now only 4 spaces are marked. There are 2 spaces that I haven't visited yet. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. Interesting. So, what do we do now? Lin Ye pondered for a moment, then smiled slightly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. It instantly began to teleport rapidly between the 4 points. Boom, boom, boom. As the teleportation was activated, the space doors began to tremble. Clearly, teleportation affected the existence of space. What's going on? There's not a single one. On the other side, Grey also found nothing. Suddenly, the space shook. This shouldn't be happening. I've never heard of anything like this before. They stayed where they were, afraid to move. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, a ripple of light and shadow appeared in the space. Endless treasures appeared on the ground. Marquis level, many Marquises level. How can there be so many? No way! Grey was utterly shocked by the sudden appearance of the treasure. They frantically picked up the loot. That night god has 6 spaces, he's made a killing! At the same time, Lin Ye's 4 spaces also revealed endless treasures. There's definitely something strange about this. Lin Ye looked at it and smiled faintly. With a flick of his eyes, the pocket soldier's pocket appeared before him. With a flick of the arm, it was instantly inserted. Teleport quickly to the next space. Load them one by one. There are too many Marquis-level treasures, and more than 10 Duke-level treasures as well. Lin Ye was satisfied and appeared in the 4th space, looking towards the 5th space. The 2 spaces, having just experienced the teleportation shock, were now close together. Lin Ye strode in. It was pitch black, with a piece of paper floating on the ground. Is there only one? Lin Ye frowned and walked over quickly. Pick it up and take a closer look. Purple Gear War God Gear. Lin Ye looked on in surprise. Purple equipment was rarer than blue equipment, which could cause kingdoms to fight over. Unexpectedly, it was a complete purple-grade item. His eyes flickered. Send? Teleport, Lin Ye said, staring at the Lord interface. Craft. Complete it first. Okay, Mei Heng replied. Lin Ye was satisfied. He wondered if he could break through the 500,000 mark once he got his hands on this thing. Look at the last space, the sixth one. Lin Ye walked away. In the pitch black, a platform appeared. Two statues appeared on the platform. The statues were twisted and very strange. I have never seen such a race before. Lin Ye observed the statue, looking it over from left to right. A book appeared behind them. A book! Lin Ye exclaimed in surprise, and strode over. Upon closer inspection, it was the Weaver's diary. Lin Ye opened it, and strange characters appeared, but Lin Ye could understand them. How can I understand it? Lin Ye frowned, unable to figure it out. There was no time to delve deeper. I stared at the contents, and read through them one by one. The Weaver is not a race, but a human! Lin Ye was surprised. From the God Realm. A big shot from the God Realm. As he spoke, he looked at the four statues. Two of the statues are subordinates of the Weaver of the Void, and two kings of king-level kingdoms. King-level! Lin Ye exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 276 The Weaver's Subordinates. Chapter 276. Look at the two statues, so why are these two statues placed here? Lin Ye took a deep breath and looked around. Apart from the statue and a book, there was nothing else. Could it be related to the diary? Lin Ye looked at it, but it was ordinary, and the system didn't give any prompts. Something so ordinary it couldn't be more ordinary, Lin Ye muttered. What does it have to do with? I stared at the last page of the diary. The break was very strange. It just suddenly stopped. What happened that made this virtual weaver suddenly stop writing? Or rather, I can't write anymore. Lin Ye pondered. In this situation, the only option is usually a fight. A super strong person like the Weaver of the Void would not be interrupted by other trivial matters. And those two statues. Lin Ye examined the statue, then looked at the petrified earth dragon. Check the statue's condition. Is it petrified? Roar! Upon hearing this, the little earth dragon broke free of its petrification and looked at the two statues. After a brief observation, it was determined that it was caused by petrification magic. Just as I expected. Lin Ye grinned. War caused everything. How strong is the opponent that they could cause trouble for someone like the Weaver of the Void? The Weaver's subordinates were petrified. They could only be subordinates of the Weaver of Illusions. If they were enemies, the two of them would be here, and the corpse of the Weaver should also be here. If the Weaver of Illusions is not present, it means that when the incident occurred, the Weaver of Illusions was at least alive and still capable. They're all petrified. Destruction is just a matter of course. Is there any way to remove it? Lin Ye asked the little earth dragon. Yes. The little earth dragon nodded. This petrification happened a long time ago, at least tens of thousands of years ago. Otherwise, I cannot undo it. Lin Ye nodded. Does it have anything to do with the God Realm? He said. Then you can dispel it. The Weaver of Emptiness is a person from the Divine Realm, and his subordinates are naturally also people from the Divine Realm. Perhaps we can learn about the situation in the Black Mountain region. It's solved. Ask around. Okay, the little earth dragon replied, locking onto the two statues. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Instantly, two petrifying light waves were released from the mouth. It surged forward. Wrap the two statues in it, and the petrification gradually fades away. A crimson orc head appeared. A bloodthirsty orc, Lin Ye observed. Orcs can't be compared to angels, but this specific race is a good match. Every strike is a critical hit, every strike drains life. Output, the key to survival. If we consider all races, who has the highest burst damage output? It's him. The Weaver's subordinates are too awesome. This also demonstrates the power of the weavers. He looked at another statue. Its face was ferocious, its body was pitch black, and it bared its teeth. It was terrifying. Black demon! Lin Ye's lips curled into a smirk. A race comparable to bloodthirsty orcs, and also capable of dealing with angels. The quantity is small. He is related to the night demon. Night demons are similar to agility-based damage dealers in games, while bloodthirsty orcs are similar to strength-based damage dealers. The black mage also relies on physical strength. Pure violence. The Weaver of Illusion! Lin Ye exclaimed. Crack! 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 As the petrification disappeared, the two moved their bodies, making sounds. Upon first glance at Lin Ye, his expression darkened slightly. He shifted his gaze and saw the little earth dragon, showing a slight surprise. Lin Ye observed the two of them, sensing their auras. 530,000 combat power. 540,000 combat power. Lin Ye looked at it and chuckled. King-level combat power, that's incredible. Greetings, Master! A voice suddenly rang in Lin Ye's ears. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow, looking at the two of them in surprise. The two men were kneeling on the ground, their imposing figures resembling mountains. You guys? Lin Ye asked in surprise. The first person I see is my master, the black demon replied. Your previous master? Lin Ye frowned. The first person he had ever met? I'll ask a question again. No! Our master was the first person we met, the bloodthirsty orc replied. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. How could this be? Did they lose their memory, or did the weavers erase it? We have a gift for our master. The bloodthirsty orc took out a piece of paper from his pocket. He handed it to Lin Ye. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. A gift? He accepted it. Space technology, opening up new horizons. Lin Ye was surprised when he saw this. Wasn't this the method of the Weaver of Illusions? Definitely. Induction. Your spatial magic equipment utilizes spatial technology, advancing you to the saint-level spatial magic. A saint-level spatial magic user? Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. Sanctuary Space Mage, 510,000. Added ability, teleport to a designated location. Added ability, freely create small subspaces. Lin Ye looked at it, and saw that it had surpassed 510,000. Feel your own combat power. 510,000 kingdom restrictions prevent further increases using other items. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. It's 510,000 now, either Titan nor Evil God can be increased any further. The reinstallation did not provide any additional benefits. What about purple gear? So, the next step is to find the Black Mountain region. Lin Ye's eyes narrowed. He now possessed the ability to create a subspace. Is it possible to use the long-distance tracking to find the Black Mountain region? Sensing and tracking across vast distances. My mind went completely black, then the image appeared. Angels, demons, orcs, elves, and dwarves, a war raging on endlessly. However, the image disappeared as soon as it appeared. Lin Ye frowned. Damn it, those people cut off my observation. Are they fighting over the Black Mountain region? The location is uncertain, but it is known to be in a subspace. In a subspace to the northeast, Lin Ye said. Let's go take a look, Lin Ye said. Who? Suddenly, the black demon glared angrily at a corner of the space. This prompted Lin Ye to quickly stop thinking and look around. Could it be that someone else had brought the spatial storage in? Boom! The black demon locked onto a direction and quickly wielded a spiked club. The impact was instantaneous, cleaving through the air. It possesses immense power, relying solely on brute force for attacks. It caused the entire space to tremble. It was terrifying. It's me! Gray's voice rang out as the spiked club was about to appear. Revealed. He looked at Lin Ye anxiously, his face pale, and begged for mercy. Don't kill me, I was wrong, Gray cried anxiously. Boom! The spiked club in Black Demon's hand stopped. He glanced sideways at Lin Ye, waiting for Lin Ye's instructions. You! Lin Ye stared at the dust. How did you get here? After I finished exploring. Gray hesitated, then continued anxiously. I planned to go back, but I got lost. I came here by accident, Gray said pleadingly to Lin Ye. Is that so? Lin Ye snorted coldly and moved his hand. Boom! Gray was pulled in front of Lin Ye by the force, and Lin Ye grabbed his neck tightly. Did they get lost, or did they come here on purpose to rob us? Lin Ye's killing intent was palpable. Gray was flustered, his words speaking volumes. I gave you a chance, but you were useless, Lin Ye said. With a sharp look in his eyes, he gripped her tightly. You want to kill me? Gray felt aggrieved and distressed. What do you think? Lin Ye chuckled. You! Gray exclaimed indignantly, gritting his teeth. Do you think I dared to come without any trump cards? Boom! Instantly, the gray crow was engulfed in flames. Sunfire! The bloodthirsty orc looked over, a frown appearing on his forehead. So it's a branch of the ravens, and they've already mastered the raven Sunfire. The black demon raised an eyebrow. 499,000. Gray combat strength display. Gray Raven looked at Lin Ye with disdain. You and I are both worth 499,000, you can't do anything to me. Is that so? Lin Ye raised an eyebrow, smiling broadly. Look carefully before you speak. 510,000 combat power. 510,000? Gray looked at Lin Ye in disbelief. Impossible, it's impossible to break through to the king level. Absolutely impossible, Gray exclaimed incredulously. You're just a duke. Chapter 277 The Sun King. You don't need to worry about that, Lin Ye said with a cheerful smile. As he spoke, he exerted force with his arm, and Gray felt death was imminent. I was wrong! Gray roared in pain, but Lin Ye ignored him completely. You! Gray choked, realizing that Lin Ye was going to kill him completely. Do you think my Grey Raven clan has no king-level beings? We are the Grey Ravens. They are the race of the sun, Gray stammered. Bah! With a thought, an ethereal sound resounded. Ash died. He delivered a message, the bloodthirsty orc said. Okay. Lin Ye nodded. Don't worry about him. He looked at Gray's pocket, took it, and saw that it contained many treasures. He said, Let's go, let's leave this place. Okay. The bloodthirsty orc and the dark demon followed. The little earth dragon continued to petrify, returning to the original small space. Buzzing. One by one, the spaces shattered instantly. Lin Ye walked out. The gray crows were eager to please, while the glorious and frustrated ones were still there. The people Sun Jin had brought earlier were still around. He's out! Everyone was pleasantly surprised to see Lin Ye emerge. Gray tried to steal it, but I killed him. Lin Ye looked at Gray Crow. Gray Raven was stunned, and visible pain was written all over his face. Gray is dead? Brilliant frowned, incredulous. Gray Raven has its methods. Of all the forces, Gray Raven and his group are the strongest. It wasn't just because of the Gray Raven status back then, but also because of the Gray Abyss's strength. He's dead! The people around him were also shocked, looking at Lin Ye in disbelief. Is it really that easy to talk about the death of a super big shot? Do you want to avenge him? Lin Ye ignored the words of the people around him and looked at Gray Crow. Gray Raven remained silent, staring intently at Lin Ye. Are you sure it was him who tried to take you? Yes, Lin Ye replied. Then let's not seek revenge. Gray Raven nodded. You made arrangements beforehand, and you should carry them out. He made a move, damn it, Gray Raven replied. The surrounding crowd was surprised. They were just going to let it go like that. Hui Wang shook his head. Lin Ye nodded. Gray Crow's integrity was admirable. Warning, devouring heaven is about to plunder your target, the hellish demon kingdom. It's him? Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. The spy within the domain has been found. Announcement. The Devouring Heaven Kingdom has attacked the Azure Emperor City-State. Announcement: the Azure Emperor City-State is about to be destroyed. Announcement: Awakening Realm has attacked the Devouring Heaven Kingdom. Announcement: the God of Wealth has been attacked by the extraterrestrial Heavenly Soul Kingdom. Notification: the Iron Blood Kingdom has attacked the Heavenly Soul Kingdom. What followed was an endless stream of announcements. A war has broken out within the domain, Lin Ye asked in surprise. Had he exposed his Devouring Heaven technique and attacked the Azure Emperor? Damn it. Look at the chat. Damn it, the extraterrestrials have invaded. That damned Heavenly Soul! I'll curse you, Devouring Heaven, you traitor! Iron Blood is back. Kill Heavenly Soul! I'll fuck your mother, everyone get ready, let's fuck him. The world channel within the domain is filled with endless shouts. Lin Ye watched as the enemy from beyond the realm invaded. Heavenly Soul, what kingdom? I've never heard of it. Who is Tai Shui? I've never heard of him. Go back and kill Devourer first, then go find Black Mountain Domain. Lin Ye confirmed, sensed the teleportation, and prepared to act. Okay. Just as he was about to move. Suddenly, an angry voice rang out. You who killed my Sun Clan, you will not escape today! The Sun King! It was him! I can't believe he actually came. A king-level being has appeared. People were shocked and turned to look. Lin Ye also looked over and saw an elemental race covered in flames appear. Sunfire Sprite, 510,000 combat power. Ancestor! Grey Raven looked at the Sunfire Sprite. Don't call me! The Sunfire Spirit said angrily, looking at the Grey Raven. Your own people were killed, and you don't even have the heart to seek revenge. It's us, Grey Raven tried to explain. It's us? The Sunfire Sprite glared angrily at the Grey Raven. So what if it's us? Just a trash player. We are the race of the sun, the noblest in the world. How can we let others kill us? The Sunfire Spirit roared angrily. Grey Raven persisted, still wanting to explain. Bang! A burst of flames suddenly erupted from the Sunfire Sprite, striking the Grey Raven. The Grey Crow was blasted into the distant mountains, severely injured and unable to move. I'll deal with you when I get down here, the Sunfire Elf said angrily to the Grey Raven. The Grey Crow was frustrated and helpless. The people around watched, not daring to utter a sound. Huiwang looked on, shook his head, and stared at Lin Ye. Is this guy going to die? Smug and triumphant. For a moment, everyone thought Lin Ye was going to get into trouble, and they all kept their distance. Boy! The Sunfire Sprite glared angrily at Lin Ye. You're asking for death, do you know that? You must pay the price today! The Sunfire Spirit suddenly stopped. I use your body to commemorate my people. The Sunfire Spirit suddenly unleashed its power, and flames surged forth. 520,000 combat power has appeared. This prompted Lin Ye to raise an eyebrow, and everyone looked over. Buzz! Just then, a spatial fluctuation suddenly appeared next to the Sunfire Sprite. It's not teleportation, it's just that the speed is very fast. You're arrogant, daring to kill my master! A murderous voice rang in the ears of the Sunfire Elf. The sound was so loud that many people could hear it. They looked at each one with disbelief. A bloodthirsty orc appeared beside the Sunfire Elf, a blood-red longsword in his hand. Approaching the Sunfire Sprite's body, the Sunfire Sprite was overwhelmed by the powerful aura and unable to move. How could you be so powerful? The Sunfire Elf locked onto the bloodthirsty orc, and upon seeing his fighting prowess, let out a terrified scream. This? 540,000 combat power! How is that possible? It's even more powerful than the Sunfire Spirit. Everyone was surprised and turned to look. Brilliant, standing to the side, trembled with fear, staring incredulously at the bloodthirsty orc. What did you say before? Master? Is this Lin Ye's servant? How is that possible? The person I hadn't noticed before was actually so powerful. The gray crows in the distance were also shocked. They were too powerful. Kill him! Lin Ye looked at the bloodthirsty orc. The bloodthirsty orc moved, his long sword closing in. No! The Sunfire Spirit cried out anxiously. I am a king-level being, known as the Sun King. You can't kill me. Otherwise it will cause an uproar in our wild territory. This is not something you players can handle. The Sunfire Sprite was anxious, begging for mercy while also threatening others. Humph! Lin Ye simply snorted coldly. You! The Sunfire Sprite wanted to say something more. With a whoosh, the bloodthirsty orc moved, his long blade flashing past, instantly killing him. The announcement didn't go off, so it wasn't Lin Ye, Nini, or the little earth dragon who killed them. The Sunfire Spirit's flames vanished instantly, leaving behind a core, which eventually dissipated. The dead are beyond dead. This? Everyone was shocked and stared blankly. The magnificent wooden frame stared in disbelief. You can die now too. At the same time, the dark demon appeared beside Glorious. You! Hui Huang's legs trembled uncontrollably, his face pale. Why did you do this? Why? I didn't offend you. Hui Huang was unwilling to accept defeat. He didn't want to die. Chapter 278 Killing Devourer. Swish! Before he could finish speaking, Lin Ye nodded to the black demon. With a swing of his black mace, the glorious figure died unwillingly. Everyone around froze, staring at Lin Ye in fear, utterly silent. Let's go! Lin Ye ignored these people. He looked at the black demon and the bloodthirsty orcs and said, Let's go back. Okay. The two nodded, sensing Lin Ye's presence. Lin Ye sensed the aura, felt the teleportation, and locked onto the Azure Emperor's location. A beam of light enveloped everything, then vanished instantly with a buzz. They've left? Wow, so strong! Even a king-level expert is dead. Yeah, I didn't expect that. Those who survived were still shaken. Within the domain. Announcement: the Heavenly Soul City-State, a Tier 3 city, has been destroyed. Announcement: the Third Tier City-State, Dust City-State, has been annihilated by devouring heaven. Announcement: the City-State of Yuanshan, a Third Tier City-State, has been annihilated by the devouring heaven. Damn it, we can't beat them at all. This Heavenly Soul has gone mad. Iron Blood can't withstand it. Tunshin has gone mad. He's killing everyone in our domain. People inside the world exclaimed in astonishment, filled with disbelief. Boom, boom, boom. Missiles were flying everywhere in the entire region, a terrifying sight. The war broke out completely. Azure Emperor domain. Swallowing heaven, you beast traitor, you killed so many of us. Hee hee, there's nothing I can do. My demon technology is gone. I need technology. I need to break through to the king level. I need to obtain the king level domain. We are players. So what if I'm a player? I'm not the only one who betrayed the players. Tunshin stood on the spaceship, transforming into a demon king-like figure, looking down at the ground with an arrogant air. A scene of utter devastation, buildings destroyed, the sky and earth shattered, and countless treemen corpses lying in ruins. A large number of players, all of them city-state level, gathered and surrounded the Azure Emperor. The Azure Emperor stood before the Lord's mansion, covered in wounds, struggling to hold on. He glared angrily at Tunshin. Heh! Devouring Heaven scoffed. I don't know if you're a beast or not, but you're going to die. Die! Devouring Heaven roared, a heavy sword appearing in his hand, locking onto the Azure Emperor. He swung his sword suddenly. Buzz! The enormous light and shadow condensed successfully, terrifying beyond belief. It appeared like a pitch-black moon, causing cataclysmic destruction. Resist! The people of the Azure Emperor Alliance shouted, and they all moved in unison. Intending to strike the massive blade, he protected the Azure Emperor. Get out of the way! The Azure Emperor roared. You can only die. However, no one listened. Trash! Devouring Heaven said smugly. Die, all of you, let's go to hell together. Ha ha! Devourer of Heaven laughed wildly. The Green Emperor lamented. It's too late to stop it, it's all over. Boom! Just then, a loud roar suddenly rang out. But the blade did not fall. What's going on? Everyone looked up in surprise. The blade was caught by a figure. It's you, Night God! You've actually come back? Devourer looked at the figure angrily. Night God is back? The people of the Azure Emperor Alliance on the ground were surprised and looked over. Night God? The Azure Emperor looked up and stared at the figure, looking at the blade. How similar this is to what happened back then. Ha ha! Devouring Heaven shook his head as he looked at Lin Ye's appearance. You were quite impressive in the outer realms. Kill the hellish demon and Zhao Baiheng. You've destroyed my demonic technology. Devouring Heaven roared, clenching his fists, as he glared at Lin Ye. A character with 480,000 combat power? Unfortunately, you're too late. Heavenly Soul gave me the means to make me 490,000. Tunshin stared at Lin Ye with disdain. This? The people of the Azure Emperor Alliance were shocked to hear this. His expression instantly turned sour. I thought I was saved, but now it seems I'm here to die again. The Azure Emperor was also panicked. The Night God had great potential and couldn't die. I was just about to speak. Heh! Lin Ye chuckled coldly and looked at Tunshin. I like people like you who spout nonsense without knowing anything. Being complacent about one's breakthrough and thinking oneself invincible. Go to hell. Lin Ye's eyes flashed, and he suddenly moved his arm. With a swift motion, the massive blade wound was blown away, and with a boom, the blade slammed into the ground beside it, unleashing a cloud of dust. How is this possible? Devouring Heaven stared in disbelief. Staring at the aura Lin Ye displayed. 510,000 combat power. You actually broke through to the king level? Devouring Heaven was terrified, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. This is my own dream. What king level? How long has Yagami been here? That's way too fast. People were shocked. The Azure Emperor was also surprised. A king-level being? All right. Lin Ye looked at Tunshin's state and smiled disdainfully. He said, You can go die now. With a forceful pull of his arm, he unleashed his power, binding Devouring Heaven and pulling it away with immense force. No! Tunshin struggled incessantly, but could not break free. He cried out, Spare me! No, I want to die. Don't kill me, I was wrong, I shouldn't have betrayed you. Devourer cried out. But Lin Ye had already pulled her to his side with his strength, and she was being choked by the neck, struggling to look at Lin Ye. I was wrong, please forgive me. Gotcha! Lin Ye ignored him completely, and snapped his neck. Devouring Heaven's eyes bulged wide open as it died unwillingly. Announcement: Devourer of Heaven has been killed by Night God. Yagami has returned? The Devourer is dead! Holy crap, we can finally start our counterattack! Damn, it's good that you're dead! The World Channel cheered. Dead? The people of the Azure Emperor Alliance cheered and celebrated. The Azure Emperor looked at Lin Ye in disbelief. He was too amazing. Then, realizing what he had said, he stared at Lin Ye and said, Go to the God of Wealth's territory and help out. Find the Iron Blood King and have him take you to the Pantheon. The Azure Emperor exclaimed excitedly. Our players will have a second character from the Pantheon. The Pantheon? The people of the Azure Emperor Alliance were excited, but their expressions were filled with shock. Lin Ye frowned. The Temple of the Gods? When I explored the Black Mountain region before, I seemed to have heard those people mention the Temple of Gods. Were those people all from the Pantheon? Could it be that the Pantheon is very powerful, and they are already vying for control of the Black Mountain domain? The Temple of the Gods will grant you a king-level domain, the Azure Emperor said. King-level? Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. If he obtained it, he would enter the king-level kingdom. Then you can truly unleash king-level combat power. Since that's the case, let's go take a look. Lin Ye nodded. Okay. As he spoke, he sensed the teleportation, and the CD time hadn't even expired yet. Then let's charge in, Lin Ye said, looking at the black demon and the bloodthirsty orcs. Lock onto the small earth dragon. Roar! The little earth dragon suddenly flapped its wings and took flight. The three of them stood still and rushed off into the distance. They vanished instantly from before the eyes of the Azure Emperor and the others. Dragons? Dragons? The Night God has actually mastered the dragon race. These dragons are terrifying. That's right, dragons? How could that be? The Azure Emperor Alliance and others shouted. The Dragon Clan! The Azure Emperor was also shocked. Night God annihilates a Tier 3 city-state. Night God annihilates a third-tier being. Night God destroys the kingdom. As the Azure Emperor was lamenting, reports of Lin Ye's brutal killings continued to ring out. Chapter 279 Battlefield. Holy crap, Yagami is invincible. Awesome! Yagami, you are my god! People were shocked. The Azure Emperor smiled slightly. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. Boom, boom, boom. Endless war. The high-speed train soldiers collided directly with the ground, causing chaos and destruction. Spaceships collided in the sky, creating endless smoke and dust that blotted out the sun. In midair, the flying races charged and relentlessly killed, leaving corpses strewn across the ground. On the ground, dark figures clashed and intertwined, corpses passing by. What can we do? We can't kill them. If this continues, our entire domain is doomed. Lika was in agony, followed by green-skinned dwarves who protected him closely. The sky not far away was filled with hardship. The treemen were charging, and all that could be heard was sorrow. Let's do our best. No one expected why the heavenly soul would appear. They should be confronting each other at the Pantheon. I don't know how they ended up here. The sky lamented. So be it, he's dead. Heiyuan and Heiyu appeared in the crowd, both sighing. At least we had a period of good times. The two appeared so small amidst the dense crowd. Watching the trail of black smoke surge into the distance, the long-armed and long-legged night demons charged forward like madmen, fearless of death, and hunted down the enemy. The sky fluctuated rapidly, and it heard the conversation between Lika and the sky. Don't be discouraged, Yagami is back. The announcement was buried, but someone noticed that it was being discussed on the World Channel. Mao Tian spoke to the two of them. What? Night God has returned? Lika and Sky were excited and surprised. Yes. Mao Tian nodded and looked at the two of them. They came from the Azure Emperor's side, and no one survived their journey. Damn, he really is my boss, Lika said happily. Hee hee. Sky was also happy to hear this. Night God always gave people a sense of security. The sound was also caught by Heiyuan and Heiyu, and the two looked at each other in surprise. Turn to the World Channel. With a beaming smile, he said, There's hope. Hang in there, Night God is coming, and everything will be over. 2 pieces of trash, reinforcements. We're doomed? You're dead. Suddenly, a lord of a city-state appeared, looking at the two of them angrily, filled with disdain for Lin Ye. Heh! Upon hearing this, the two raised their eyebrows and said simultaneously, Just wait and see how you die. Ha ha! The other party laughed wildly, showing no trust whatsoever. At the same time, Lin Ye and his 2 companions rode the small earth dragon into the sky, overlooking the entire territory of the God of Wealth. 100,000 square kilometers, all of it was a battlefield. There are too many people I've faced off against. How do we solve this? The bloodthirsty orc asked, puzzled. We can unleash our full power, but it will hurt our own people, Black Demon replied. Then that's settled. Lin Ye agreed with their words and spoke up. He locked onto all those engaged in combat, and snapped his fingers. Buzz! A dark light and shadow appeared on the fingertip. It was pitch black and deep, and looked incredibly eerie. It is a subspace. With a sudden throw, it hits the battlefield. As it was thrown out, the black dot instantly grew larger, resembling a black hole. It obscures the sky. What happened? What are you looking at in the sky? A giant dragon? There's someone on the dragon? It looks like Night God. It's Night God. People looked up, astonished by the sudden turn of events. As the space drew closer, an endless suction force appeared, drawing in one person after another from outside the realm. Everyone was terrified, yet utterly powerless to resist. We could only watch helplessly. In an instant, all enemies on the battlefield were wiped out. Holy crap! That's incredible! Invincible! That's right! Yagami! Yagami! People were utterly shocked and kept shouting. Black Feather and Black Abyss were excited as they looked at the Lord from before. Didn't you say Yagami wasn't good enough? Idiot! Hei Yuan cursed angrily. The other party was terrified. They had no time to care about such things. We've won! The two shouted. Is it over? Li Ke exclaimed excitedly, shouting towards the sky. I'm here! Can you see me? Awesome! Sky was delighted. Amazing! Mao Tian patted his belly and quietly looked at Lin Ye on the giant dragon. On the dragon? Lin Ye smiled faintly as he watched the shouts of the people, his gaze shifting to Hei Yu and Hei Yuan. He saw both of us! The two exclaimed excitedly. Then his gaze settled on Li Ke and the sky, and he nodded. Finally, he saw Mao Tian, and they made eye contact. Mao Tian smiled slightly. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. This guy is still pretending to be a man. There's something wrong with the way he's looking at me. Why are you touching your stomach? Lin Ye asked, puzzled. However, they did not investigate further. The locked space contains many wild races. You can also level up by killing monsters. So, Lin Ye looked at the subspace, opened his palm, and then clenched it tightly. Bang! The subspace self-destructed. The God of Night is destroyed. Hundreds of thousands of reports flooded the screen instantly. Everyone present was stunned. Holy crap, Yagami is invincible. You killed so many! That was terrifying. We won. We won the entire main battlefield. The World Channel was buzzing with excitement and shouts. Everyone was overjoyed. Your subject's level has been increased. Your subject's level has increased. Your subject's level has increased. Your subject's level has increased to 69. The level cap cannot be raised further. The reminders kept ringing in my ears. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow and smiled faintly. There were enough monsters to level up. Looking at the people of the territory, the total number is 499,000. It's already full, Lin Ye said, indicating that they could continue to break through, which was the so-called journey to the God realm. But we don't know what's happening in the realm of gods now. We must become a king-level kingdom before taking any further action. Lin Ye spoke, looking around. The iron-blooded king that the Azure Emperor had mentioned earlier was not here. Grandpa and the others are deep in the sky, Lin Ye asked in confusion. Suddenly, Mao Tian spoke up, looking at Lin Ye anxiously. Lin Ye looked at Mao Tian. Grandfather? Who was his grandfather? Li Ke's grandfather did know. Deep in the sky? Look up at the sky and go take a look. Nodding to Mao Tian, sensing the little earth dragon, he said, Let's go! Okay, the little earth dragon replied, and flew away. They're gone. What's Yagami's strength now? I don't know, but he must be very strong. His arrival will definitely change the situation of high-end combat. Yes, thank goodness we had Yagami, otherwise we don't know how many people would have died this time. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, watching Lin Ye leave in silence. Let's go! Mao Tian watched Lin Ye walk away, then locked onto Li Ke and the others. Go back and assist in the battles in other war zones. We can't let the higher-ups worry about us, Mao Tian said. Okay. Everyone nodded, took out their treasures, and disappeared on the spot. In the sky. Above the endless clouds, a cold current swept through, and a fierce wind raged. Above my head was endless darkness. Boom, boom, boom. In the darkness, two figures of light and shadow were constantly rushing and fighting. With one red and one black, red is clearly weaker than black. Lin Ye frowned and looked over. 558,000 combat power. 550,000 combat power. The black demon locked onto the target, thinking, the difference in skill level is not significant. It will probably take a long time to determine a winner. Yes. The bloodthirsty warrior paused. He paused slightly as he spoke, becoming cautiously defensive. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. Even a king-level being was stronger than the previous Sun King. Looking around, above the white clouds in the distance, three important figures confronted four others. Chapter 280 Heavenly Soul King. Lin Ye identified several people. 499,900 combat power, up and down. The three were surrounded by four people, one of whom looked very much like Li Ke. He's the god of wealth, Li Ke's grandfather. The other two, barring any unforeseen circumstances, are Xingshi and Hui Yao. Mao Tian's grandfather is, unsurprisingly, Xingshi, who had helped him before. Who are you? As Lin Ye was observing, one of the four suddenly transformed into a beam of light and charged towards him. Switch! He appeared instantly in front of Lin Ye and roared. In an instant, endless mechanical transformations appeared, turning into a giant robot. Gundam? Lin Ye raised an eyebrow, as he actually quite liked this kind of technology. Regardless of its combat capabilities, it's incredibly cool. Dragons? A rare race! The robot was enormous. Even the small earth dragon looked tiny in its presence. Looking down at Lin Ye, he said smugly, "What a bountiful harvest!" His tone was extremely arrogant, as if he had Lin Ye completely under his thumb. Machine! How dare you! At the same time, the god of wealth also saw the situation from afar. Locked onto Lin Ye, a dragon, and two other rare races. Who else could the young man be but Lin Ye? If Lin Ye can rise, the players can truly rise. Unfortunately, there wasn't enough time. People from outside the region have arrived. Boom! The god of wealth suddenly moved, and a huge mechanical spaceship appeared. Floating in the sky. It erupted, intending to charge at Lin Ye. It's 3 against 3 now! Just then, a dark-skinned old man on the other side roared. Suddenly its aura changed, transforming into a pitch-black shadow, like a snake. Boom! The impacting spaceship collided, and a huge explosion rang out. Ha! The god of wealth roared angrily. Neither of you should try to move. If he dares to get involved, he must die. On the other side, a red-clad figure and a white-clad figure appeared in front of Hui Yao and Xingshi, blocking their way. Night God, run! Radiance shouted frantically. The world is in a hurry to wake up. I already know about the plot against Tian. Lin Ye is very strong, even if the entire domain is destroyed. With him around, even if Mao Tian and he join forces, they can still survive. He lowered his head, pondering endlessly, and finally, helplessly said, Let's go! Want to leave? Do you think that's possible? The two men roared, but the robot in front of Lin Ye laughed triumphantly. Ha ha! The monstrous snake and the white and red creature were smug. Your younger generation is going to die. He's probably the strongest young man that your region has cultivated in the last few hundred years. Dead? The three mocked. The three gods of wealth were distressed and helpless. Lin Ye calmly observed everything before him, then raised an eyebrow. Kill me! The way these people grow bigger is amazing. Lin Ye muttered something. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As soon as the words were spoken, a small dot appeared above the heads of the robot, the strange snake, and the black and red figures in the sky. It expanded instantly, like a black hole. Before the three could resist, a powerful suction force appeared, intending to devour the four of them. What is this? A black hole? No, it's space, the space of the Void Weavers. Subspace. Who? Show yourself! The three, Bai and Hong, cried out in alarm at the strange snake, but were powerless to resist. The three of them were surprised. How did a subspace suddenly appear? Something's not right. Just as the robot was struggling in pain, it glanced at Lin Ye out of the corner of its eye. Lin Ye's fingers rippled, indicating he was manipulating the situation. It's you! You've mastered the Weaver's space! The robot stared at Lin Ye in disbelief, exclaiming in surprise. It's him? The three, including the strange snake, Bai and Hong, were startled. It's Night God! The three awakenings were shocked. Space technology isn't so easy to obtain. Wait a minute, this kid is so young, even if he has the ability to create space, there's no way he could take all four of us in. We have a combat power of 499,000, which is our peak. There are few or no people in the region who can deal with us. Yes, that shouldn't be the case. The three, the strange snake, Bai, and Hong, discussed each other in disbelief. The three who were awakened were also surprised. No! The robot closest to Lin Ye suddenly shouted again. His eyes bulged, like a bull's eyes, as he stared at Lin Ye, who was making his move and displaying his aura. 510,000 combat power. You actually have 510,000! The robot shouted. The words fell, and he froze, completely stunned. The others were also stunned, staring blankly at Lin Ye, wondering how it could be 510,000. The three who were awakened were the most surprised. Lin Ye had only been there for a short time, yet he already had 510,000. I glanced at the world channel subconsciously. A wave of jubilation swept through the area, a celebration of victory. Lin Ye had annihilated everything on the ground. The three exchanged strange glances and simultaneously swallowed hard. Another expert is about to emerge among the players. A king-level being has appeared! The four robots looked at each other in alarm. The strange snake, drawn by the sight, looked at Lin Ye and asked, You think 510,000 makes you invincible? We are outsiders, and you will pay the price for it. Release us now, and we'll let you live once we've taken over the territory. Otherwise, you will be buried with us. The four of them shouted in unison, which made the god of wealth and others very worried. However, Lin Ye simply watched quietly without responding. Suddenly, he spoke up. Stop making so much noise, come inside. As soon as he finished speaking, the force suddenly intensified and, boom! The four of them were instantly sucked in. You'll regret this! The four shouted at the same time, as pain was absorbed into them. Boom, 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 boom! Immediately afterwards, Lin Ye clenched his fist, and four subspaces exploded instantly. The sound was deafening, and the aftershocks rippled outwards, not just ordinary aftershocks, but a spatial flow. The closer to the ground, the more stable the space. The closer to the high altitude, the more unstable the space. Now, all four of them exploded at once, as if the whole world was about to collapse. The four people who had just awakened were so frightened that their faces turned pale. You gain experience from killing, but your subjects cannot level up. Four reminders rang in Lin Ye's ears. Lin Ye didn't care, since he was already at the maximum level. I glanced at the battle in the sky. The two figures, one black and one red, were still locked in combat. Bang! Suddenly, the crimson light and shadow were repelled, like a shooting star falling, and a sonic boom occurred. Haha, such a young man has already emerged in the domain. If he grows up, will he be the next iron-blooded king? The crimson light receded, and the black shadows transformed into shooting stars, rapidly descending. The aura was powerful, and sonic spirals appeared one after another. It's terrifying. They're here, the Heavenly Soul King is here. Yagami, get out of here! Your potential is too great. He's going to kill you. Quick! The three men shouted. Extraordinary! Upon hearing this, Lin Ye squinted and looked over. Prepare! The black demon and the bloodthirsty orc looked up simultaneously. A fierce battle awaits! The two were already prepared. Ha ha! In an instant, the black figure stopped in front of him, covered in mecha armor, heavily armed, with terrifying and ferocious equipment. It exudes a strong sense of darkness. 550,000. They've already warned you, yet you still haven't run. Heavenly Soul King looked at Lin Ye. Now you can't run away even if you want to. The Heavenly Soul King looked at Lin Ye with a mocking expression. I wanted to leave. I left a long time ago. Lin Ye looked at the Heavenly Soul King slowly and deliberately. What courage! You're making me want to kill you more and more. The Heavenly Soul King looked at Lin Ye with bloodlust. The three who had awakened the world were worried and dared not speak. You try. The bloodthirsty orc drew a long sword and looked fearlessly at the Heavenly Soul King. Swish, swish, swish. A black demonic spiked club appeared beside him, also ready to attack. Ha ha! Heavenly Soul King looked at the two of them. I wondered what gave you such great confidence. So it was these two people. 540,000, 530,000. Tianhun was shocked. I never imagined you could find such a master. Tianhun looked at Lin Ye in disbelief. Chapter 281 Helper. What? 540,000? 530,000. The Iron-Blooded King is also the 54th king, and he rules the domain. Night God actually has a master by his side who is comparable to the Iron-Blood King. The powerful cries of a few awakened the world. What a pity! While everyone was still in shock, the Heavenly Soul King revealed a nonchalant tone. He quietly watched the bloodthirsty orc. 540,000, just now 540,000. You saw me and Iron-Blood fight back and forth. Do you think you can be like Iron-Blood? Iron-Blood has 549,000. Heavenly Soul King said proudly. The bloodthirsty orc frowned, while the three gods of wealth sighed. Have you forgotten him? Lin Ye looked at the Heavenly Soul King with a mocking expression, then glanced at the crimson figure flying in from afar. A figure appeared, its body entirely red with iron fists, in human form. It is iron-blooded. Tianhun, you're dead today! Tieshua looked at Tianhun with indignation. He looked ready to make a move, and the bloodthirsty orc and the dark demon beside him were also watching him with predatory eyes. Ha ha! Tianhun exclaimed. Are you all planning to gang up on me? Iron-Blooded King, 400 years ago, you established your domain on my territory and divided it up. I should have killed you in the first place. But who knew that you would also enter the Pantheon? We were sent to keep an eye on that place. I have no choice but to send my men. But no one expected this, King Tianhun said bitterly. For 400 years, these people in your domain have been resisting. Not only did they not die, but they grew stronger and stronger, with new ones constantly emerging. 20 years ago, the Heavenly Soul King suppressed his boundless rage. My men were closest to victory, but then the Azure Emperor and... As the Heavenly Soul King spoke, he looked at Xingshi and said, Your foolish son actually self-destructed, shattering a king-level treasure. It has led to endless destruction, and my people have suffered heavy losses. Tianhun gritted his teeth. When the world is in a state of shock and despair, it is one's own son who dies. Mao Tian's father. Lin Ye listened, his eyes narrowed. So the struggle had been going on for so long. That's how power struggles work. One force grows stronger step by step, eventually replacing the original force. 20 years later, the Heavenly Soul King said, looking at the Iron-Blood King. A powerful being was spying on that place, so much so that the entire Pantheon evacuated. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye asked, Where? Spying? Wasn't my previous long-distance pursuit just an attempt to spy on the Black Mountain region? The Pantheon sent people there specifically for the Black Mountain region. Is this so-called great power me? Now I'm back, King Tianhun continued, and I'll take action myself. Unbelievable! Heavenly Soul King looked at Lin Ye with a bitter expression. Your appearance has disrupted everything. And today you still want to kill me? Heavenly Soul King laughed, a desolate laugh. But do you think I have no trump cards? The Heavenly Soul King was furious. I have been waiting for this day for a very long time. This time I'm back, I will absolutely not let you continue to expand. the Heavenly Soul King declared firmly. He roared suddenly. You lot, come here! Buzz! The Heavenly Soul King released endless light and shadow from his body, soaring into the sky. Its aura was violent and powerful, impacting the surroundings. Ha! The three gods of wealth were in pain, pushed far away, and seriously injured. I watched with difficulty. Boom! Iron-blooded King defended. The bloodthirsty orcs and the dark demons joined forces to stand in front of Lin Ye and hold on. Buzzing! Before anyone could react, three figures appeared in the sky, exuding powerful auras. 530,000, 540,000, 530,000. Three lights and shadows floated. He's brought reinforcements. The three men who had just been awakened were shocked and terrified. Ironblood's face was dark, while the bloodthirsty orc and black demon frowned. Lin Ye looked on curiously. All eyes were focused on the light and shadow. Watching the light and shadow rapidly coalesce. A green-skinned, snarling monster, the War Green Goblin. 540,000. A gaunt old man, holding a horizontal knife and wearing a hat. The Blade Clan, 530,000. One of them holds a magic wand, has wings on its back, and a bird's beak. Bird Clan, 530,000. So it's come to this? The three appeared, and the one from the Sword Clan spoke with a mocking tone. Kill him, and give me a share of what's in the Pantheon, the War Green Goblin said. The bird-like people looked coldly at the iron-blooded king. The hatred of the Pantheon must be avenged. The three men exuded murderous intent, and their auras surged as soon as they appeared. I feel extremely depressed. The three men, feeling suppressed, didn't dare to lift their heads. Iron-blooded King frowned. Where's the other guy? Where's the Sun King? The Heavenly Soul King wondered. Upon hearing this, the three of them looked at each other curiously. The Sun King? Lin Ye's lips twitched into a smile. Fabiao and the others instantly noticed and looked at Lin Ye with displeasure. You know? Tianhun asked in confusion. That shouldn't be the case. I killed him, Lin Ye replied, raising an eyebrow. If you kill him, the Sun King can unleash a combat power of 520,000. The Knife Clan asked in confusion. If I can't kill them, can I kill the people around me? Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. At this moment, the three of them saw the Black Demon and the War Orc. No wonder they were able to force Tianhun to this point. It turns out they had accomplices, War Green Goblin said. He stared at Lin Ye, his killing intent palpable. Kid, you have great potential, but it's a pity you're going to die. Heavenly Soul King looked at Lin Ye. Is that so? Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. The four of us! Heavenly Soul King exclaimed, seeing Lin Ye's unawareness as he faced imminent death. He began. I'll deal with the Ironbloods, and the Green Goblin will deal with... As he spoke, he glanced at the Green Goblin and then looked at the War Orc. Any one of the Flying Birds or the Blade Clan can handle this. He looked at the Black Demon. Finally, he continued, Then the fourth person will be responsible for killing you. Have your men take you away. As soon as those words were spoken, the iron-blooded king's voice rang out. You are responsible for holding off these three. Give him a chance to leave. Iron-blooded king glanced at the three awakened beings. Yes. The three of them nodded without the slightest hesitation. You should leave. Huiyao stared at Lin Ye. Preserve the flame and find a way to survive. Yes, the God of Wealth said. He will avenge us in the future. Take good care of Mao Tian for me. Xingshi hesitated for a long time before finally saying, She has a reason why she cannot die. Xingshi looked at Lin Ye expectantly. This is my only wish. Lin Ye frowned. Why did Xingshi look at him like he was looking at a son-in-law? Does he know about my affair with Mao Tian? But both of them, grandfather and grandson, were ruthless and powerful figures. Would they care about such things? Want to leave? Dream on! Heavenly Soul King hysterically watched their conversation. They cried out. So many of our people have been killed over the years. None of your top-tier combat forces will survive today. No! Extinction! Tianhun exclaimed indignantly. Not just high-end combatants, but everyone. Are you so sure? Lin Ye smiled faintly. That you can kill me? Otherwise what? Tianhun sneered. Hee hee. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. Then let's have a fight. Let's see who wins and who loses, Lin Ye said. Trash! You're asking for death. Heavenly Soul King laughed wildly. The Iron Blood group frowned. Lin Ye had acted impulsively. Too yum. But then Lin Ye looked at the notification that had just appeared. Purple War God Gear complete. Purple War God Gear ignores king-level restrictions, forcibly increasing combat power by 40,000. Chapter 282 Frenzied Kills. Lin Ye glanced at the Heavenly Soul King and grinned. Kill them in an instant. Before anyone could react, he instantly sensed that Renmei Ma had donned purple attire. Boom! Lin Ye's aura changed instantly, and a huge light and shadow swept past his body. Like a shooting star, it fluctuates constantly. Suddenly it exploded, and Lin Ye was covered in golden armor. He was completely enveloped in shimmering light, resembling a magnificent golden knight. A lightsaber appeared in his hand, transforming into a golden, lightning-like meteor that instantly appeared before the Blade Clan. Ha! The Sword Clan was startled, suddenly staring blankly, wondering how it could have happened so quickly. Before anyone could react, Lin Yedwang swung his sword. Whoosh! The sharp blade condensed and instantly swept past the Blade Clan. The head of the swordsman fell to the ground. Report: Night God has slain the Blade Clan, and their territory has been destroyed. Report: the reinforcements from the Blade Clan have been killed. Tianhun and the others, along with everyone in the domain, heard the news. Holy crap, reinforcements! The Knife Clan! Isn't that the Knife King? Yagami is amazing, he took him down in one go. That's terrifying! That's terrifying! The World Channel erupted in cheers and shouts. How is that possible? The Sword King is dead. Impossible! The crowd at the scene gasped in surprise, looked up in disbelief. How is this possible? Heavenly Soul King's brows furrowed into a line, his face contorted as he looked at Lin Ye. The iron-blooded king was shocked. One by one, they all locked their gazes on Lin Ye. Combat power, 550,000. This? Heavenly Soul King's eyes widened, realizing that he was just like him. You've surpassed me. The iron-blooded king was shocked. 550,000. The three of them were incredulous. Just a short while ago, Lin Ye had to look up to them. Now look what's happened, they've surpassed them by so much in one go. He has the same combat strength as you. Tianhun, didn't you investigate thoroughly? Bird King and Green Demon King looked at Lin Ye, their bodies covered in cold sweat. The fear reached its extreme. He turned his head abruptly and glared angrily at Tianhun. Tianhun was momentarily stunned and didn't know how to respond. Run! King Bird and King Green were furious, but they had no other choice now. At the same time, he shouted and moved suddenly. Boom! It rushed into the dark space. Regardless of anything else, thousands of miles can be covered in an instant. They escaped! The three awakened individuals were shocked, and the iron-blooded king was also surprised. Did I give you permission to run away? Lin Ye asked, his eyes flickering. With a flick of his eye, he sensed and teleported, instantly disappearing from the spot. Buzz! In an instant, Lin Ye appeared in front of the green-skinned Demon King. Space! The Green Demon King was unaware of what had happened before. Shock was written all over his face as he stared at Lin Ye in disbelief. You even control space. Heavenly Soul, you've done me a terrible disservice, the Green Demon King roared. Go to hell! Lin Ye was too lazy to waste words with him, and swiftly brought down his knife. No! The Green Demon cried out in anguish, wanting to do something. But it was already too late. Whoosh! He was swept away in an instant, and died. What seems like a long time is actually just a moment. Died again? The god of wealth kept rubbing his eyes, wondering if he was seeing things. Hui Yao started pinching himself, as if afraid he was dreaming. The Green Demon King has a combat power of 540,000. The bloodthirsty orc and the dark demon exchanged a glance, both of them utterly shocked. If you kill him, you can't kill me. Not far away, the Bird King watched in panic. Shout. Can't kill you? You decide? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ye appeared in front of him. He spoke ruthlessly, gripping his lightsaber, ready to strike. Why don't you switch and just take action directly? King Asuka looked on incredulously. I hadn't noticed it before, but I have now. Yes! The people on the ground exclaimed in surprise. Iron-Blooded King's mouth was also slightly open. Can't figure it out? Lin Ye looked at the Flying Bird King with a smile. Switching can gain a fraction of a second, allowing skilled players to counterattack or make other moves. Unfortunately, my system was too powerful. Then go to hell and think about it slowly. Lin Ye waved his arm. The lightsaber flashed by, scattering feathers all over the ground. The King of Birds' eyes bulged wide open, and his head fell to the ground, his eyes wide open in death. That was too fast, less than 2 seconds in total. Report, Yagami has killed Asuko. Report, Night God has killed the Green Goblin. Holy crap, 3 super big shots are dead. They were all killed by Night God. I'll do it. People on the World Channel were utterly shocked. Li Ke, Tiankong, and Mushin, on different battlefields, heard the report within a second of each other. At this moment, all 3 of them were questioning the meaning of life. Grandpa, you're with Iron Blood King, haha, did you see the person I'm with? Li Ke said happily. Has the Alliance leader become this powerful? Sky was delighted. Looking at the Azure Emperor beside them, the 2 smiled happily. He's so amazing. Mao Tian touched his abdomen, a happy smile on his face. Invincible! Night God is invincible! Black Abyss and Black Feather were the most excited. For a moment, everyone was happy for Lin Ye's strength. On the battlefield. Quiet, utterly quiet. Buzz! Everyone on the scene stared blankly as Lin Ye teleported back to his original spot. Your reinforcements. A voice rang in Tianhun's ears. Tianhun was startled awake, looked at Lin Ye, and laughed bitterly. Ha ha! I originally thought that the Iron-Blooded King was the one I needed to be wary of, but I never expected that you would be the one I should be most wary of. 550,000 combat power! Tianhun looked at Lin Ye unwillingly. Space, an unprecedented means. Tianhun, feeling utterly miserable, stared at Lin Ye and said angrily, I'll fight you to the death. Oh no! Iron Blood King shouted. He's going to self-destruct. Buzz! The heavenly soul shone brightly, a prelude to its self-destruction. Run! The bloodthirsty orc shouted excitedly, looking at Lin Ye, while the black demon beside him also shouted. Oh! The little earth dragon roared. The expressions of everyone present changed drastically in an instant. Lin Ye frowned, also flustered, and declared that he and the Iron-Blooded King could withstand the attack. But everyone else at the scene was doomed. Action must be taken. The best course of action right now is... Buzz! A flash of light and shadow swept across the forehead tattoo. It surged forward. Creating beauty or suffering? Lin Ye's eyes narrowed. He can only accept beauty. Being a king, occupying a high position, arrogance must be one of his attributes. He gave it his all, only to be met with suffering. He could not accept that. Great! Lin Ye made a quick decision and took the gamble. Sensing a dreamlike realm. Buzz! A flash of light and shadow. Everyone panicked. However, the expected self-destruction did not occur, and they stared at each other in disbelief. That's very strange. Upon closer inspection, they saw that the Heavenly Soul King remained motionless in place. The light and shadow of the self-destruction also disappeared. What's wrong? Have no idea. They all repeated the same thing, which puzzled me greatly. Ha! Destroyed! The iron-blooded king is dead! Tianhun suddenly laughed loudly, shouting repeatedly. Finally dead, after 500 years, finally dead. Ha! Tianhun shouted triumphantly from where he stood. Has he gone mad? Everyone looked on in surprise and curiosity, while also being cautiously defensive. Especially the iron-blooded king. Chapter 283 Death of Heavenly Soul King. Lin Ye looked at it, and shook his head. The process was thrilling, but the result was good. We've entered the illusion. Lin Ye breathed a sigh of relief. An illusion? I remember now, the swamp phantom. Tianhun is hallucinating. Xingshi and others discussed it animatedly. Tai Shui looked at Lin Ye in surprise. Space and illusion were both rare abilities. Lin Ye actually got them all. Both the bloodthirsty orc and the dark demon shook their heads in surprise. There were very few usable illusions. All right. Lin Ye's eyes flickered, and he appeared beside the Heavenly Soul King with a buzz. Looking at the Heavenly Soul King, he said, You can die now. If you're at the same level and can't kill someone with a single blow, Lin Ye said, then it's a combo attack. Lin Ye conjured 2 swords in his hands and suddenly moved. Swish, swish, swish. A series of attacks appeared instantly, with the twin swords relentlessly attacking the Heavenly Soul King. 100-hit combo. 1000-hit combo. The Heavenly Soul King's body was covered in wounds, and blood was flowing continuously. 10,000 hits in a row. The sound of a 10,000-hit combo rang out. The Heavenly Soul King suddenly opened his eyes, and his previously chaotic gaze became clear. Wide awake. Feeling hurt, she looked at Lin Ye with bitterness. Am I going to die? Tears streamed down her face, overwhelmed with grief. In the end, I still have to die. Thank you for letting me have a beautiful dream before I die. Although it's an illusion, it feels so real. Tianhun grinned. He gave a faint smile. His eyes were filled with anticipation for everything in the illusion. Finally, a sense of loss washed over him. He knew it wasn't real. He looked at Lin Ye. His eyes, weary, turned into a plea. Do me a favor, treat the people in my hands well, okay? Tianhun looked at Lin Ye sincerely. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye paused, then nodded. Each is acting independently, all in an effort to survive. Thank you. Tianhun slumped, his eyelids drooping, about to close his eyes. Looking at Lin Ye, he said, You're amazing. Iron blood will definitely take you to the temple of the gods. I joined before him, Tianhun said. When you go, be careful of the god lord of the pantheon. Be very careful, really, be very careful. He's not what you see. He'll eat you. As Tianhun spoke, he suddenly paused, his eyes widened, and his pupils trembled. It was as if someone had stolen its soul. Certainly, death, the body falling. What happened? Lin Ye stared at Tianhun's corpse as it fell, looking at Tianhun in disbelief. He hadn't even delivered the final blow yet. How did he die? The expression doesn't suggest suicide. The god of the pantheon? Lin Ye pondered. He had just mentioned the words, God Lord, which was why it was sensed. He was killed? Lin Ye frowned. He couldn't think of anything else besides this. The pantheon? Lin Ye murmured, wondering what kind of thing it was. Black Mountain Domain and King-level domain are both things I need. Breaking news! Night God has killed the Heavenly Soul King. Tianhun is dead. How is that possible? Yagami is invincible. Yagami is truly invincible. They've all run away. Everyone from outside the region has run away. People on the World Channel exclaimed in surprise. Victory! Li Ke shouted excitedly to the sky. We've suffered for over 500 years. He's amazing. Mao Tian was exhausted, so he lay on the ground and rubbed his stomach. We've won! Kuroba and Kuroyuki cheered from the crowd. For a time, people all over the world were celebrating. High in the sky, We've won. 500 years! We've finally won. Those who were awakened were also happy. Well done! Tai Shui shouted excitedly, repeatedly cheering at Lin Ye. Lin Ye stood quietly in place, motionless. I didn't use the knife, I didn't kill him, but it's telling me that I did. Lin Ye pondered quietly. The Pantheon, the God Lord, was very strong, stronger than ever before. The Heavenly Soul King is dead, the Zerg should be heading there. Lin Ye glanced at the Iron Blood King. Yes. Xing Shi and the others nodded in agreement. Iron-Blooded King agreed, looking at Xing Shi and the others. You should make arrangements as soon as possible to occupy the territory outside. Okay. Xing Shi and the other two nodded and turned around. The God of Wealth transformed into a spaceship, and Hui Yao transformed into a pure white divine bird. Xing Shi transformed into a bizarre winged birdman and flew towards the ground. The Purple Gold King issues a call to the awakening kingdom. Everyone prepare to march beyond the realms to wage war. The Purple Gold Kingdom issues a call. Prepare. Purple Gold issues a message to the Kingdom of Wealth. Logistical preparations are underway. They've returned? They're attacking overseas territories? Our territory is getting bigger and bigger. Wow, that's unbelievable. This is going to create even more kingdoms. People were buzzing with excitement as they listened to the shouts and watched the three people descend from the sky. In the sky. Lin Ye listened without saying much, then looked at the Iron-Blooded King and said, Tianhun instructed us to treat the remaining people well. I won't kill them, I'll let them leave, the Iron-Blooded King said. Never be allowed to enter or leave the domain. Okay. Lin Ye nodded, then looked at the Iron-Blooded King. Can I go to the Pantheon? Of course. Iron Blood King nodded. Just now, the God Lord sent me a message. The God Lord? Lin Ye asked in confusion. Yes. Iron Blooded King nodded. The God Realm is no longer the God Realm it once was. The God Lord has been searching for a way to enter the realm of the gods. He's already a god? Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. Yes. Iron Blooded King nodded. It's just that we haven't figured out how to enter the God realm yet. God? Lin Ye raised an eyebrow, not expecting that even becoming a god wouldn't allow him to enter the realm of gods. Take a break, and I'll take you to have a look, the Iron-Blooded King said. Okay. Lin Ye nodded, instructing the Iron-Blooded King to inform him. Does that mean I've discovered everything the Heavenly Soul was telling me? Is what Tianhun said true or false? A dying man's words are often good. Or is he trying to sow discord between me and the god, so that the god will eventually kill me to avenge himself? If it's the second one, how do you explain Tianhun's final death? Lin Ye was genuinely puzzled. If I can't figure it out, I don't want to get involved. I'll just go and see what happens. Looking at the Iron-Blooded King, he asked, Do you know the Li family and the Shi family? The Skull Dragon and the Water Elemental race? Skull Dragon? Water Elemental? Iron Blood King exclaimed in surprise. These two races are extremely rare. They are comparable to angels. Yes. Lin Ye nodded in response. Never heard of them. The Pantheon has never seen the lords of either of these races, the Iron Blood King said. Our influence both within and outside the domain is just a small part of what we currently see as a sphere of influence. There are many lords in the Pantheon who are comparable to us, or even more powerful than us. Yes. Lin Ye nodded, understanding the Iron-Blooded King's words. The Pantheon has already touched upon the gods, and should be the strongest force. The Li and Shi families are very likely other forces within the Pantheon. Let's wait until we get to the Pantheon and see what happens, Lin Ye muttered. He looked at the Iron-Blooded King and said, I'm going back now. Okay. Iron-Blooded King nodded. Buzz! As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ye sensed the Black Demon, the bloodthirsty Beast-Man, and the others, and activated teleportation. The light and shadow enveloped the group, and in a moment, they disappeared into the sky. The Iron-Blooded King looked at it, his brows furrowing slightly before he smiled knowingly. Chapter 284 Searching for the Domain of the Virtual Weaver. Announcement. The Kingdom of Awakening has destroyed the Kingdom of the Heavenly Water Dwarfs. Report. The Kingdom of Radiance has defeated the Kingdom of Flame Tina. Announcement. The Kingdom of Wealth has repelled a Tier 3 city-state. Announcement. The sky. One announcement after another rang in Lin Ye's ears. Lord! Lin Ye stood by the river in his territory, fishing quietly and enjoying the peace. Mei Yan quickly walked over and looked at Lin Ye. The Sun King and the others have plundered all their territories. Lin Ye turned around and saw Mei Yan handing out the series of papers. His gaze swept across the territory, where countless drones were sorting through mountains of supplies. Looking up at the sky, the unexpected edge of darkness in the distance was expanding. As expected, the outer regions are being occupied little by little. Lin Ye didn't think too much about it and looked at the paper that Mei Yan handed him. I looked at them one by one. Hellfire technology. Lin Ye searched and found this. Raising an eyebrow, aren't succubi and their ilk demons? Demons from hell. Direct sensing. Reminder, equipment successfully equipped. All succubus fire-type classes have advanced to the Saint level. Sanctuary Wrathful Mage, 517,000 combat power. Sanctuary Ranger, 520,000 combat power. Ability Enhancement. All flames are hellfire, burning coldly, granting immortality and indestructibility. Lin Ye saw that it was even stronger than the combat power of the Space Magic Master of the Holy Domain. That makes sense, Lin Ye said. After all, this is hellish technology, and succubi are the perfect fit for it. 520,000 plus 40,000. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. 560,000. Facing the heavenly soul again, I'll instantly kill it. Lin Ye smiled faintly. Moving on to technology, the Sun King's technology should be quite good. After all, it's related to the sun's fire. After searching, they found nothing. There isn't one. Lin Ye curled his lip, his gaze falling on the last one. A single piece of paper bears the inscription, King-level domain, solar domain. It's a domain? And the Sun King's domain at that. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. Logically, a domain shouldn't be able to be exposed. Upon closer inspection. King-level solar domain, restricted. However, the system message indicated that there were still restrictions. Lin Ye was puzzled, then suddenly realized something. Looking at the chat interface, Iron-Blooded King and Azure Emperor? In the end, I chose the Azure Emperor. Looking at the Azure Emperor's chat interface, he asked, Senior, I have a question. Was the Iron-Blooded King's domain granted by the Pantheon? Yes, the Azure Emperor replied. The king-level domains were all given by the Temple of Gods. Once you obtain it, your combat power will be fixed, and the God Lord will increase your combat power based on your contributions. The Azure Emperor spoke. I see. Lin Ye smiled contemptuously. This God Lord is no pushover. He uses this to control others. Looking at the interface, he replied, Thank you. Okay, the Azure Emperor replied. Lin Ye nodded. The God Lord's plan was vast, and the domain couldn't be exposed. Unfortunately, the Sun King wasn't killed by himself. It was the Black Demon and his men who did it. The Black Mage is a figure from many years ago, and there is no rule that allows it. Notification: a domain has been detected in the sky. Announcement: the Azure Emperor has acquired this domain. Announcement: the world's #1 merchant has discovered a domain. Announcement: the Lord of the God of Wealth Bank has obtained a domain. A public announcement, a wake-up call. Lin Ye was still pondering when a series of announcements began to ring out. The outer realms are too vast, and there are too many realms existing within them, Lin Ye observed. Wow, so many kingdoms have been born. That's right, we're invincible. Players are getting stronger and stronger. The World Channel was also in turmoil. Lin Ye smiled faintly and quietly looked at the solar domain. With a flick of his eyes, an alternate dimension opened up before him. They threw the solar domain into it. The god uses this domain to control the people below. The solar domain is lost. He will definitely look for it. All my territory belongs to the god. If you find this place, then come here. I can't explain it. I am no match for him yet. Lin Ye frowned slightly as he pondered. The god lord's domain can be taken, but not used. We must not be enslaved by him. We know about the situation in the Black Mountain region, but according to what the Heavenly Soul King said before, we can't go there at this stage either. There are too many experts. The God Lord has discovered that someone is spying on us. There is another way to improve. That means finding something from the Weaver. The Void Weaver definitely has a domain. His domain must be at least at the king level or higher. This way I can become stronger, Lin Ye muttered to himself. The next steps have been determined. We must go to the Temple of the Gods, since it is related to the Black Mountain region. On the other side, in endless space, a crystal clear, colossal mountain range appeared, spreading out in immense numbers. Like a dragon moving with the brush. A series of dark, gaping spaces overlapped. The enormous mountain pierces through endless space, as if it exists within endless space itself. Wherever the mountains are visible, they are beautiful and lovely, like a fairyland. It is simply breathtakingly beautiful. A figure clad in gray armor, wielding a steel cleaver whose cold gleam and brilliant sheen complemented the armor's color. It appeared so sharp and domineering. They stood like warriors who had created the world. The soldier looked at the mountains before him, gazing into the superimposed space, and thought, "Who is spying on this? God realm, with me, you will become a true god." Ha ha! The soldier laughed wildly. Ah! Suddenly, another heart-wrenching sound rang out, a painful howl. He covered his head with one hand, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. Those guys I devoured are actually starting to have their souls turn against me. Insolence! The soldier roared, filled with resentment and gritted teeth. Ruthless! That solar domain is lost? How is that possible? Who hid it? The soldier roared. Why was it exposed? These are turbulent times, the warrior exclaimed angrily. Buzz! Suddenly, a beam of light struck the warrior. Tiahan and the others are all dead. That new guy actually has spatial abilities. The soldier looked up, a hint of expectation in his eyes. Gazing at the colossal mountain before me, looking into the endless space that I can never fathom. He, like 17, has mastered space. Perhaps we can ask him to help us explore it. It's been a long time since I've seen someone reach the king-level combat power on their own. The soldier grinned. We can't let him die right now. We'll swallow it once he figures it out. The soldier chuckled. Locking onto the iron-blooded king, a beam of light and shadow, accompanied by a buzzing sound, quickly moved forward. The territory of the night god. Try looking at the weaver stuff. Lin Ye's eyes flickered, and buzz buzz buzz. Instantly, clones appeared before him. Greetings, Your Excellency. The clones looked at Lin Ye respectfully. Go! Lin Ye nodded and responded. Let's move out. Buzz buzz buzz. A buzzing sound rang out, and all the clones activated their teleportation and disappeared from the spot. It appears in different regions, both within and outside the domain. At the same time, snap your fingers into the air, and a subspace appears with a hum. They all stepped inside, entered the subspace, and unleashed 10,000-mile tracking. The scene appeared instantly. No, it's not here either. The pitch-black image kept appearing and being fed back to Lin Ye. As the search ended and nothing was found, the clones quickly teleported again, repeating the previous actions. Chapter 285 The Temple of Gods. No! Lin Ye was fishing at night, waiting quietly, having also sensed the situation. The succubi were busy with their own affairs. Time passed little by little. From a non-city territory to a kingdom. Report. The Kingdom of Non-City has repelled the combined forces of 8 Tier 3 territories. Report. Mao Tian has repelled Kong Xian's territory, a 3rd-tier territory. Damn it, they've all run away. Almost all the forces from outside the region have fled. We are about to conquer the entire outer realm. Unprecedented power, creating 13 kingdoms in one night, something unimaginable in the past and present. People on the World Channel were extremely excited. Announcement: the area outside the territory has been occupied by the area within the territory and merged into 3 separate routes. Wow! It worked! The sudden announcement was met with cheers from everyone. Haha! Li Ke, Tiankong, Mushin and others stood on the land outside the domain. Gazing at the scene beyond the borders, a happy smile spread across his face. I never imagined things would turn out this way. The 2 old men, Xingshi and Kaishin, watched everything with smiles, glancing sideways at Huiyao. Huiyao grinned as well. One second it was the end of the world, the next second Night God appeared, and this is the scene. We have accomplished everything that has been impossible for hundreds of years and countless generations. No Night God! Radiance shook his head. Perhaps we are already corpses. Yes. Xingshi and Kaishin nodded. Thank you, Night God. For a time, people all over the world were happy. The territory of the Night God. It has been ruled, and it is actually the Tao, this name. Lin Ye shook his head. Seeing the cheers from people on the World Channel. The player's living space will expand infinitely from now on. Buzz! Suddenly, Lin Ye's mind paused, and an image appeared. A massive, graveyard-like structure appeared, surrounded by countless subspace displays. Found it! Lin Ye exclaimed in surprise. We actually found it! Does the domain of the virtual weaver exist? Lin Ye frowned, sensed the location, and prepared to teleport there to take a look first. Purple Gold issues a message to the Iron-Blooded Kingdom. Night God, assemble in the God of Wealth's territory. Proceed to the Temple of the Gods. The Lord God has sent a special message instructing that you be brought there as soon as possible. Lin Ye paused. What happened? So fast. Was this message sent on purpose? It feels like there's a conspiracy. Wow, Yagami is going to the Pantheon, which is said to be the place closest to the gods. We are about to have a second big figure. What is God like? People on the World Channel are filled with envy and jealousy. Every word they utter reflects this envy. Zijin addressed the world's #1 merchant. Congratulations. Purple Gold sends a message to the Kingdom of Wealth. Congratulations. Purple Gold's message to the Awakening Kingdom. May you rise ever higher in the Temple of Gods. Purple Gold issues a message to the Kingdom of Strategists. We look forward to your growing strength. In an instant, the world chat was filled with messages of congratulations and blessings. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow, realizing that the Pantheon was something these people were eagerly anticipating. But whether it's a blessing or a curse, you'll only know once you actually go there. We must go there first. Exploring the Weaver's territory will definitely take a long time. I'll go to the Pantheon first, then find another opportunity to go there. Looking at the World Channel, I chose to send a message for the first time. Purple Gold's message to the Night God Kingdom. Thank you everyone, Iron-Blooded Senior, please wait a moment. Wow! This is the first time Yagami has spoken. I've never seen anyone shouting. Yakami, Yakami! Excited discussions resurfaced on the World Channel. The territory of the Night God. Lin Ye looked at the Black Demon and the bloodthirsty orcs and said, I wonder what the God Lord will do next. You will stay in the subspace, Lin Ye said. Yes. The 2 nodded. They had spent many years in the subspace. The bloodthirsty orc looked at Lin Ye. I just saw some broken orc blood beads in Master's storeroom. I wonder if you could give them to me? It can make me stronger. The bloodthirsty orc looked at Lin Ye sincerely. He is the most suitable sacred object for us bloodthirsty orcs among our races. The bloodthirsty orc said. A tattered orc blood bead? Lin Ye asked. Does such a thing exist? Looking into the warehouse, a bead appeared, blood red and mottled. Wasn't this what I got from the first kill after entering the game? I never imagined this thing could actually enhance the strength of bloodthirsty orcs. Lin Ye's eyes flickered, and a blood bead appeared in his hand, which he tossed to the bloodthirsty orc. He said, Take it and use it. Thank you, master. The bloodthirsty orc nodded. Lin Ye nodded but saw that Hamo hesitated for a long time, looking at him quietly, looking very uncomfortable. Is there something you need? Lin Ye asked, puzzled. Speak. I want the night demon's things, the dark demon said. We are of the same lineage as the night demons, and the night demon's most primal possessions can activate the bloodline of our race. Especially when you're inside a building for a long time. The black demon looked at the night demon's buildings with excitement. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow and looked around. The night demon buildings were basically all destroyed. After all, he didn't have the night demon race, and the only thing of great use was the barracks. It's unbelievable that something so primitive could have such a powerful effect. All of these were obtained in the early stages. Okay. Lin Ye nodded, his eyes flickering. The night demon series of items appeared in his hands from the warehouse. He handed it to the black demon, saying, It's all yours. Thank you, master. The black demon accepted it, pleased. The two entered the subspace at the same time. Lin Ye looked at them with satisfaction and smiled, then looked at Mei Yanran, Mei Yingzi, and the others. Their combat strength is considerable, so there's no need to worry about minor troubles. The territory is yours to take over, Lin Ye said. If anything major happens, inform me immediately. Okay. The two nodded, and the succubi all looked at Lin Ye. Buzz! Lin Ye flashed and disappeared from the spot. On a vast, terrifying plain. The world was peaceful, the grass was growing and the birds were flying. It was very quiet. Sunlight spilled onto the ground, turning it golden, creating a serene and beautiful scene. A colossal palace lay prostrate on the ground like a giant beast, supported by massive pillars. People stood in front of the pillar, their faces unchanged, solemn and dignified. The iron-blooded king stood on the ground in the distance. This is the Pantheon. Lin Ye followed, looking at the enormous palace. Ancient Roman palace? The figure in front of the pillar was locked in. 500,000 combat power. They all possessed such combat power. Lin Ye narrowed his eyes and nodded. As expected of the Temple of Gods. Let's go in. The iron-blooded king stared at the gate directly in front of the main hall, which was about 10 meters high and resembled the gaping maw of a giant beast. He walked away slowly. Lin Ye gazed inside and could sense a lot of presence. Unsurprisingly, there were many people. Each one of them is stronger than the Heavenly Soul King. There are many experts. I wonder if Li Lin and Shurya's families still exist. Lin Ye asked himself a question, stared at the gate, and followed the iron-blooded king. Stepping up the stairs, a massive interior appears inside the gate. What comes into view are figures dressed in different clothes, sitting on chairs on both sides in different ways. Some were arrogant, some solemn, some nonchalant. But they all have one thing in common, they are strong. They were all busy with their own little activities, oblivious to Lin Ye's appearance. It was like the posture of a god. In the center, in the distance, a gray-armored warrior stood silently watching Iron Blood King and Lin Ye walk in. Chapter 286 Selection Domain? Chapter 286. Lin Ye looked at the soldiers, who were clearly facing him head-on, but he couldn't see them clearly. It was as if the warriors before them were not real, they could not discern anything. I glanced subconsciously at the people on both sides. They were of different races and had equipment, but I couldn't tell their true races. But you can see the real situation. However, their attitude clearly showed that they did not take him, or the iron-blooded king seriously at all. The system displays combat power of 570,000, and all the players have similar combat power levels. There was even a human among them, whose eyes were filled with murderous intent. Lin Ye narrowed his eyes. Did he know this person? Or did he have a grudge against him? Then he saw another person looking at him in a friendly, even somewhat solicitous, manner. These people have eccentric personalities. Lin Ye's heart sank. Perhaps that was the case. That's why he showed signs of murderous intent. Lin Ye's gaze returned to the central god lord, but the system did not display his combat power. My heart sank, as if a huge stone was pressing down on it. The system isn't displaying anything? There's only one possibility. The deity before you isn't a physical entity, but a real person. I really can't think of anything else besides this. Lin Ye narrowed his eyes. The God Lord was even more extraordinary than he had imagined. Greetings, Lord God! The iron-blooded king walked to the center, locked his gaze on the central deity, and spoke respectfully. His eyes also revealed endless eagerness. Hee hee! The people around him laughed mockingly, their laughter filled with contempt. The iron-blooded king remained motionless, not daring to say anything more. Lin Ye observed that Iron-Blood King wasn't having a good time here either. The deity nodded slightly, responding directly. He looked up at Lin Ye, and Lin Ye looked up as well. Their eyes met, but they still couldn't make out the god's face. At the same time, a strange expression appeared on the God Lord's face, which had been expressionless. The people on both sides, each with a different expression, also looked at Lin Ye with surprise. The iron-blooded king dared not meet the gaze of the god. The Lin Ye before me did have some courage. He was different. Greetings, Lord God! Lin Ye said, then looked to his left and right. Greetings, everyone. The people around remained silent, but all of them showed surprise. Lin Ye remained expressionless, showing no concern. Judging from the Iron-Blood King's state, it's been a long time since anyone has dared to greet them. The man who had been smiling earlier now looked at Lin Ye with an even brighter smile. Not bad! Suddenly, the man broke the silence, staring intently at Lin Ye. My name is Yukong Wang! Upon hearing this, everyone grinned but remained silent. Hello? Lin Ye looked at Yukong Wang. Night God. King Yukong nodded, sizing up Lin Ye. He has the spirit. Thank you. Lin Ye nodded and responded politely. All right. At the same time, the voice of the God Lord interrupted the two's pleasantries. Everyone turned to look at the deity with utmost respect. Lin Ye also looked over. It's quite impressive that you were able to kill the Heavenly Soul King. The God Lord stared at Lin Ye. From this day forward, the Far Mountain path will be under your control. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's expression changed instantly, and they became serious. Iron-Blooded King was also surprised, looking at the God Lord in disbelief. Lin Ye sensed the atmosphere and grasped a. What's wrong? Now, the internal and external domains are unified, and it is known as the Three Paths. Isn't Iron-Blood King the leader of the three-part path? Why is this the case? Lord God, to master one must have a combat power of over 560,000. The man who had previously shown murderous intent towards Lin Ye stood up and respectfully bowed to the God Lord. And just as I entered, the man continued. He possesses a combat power of 560,000. The God Lord looked at the man. How is this possible? Everyone was shocked and looked at Lin Ye in disbelief. King Yukong grinned, looking at Lin Ye with admiration. The man looked unwilling, his fist clenching slightly. His breakthrough to the king-level combat power was 520,000. The God Lord explained. Adding the equipment he was wearing, it's 560,000. Is that right? The god looked at Lin Ye. Phew! Upon hearing this, Lin Ye realized that the God Lord was really that powerful. Can you say no? Nodding. Yes. Impressive. This is the first time I've seen someone with 520,000 combat power before even reaching the king-level domain. King Yukong was excited. If we get it, and with my current condition, we'll be able to defeat us very quickly. Everyone nodded, constantly scrutinizing Lin Ye. The only one who had spoken earlier looked rather unwell. Iron-Blooded King took deep breaths, never expecting Lin Ye to be so powerful. Lin Ye's strength means that players will have a voice in the pantheon from now on. I'm very happy. Are you willing to take charge of the distant mountain path? The God Lord looked at Lin Ye again after the questioning subsided. The Yuanshan Dao has 170,000 troops, 4 ordinary kingdoms, and 1 marquee-level kingdom. It's quite simple. It's suitable for you to control. There you can obtain more resources, the god said, and develop better. I'm willing. Lin Ye nodded. Indeed, once he had control of the entire area, he could decide what resources were available to him. Thank you, Lord God, Lin Ye said gratefully. The God Lord said with satisfaction. From the past to the present, fewer than 1,000 people have been able to enter the pantheon. But there are only 8 people who can possess the power of a king at the public level. One of my own, the God Lord said. For death's one going out. There's another one, King Yukong. The God Lord glanced at King Yukong. King Yukong nodded and looked at Lin Ye. Now there's one more like you. Okay. Lin Ye nodded. I've prepared a king-level domain for you. The God Lord stared at Lin Ye. Looking around, after revealing that they were preparing to enter the king-level domain, almost everyone's expression was not good. Except for King of the Skies. His expression darkened slightly, and the god continued. Logically speaking, we must wait until you make a contribution to the Temple of the Gods. Only then can I give it to you. Based on this foundation, the god said thoughtfully, weighing the options. He said, I have prepared another frost technology for you that can allow your people to enter the saintly realm. You have 2 choices? The God Lord looked at Lin Ye. Sacred domain technology. Everyone exclaimed upon seeing it, even though the domain was very important. But sacred domain technology is also important. Comparing the two, especially given Lin Ye's current situation, he would definitely choose the domain. While it may seem like a choice is being made, the deity is actually protecting Lin Ye. Iron-blooded King was even more excited. If he obtained the domain, Lin Ye would definitely increase his combat power by more than 10,000. That will amount to 570,000. Strength is the key to power. As Lin Ye listened to the God Lord's words, the importance of the domain became self-evident. But once a domain is chosen, the God King will inevitably doubt himself if he doesn't use it. However, choosing sacred technology is somewhat perplexing. I choose technology, Lin Ye said after careful consideration. Choose technology? Everyone was surprised, and Iron Blood King looked at Lin Ye in disbelief. The deity did not look well. What he wanted was to control Lin Ye now, since Lin Ye had chosen technology, and he wanted to figure out how to control him. Actually, you don't need to care about our opinions. Rules are rigid but people are flexible, Yukong Wan advised Lin Ye. The man who had previously shown hostility now looked dejected and gave Yukong Wan an unpleasant glance. Chapter 287 Martial Arts Hall. Yes and no. Lin Ye looked at the God Lord after hearing Yukong Wan's words. Explanation. Technology is the foundation of strength. The more types of troops the holy domain has, the stronger I am, and the more combat methods I have. Strengthening the foundation has always been my idea. I see. King Yukong suddenly realized. No wonder you were able to break through to the king level at the public level. Yes. Everyone agreed with Lin Ye. Of course, it's more about maintaining the dignity of the pantheon. Lin Ye continued, looking at the God Lord. Rules are rules, and they cannot be broken. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I believe I can accomplish Your Majesty's task in a very short time and obtain the qualification to enter the domain. Lin Ye looked at the deity with sincerity and humility. Impressive, no wonder you were able to break through to the king level. King Yukong still looked at Lin Ye with admiration in his eyes. Everyone nodded in agreement. Mindset is very important. In that case, the God Lord sensed Lin Ye's condition and pondered for a moment. Although no domain was given, it has now given me an opportunity to arrange things for Lin Ye. With a buzzing sound, a scroll appeared in the sky and floated towards Lin Ye. Lin Ye took it and looked at it closely. Sacred Icefield Frost Technology. Lin Ye took a deep breath instinctively upon seeing this. The Ice Plains, an extraordinary place, is home to the Frost Yeti race. A race comparable to angels. Their frost technology must be quite extraordinary. Thank you, Lord God. Lin Ye took it and looked at the Lord God with gratitude. We've been together from the past to the present. The god nodded to Lin Ye. He continued, We've been exploring one area. That area has a domain, but it is superimposed with multiple spaces, making it impossible to explore. The deity muttered to himself. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye realized, without a doubt, that this place was the Black Mountain region. Listen to the iron-blooded king's story. The god lord looked at the iron-blooded king and smiled faintly. Staring intently at Lin Ye, he said, You have mastered the power of space. Space! Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Lin Ye nodded. 3 days from now, you will follow 17. The deity looked at a dark-skinned, emaciated figure, resembling a monkey, whose face was obscured. He began. Let's go to that place and explore. In the next 3 days you should prepare for your move into Yuanshan Road, take a break, and equip yourself with technology. The Lord instructed. Thank you, Lord God. Lin Ye nodded. The god nodded, his body becoming nothingness. Respectfully seeing off the god. The crowd responded respectfully, continuing until the god disappeared. One by one, they stood up from their seats, glanced at Lin Ye, and without giving it much thought, walked out of the main hall. Lin Ye watched quietly. You are very good. One by one, people walked past Lin Ye, while the man who had previously erupted in hatred stopped. She stared at Lin Ye with a fierce look. Lin Ye's pupils contracted, and his eyes turned sharp. It wasn't some kind of eccentric personality. He genuinely wanted to kill himself. Watching the man walk away, I stared at his back. This guy's surname is Zhao, and his name is Zhao Huibua. Suddenly, Yu Kongwang's voice rang in Lin Ye's ears. Lin Ye glanced to the side and saw Yu Kongwang walk to his side, quietly watching Zhao Huibua's figure. He began. Known as the Blood Shadow King, his strongest profession is the Holy Domain Blood Shadow Assassin. Blood Elf? Lin Ye raised an eyebrow, a look of concern on his face. If he were to target me for assassination, I would be no match for him. Being a level below him in terms of skill, it was impossible to detect his shadow cloak. Yes, King Wekong said. He is a human, and I heard that he married one of your players and has a child. One of them died a couple of days ago. His name was Zhao Baiheng, King Wekong said. Hee. Lin Ye thought to himself, no wonder there was such great hostility. It turned out to be Zhao Baiheng's father. Humans and players mating? Having children? Is that even possible? It was hard to hear about before, since the domain was mainly populated by players. Beyond this world, anything is possible. We'll gather at the Pantheon in 3 days. I'll take you there. Immediately afterwards, the person who had been completely black and filled with smoke, and whom the god lord called 17, came forward. He stared intently at Lin Ye and said coldly, Do you understand? Lin Ye felt uncomfortable listening to the voice. It was too cold. He still replied, Okay. As he spoke, he walked outside. 17, the Space King, King Yuekong introduced. Because of the situation in that magical domain, he has always been highly valued by the God Lord. Arrogant and haughty, King Yuekong sneered, clearly displeased with the so-called Space King. Lin Ye gave Space King a deep look. His gaze swept over every black figure outside the hall. These people are no pushovers, and their eccentric personalities also apply to them. Why are you being so friendly to me? Lin Ye looked at Yu Kongwang and asked in confusion. King Yukong was taken aback at first, then smiled knowingly. I find you pleasing to the eye. You shouldn't have chosen technology, King Yuekong said. Ultimate unit technology has already reached its peak. The people can learn the technology of the Holy Land through practice. It depends on the circumstances. King Yuekong spoke up. But even a lord can comprehend it. You can try visiting different places, and maybe you'll comprehend it. Therefore, the domain is of paramount importance, King Yuekong said. You can do that? Lin Ye asked in confusion. Didn't you achieve the sacred domain by comprehending the 500,000 combat power level for your troops? King Yukong was puzzled and confused. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye realized that everyone else had acquired their knowledge through comprehension. What I obtained was through the virtual weaver. Instead of directly responding to King Yukong, he asked, "Then do you know what kind of place is best for faster comprehension?" Lin Ye was quite curious about this. Could he fully comprehend it, and break through to the Saint Realm with all types of troops? Hee hee! King Yukong chuckled. How about I take you somewhere? The place where the Abyss clan once lived. King Yukong looked at Lin Ye expectantly. Is this what you mean by pleasing to the eye? Lin Ye asked in surprise. Yes. King Yukong nodded. I broke through to the 500,000 mark at the public level, while they did not. It was achieved through the domain of the God Lord. That place rejects them, and I can't get through, King Yukong said. I can sense your presence as soon as you appear. So I want to see if you can manage to go in with me. There's a building called the Abyss Martial Arts Hall there. It might allow your troops to break through to the Saint Realm. You'll want the blueprints then, I'll take the rest. King Yukong grinned. The Martial Arts Hall is also accessible to lords for comprehension. I'm not interested in the training hall. I already have the Abyss series of sanctuaries. My main goal is to obtain the Saya beads inside and try to comprehend the Sanctuary of the Star series. If I can comprehend it, I will have 3 Saint Realms, King Yukong said. There are only 3 God Lords. As he finished speaking, King Yukong became increasingly aggressive. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye thought, 3? I already have several. There are only 3 deities, that's amazing. King Yukong wanted me to go with him to the Abyss clan's territory. Sure enough, no one gets up early without a reason. No one is a kind soul. Chapter 288 Distant Mountain Road. Lin Ye looked at Yukong and said, All right. You arrange the time. I hope it will be within these 3 days and not take too long. You still care a lot about the gods' affairs, huh? King Yukong sneered. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye frowned, sensing that Yukong harbored considerable hostility towards the God Lord. All right, let's move tonight. Seeing that Lin Ye didn't speak, Yukong smiled, his smile as bright as ever. You should be able to get things done in 1 day, right? With that, King Yukong walked out of the main hall on his own. Lin Ye observed that Yukong gave off a harmless vibe, but that wasn't actually the case. He stared at the back of the King of the Sky. His eyes narrowed. This is the location of the Far Mountain Road. Iron Blood King watched as everyone left the scene. He looked closely at Lin Ye and handed him a map. Lin Ye unfolded it and took a look. There are many paths, covering a vast area. The realm where the player previously resided, both within and outside the realm, was just a small and insignificant one of them. The bigwigs in the hall just now all possessed a secret. Some paths have no ruler, only local bigwigs. But these big shots are no match for the people of the Pantheon. They could only allow the intruders from the nearby rulers, and dared not speak. I understand. Lin Ye looked at Iron Blood King. I'll be right back. If possible, please take care of the players in the future. Iron Blood King looked at Lin Ye, who was about to leave. He knew that Lin Ye was destined for great things. I would have taken care of it even if you hadn't said anything. Lin Ye looked at Iron Blood King. Some things are not as simple as they seem. Iron Blooded King remained silent, then smiled bitterly. I know what you're saying. But isn't there no other way? The Iron Blooded King said. Okay. Lin Ye nodded without saying anything more. All right, I'll be leaving now. Okay. Finally, he watched as Lin Ye teleported away. An endless land, with mountains and rivers, bordered by terrifying darkness. The Zerg lurked in the darkness. Within this land, there are many ethnic groups, all of which are wild species. Everyone was busy with their own things. Everyone is living life to the fullest. Greetings, Your Excellency! Just as Lin Ye was observing carefully, a voice suddenly rang in his ear. Lin Ye glanced to the side and saw a monkey with a pointed snout and monkey-like face appear. Skin is a mix of black and white. Warlord level combat strength. Black and white apes. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow, surprised to have encountered this species. Black and white apes are a rare species. It is said that he has mastered the power of yin and yang. Okay. Lin Ye nodded to the black and white ape. I'll just take a look. Lin Ye narrowed his eyes. The God Lord had given this place to him. I must transfer my territory here, otherwise that god will definitely become suspicious. The black and white ape nodded respectfully and looked at Lin Ye. I wonder if you have any preferred buildings, sir? There are over 100,000 races here, the black and white ape said. If you need more, sir, just kill them. Hee hee. Lin Ye shook his head. Whatever building you need, just kill one of them. That's power! Lin Ye chuckled. Looking at the black and white ape, I said, No need, I don't need anything right now. I'll just take a look. You can live your lives quietly, I won't disturb you. This? The black and white ape was surprised. Not kill them? Not collect them? You should leave now. Lin Ye looked at the black and white ape. Okay. The black and white ape nodded, unsure of Lin's specific thoughts, and left cautiously. Lin Ye watched the black and white ape leave and shook his head. Instead of killing, they are suspicious? The settlement of my territory must be handled with care. I need to take some time to observe it. If the deity asks, just say that it hasn't been decided yet. He wouldn't cause trouble for himself over something like this. We must be careful, Lin Ye said, watching quietly. Night was falling, and the sun had already set. You haven't even settled your territory yet. Lin Ye was still watching quietly when a sound rang in his ears. Then King Yuekong appeared. King Yuekong looked at Lin Ye with a smile, but the location of the territory had not yet been decided. Logically speaking, this should be the simplest thing. Could it be? Let's go! Lin Ye interrupted Yukong Wang's thoughts and said, Let's go to the abyss first. Got it! Relocation and construction, let's do it together! To avoid trouble. Lin Ye spoke. Upon hearing this, King Yuekong nodded expressionlessly. He took out a map and handed it to Lin Ye, saying, It's right in the very center. I found it by accident. Lin Ye looked at the map and saw that the location was in the center, with the coordinates marked. The abyss? Lin Ye raised an eyebrow, still wanting more. You've mastered space, so you should be able to teleport, right? King Yuekong looked at Lin Ye with an innocent smile on his face. Can you take me there? King Yuekong asked, puzzled. Okay. Lin Ye nodded. Without the slightest hesitation, his eyes flickered, he locked onto the coordinates, and a teleportation light enveloped the Sky King. King Yukong looked at him with a slight surprise and doubt. In the past, when I asked that guy, King Kong, to take me under his wing, he wouldn't agree. You're not bad, not at all hesitant, King Yuekong said with a grin. Buzz! Before Lin Ye could respond, the power of light and shadow erupted, and the two disappeared. Ruins, darkness, abyss, swamp. A desolate scene appeared before Lin Ye's eyes. Everything was so dilapidated. The dense trees and weeds indicate that no power has been present here for a long time. This is it! King Yuekong coldly looked at everything before him. Gazing at the faint light and shadow visible above the ruins, one thinks. Stepping inside, one enters the territory of the abyss. No one else can get in. King Yuekong smiled. She looked at Lin Ye with anticipation. Lin Ye nodded, looking at the light and shadow. Can we enter? He walked over, passing through the light and shadow under the watchful eyes of the King of the Sky, and went inside. Beautiful! It really works! King Yuekong exclaimed excitedly upon seeing it. They rushed in quickly. Amidst light and shadow. As Lin Ye walked in, the scene before him changed rapidly. Abyss, swamp, corpses, a scene of darkness so dark it's terrifying. There are rotting corpses here, once transformed from the Abyss clan. Lin Ye observed that Yukong Wang was also walking in. Her face was rosy, and she seemed very excited. He opened his mouth and said, They are all experts. With king-level combat power, there are probably about 10 of them. I've observed this for a long time and I'm certain it's this number. I can't handle that many by myself. Now that you're here, you can share the burden and make the search easier. I've seen a martial arts training hall in the northwest direction before. Go and look for it first. I'll go to the southeast to find what I want, King Yukong declared. Yes. Lin Ye nodded upon hearing Yukong's excited voice. Northwest and southeast are completely different directions. What could possibly excite King Solomon so much? I cannot feel teleportation. I can't use teleportation. Alright, I'll head over first, Lin Ye said, his eyes flashing as he locked on to the northwest direction and sped off. King Yukong watched, a faint smile on his lips, and locked on to the southeast direction before departing. Chapter 289 The Others in the Abyss. On the road. Bang bang bang. Lin Ye burst forth with the speed of a hunter, quickly heading northwest. In an instant, we were already more than 10 kilometers away. There were no living creatures on the road, only corpses of all kinds. Things from the abyss and swamps. Lin Ye shook his head. Are they all this disgusting? Staring at the empty space ahead, all that was dark earth made it impossible to discern the specifics of the situation. There are very few trees, almost none. Occasionally, clumps of grass can be seen, but they all have eerie shapes that are frightening. Just then, Lin Ye suddenly uttered a surprised sound. Lin Ye looked down and saw that the soil on the ground was flowing. A swamp. A real swamp. Flowing forward. The action I wanted to take was already too late. Before them lay an abyss that blended seamlessly with the dark earth. The soil slid down into the abyss like flowing water. The abyss was bottomless, like the mouth of a giant black beast. Even in Lin Ye's current state, it feels like once he slips up, it will be difficult for him to recover. As expected of an abyssal race. So much danger ahead! As he watched himself about to slide down with the mud, Lin Ye's eyes flickered. The wind-powered warriors activated and took to the skies. Floating above the abyss, I stepped towards the other side. Just as everything was settling down, Lin Ye suddenly paused, frowning. Who is it? Die! A huge dark shadow flashed across the sky. Lin Ye felt a chill run down his spine. The aura of 580,000 combat power was incredibly strong. He looked up abruptly and saw a huge, dark beam of light rushing straight toward him. Wherever it passed, darkness boiled, as if demons were boiling. At the end was a human. Zhao Shibao? Lin Ye's eyes widened. He was the only enemy of the human race. Wasn't it said that other people weren't allowed to come in? How did he get in? He glared at the incoming beam of light, ready to meet it. But it was too late. Boom! Lin Ye was instantly struck by the beam of light and rushed towards the abyss. Fuck you! Lin Ye's killing intent was palpable. With a wave of his arm, the aura of the Saint Domain space magician impacted and directly marked him. Immediately afterwards, it was blasted into the depths of the abyss by a powerful force. Humph! In the sky, the human race watched Lin Ye fall into the abyss and smiled disdainfully. With a wave of his arm, he vanished from the spot. In the abyss, mud was everywhere, and soil had fallen from the surrounding area and merged into the earth. Warning: you are affected by the dark element, your movements are slowed by 50%. Lasts for 1 hour. Lin Ye climbed out of the mud, looked up at the sky, but couldn't see through it. Zhao Shibao? Lin Ye exclaimed indignantly, upon hearing the reminder in his ear. Clenching my teeth and feeling the movement felt like taking a slow-acting drug. Looking around, the abyss was vast, like a world unto itself, with mounds of muddy debris appearing one after another. It blocked the view. Ah! Suddenly a roar rang in Lin Ye's ears. Whoosh! A figure suddenly scrambled to his feet from the mud. The scent spread in all directions. Lin Ye immediately noticed and stared intently as a rotting corpse appeared. The skin was ulcerated, extremely disgusting, and the person was grimacing with terrifying teeth. It smelled fishy and foul. Public rank, combat power 430,000. A system notification appeared. Public level? Wasn't it supposed to be king level? That king of the sky is trash. Lin Ye swung his arm, and a burst of power instantly erupted, impacting the rotting corpse. Boom! The rotting corpse was instantly hit, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. It was directly crushed, resulting in death. The movement was far too slow. Lin Ye frowned as he looked at the kill just now. If we encountered a king-level opponent now, we'd probably be killed. Even though King Yuekong might lie to himself, the so-called king-level status is definitely still there. Lin Ye's eyes flickered, and the purifier appeared, waving his arm and unleashing the holy word skill. The light and shadow rippled, as if intending to use the holy word skill to remove the negative status effect of slowed movement. However, the light and shadow flashed and disappeared, but no notification appeared indicating that the negative status had disappeared. There's nothing I can do! Lin Ye sighed in disappointment. Looking around, he thought, let's get out of the abyss first. As he spoke, he used his ability to fly, hovering in the sky and heading towards the distance. Time passed little by little. Lin walked around at night, but could not find a way out. But as they walked, more and more soil piled up around them. Several rotting corpses of public rank appeared along the way, which Lin Ye killed with ease. Go to hell! Lin Ye circled around a series of mounds and saw a white-clad human woman who was heavily injured. Rank 380,000 combat power. Surrounded by 5 rotting corpses of public rank, the corpses were terrifying and eyeing him menacingly. The strength of the rotting corpses is all around, public level, 430,000. The girl was terrified and frightened, but she still mustered her courage and roared at the rotting corpse. Suddenly, a white light appeared around him, pure to the extreme, even more refined than the power of Mei Jing. It is comparable to the angels used by the white-clad warriors back then. But the angel was a puppet, while the girl seemed like a living angel. The force of the impact instantly enveloped the 5 rotting corpses, who let out pitiful screams. Ah! He fell to the ground unwillingly. Phew! The girl looked down and immediately collapsed to the ground, clearly exhausted and having used up too much energy. Instant kill? Lin Ye frowned upon seeing this. The whole level is far superior to the Gong level. Sacred domain technology, brightness technology. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. This was no ordinary situation. Previously, that trash, Yu Kongwang, said that no one else had come in here except for him and me. This is the second person I've met so far. Ha ha! A boastful laugh rang out as he pondered. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye narrowed his eyes. This was the 4th person. The aura is very strong. Public level! Upon closer inspection, an arrogant human man appeared quickly, treading through the mud. The woman became even more terrified the moment the man appeared, and her face turned deathly pale. Hebe! The woman yelled at the man fiercely. What do you want? Hand over your technology. Herb looked at the woman. Shibwa, you don't think that just because the Shibwa family is big enough, I won't dare to touch you. You are now exhausted and can no longer use your skills. If you don't hand it over today, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Herb grinned. Shibwa Yu was unwilling to accept this. Lin Ye looked on and realized, wow, this was already the 4th person. Help me, save me! Just as Lin Ye was speechless at Yu Kongwang, Shibwa Yu suddenly turned his head to look in Lin Ye's direction. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye realized he had been discovered. This Shibwa Yu is interesting. Are you kidding me? There's no one there at all. Herb looked in the direction where Shibwa Yu was shouting in panic. Lin Ye was behind the mound of earth, and he couldn't sense Lin Ye's presence. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye asked, Save me? It's none of my business. Save me, and I'll give you the light technology one possess. Shibwa Yu said upon seeing the situation. He exclaimed in surprise. I figured out this technology myself. I can write it, and you can use it. Ha ha! Herb looked at Shibwa Yu coldly. Are you kidding me? There's nobody there. Stop stalling for time, or I'll kill you! Shibwa Yu shouted. behind the pile of soil. He figured it out himself? Lin Ye frowned. Bright technology. Saint level. If I could obtain it, it would perfectly make up for my lack in the light series. Lin Ye narrowed his eyes and decided to save the girl. Chapter 290 Holy Domain Light Technology. Ha ha! Herb chuckled dismissively, looking at Shibuya as if he were an idiot. Are you crazy? You're talking to thin air. Upon hearing this, Shibuya frowned, clearly sensing that someone was behind him. They've already given us such a great product. The other party remained unmoved. As Herbert slowly approached, a chill ran down my spine. Am I really going to die here? Overwhelmed with grief, tears flowed uncontrollably. Hand it over, or I'll make you wish you were dead. Herbert pressed on relentlessly. He was extremely arrogant, and the smile on his lips grew even brighter. Especially when he saw the water flowing out of Shibuya, he was so proud that he felt like he was on top of the world. Buzz! Suddenly, a buzzing sound rang in their ears. What's going on? The two of them realized at the same time. Looking towards the source of the sound, a beam of light flashed and struck Herbert. Lin Ye appeared beside the earthen hill, staring at Herbert with murderous intent. Shibuya was excited. As expected, someone had made a move. There really is someone. Herb stared at Lin Ye as the attack came. The murderous intent was palpable. You dare to kill me? You're courting death. As he spoke, his eyes flickered, and a magic wand appeared in his hand. With a gentle wave, a dark shadow transformed into a sharp claw. It carried with it an unprecedentedly powerful force, and then it surged away. Boom! It collided with Lin Ye's attack, causing a huge explosion. Pfft! Shibuya suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, injured by the shock. Lin Ye's attack was completely unaffected, and he continued his assault. This? Shibuya looked at everything, utterly shocked. Herbert's strength is at the public level. It was broken instantly and even suffered damage. How is this possible? Herb endured the pain and looked at Lin Ye with difficulty, his eyes filled with anger. However, the anger transformed into boundless shock in the next moment. His eyes were bulging like a bull's. He stammered, looking at Lin Ye. King level, please don't kill me. Before he could finish speaking, he was struck by the light and shadow, and his body was sent flying hundreds of meters away. With a cry of, "Ah!" he was dead beyond dead. "Ah!" Shibuya exclaimed in surprise, his face turning pale with fright. I heard what Herbert just said, a king-level being, a terrifying existence. Just like one's own ancestors. I never expected to encounter such a terrifying being. Feel the aura, it is unattainable. Looking at Lin Ye timidly and fearfully, she said, Greetings, senior. Lin Ye heard this. Senior? Do you think I'm an old man? He said. All right, you can give me your technology now. Shibuya swallowed hard and nodded hesitantly. He then said, Okay. He hesitated, then said, But I need to write this down. And you can't be disturbed by others during the process. Those people are still chasing me, Shibuya said. There are still people? Lin Ye asked in surprise. This was what King Yukong had said, no one would come. And the result? People kept coming and going. He began. How did you get in? Didn't you say it was difficult for anyone to get in? Anyone is welcome to come in, Shibuya replied. Anything is fine? Lin Ye pondered. The entire abyss was destroyed, but the abyss itself remained. Unable to survive. Which realm do you come from? Lin Ye asked, puzzled. Which deity in the pantheon is in charge of this realm? The Temple of Gods? Shibuya shook his head timidly. I don't know anything about the Temple of Gods. I don't know what kind of path it is, Shibuya said. We were just told to enter, so we went in. Yes. Lin Ye nodded, understanding the situation. Before, I didn't know anything about Tao or the Temple of Gods. If Iron Blood King had asked him to go somewhere back then, he definitely would have gone. He said, All right, let's go. We'll find a place where you can write about technology. I know a place, Shibuya said. I've been here many times. During my exploration I often rested there, Shibuya said excitedly. We can go there to write. Okay. Lin Ye nodded. Senior, I'll lead the way, Shibuya said, walking forward. As soon as they took a step, they noticed that Lin Ye's movements were very strange and slow. Senior, have you been afflicted by the negative status of darkness? Shibuya asked in confusion. Yes. Lin Ye nodded. Then I'll help you get rid of it. I've already recovered a bit. Shibuya grinned, his smile radiant. It seemed as if he wanted to use this opportunity to thank Lin Ye. We must provide the technology, Lin Ye said upon seeing it. Shibuya nodded obediently. Senior, you don't need to worry. I mean what I say. With that, he waved his arm, and a magic wand appeared in his hand. With a gentle ripple, a burst of snow-white power erupted, enveloping Lin Ye's body. Lin Ye felt as if he were immersed in his mother's embrace. Is this pure light element? It's truly extraordinary. Reminder, your negative state has decreased by 1%. The warning appears, then the light disappears. There's no way to get rid of it? How is that possible? Shibuya was astonished and incredibly surprised. I was filled with resentment, and felt it was impossible. Lin Ye frowned. The feeling of light was very strong just now, and in theory, it should be easy to get rid of. The warning did appear, but it only reduced the rate by 1%. It's because your level is too low. Lin Ye looked at Shibuya. Oh. Upon hearing this, Shibuya immediately understood. Looking at Lin Ye with disappointment, she said, I'm sorry, senior. Okay. Lin Ye nodded, having figured out the technology himself. That will dispel it. Help me up and take me with you. Lin Ye looked at Shibuya. Let's get the technology sorted out as soon as possible. Okay. Upon hearing this, Shibuya nodded frantically. She jogged over to Lin Ye, helped him up, and walked towards their target. Lin Ye's speed increased instantly. Thank you, senior. Shibuya helped Lin Ye up. If it weren't for you, I might be dead today. Why is there only one person? Lin Ye asked in confusion. Didn't you say your Shiba family is very large? It's huge, some are even king level, Shibuya said, but I've never been well liked. Shibuya gave a bitter smile, filled with sorrow. The family wanted technology, but I didn't give it to them. But out of consideration for their family's reputation, they didn't dare to openly force me. So they secretly joined forces with others, and when I entered this place, they pressured me, Shibuya said. Yes. Lin Ye nodded, surprised that the little girl had such a hard life. But he didn't say anything. Time passed. In one of the large caves, Shibuya lit a light, illuminating the surroundings. Take out a piece of paper and write quickly. Lin Ye stood aside and watched quietly. Since Shibuya can comprehend saint-level light technology, he certainly doesn't have a so-called martial arts hall. So, how did he do it? After it's over, ask around and see if you can grasp the technology on your own. If the reward is substantial, I wouldn't mind helping Shibuya resolve his so-called family issues. All right. Just as Lin Ye was pondering, Shibuyu's voice rang out. She handed the paper to Lin Ye and spoke with a smile. Chapter 291 Sacred Domain Frost Technology. All done? Lin Ye was pleasantly surprised upon hearing this. I took it and looked at it. Sacred Realm Light Technology. Shibuyu's comprehension. The system has verified it, and unlike before, it includes the name Shibuya. Item detected. Deliver? The Azure Emperor's reminder appeared once again. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye smiled faintly. Teleport! Buzz! The technology in his hand vanished instantly. Sensing the message, Lin Ye smiled with satisfaction and looked at the Lord interface. Prepare to write. Shibuya, you're asking for death. You actually killed Herber. Just then, an angry voice rang out from outside the cave. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye looked over with murderous intent. Shibuya, who was standing to the side, felt a tremor in his heart, and his heart instantly jumped into his throat. They nervously looked out of the cave. An old man led a large group of people in, looking menacing. "How did you find this place?" Shibuya exclaimed, his eyes trembling as he looked at the old man at the head of the group. "Found you!" The old man looked coldly at Shibuya. "You think you've concealed your saint-level technological aura from the outside world? Am I not able to find you?" The old man stared at Shibuya with murderous intent. "Don't forget, I also possess saint-level technology. He killed my man." The old man looked at Lin Ye. "He must be your accomplice. You and he will both die today." The old man stared at Shibuya. "Hand over the technology, and I'll make your death easier." As the old man spoke, he looked at Lin Ye with disdain, as if killing Lin Ye was as easy as exterminating an insect. He was extremely arrogant. 570,000 combat power. Lin Ye looked at the old man in front of him. The system displayed 570,000 combat power. The Pantheon has never appeared before. The people inside the Pantheon all have a combat power of 580,000. King Yuekong said that only he and he could enter, but now so many people have already come out. They also possess such advanced combat capabilities. "You King of the Sky, just wait, come down here, and I'll kill you." "Senior, you should leave." Shibuya looked at Lin Ye. "He's very strong. I'll hold them off. They dare not kill me because of technology," Shibuya said. They stood in front of Lin Ye. "Humph! You won't escape today. You'll all die here," the old man sneered. "Still pretending to be a hero." With a cold laugh, the old man narrowed his eyes and released an aura, instantly generating a battle power fluctuation of 570,000. Shibuya was so frightened that his face turned pale and he was unable to move. "Who?" Shibuya trembled all over. Was he going to die? Was he going to die? With her eyes closed, she still addressed Lin Ye. "Senior, you should leave now, while you still can." "There's no chance," the old man roared. Boom! The aura intensified, and towering flames erupted, shaking the heavens and the earth. It was like Mount Tai pressing down on Shibuya and Lin Ye. Shibuya was terrified by the immense power, and despite his fear and unease, he still took shaky steps, approaching the flames, intending to resist them. Lin Ye looked on, and Shibuya was speechless at this moment. The immense pressure overwhelmed him. With a combat power of 570,000, even he felt a little uncomfortable. If he wanted to leave, it would be a piece of cake. Now, technology has also made progress. But he still wanted to learn the method of enlightenment from Shibuya. Notification: your sacred frost technology is complete. Note: your ice attribute class has been upgraded to saint level units. Your combat power is 570,000. Suddenly, news came through that the snowfield frost technology had been completed. Lin Ye felt that his combat power had reached 570,000. He glanced at the Holy Land Winter Mage, sensing his state. With a wave of his arm, a huge magic circle appeared in the sky. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. An endless aura of snow-white frost spread out, blowing towards the opposite side like a storm. It permeated the old man and everyone around him. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of frost freezing echoed. What happened? Where did the ice come from? I'm about to be frozen. The crowd around the old man cheered. Boom, boom, boom. The icy aura came into contact with the flames, and the flames were blocked and unable to break through. What happened? The old man looked on in disbelief, listening to the conversations of the people around him. He glanced to the side and saw that the entire place was now covered in ice sculptures. The old man got goosebumps all over his body. He had a combat power of 570,000, yet the opponent could withstand him and even cause damage to the people around him. Looking at Shibuya, could he have become such a genius? After observing for a while, Shibuya still hadn't reacted. It wasn't her. The old man looked at Lin Ye. It was you. What do you think? Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Shibuya waited for the attack, but it didn't appear for a long time. Open your eyes and look. Frost and fire clashed. 570,000 combat power. At the same time, the old man's voice rang in Shibuyu's ears. This caused Shibuya to look at Lin Ye in disbelief. 570,000 combat power? So what if it's 570,000? The old man suddenly shouted. I'll still kill you. You're covered in black smoke, you're clearly in a negative state, the old man said smugly. Oh no! Upon hearing this, Shibuya broke out in a cold sweat. Was he really going to die? Boom! The old man suddenly unleashed a series of skills. Fire arrows, fireballs, fire smoke. They all appear in sequence. Flames dance throughout the cave, a terrifying sight. The place where the cave is located is precarious, as if it is about to collapse. Lin Ye's icy demeanor was instantly suppressed. Ha ha! The old man said smugly. A person with a combat power of 570,000 must have a lot of treasures. Which path have you mastered? I'd like to see. Could I obtain your sacred domain technology? The old man was pleased with himself. Shibuya listened and asked. You asked me before, senior. As expected, the senior is an incredibly capable person. Seeing that the situation was not favorable for Lin Ye, he secretly thought to himself that things were not going well. She tried to do something, but the old man's powerful strength had already bitten her through. It's simply impossible to make. It was incredibly painful. Lin Ye looked at him with sharp eyes. He frowned, wanting to respond, but his movements were far too slow. The opponent has 2 skills, while I only have 1. They are at a complete disadvantage. Looking at the Lord's interface, he wrote, I'm activating today's single acceleration to prepare for technology. Okay, Meiyingzi replied. Lin Ye sensed the system and clicked to activate it. Ding, acceleration successful. Lin Ye smiled faintly upon hearing this. Laugh? The old man's gaze was fixed on Lin Ye, noticing the change in Lin Ye's expression. He scoffed. Go to hell, trash. Everything you have today is mine, the old man said angrily. Boom! More than a dozen flames of different skills directly impacted Lin Ye, suppressing the frost. Bang! Instantly, the frost shattered, carrying terrifying power that seemed to destroy the world as it surged forward. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. Is it coming? Notification: your sacred light technology has been successfully developed. All units in the light series have been upgraded. Combat power 580,000. Suddenly, a series of reminders rang in my ears. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye thought, they've arrived? Experience the magic of cleanliness. Sanctuary Purifier. Prepare for action. Chapter 292 Temple. Feel the skill Holy Word. Instantly, endless light enveloped Lin Ye's body. Note: the negative effects of darkness are slowly disappearing. As expected! Lin Ye grinned. He had succeeded. Seeing the approaching flames, he swung his arm. Light purification erupts. The endless light transformed into a holy radiance, and surged forth. Boom, boom, boom! Instantly clashing with the flames, explosions occurred one after another. Immediately afterwards, the flames went out completely. The light struck the old man. What? The old man was shocked, utterly incredulous. He couldn't believe that his move had been broken. They are clearly of the same fighting strength. Stare intently at the incoming attack of light, and sense its presence. The old man's eyes widened, and a chill ran down his spine. 580,000 combat power, light, holy light. You obtained her holy domain light technology. The old man looked at Lin Ye in disbelief. He said, but how could it be that the equipment was completed so quickly? How could this be? The old man exclaimed anxiously. This? Shibuya was also surprised that he had grasped the holy domain light technology that he had given him so quickly. Spare me! The old man beside him was terrified by the attack and only now realized what was happening. He looked at Lin Ye and shouted, I was wrong, please don't kill me. However, Lin Ye paid no attention to it, watching as the light gradually engulfed the old man, eventually turning him into ashes and disappearing. Whoosh! Shibuya saw everything and was extremely shocked. Glancing sideways at Lin Ye. Senior, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Lin Ye responded simply, then looked at Shibuya. There's something I need to know. How did you comprehend the technology of the sacred domain? This? Shibuya pondered. The technology of the holy domain was more powerful than ever before. It's very difficult to obtain. Finally, he spoke up. I found this by chance. Shibuya took out something that looked like the corner of a brick and gave it to Lin Ye. Lin Ye looked closely and exclaimed, A brick? The ruins of the temple. Is this really such a simple thing? Lin Ye looked at it, slightly surprised. A brick? It's just a brick. The temple. But these two words made Lin Ye fall into deep thought. It looks familiar. I think I've seen it in that miscellaneous book before. Lin Ye began to speak, reminiscing incessantly. According to miscellaneous records, figures of the three ranks, bronze, silver, and gold, are guardians of a region in the divine realm. The temple is one of the structures guarded there. The temple is said to be the strongest sanctuary in the realm of gods. Could it be him? Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. If they could find the holy temple, I might be able to complete all the sacred domains with ease. Buzz! With a flick of his eyes, Lin Ye activated the device, tracking across thousands of miles. In the darkness, on the continent of endless light, there is a bizarre and incomparably beautiful spectacle. The continent was divided into subspaces, and on one of the continents in one of these subspaces, a colossal palace lay sprawled. The palace is magnificent. Isn't this the Black Mountain region? Lin Ye raised an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised. Is the Black Mountain region really that big? What we saw before was only a part of this space. There is an even larger area in subspace. The God Lord actually wants to obtain the Black Mountain region. Lin Ye shook his head. He hasn't even figured out the situation in the Black Mountain region yet. The Black Mountain domain truly lives up to its reputation as a drop from the God realm. Lin Ye muttered to himself. I just don't know if the Black Mountain domain we see now is a complete domain. Or did it penetrate even more subspace? Lin Ye smiled faintly. When you go with the Space King, you can try to explore it, Lin Ye said. Let's get the temple first. Lin Ye looked at Shibuya and said, All right, I understand. Thank you for telling me this, Lin Ye asked. Who was that old man just now? It was someone my ancestor allied with, Shibuya replied. He came, and he was killed. Shibuya was terrified. The ancestor may have already received the news. Our ancestor is even more powerful than him. Shibuya looked at Lin Ye. Oh? Lin Ye was surprised to hear that someone even stronger than him would cost 580,000. I currently have 580,000 combat power without any domain. What will happen if the god finds out? To accelerate the acquisition of domain and control oneself. Leave here and go to the Void Weaver's territory to find the domain and escape control. But before that, we need to find a way to kill Shibuyu's ancestor. To prevent him from revealing it. With a flick of his eyes, he sensed Shibuyu's aura and activated the 10,000-mile tracking. In an instant, a Tao appeared in his mind, an endless continent. Immediately thereafter, a magnificent territory appeared in the center of the continent. There was a castle, and inside the castle, a man sat upright. Lin Ye looked at him and recognized him. He was someone he had seen before at the Pantheon. So it was him. Lin Ye smiled. Leave here and go straight there. King Yuekong had schemed against him. Even if the so-called martial arts hall existed, he must have tampered with it. Whether or not we have that martial arts hall doesn't really matter. I have now discovered a better way to understand it. All right, I understand. I'll go kill your ancestor. Lin Ye looked at Shibuya. Upon hearing this, Shibuya was surprised and looked at Lin Ye with gratitude. Thank you, senior. You're welcome. Lin Ye nodded. And don't call me senior, I'm probably younger than you. Don't leave here until you've heard the news of your ancestor's death. Lin Ye responded, moved his feet, and left. Younger than me? Shibuya was pleasantly surprised, his face flushing as he watched Lin Ye's departing figure. Is it for myself? Lin Ye is powerful, so he can sense everything. It seems this girl has misunderstood. But they didn't pay attention. Appearing in the mud outside the cave, with a flick of its eyes, it initiated its flight and began to walk. They rushed forward quickly, searching for an exit from the mud. Time passed slowly, and the sky gradually brightened. Daylight broke. Lin Ye appeared at the entrance light and shadow he had entered earlier. Boom! A powerful aura spread, causing Lin Ye to frown and look over. Not far away, Yu Kongwang and Zhao Shibao appeared, facing each other. Their breaths clashed incessantly. The two glanced at Lin Ye as soon as he appeared. You've arrived! King Yuekong pondered for a moment, then quickly put on an innocent smile. Humph! Zhao Shibao snorted coldly, glancing sideways at Lin Ye. However, their auras remained locked in a stalemate. Lin Ye looked at them, raising an eyebrow. Both of them were people he wanted to kill. The Pantheon was a place where people practically ate each other. No one can be trusted. I sensed the markings on Zhao Shibao's body, and sure enough, they were there. The person who shot him down was Zhao Shibao. Would killing one of them now expose our strength? Killing two people seems impossible. You guys continue, I'll leave first, Lin Ye said. Have you found the training hall? King Yuekong asked, puzzled. Found it. Lin Ye pondered for a moment, then spoke. Is that so? King Yuekong frowned. Yes. Lin Ye nodded, his eyes flickered, and without paying any attention, he walked directly towards the light and shadow. It disappeared instantly. Chapter 293 Killing the Triumphant King. King Yukong stared at the spot where Lin Ye had disappeared, his face expressionless, revealing neither joy nor anger. Humph! Zhao Shibao watched Lin Ye disappear and then pulled away his aura. The standoff with King of the Skies has ended. He coldly addressed King Yukong. Despicable and shameless scoundrel! Trash! King Yuekong scoffed. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Shibao disappeared, leaving Yukongwang watching coldly. Beyond the light and shadow, a desolate scene unfolds. I need to find an opportunity to take down Zhao Shibao, Lin Ye muttered as he stepped out of the shadows. Zhao Shibao's undisguised attack was a ticking time bomb. King Yukong is despicable, but he won't confront Zhao Shibao head-on, unlike Zhao Shibao who poses a greater threat. But one thing is clear, he must have some ulterior motive. After a moment's thought, Lin Ye's eyes flickered, locking onto the target he had tracked for thousands of miles. Instant teleportation. Boom! A beam of light appeared, then vanished, and the object reappeared in the territory of a human race. You have entered the Triumph territory. A reminder rang in Lin Ye's ears. Who are you? Dare to come here. Kill! As soon as Lin Ye appeared, shouts and curses erupted all around him. A chilling aura struggled. Boom, boom, boom. Immediately afterwards, endless arrows and magic spells flew down, locking onto Lin Ye. It was terrifyingly outrageous. For a moment, it felt like the end of the world was coming. Lin Ye looked closely and saw that everyone around him was human, including knights, mages, and many, many people. Due to differences in racial levels, combat power ranges from 200,000 to 400,000. He glared at the approaching attack. Boom! The aura spread out, and instantly the powerful aura rippled around. The attack struck directly, shattering the incoming force. The human race was directly blown away by the powerful force. The earthquake caused widespread damage and countless cries of grief. Unable to resist Lin Ye any longer. How could it be so strong? You're asking for it. This is outrageous. Even so, the humans continued to roar furiously. At the same time, is this sorrow and grief leading to our demise? Who dares to enter the territory of my triumphant king? The castle in the center of the territory roared, and a figure charged forward at top speed. Its aura is overwhelming, capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. He landed, his figure imposing and exuding a chilling killing intent. He's also a human. It was none other than the triumphant king. Is it you, Night God? King Triumph looked around angrily, and then looked at Lin Ye. He showed a shocked expression. I have no grudge against you. You trash with only 560,000 combat power, how dare you come to my territory? They also injured my people. The triumphant king was filled with arrogance, as if killing the night god was as easy as killing an ant. Today, I'll make sure you don't leave alive. As he spoke, the king of triumph moved his hand, and a great sword appeared. The sword was sharp and terrifying, exuding endless killing intent. Locking onto Lin Ye, he charged forward like an arrow released from a bow. It moved with incredible speed and its killing intent was terrifying. Lin Ye watched, his eyes narrowed. Combat power of 580,000. In a normal battle, it might take me a long time to kill someone. Unfortunately, he underestimated his opponent. With a wave of his arm, an ice array appeared on the ground, an endless white aura spread out. Crack, crack, crack. Frost spread across King Triumph's feet, and they began to freeze. How is this possible? I have 580,000 combat power, and you only have 560,000. King Triumph exclaimed in shock. His eyes were fixed on his feet, staring at Lin Ye in disbelief. The words, "Combat power 580,000," were written in large characters. How is that possible? You've reached 580,000 and you still haven't obtained the domain. King Triumph realized he had let his guard down. Lin Ye was actually as strong as him. Lin Ye seized the initiative. That means something bad is going to happen. I was very flustered. I want to do something. But Lin Ye smiled coldly, and the tattoo on his forehead rippled with light and shadow. Buzz! The triumphant king swept past in panic. King Triumph froze instantly, completely stunned. Ah! The triumphant king's painful roar echoed throughout the palace. No! Yagami, I'm going to kill you! No! The victorious king was hysterical, shouting incessantly. Lin Ye realized he was being influenced by the illusion. With a flick of his eyes, he appeared beside the king of triumph. Twin swords appeared in his hands, which he wielded and attacked relentlessly, as if he were dancing out a flower. Crack, crack, crack. The attack struck the triumphant king's body, causing blood to flow incessantly. No! After a long while, the triumphant king opened his eyes, barely alive, feeling the pain of his injuries. Looking at Lin Ye before him, he roared with hatred. Swish! The next second, Lin Ye slashed out with his knife, cutting across the man's chest. The triumphant king's eyes bulged wide open, his death unresolved, and he collapsed to the ground, trembling. Lin Ye looked at it, chuckled, and thought, he's dead. It's all over. Next, we should go to the Weaver. Feel the teleportation, disappear from the spot. In the abyss. Announcement: the kingdom of triumph has fallen. The announcement from one branch can only be heard by one branch. Upon hearing the news, Shibuya was stunned. Dead? Really dead? He's finally dead. Shibuya cried tears of joy. Thank you. Lin Ye's image appeared in Shibuyu's mind. On the other side. Beep beep beep. Yu Kongwang's private chat rang. Tianyuan Wang and Kakeshun Wang, those two good-for-nothings, have died one after the other. 570,000 and 580,000. King Yuekong exclaimed in surprise. Two people with such fighting power had actually died. How could that be? Who killed him? No cataclysmic event occurred. King Yuekong shook his head. To be able to eliminate them so silently, what kind of strength did the opponent possess? Could it be that the God Lord has started devouring again? King Yuekong frowned. My heart tightened, and I felt inexplicably afraid. The Pantheon. The phantom of the deity appeared, staring ruthlessly at the main hall. He's actually dead. Who killed him? Won't these guys suspect me? The god took a deep breath, feeling very irritated. For a time, all the king-level figures were discussing it. But no one doubted Lin Ye. After all, Lin Ye's strength was too low. Only one person. The God Lord? He can't possibly make a move. Night God, is that you? Zhao Shibao looked at the private message and took a deep breath. I never imagined you'd become this powerful. Zhao Shibao frowned. It seems we must act ahead of schedule. Zhao Shibao's eyes flickered, and he disappeared from the spot. In the endless darkness, a vast subspace appeared, like looking into a different abyss, terrifying to the point of being outrageous. King Tianyuan and King Kai-Xian. Lin Ye looked at the message sent by the God Lord and smiled faintly. But they didn't pay much attention to it. Locked in darkness, a colossal tomb appeared, magnificent and carved with endless runes. A mysterious aura emanated from the space, especially the eerie atmosphere, which was quite frightening. Lin Ye looked at it, then slowly walked over and came to the grave. Upon closer inspection, a tombstone appeared. The graveyard of the weavers. It really is! Lin was overjoyed. She had found it. But is it possible to find the domain? Lin raised an eyebrow and observed the cemetery. Although the aura was unusual, it was just a cemetery after all. There is nothing else. So where is the domain? Chapter 294, Obtaining the Virtual Weaving Domain. So. Lin Ye looked at the cemetery, waved his arm, and prepared to open the cemetery to see the corpse. Boom! The force struck, but the graveyard only churned and remained unchanged. The shockwave and rebounding force impacted Lin Ye, forcing him to take 2 steps back before stabilizing. As expected of a big shot from the god realm, Lin Ye said. Even a cemetery is this impressive. It's simply impossible to break through. Lin Ye muttered, extremely cautiously. Lord, the Black Demon and the Blood Orc said they had just regained their memories and sensed their former master's presence. Huh! Suddenly, something happened on the Lord's interface. Lin Ye looked at it, and realized what a coincidence that they had sensed his attack on the Weaver's tomb. With a flick of his eye, he beckoned the 2 of them over to take a look. Buzz! Buzz! 2 buzzing sounds rang out, and 2 shadows appeared beside Lin Ye. Gradually solidifying, it was the Black Demon and the Blood Orc. 540,000, 550,000. Lin Ye observed that, in such a short time, his combat strength had already increased. Greetings, Master! The 2 looked at Lin Ye respectfully. Thank you for the things you provided, Master. They have helped us improve. Yes. Lin Ye nodded, although he had improved. But it's still not enough for the future battle situation. He glanced at the cemetery. Just got a message, you guys remembered? Yes. The 2 nodded and looked at the grave of the Weaver of the Void. His eyes changed, filled with utmost reverence. I don't have much memory of it. All I know is that the people buried in this cemetery are our former masters. The Dark Lord responded. Me too, the bloodthirsty orc said. Okay. Lin Ye nodded. Alright then, do you know his domain? Domain? The bloodthirsty orc asked in confusion. Yes. Lin Ye nodded. I want to obtain the domain of the Void Weaver. The Black Demon and the Blood Orc exchanged a glance. We don't know where the domain is. But we know how to open this graveyard. The bloodthirsty orc replied. Oh! Lin Ye exclaimed in surprise and delight. Alright, then open it. Okay. Black Demon nodded, exchanging a glance with the Blood Orc. At the same time, he walked towards the cemetery and kept observing it. Walked to the left, and then to the right. With a stomp on the floor. Boom! The floor tiles bulged, and the rest of the floor also bulged, allowing for rapid movement. It looks like a mosaic. Moreover, the entire space gradually began to move. Magical, amazing. Lin Ye looked on, never expecting the secret to be like this. This scene was as if a space was about to open up. Not only Lin Ye was surprised, but the black demon and the blood orc beside him were as well. They had no similar memories, so naturally they had never seen it before. Watch quietly and wait. Gradually, the space opened up like a curtain. Bang bang bang. 3 bubble-like spaces appeared and exploded. 3 continents appeared. One was pitch black, one was bright red, and the other was exceptionally huge, as if exuding endless mystery. It's my blood domain. The blood orc was overjoyed when he saw the crimson continent. And my dark demon realm! The black demon exclaimed excitedly. That was the former master's domain, the void-weaving domain. The blood beast man and the black demon stared at the enormous domain. Shout! Lin Ye raised an eyebrow, his heart pounding with excitement. He glanced sideways at the black demon and the blood orc. Unexpectedly, both of them had already lost their domain. Even when it's lost, it's still incredibly powerful. Seeing their excited state, he glanced at them and said, "Let's move!" "All right." Upon hearing this, the black demon and the blood orc charged forward without hesitation. Lin Ye also rushed over. "You have entered the virtual weaving domain, which is an unclaimed domain. Do you acknowledge ownership?" Lin Ye rushed into the void weaving domain, looking around at the mysterious land and the mysterious mountains and rivers. There was no sign of any living creature. It is real land, yet it gives people a feeling of fragmented space. Suddenly, an alert sounded. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye smiled and naturally agreed. He answered, "Agreed! Ha! I've obtained the domain." On the other side, the black demon's sudden laughter rang out. This caught Lin Ye's attention, as he noticed the powerful aura emanating from the figure. He brandished his spiked club, his aura spreading and rippled throughout the space. Incredibly powerful. He roared, "I've reached 490,000! Haha, I've reached 490,000 too!" The blood orc shouted. As Lin Ye watched, the bloodthirsty orc aura became even more restrained, like a long sword about to be drawn. A murderous intent surged to the heavens. One is robust and as solid as a rock, the other is ruthless and wields a sword intent that runs rampant. Lin Ye condensed the two characters. As expected of the subordinates left behind by the Weaver of Illusion. Lin Ye agreed, looking at the system display, 590,000. The Little Earth Dragon and Nini, floating in the distance and not disturbing Lin Ye, watched with envy and jealousy. Now they seem unable to help their master. Successful acceptance of Christ. A voice rang in Lin Ye's ears. Lin Ye closed his eyes tightly, a mysterious feeling rising the moment he successfully recognized the master. It surged out from the domain and rushed towards Lin Ye. At that moment, Lin Ye could feel that his use of spatial power was beyond anything else. It's no longer the same as before. Feel your body. 490,000. It's also reached 490,000. Lin Ye smiled faintly. Almost none of the people in the Pantheon could rival him. He, along with the Dark Mage and the Blood Orcs, were practically invincible in this world. The only one we need to be wary of is the God Lord, Lin Ye mused. That guy claims to be a god, how much is he worth? Has it exceeded 500,000? Lin Ye muttered to himself, subconsciously sensing the increased combat power left behind by the Titans and the evil god. Combat power 499,000, unable to break through the limitations. Lin Ye observed the changes. Although the number hadn't broken through 500,000, he felt no disappointment whatsoever. They couldn't even break through the limitations of the king level before, let alone now? Once it surpasses 500,000, that would be divine intervention. The constraints imposed by God are certainly stronger. Is it possible to play around with the God Lord now? Lin Ye pondered. If not, will he be able to discern my strength? Lin Ye recalled the first time he saw himself that day. Click, click, click. As Lin Ye pondered, a spatial voice suddenly rang out. This prompted Lin Ye, Black Demon, Bloodthirsty Beast Man, Little Earth Dragon, and Nini to look curiously towards the source. The cemetery floated in space, folding and unfolding little by little. The cemetery vanished in an instant, and a corpse appeared. Enormous, comparable to a giant, like a titan. It lacked the imposing presence of the titans, instead giving off an eerie feeling. What a chilling aura! The little earth dragon sensed. So invincible, yet it's just a corpse. I have a feeling that he has killed some of our dragons, the little earth dragon exclaimed in alarm. The aura of the dragon slayer filled him with dread. Nini trembled all over, glancing at the little earth dragon. So many of my kind died at his hands. Countless, innumerable, so many of our kind's auras. Nini trembled. There are even super powerful ones, super powerful ones. Chapter 295 The Appearance of the Weaver. Chapter 295. It's the former owner's corpse. The black demon and the blood orc recognized him immediately, and exclaimed in surprise. Excited. The Weaver of Illusions, the corpse of a legendary figure. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow, looking over with surprise. The enormous size surprised Lin Ye. This is terrifying. 1 million combat power. Lin Ye observed, but the system displayed it. They're just corpses, yet they have combat power. Lin Ye exclaimed in surprise. More terrifying than titans and evil gods. The key is still 1 million. That's terrifying. It feels like the titans and the evil gods are just clowns. Is this the true big shot of the divine realm? Lin Ye took a deep breath. Buzz! Just as Lin Ye was feeling sentimental, the corpse of the weaver suddenly turned into endless dust. In the floating space. The 4 black demons looked on in surprise. It's pulverized? Buzz! Dust drifted in the darkness, suddenly moving and floating towards Lin Ye. Lin Ye could sense her terrifying aura even from a dusty world. I want to move it. It's too late. Suddenly enveloped in dust, Lin Ye felt dizzy and then disappeared into the darkness. Master! The 4 black demons exclaimed in alarm upon seeing this. The owner is in trouble. I kept trying to sense my surroundings, but I couldn't feel anything. What should we do? The 4 asked in panic. Wait. The bloodthirsty orc pondered for a moment, then replied firmly. If they want to kill our master, there's no way to resist. We can only wait. Hearing this, Black Demon, Little Earth Dragon, and Nini had no choice but to wait. In a space, all around was pitch black. It wasn't normal pitch black, it was the pitch black of the space itself. The atmosphere around us was strange. However, Lin Ye remained completely calm. This situation seemed to have occurred before. I entered when I killed the titans and the evil god. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Ye pondered and observed calmly as dust settled in again. They converge, shine, and finally condense into the giant they once were. The Weaver of the Void? Lin Ye looked at the giant and blurted out instinctively. You are more composed than I expected. The Weaver of Emptiness said to Lin Ye after successfully condensing his power. You have obtained my domain, the Void Weaver said. Which means you have obtained my inheritance. My soul is no longer complete. If possible, once you reach the realm of gods, please help me find my soul and give it a proper burial, the Weaver of the Void said. As he spoke, he shook his head again. I don't know whether the old gods or the new gods won the battle back then. Are those monsters from Cthulhu still around? The Weaver asked. Never mind if we can't find it. The Weaver looked at Lin Ye with disappointment. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Old gods, new gods? Cthulhu? I will do my best, Lin Ye said. All right. Upon hearing this, the Weaver looked at Lin Ye. Black Demon and Bloodlust are the only 2 who survived after following me. I've taken away their memories, so treat them well. I saw your subordinates, the Weaver continued. A dragon and an insect king. Very good. The Weaver's eyes flickered. Lin Ye's mind changed instantly, and he saw the endless land in the void-weaving domain. The corpses of the dragons and the insectoids are hidden in the ground. Buzzing. It was pulled out by a force and brought to the surface. The Weaver spoke up. These are the people I killed back then. It might take you a while to find them. I moved all those corpses out. Lin Ye nodded. Giving these things to Little Earth Dragon and Nini would be enough to improve them. The Void Weaver domain was already shattered back then. The Void Weaver looked at Lin Ye. This is what the new god calls the king-level domain. Originally, he belonged to the divine realm. Later, you can try to find fragments from other divine realms and combine them to complete the divine realm. At that time, you will have the best opportunity to break through to godhood, the Weaver of Illusions said. If you can't find it, try not to upgrade it. We have no idea what the world will be like now. Virtual Weaving Introduction. Lin Ye nodded, the words of the Weaver of the Void revealing a lot. The new god fights the old god, and the Weaver of Illusions is an old god. Obtaining the divine realm is merely the beginning for a god, the Void Weaver said. It requires a profound understanding. At that time, it wouldn't be as simple as just expanding territory. Everything depends on the Lord, the Weaver instructed. Yes. Lin Ye nodded, revealing the profound meaning. I've seen it in miscellaneous books. Above the sacred realm lies the profound mystery. You can do your best to secure all the sacred domains for your current unit types before heading to the realm of gods, the Weaver continued. At that time, choose one to comprehend its profound meaning, the Weaver of Illusions said. This is also the strategy of ordinary people and top experts. Ordinary people are afraid that if one path doesn't work, they'll try another, and that's why. A true master will master one path, then move on to another, and eventually grasp the essence of both. Another plan, also from experts, is to fight to the death for a holy domain they like. The Weaver spoke. Lin Ye nodded. The Weaver was indeed teaching him the way to the realm of gods. Which method should I choose? Lin Ye was puzzled. All right. The Weaver smiled faintly as he looked at Lin Ye's condition. He said, My power has been maintained for tens of thousands of years. I can't hold on any longer, the Weaver said before turning into light and shadow and gradually disappearing. Disappeared? Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. Just like that? Buzz! My brain is buzzing. The master has appeared. As the buzzing sound started, Lin Ye returned, and the 4 black demons rushed towards him. She came to Lin Ye's side and looked at him with concern. It's all right, Lin Ye replied, looking at the 4 people, his gaze finally settling on the Little Earth Dragon and Nini. Sensing the virtual fabric domain, 2 mini corpses appeared on the surface. Lin Ye waved his arm, and, buzzing, tens of thousands of corpses appeared in the space. This is... Nini looked over immediately and saw endless corpses of the Insect King, his eyes flashing. Once consumed, will it become as powerful as the Dark Lord and his ilk? I saw the dragon's heart. The Little Earth Dragon's eyes flashed as it discovered the situation among the corpses. Looking closely, my heart aches. Lin Ye looked at it and patted the Little Earth Dragon. Although dragons were rare 10,000 years ago, they were not a small group like they are now. Frequent wars. You have gained something, you have become stronger, so their deaths were not in vain. The Little Earth Dragon pondered and nodded. Times are different, circumstances are different, and environments are different. Lin Ye looked at the condition of the Little Earth Dragon and Nini. A faint smile. Go! Lin Ye said. Ouch! Nini! Upon hearing this, Little Earth Dragon and Nini immediately charged forward. Nini frantically devoured the Insect King's corpse, while the Little Earth Dragon absorbed dragon hearts one by one. The Black Demon and the Blood Orc watched silently as the 2 little ones' aura steadily increased. Lin Ye also stood still, watching. Time passed slowly. Little Earth Dragon, 490,000, Nini, 490,000. Nini! Nini and the Little Earth Dragon devoured the corpses and dragon hearts in the space. With increased strength, he roared to the sky. Lin Ye looked at the money. He had 499,000, and Nini and the other 3 had 490,000. With such strength, even if the entire pantheon came, they wouldn't amount to much. Beep beep! A private chat message suddenly popped up. Space King has been killed. Everyone prepare to head to the Divine Realm. Chapter 296, Heading to the Black Mountain Region. Lin Ye looked closely and saw the message from the God Lord. Was the Space King killed? The God Lord was determined to explore the Black Mountain region, and the Space King was very important to him. He's dead? Who killed him? Lin Ye frowned. Now that the God Lord had summoned him, he had to go. Moreover, I also need to go to the Black Mountain region. It's a good opportunity to take a look with them. Sensing the teleportation, locking onto the location of the Pantheon. Buzz! He vanished from the spot and arrived directly at the location. Boom, boom, boom. Buzzing. Lin Ye was caught in a flurry of light and shadow before his eyes. He realized he had been teleported, and all he could hear were the sounds of exploding energy and the buzzing of teleportation. Feel the light and shadow disappear, and look around. All around, thousands of people, with a combat power of at least 450,000, arrived at the Temple of the Gods, each displaying their unique abilities. The Space King is dead? That shouldn't be the case. King Triumph and the others died before. Why the sudden turn of events? People were talking about it. Lin Ye watched as the iron-blooded king arrived, followed by the Sky-Crossing King, both still smiling at him. Zhao Shibao looked at Lin Ye with displeasure. Lin Ye didn't pay any attention and followed the others into the Pantheon. Standing with a group of people with a combat power of 460,000. Lin Ye observed that everyone had a different expression, but he didn't pay attention and quietly looked at the center. After the God King appears, will he see through my current strength? Lin Ye stared at the first row, all of whom had a combat power of 480,000. We didn't see a combat power of 490,000. Is it because the God Lord himself has 490,000? Lin Ye was unsure. Buzz! As he pondered, a bright light shone directly in front of him, in the spot he had seen before. It gradually solidified into its original form before it became the God. Everyone is here. The God Lord looked around at everyone and said, The Space King is dead. Before he died, news came that he had discovered the place where he could comprehend the holy domain within the Divine Realm. Sanctuary? Really or fake? If that's true, then wouldn't we be able to comprehend even more sacred realm technologies? Yeah! That's amazing! Everyone was excited upon hearing this. Lin Ye frowned. Was the Black Mountain domain a divine domain? Has the Space King discovered the temple? Quiet! The God Master shouted, and everyone instantly fell silent. He continued. We're going there for 2 reasons. First, you will search for the fragments of sacred domain technology yourselves, because the place where you comprehend sacred domain technology is quite magical. If you collect 7 of them, you can comprehend any technology at will. The deity spoke, looking at everyone expectantly. To be able to grasp even one at random is just amazing. Yes, it's simply unbelievable. We're invincible. We're invincible. The crowd looked at the deity with gratitude. Such important news had been told to them. Lin Ye was also slightly surprised that such news had been told. The deity is truly selfless. How much you get depends on your abilities, the god said. Okay. Everyone nodded in response. Then let's talk about the second matter, the god continued, which is to investigate the cause of the Space King's death. The deity was enraged and filled with murderous intent. Okay. Everyone nodded solemnly. After all, the Space King died while exploring this place. This must be investigated. Lin Ye watched quietly. Night God! Suddenly, the God Lord locked onto Lin Ye's location, looked at Lin Ye earnestly, and spoke. Lin Ye frowned. Had they been discovered? I looked at it cautiously. You have also mastered space technology. The God Lord stared at Lin Ye, his expression unchanged. Obviously, nothing was found. Lin Ye breathed a sigh of relief. After this incident, the task of exploring the divine realm will be entrusted to you. As the deity spoke, a ball of light appeared in his hand, and he said, You didn't have a domain last time. This is a special case, and we need to ensure your safety. I have to give it to you in advance. The deity tossed the ball of light to Lin Ye. The ball of light appeared in front of Lin Ye. Everyone watched in complete silence. The Space King was dead. From now on, they could only rely on Lin Ye. Lin Ye's combat power of only 460,000 appears to be too weak. We must be strong in order to be free from threats. No one objected. Lin Ye looked at it. It seemed like he meant well, but in reality, he wasn't kind at all. But since things have come to this, we have no choice but to accept it. Thank you, God! Lin Ye reached out and touched the ball of light, which was then absorbed. You have obtained the king-level Azure domain, under control. The system displays. Do you deny Christ? Lin Ye looked and, sure enough, it's impossible to absorb it. Looking at the deity, he said, I need to recognize the deity and perform the necessary procedures on my way there. I can't afford to waste time. Okay. Upon hearing this, the God Lord nodded, agreeing with Lin Ye's words. Looking around at everyone, he said, The coordinates have been sent to all of you. Everyone, head there immediately and use your unique abilities. How much you get depends on your abilities, the god continued. After saying that, he disappeared on the spot. Okay. The crowd nodded, exchanging glances, their expressions filled with a sense of unease. Boom, boom, boom. Once again, each displayed their unique abilities, each impacting the coordinates. Lin Ye, not wanting to attract attention, followed the others. On the endless, vast land, sometimes shrouded in darkness, lies the territory of the Zerg. The place of light is the domain of the kings of the Pantheon. In the sky, the main force charged forward, rushing towards their target. The sonic booms continued to ring out, and on the ground countless races fled in panic. They hid. No one paid any attention and continued running. Time passed slowly. Passing through fragmented spaces, where spaces overlap and light and shadow rage, is quite fantastical. Lin Ye looked at it. The fragmented spatial layers were truly unexpected. They moved silently and stealthily. In a dark subspace, a bizarre and fantastical continent appeared. It shone with endless, dazzling light, and was beautiful to the extreme. So beautiful! People were astonished by what they saw and stared in disbelief. Lin Ye licked his lips. Sure enough, it was the location of the Holy Temple. He had seen it in the 10,000-mile tracking. Boom! While others were still in surprise, some were already impatient. It unleashed a frenzied burst of power and surged forward. Go! Everyone was horrified and rushed away. It was like rain. Lin Ye charged forward, amidst the main force. The light and shadow passing through the continent's surface reveal a broken landscape. Even under the light, the endless ruins still appear so sacred. Where is the treasure? Where are the fragments? People searched around, and incidentally disappeared in different places. Lin Ye looked up and wondered, is there really a treasure? Let's begin the exploration. Buzz! A buzzing sound came from my ears. Yes. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow and strode over, only to see a crystalline fragment on the ground. It feels incredibly warm and smooth in your hand. A fragment of the Holy Land. The system display confirmed it. My exploration covered 10 kilometers, and there was only one, which was so insignificant. Lin Ye pondered. Would there be even more in the so-called Holy Temple? Lin Ye's eyes flickered. He already knew the coordinates of the Holy Temple. With a flick of his eyes, he vanished from the spot in an instant. Lin Ye quickly opened his eyes, and hundreds of fragments appeared before him. Chapter 297 Moving the Temple. Chapter 297. The enormous palace had pillars that seemed to support the sky. Lin Ye appeared there, standing in the palace. Looking at the enormous palace, he felt it was incredibly solemn and magnificent. Endless light. The building exudes the same aura as the bricks that Shibuya gave it back then. Shibuya solved the problem of the Holy Domain technology with just one brick, but there's a building here. So many! Lin Ye smiled faintly. There were so many pieces of debris on the ground. Indeed, this place is a real treasure. With a wave of his arm, Lin Ye collected all the countless fragments. You have obtained 107 sanctuary fragments. Start synthesis? A reminder rang in my ears. Synthesize! Lin Ye replied without hesitation. Notification: merge successful, 15 complete sacred realm crystal cores. 15 crystal clear, round stones appeared in my hand. Lin Ye looked at them, and each one exuded a terrifying aura. Note: sanctuary cores have appeared. You can use these cores to upgrade your troops. Lin Ye nodded, exactly as the God Lord had said. Send? Teleport! Lin Ye responded, and all the crystal cores disappeared, returning to the territory. Equip crystal cores. Lin Ye wrote in the Lord's interface, and Mei Yingzi's reply immediately appeared. Okay. Lin Ye looked at it and smiled with satisfaction. 15 crystal cores are enough for me right now. But the more the better. Looking around the entire hall, could we simply move the temple that allows us to comprehend the holy domain back to us? Lin Ye instinctively moved, preparing to take action. Night God! Just then, a voice suddenly rang in Lin Ye's ear. Lin Ye glanced sideways at the source of the sound. 3 powerful men charged in like lightning. Then look at the 2 fragments in Lin Ye's hand. The leader of the group roared. Hand over the fragments. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave here alive today, the man said. Question mark. Lin Ye stared at the man and smiled faintly. The system displays 580,000. The man was none other than King Guishan, one of the kings he had met in the Pantheon. Guishan people. He looked at the 2 fragments in his hand. They were already locked in a life-or-death struggle, but what if he had seen the shards scattered all over the ground just now? Are you going crazy? He looked at King Guishan provocatively. What if I say I won't give it to him? Then you'll be nothing but a corpse today. King Guishan's eyes were sharp, filled with murderous intent. He suddenly stopped, and a long sword appeared in his hand, followed by endless cyan green light and shadow. With a sudden swing, the long sword fell. It condensed into a massive green blade, which fell with earth-shattering force. The temple swayed as if it were about to cleave the entire world apart. So strong! Lin Ye exclaimed. The same 580,000, but before King Triumph was careless and didn't show his full strength at all. King Guishan is now going all out and displaying his full strength. Lin Ye stared intently at the approaching blade, his gaze hardening. Unfortunately, they're no match for me now. Boom! With a wave of his arm, his aura surged, carrying a power that could shake mountains and rivers, and he charged forward. Bang! The terrifying blade shattered instantly. Boom! The impact explosion rang out, startling the entire temple building. Pfft! King Guishan was directly hit by the powerful attack and coughed up blood. How is this possible? How could you be so strong? King Guishan looked at Lin Ye in disbelief. Endure the pain and persevere. Humph! Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. You didn't expect there to be so much more to come. As he spoke, he moved his arm, and a surge of power reappeared beside King Guishan. He grabbed Guishan Wang, pulled him close, and choked him. How is this possible? King Guishan felt suffocated and in pain, and tried to struggle, but could not break free. Staring wide-eyed at Lin Ye, he stammered. You've surpassed 480,000. They wanted to scream, but were unable to. They suffocated to death little by little. Lin Ye threw it on the ground. Everything seems to take a long time, but it's actually just a moment. How is that possible? King Guishan is dead. The 2 men who had come with King Guishan were extremely surprised when they saw what was happening. He stared at Lin Ye for a long time, but saw killing intent in Lin Ye's eyes. Yagami wanted to kill the 2 of them. Run? They both had the same idea, but would running away be of any use? It's no use. Night God can kill King Kamayama, but once he's captured, that person might die. Most importantly, in order to survive, the 2 will inevitably resort to dirty tricks against each other. In the end, both of them might be killed by Yagami. Neither of them dared to gamble. We killed him together. After thinking it over, one of the thin men spoke up. Yes, another tall man said. As soon as they finished speaking, the two looked at Lin Ye at the same time, their killing intent palpable, and one of them produced a lightsaber. A magic wand appears in someone's hand. At the same time, he moved, intending to attack and kill Lin Ye. Combat power 480,000, combat power 480,000. Lin Ye looked at it and laughed. Trash! After saying that, he glanced at her and waved casually. Boom! A ribbon-like surge of light appeared, moving with lightning speed. It swept past the two people, who were cut in half at the waist before they could make any move. The two men stood frozen, coughing up blood, their upper and lower bodies gradually separating as they stared at Lin Ye in disbelief. How could you? Before they could finish speaking, the two collapsed and died. Rubbish! Lin Ye looked at them, made a couple of comments, stared at the three corpses, and noticed fragments on each one. With a flick of his arm, 3 fragments appeared in his hand. Only found this much, Lin Ye complained, then glared at the 3 he had found earlier and the one he had found at the beginning. Should we synthesize it? Synthesize, Lin Ye responded. Synthesis successful, sacred core. Teleport? Teleport, Lin Ye continued, and the crystal core disappeared. Lin Ye looked at it with satisfaction and smiled, then his gaze fell on the huge temple. Can I take it with me? He muttered to himself. With a quick step, I walked out of the temple and arrived at its edge, feeling the immense grandeur of the temple. Grab it, and lift it up suddenly. Boom! The temple trembled slightly. It can move! Lin Ye raised an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised, and immediately carried it back to his territory. But I don't think I can do it alone, Lin Ye observed. This temple has the power of a god. As he spoke, Lin Ye sensed the movement. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The 4 shadows condensed and gradually took shape. The owner of the building. Ouch. Nini. It was Black Magic, Blood Orc, Little Earth Dragon, and Nini. The 4 of you move the building back to your territory, Lin Ye said. What an amazing building. Upon hearing this, the 4 black demons turned their heads to look at the building. After a sigh, he gazed at Lin Ye and said, Okay, no problem. After saying that, they walked to the 4 corners, ready to take action. Lin Ye watched quietly, waiting. Boom! Before the building could even rise, the sound of several people rushing forward suddenly rang out in the distance. Night God, you're really something. You discovered such a great thing. A mocking tone accompanied the sound. Lin Ye glanced sideways as Yukong Wang appeared. Chapter 298 The Appearance of Zhao Shibao. Chapter 298. King Yukong coldly lowered his gaze and looked at Lin Ye. This building is quite magical. It's difficult to find in such a vast land. But you discovered it, King Yukong said meaningfully. Lin Ye looked at Yukong Wang's condition and smiled faintly. King Yukong had been patient and reserved, but now he had finally revealed his true colors. What do you want? He asked jokingly. Of course I'll kill you, King Yukong declared firmly, sensing the 5 people following behind him. The 5 men stepped forward, their sharp, sword-like gazes locking onto Lin Ye, just as cheetahs had locked onto their prey. Lin Ye recognized all 5 of them. They were people he had met at the Pantheon. His gaze swept over the crowd, all of them possessing a combat power of 580,000. Boom! As Lin Ye observed, one of them took the lead, unleashing unprecedented speed and transforming into a sharp beam of light. He charged at Lin Ye, a ferocious smile on his face. Kid, there are some things you shouldn't touch. You deserve to die. Remember, the one who killed you was called the Fire and Earth King. As soon as he finished speaking, he appeared in front of Lin Ye instantly, his eyes filled with boundless excitement. It was as if killing Lin Ye would gain some kind of approval. Lin Ye lowered his eyes, a hint of doubt appearing on his face. The Fire and Earth King found it very strange. Although the battle was clearly at 580,000, it seemed as if he was trying to curry favor with the Sky King and the others. Go to hell! Seeing the Fire and Earth King's excitement, a long spear appeared in his hand, intending to slash horizontally. He was brimming with confidence, as if Lin Ye was already dead in his eyes. The others, including Yukong Wang, watched with amusement. Just then, a dark figure appeared between the two. Immediately afterwards, a sharp, black blade, as cold as a glint of light, slashed through the air. With a scream, the Fire and Earth King was blasted away like a missile. The impact struck the wall of the main hall with a loud boom. The hall shook violently, swaying as if it were about to collapse. He stopped breathing immediately, stared in disbelief at what lay ahead, and slid to the ground. How is that possible? One strike, one kill. The Fire and Earth King has a combat power of 580,000. King Yukong's mouth gaped open for a long time before he gasped in surprise. Master, are you alright? What appeared were the blood orcs. The bloodthirsty orc glanced at Lin Ye and respectfully inquired. It's alright. Lin Ye looked at the bloodthirsty orc and nodded. Was it you who made the move? At the same time, Yukong Wang and the others realized what was happening. His eyes trembled as he stared at the bloodthirsty orc. 590,000 combat power. I overheard their conversation. A chill ran down his spine, and Sabaraya stared wide-eyed at Lin Ye. He's your subordinate. Yes. Lin Ye smiled and nodded in agreement. 590,000 people, and they're actually your subordinates. King Yukong's voice trembled, clearly incredulous. My legs trembled slightly. I was a little flustered. However, his expression changed instantly, his eyes flashing with a sharp edge. I never imagined you were hiding such depth. But just because you hid it, does that mean I didn't? King Yukong curled his lip and sneered. Kill him for me. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the four people behind King Yukong changed their auras and instantly surged around. It is incredibly intense, giving people a sense of oppressive tension, like a burst of flames. 590,000 combat power. The system's numbers were jumping wildly, alerting Lin Ye. 590,000! Lin Ye exclaimed upon seeing this, realizing that there were indeed people in the pantheon with 590,000. Instead, it's being hidden. But what are King Yukong and his group hiding? Why are they doing this? As long as they're not as strong as the God Lord, it'll be fine. Kill! Their auras quickly stabilized, and in an instant, the four of them exuded a powerful aura, like surging waves. The pressure on the bloodthirsty orcs was quickly suppressed. The bloodthirsty orc looked on, his heart sank, and his expression turned cold. The long sword was held horizontally in front of him, exuding a chilling aura of killing intent, like a snow-covered pine tree. Not only were they not afraid, they were even filled with fighting spirit. The four people were getting closer and closer. Kill! The bloodthirsty orc suddenly moved, transforming into a streak of bloody light to directly meet the attack. Like a laser beam about to pierce through mountains and rivers. You're asking for death, King Yukong thought. For against one, the four of us are bound to win. Similarly, the four of them looked on with disdain. Boom! Suddenly, 3 sounds of air being torn apart rang out. 3 beams of light, each carrying a sharp aura, rushed in from 3 directions. 4 people have been identified. Yukong Wang and the others were attracted. Upon closer inspection. 590,000. How did so many people, 590,000, suddenly appear? That's right, we're the only ones in the entire pantheon with 590,000. We killed all those who had the potential to break through. Oh no, they're in cahoots with Yagami. They want to kill us. The 4 were startled. Upon seeing their target, they tensed up, filled with astonishment. Boom! The 2 sides collided instantly, and a fierce battle broke out. However, either side could do anything about the other, and they ended up in a standoff. How is this possible? King Yukong saw everything. His eyes were wide open, staring at the situation as if he had seen a ghost. He glanced at Lin Ye cautiously. Are all three of them your subordinates? Yes. Lin Ye lowered his eyes and nodded with a mocking smile. Ha ha! King Yuekong's laughter rang out. The voice was 3 parts mournful and 7 parts incredulous. Looking at Lin Ye, he said, "The Pantheon has existed for thousands of years, and there has never been a figure with 590,000 people before. I have been very careful and have spent a lot of time and effort to achieve my current combat power of 590,000. How long have you been here? 1 day? 2 days?" King Yukong's legs were bent, and he was unsteady on his feet. He looked at Lin Ye with a bitter expression. "And you came here and already have so many people, 590,000. Yukong Wang said, his face flushed red, his teeth clenched in anger, his facial features extremely cold and stern. Staring at Lin Ye, he said, "I originally wanted to devour you, but I didn't have the chance. Now, go to hell. I'm going to kill you!" King Yuekong roared hysterically. Boom! With a sudden movement of his feet, his body leaned forward, like a fierce tiger pouncing on its prey. It hurtled toward Lin Ye at an almost imperceptible speed. The number 590,000 combat power was displayed in front of Lin Ye. Lin Ye looked at it, his eyes narrowed, and he fell into deep thought. What did he just say? He devoured me? So his method is to devour people to gain combat power? The Heavenly Soul King had previously warned him to be careful of the God Lord, and it seems he was referring to something similar. Therefore, the way the God Lord increases his combat power is by devouring, and so does the Sky King. Just as King Yuekong was about to approach like a raging beast, Lin Ye chuckled and prepared to make his move. Bang! Suddenly a dark shadow appeared from the side and crashed into the incoming Sky King. King Yukong was instantly sent flying, crashing into the wall beside him, writhing in excruciating pain. Lin Ye was pleasantly surprised. Who was it? Upon closer inspection, it was just a cloud of black smoke. Is it the monster from the Pantheon? Lin Ye was puzzled. The people of the Pantheon were simply incomprehensible. You kill me, I kill you, he kills him. It's complicated. It's you! King Yukong was knocked away, but quickly adjusted his posture and stood firm. I glanced to the side abruptly. With fist clenched and chest pressed against his chest, boundless rage surged forth as he gritted his teeth and roared. Zhao Shibua! Chapter 299 The True Form of the Sky King. Chapter 299. Lin Ye frowned upon hearing this. Zhao Shibao? Shouldn't he have killed me? Why did he help me? Looking closer, is that Zhao Shibao? As the black mountain gradually dispersed, Zhao Shibao stood upright, as immovable as a pine tree, his sharp, frost-like eyes fixed on Yukong Wang. It really is Zhao Shibao. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. The system, 590,000 combat power, appeared before my eyes. He also has a combat power of 590,000. Does he also use the devouring technique? Lin Ye crossed his arms in front of his chest, ready to see what was going on. You have ruined my plans time and time again. King Yuekong narrowed his eyes, his boundless killing intent surging. Locking onto Lin Ye, he thought. I've lured Lin Ye into the abyss, finally trapped him, and am now preparing to devour him. Yet you intercepted me. King Yukong's fingernails dug into his flesh, his shoulders trembled slightly, and he was filled with indignation. The abyss? Lin Ye lowered his eyes. Was Yukong Wang trying to harm him, but Zhao Shibao intercepted him? You're a piece of trash too, Lin Ye thought to himself, and Yukong Wang suddenly turned his head to the side. He roared indignantly. I've already transferred your mark to him. You didn't even try to kill him, but instead went to kill the King of Triumph. Trash. King Yuekong's face turned ashen. Lin Ye remained silent. King Yuekong, what a clever trick! You actually managed to transfer my teleportation mark. He glanced sideways at Zhao Shibao. Why did you help me? You're a player! Zhao Shibao pondered for a moment before replying. And a human too! Zhao Shibao's face was resolute, and there was hatred in his eyes. Although you killed my child, you are still one of our human race. That kid brought this on himself, there's nothing more to say, Zhao Shibao said dejectedly. Lin Ye remained silent, surprised that Zhao Shibao had such a broad perspective. You two vermin. Seeing the conversation end, King Yukong gritted his teeth and trembled uncontrollably. He gritted his teeth and said, I've said my piece. Now you can die. Let's start with you, Zhao Shibao. King Yukong stared at Zhao Shibao. You possess a treasure of the human race, which has increased to 590,000. But I still have a way to kill you. King Yukong's eyes were bloodshot, like an angry brown bear. Suddenly his aura changed, turning blood red. 591,000. It has surpassed 590,000. With a buzz, it disappeared from the spot and instantly appeared in front of Zhao Shibao. Zhao Shibao stared at the scene in disbelief, his face pale and his eyes trembling with fear. We're doomed. But he still suppressed his fear and glanced at Lin Ye. He has devoured another person, breaking through 590,000. Get out of here quickly, I'll stop him. Intercept? Can you even intercept it? King Yukong went mad, his eyes completely turning bloodshot, looking like a lunatic. A long spear appeared in his hand, and he locked onto King Yukong, ready to kill him. 591,000? Lin Ye looked at the situation with some surprise. Obtained by devouring humans? Does one person gain 1,000? Seeing Zhao Shibao get into trouble? With a flick of his eyes, he unleashed a combat power of 591,000. A magic wand appeared in his hand, and with a gentle wave, a burst of snow-white power surged forth. Bang! The speed was extremely fast, and it instantly struck the long sword that was about to fall from the Sky King. The surging force was like a truck crash, sending the King of the Skies flying. Zhao Shibao had thought he was going to die, and the sudden change surprised him greatly. Watching Yukong being knocked away, he hovered in the distance, bent over, his eyes bloodshot, locking onto Lin Ye like a vicious vulture. You also have a combat power of 591,000? King Yukong gritted his teeth and looked at Lin Ye. What? Zhao Shibao turned his head and stared at Lin Ye, his eyes wide with disbelief. So what if it is? Lin Ye raised an eyebrow and looked at Yukong with a sneer. I have 590,000 men under my command. If I want to rule them, I will naturally be stronger than them. King Yukong was so angry that he jumped up and down, his chest heaving, suppressing endless rage. If I had known, I should have killed you at all costs back then. King Yukong was indignant, looking at Lin Ye and Zhao Shibao while the others were trapped. The two of them teaming up will get them into trouble. I haven't even achieved anything in my career yet, am I really going to die here? Night God, you forced me to do this. King Yukong's throat was dry, and his voice was hoarse as he refused to admit defeat. A hoarse, furious roar. Ah! The sound was shrill, like a blade. Boom! His aura suddenly exploded from within, and the chaotic power within him became incredibly terrifying. It felt like Mount Tai was pressing down on me, oppressing me from above. The body of the Sky King also changed drastically, with tentacles bursting through his skin, emitting a foul stench and horrifying odor. In the end, its skin completely shattered, transforming into a jellyfish-like creature with countless tentacles. It was pitch black. It seemed to come from the depths of hell. 592,000, the system panel appears. Lin Ye looked on and thought, he's broken through again? What the hell? How disgusting! How powerful! Zhao Shibao frowned as he looked at it, not out of fear, but out of disgust. Involuntarily, I stepped back. What is that? So powerful! But the aura is so strange. What a terrifying thing! The bloodshed of the battle ceased among the orcs, who came from different races but were all disgusted by each other from the bottom of their hearts. Lin Ye squinted and touched his chin. It wasn't any race I knew, but it felt so familiar. Suddenly, Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. There seems to be a record in the miscellaneous books of monsters with tentacles, but no name. Could this be the Cthulhu the Weaver spoke of? You! Jellyfish sensed the state of everyone. He had no expression, but one could still feel his panic and resentment in his words. Especially the 4 people he brought with him. The jellyfish spoke coldly, as if it had been quenched in ice. You lot, I've given you a way to improve, to help you improve. Yet you still despise me! The jellyfish cried out indignantly, her voice filled with murderous intent. The 4 dared not speak and subconsciously kept backing away. Humph! The jellyfish snorted coldly and locked its aura onto Lin Ye. It's all your fault, otherwise I wouldn't have needed to reveal my true form. The jellyfish's voice rang out, filled with intense killing intent. Continue, he said. By revealing my true form once, all the power I previously absorbed has been wasted. It's all your fault, the jellyfish said angrily and resentfully. It's all your fault. I'm going to kill you, the jellyfish roared. Endless tentacles surged towards Lin Ye like undulating seaweed. It was a dense, terrifying mass, with each tentacle resembling the arm of a vengeful demon. It's as if touching it would plunge you into a deep hell, where you'd never see the light of day again. I'll do it! Zhao Shibao appeared in front of Lin Ye instantly, ready to die for his cause. You should leave now! Zhao Shibao stared at Lin Ye. Don't rush! Everyone's going to die! The jellyfish smiled smugly. No one will leave here alive today! His words were icy, sending a chill down everyone's spine. The tentacles attacked Zhao Shibao. Zhao Shibao closed his eyes. 592,000, he couldn't beat them. Boom! However, a violent explosion rang in my ears. Ah! Immediately following, a shrill scream continued. How is this possible? How could you be so powerful? The jellyfish's voice rang out in fear, trembling, and mournful. What's wrong? Zhao Shibao asked in surprise, slowly opening his eyes. Upon closer inspection, I was instantly stunned by what I saw and froze. Chapter 300 Temple of Wisdom. Chapter 300. Lin Ye's aura exploded, so powerful it was terrifying. The combat power of 599,000 was like a striking crimson light, shining brightly before us. 599,000! That's practically godlike! Zhao Shibao exclaimed, speechless. He stood rooted to the spot like a log, unable to move for a long time. Lin Ye simply waved his hand, and the condensed light, like a sharp blade, sliced through the jellyfish, cutting it in two. The jellyfish died instantly, unwilling to accept its fate. Dead? He died just like that. It's unbelievable, he's actually dead. The 4 people who came with King Yukong stared in astonishment, as if they were wooden sculptures. Brush! Lin Ye stood still, listening to the voices of the group, his eyes narrowing. With another flick of his arm, light and shadow appeared, condensing into a giant blade. 4 people were attacked. With a combat strength of 580,000, they were simply no match for Lin Ye's attack. A flash of light and shadow, and the 4 were sliced apart, dying instantly. They fell to the ground unwillingly, unable to get up. Instantly, the scene fell completely silent. Zhao Shibao remained silent for a long time before he realized what was happening. His forehead was already covered in sweat. Wiping away his sweat, he looked at Lin Ye and stammered. You actually have 599,000 combat power. Yes, Lin Ye replied simply. Zhao Shibao took shallow breaths to calm his inner excitement. Boom! Just then, a violent aura suddenly shook the heavens and earth. The aura suppressed the air, creating a sonic boom that resounded throughout the heavens and earth, impacting the temple. So oppressive! This power is invincible! How can there be such power? So strong! The 4 little earth dragons endured the oppressive aura, extremely anxious. Lin Ye also sensed the situation, and his eyes narrowed. Who released that aura? It actually surpasses mine? This is bad! Zhao Shibao felt extremely distressed. His face turned ashen. It belongs to the god. Isn't he searching for the god realm? Why is he looking for Saint Realm-level technology? Zhao Shibao was incredulous. He could sense that the aura was now exceptionally angry and filled with murderous intent. With such intense killing intent, what exactly does he want to do? Zhao Shibao frowned. While confused, they desperately resisted the pressure. Lin Ye was also sensing the intense killing intent, wondering why it was so strong. His target was the Black Mountain Domain, which was a divine domain. He actually abandoned the Black Mountain Domain, a divine realm, and came here. Previously, Tiahan said that the God Lord would devour others. The Sky King from before can also devour others. Are they both monsters? He had killed King Yuekong, a fellow being of the God Lord, and now the king was coming to cause him trouble. Damn! Lin Ye's eyes flickered. The God Lord had clearly surpassed 599,000. I am no match for them. He's here to kill me. Lin Ye looked at Zhao Shibao. He and Yukong Wang are the same kind of people. The same kind? Zhao Shibao exclaimed in surprise, then instantly understood. No wonder there are rumors that the God Lord will devour all the kings. The same tactics were employed by the King of the Skies. The two must be of the same kind, otherwise why would he target this place after King Yuekong died? It is certain that people of the same kind will help each other. Lin Ye is also a human, and so am I, but unfortunately I can't help Lin Ye. Anxious. What are you going to do now? I'm leaving here, Lin Ye said. Since you didn't kill Yukong Wang, he won't harm you. Okay. King Yuekong nodded. Quickly grab the four corners of the temple. Lin Ye looked at the little earth dragon, preparing to try and teleport back immediately upon grabbing it. Okay. The four little earth dragons nodded and moved quickly, instantly arriving at the four corners and grabbing them. Lin Ye looked at it and sensed the movement. Buzz! A light instantly enveloped the four of them. The buzzing continued. Clearly, carrying the temple made teleportation very difficult. It's possible, but it'll be a bit difficult. Lin Ye watched, then rushed into the temple, using his teleportation ability to boost the temple's teleportation power. Looking at the vast hall, Lin Ye took a deep breath. There was an aura of enlightenment within the temple. It was time to begin. The God Lord will definitely not let this go so easily. What I need to do now is to increase my combat power as much as possible. Comprehend the entire holy domain as soon as possible, then move to the Black Mountain domain, and finally upgrade to godhood. A battle against the god. Having ascertained the situation, Lin Ye acted decisively and immediately. He sat cross-legged on the ground and began to comprehend it. As he began to comprehend, the strange aura of the temple impacted Lin Ye, enveloping him. Lin Ye felt his mind clear, and many elemental things appeared in his mind. It is similar to the sacred light technology and sacred space technology inside the body. Lin Ye gradually became immersed in it. You have mastered the dark technology of the sanctuary. Advance all your dark-type units to the sanctuary level. You have mastered the technology of the sacred realm. Advance all your earth-type units to the sanctuary level. Comprehend the sacred realm's wind energy technology. Advance all your wind-type units to the saintly level. Time passed slowly, and reminders appeared one after another in Lin Ye's ears. Outside the temple. Are they planning to teleport the entire building away? Zhao Shibao stared at the radiant temple and the four little earth dragons, his mouth agape for a long time. Who else but Lin Ye could pull off such a grand gesture? As the four figures in the temple became increasingly blurry, he knew it was time to leave. But he couldn't be happy at this moment. Boom, boom, boom. Because the sonic booms in the sky are becoming more frequent and intense. He knew that God was coming. If Lin Ye cannot leave before the arrival of the god, then something bad will definitely happen to him. He was anxious and paced back and forth. Lin Ye could instantly kill Yukong Wang, so if he tried to stop the God Lord, he would have been instantly killed as well, and it wouldn't have made any difference. So, what do we do now? Feeling frustrated, I wondered why I was so worthless. All I could do was silently pray that Lin Ye would leave soon. Inside the temple. Lin Ye was overjoyed to hear the continuous reminders. With a sharp look in his eyes, he said, "Continue! We'll get the technology of the 7 sacred domains sorted out today." Lin Ye continued, "You have mastered the sacred domain's water-based technology. You have mastered the sacred lightning technology." A moment later, 2 more notifications for sacred domain technologies appeared. "All successful!" Lin Ye exclaimed in surprise, truly not expecting it to be so fast. With a shrug, he realized he had achieved his desired result, and the temple was no longer of much use to him. The sensation transmission is not yet complete. Destroy the temple and leave? A thought popped into Lin Ye's mind. However, just as he was about to act, the light and shadow inside the brain temple began to change constantly. The light rippled and swirled, endlessly traveling. The temple buildings were increasingly adorned with dragons and phoenixes, emitting a terrifying light and shadow. The light and shadow converged at the center, forming a ball of light. The ball of light changed and eventually compressed into a subspace. In the subspace, a small continent floats. A colossal palace appeared on the continent. Lin Ye frowned, suddenly realizing something. Temple of Wisdom. According to miscellaneous books, aren't the bronze, silver, and gold warriors the ones who guard the Temple of Wisdom? The Temple of Wisdom is a place that all gods want to go to, because once they enter, they can comprehend the rules above the sacred realm. The goddess in the Temple of Wisdom is Wisdom. The so-called temples are just branch temples set up by the goddess of Wisdom. Chapter 301 The God Lord Arrives. Chapter 301. This continent is comparable to a king-level domain. Is the goddess of Wisdom already dead? Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. Find a way to obtain this domain. Once obtained, achieving the divine realm will be no problem at all, and one can then advance to the divine rank. It is estimated that it can also deal with the so-called gods. Therefore, it cannot be destroyed. Lin Ye looked on, sensing that the temple's teleportation was nearing its end, and smiled with satisfaction. They rushed into the subspace. Buzz! As soon as Lin Ye left, the temple's teleportation was activated. Lin Ye felt this and smiled faintly. Boom! Outside, the temple shone brightly, and the teleportation was activated. Beautiful! Zhao Shibao looked at it, smiled happily, clenched his hands, and almost jumped up. Lin Ye left, and the God Lord could do nothing about him. Trying to run away! Just then, an angry voice suddenly rang in my ears. Buzz! A spatial slicing appeared, impacting the light and shadow that was about to disappear. Boom! It directly tore through space, interrupting the teleportation. How is that possible? Zhao Shibao was tense, watching helplessly as the teleportation started and then stopped. His eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he gritted his teeth. Sacred domain space technology. Turning my head to look in the direction of the attack, I saw a man standing imposingly, holding a horizontal sword and wearing all black armor. God! Zhao Shibao exclaimed in fear, his eyes filled with panic. I'll deal with you later. The God Lord glanced at Zhao Shibao with icy coldness, causing Zhao Shibao to break out in a cold sweat. The deity looked towards the temple and said, Still trying to run? Trying to run with the stuff. You're asking for death. Night God! The God Lord gritted his teeth and walked toward the temple. The Blood Orc, the Little Earth Dragon, the Black Demon, and Nini were filled with indignation as they watched the teleportation fail. Upon hearing Zhao Shibao's words, they looked up and locked onto the approaching deity. A powerful aura was revealed, causing the four to tense up and feel a chill run down their spines. Very strong. Be careful on defense. The Dark Mage and the Blood Orc gripped their weapons tightly. Insectoids, dragons, and 2 other rare races. The God Lord chuckled upon seeing this. Feel the presence of the 4 people. 590,000. I underestimated Night God. He actually has so many subordinates with the combat power of 590,000. As he spoke, the God Lord curled his lips and stared at the temple, where Lin Ye's presence could be felt. Is the God of Night inside? The God Lord asked with a broad smile. He can command 4 figures, each with a strength of 590,000. The deity muttered to himself. And he can also kill King Yuekong. He must be at the peak of the king level. Swallowing a peak king level being should taste delicious, right? The God Lord took a deep breath. His face was full of greed. Perhaps it can bring me a significant boost in combat power. As he spoke, he walked over excitedly, as if he had seen a delicious meal. Something bad is about to happen, Zhao Shibao said anxiously. How dare you! The black demon and the blood orcs were furious upon hearing this. They exchanged a glance without prior arrangement. Boom! At the same time, it transformed into 2 beams of light and rushed out, carrying a powerful force, just like a missile. As soon as they got close, they instantly swung their weapons. The heavy, phantom-like spiked club, accompanied by a sharp blade and boundless killing intent, crashed down. A clown trying to pull off a scene. The God Lord watched the two approach. The speed of 590,000 is fast, but in his eyes it is slower than a snail. The attack of 590,000 was sharp, but it was no match for him. With a wave of his arm, his aura expanded, surging outwards like a whirlwind. The black demon and the blood orcs, despite their immense power, were still mercilessly tossed aside like blades of grass in the wind. He fell to the ground with a painful scream, spitting blood, and was on the verge of death. You two are also my prey. The god glanced at the black demon and the bloodthirsty orc. But you can only be considered desserts, the god continued, while my main course is the god of night. As he spoke, he continued walking. You! Upon hearing this, the two felt bitter and were unable to move. So powerful! Zhao Shibao stared blankly. He had thought that the God Lord was powerful, but he had never imagined that he was this powerful. Nini! Nini was extremely panicked as she watched the God Lord getting closer and closer. But it still had to be stopped, as he and Lin Ye could sense each other's presence. He could sense that his master was doing something important. With a sudden movement, it continuously spawned insectids, which swept across the sky and rushed towards the God Lord. A vermin. The god looked at Nini and smiled coldly. I've never seen such a clever vermin. I've never eaten bedbugs before, but I'll swallow them later. The deity grinned, and with a gentle wave of his arm, a powerful force surged forth. The air was thick with the smell of breath. Crack, crack, crack. In an instant, the Zerg were blown away, and Nini was among them. They fell to the ground, helpless and injured, unable to move. Nini! Nini kept making sounds of pain. This? Zhao Shibao watched everything unfold and was completely bewildered. The Zerg, the terrifying Zerg, 590,000 Zerg, were also powerless. Could something have really happened to them too? Are you coming too? At the same time, the god's mocking voice rang out. The deity looked at the fearful and cautious little earth dragon and smiled greedily. I have never eaten insects, much less dragons, the god said jokingly. Dragons, a proud race in legend. Even 10,000 years ago, our people rarely had the chance to eat it. There's nothing we can do, the dragons are just too strong. It's a pity that it's become rare and desolate, but I never expected to encounter it again. The God Lord stared at the little earth dragon with a broad smile. After I finish eating the night god, the main course, I'll come and eat you. Upon hearing this, the little earth dragon felt a chill run down its spine. Hee hee! The God Lord was very satisfied with the little earth dragon's condition and gave a cold laugh. He swaggered toward the temple, only to find the little earth dragon standing at the entrance with a furrowed brow, looking like he was holding off 1,000 men. You actually want to stop me? The God Lord stared at the little earth dragon and said, I've heard that dragon meat is delicious. I originally thought that reducing your fear would affect the quality of the meat. But you insist on doing it this way. The God Lord smiled coldly. Then I'll just have to make you suffer a bit. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his arm, unleashing an endless aura that crashed towards the little earth dragon like a typhoon. The little earth dragon saw that it was the only one left as its defensive line. Like Nini, I am a believer in God. The master's aura was previously in the main hall, but it has now disappeared, and he is clearly in a space similar to the previous weavers. There will definitely be great gains. We must not let this deity disturb us. So, as you know, our dragon race is very strong. The little earth dragon locked onto the god. He pondered for a moment and said, "Although it has fallen on hard times, it is still not something you can touch." "Oh?" The god raised an eyebrow and said disdainfully, "Is that so? I'd like to see how you prevent me from touching it." "Then you'll have to watch closely." The little earth dragon suddenly moved as it watched the incoming attack. It let out an unprecedented dragon roar towards the sky. "Oh!" The sound was deafening, shaking the space, and a magical power exploded in the air, forming a six-pointed star magic circle. "Dragon language magic?" The god lord frowned upon seeing this. "No, even dragon language magic can't harm me." "No!" The god lord, who was confident, suddenly changed his expression. Within the six-pointed star formation, a gigantic green dragon head appeared, covered in fangs, terrifying beyond compare. Chapter 302 The Green Dragon Emerges. As the senses descend, the green dragon frowns, sensing the atmosphere of the environment. It's actually in the territory of the gods. With a single glance, his dragon-like might radiated outwards, revealing no trace of concealment, a terrifying and earth-shattering force. A world of oppression. The power of 604,000 naturally shines. "Who dares to insult my dragon race?" the green dragon declared majestically. "Is this the power of a god?" Zhao Shibao stared at the appearance of the green dragon, its astonishing and insurmountable numbers causing his eyes to tremble in shock. "It's you!" The god lord locked onto the green dragon and frowned. Gone was the previous leisurely and carefree mood. Now, a chilling murderous intent lurked within him. "That stinky lizard on my turf." 599,000. With the innate advantages of the dragon race, the combat power was increased by 5,000, and we witnessed the majesty of the gods. Unfortunately, he is still a false god, possessing only fighting power but lacking any divine majesty. The god stared at the green dragon and spoke disdainfully. "The god lord of the pantheon?" The green dragon squinted, observing the god lord. Hearing his disdainful words and cold remarks, he said, "Just a monster of endless darkness. Eat up the achievements of others. They've used their racial advantage to break through the fighting power of gods. It's all just a bluff. I don't have the majesty of God, so what about you?" "Really?" the green dragon said coldly. "At least we dragons aren't monsters." The green dragon made no attempt to hide its true nature, and directly engaged the god in battle. Very well, very well. The god lord's killing intent was palpable, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at the green dragon. Seeing the situation, the little earth dragon realized that summoning the green dragon was the right thing to do. At least the green dragon and the god lord have the ability to fight against each other. He looked at the green dragon and said, "Senior, stop him for me. I'm going to save my companions." "Master is still in the temple. We need to wait for him," the little earth dragon said. "All right." The green dragon nodded, looking at the little earth dragon with affection, then suddenly turned its head and locked onto the god. "My junior, let me deal with you." "Go to hell." The green dragon's eyes flickered, and it roared at the sky. "Oh!" The dragon's language surged, forming a massive six-pointed star magic array. Endless green meteors appeared, crashing wildly towards the god. Seeing an opportunity, the little earth dragon spread its wings and quickly came to Nini's side, carrying her away. "How dare you!" The god lord glared angrily at the green dragon's attack, but the next moment, he saw Nini being taken away. "These are their own food. The key is these foods." Boom! An aura unfolded, revealing a combat power of 603,000. That's right, he's a little weaker than the green dragon. He originally planned to devour Lin Ye to improve his strength, and then devour the little earth dragon and the others. But who could have predicted the appearance of the green dragon? The only hope now is to devour Nini and the others, break through the power barrier, and defeat the green dragon. But it was actually rescued by the little earth dragon. Seeing the attack coming, the God Lord glared at him and said, "I'm only slightly inferior to you, but you can't kill me." The deity swiftly tumbled beneath his feet, instantly dodging the falling green attack. Boom, boom, boom. It charged toward the bloodthirsty orcs to the side. The little earth dragon frowned upon seeing this. Was someone trying to steal its person? Boom! The wings moved wildly, constantly pounding. Nini! Despite her serious injuries, Nini was still anxious and suddenly moved. Spider silk covered the surroundings, layer upon layer, intending to intercept the god. Buzz, buzz, buzz! But it was instantly shattered, and there was nothing that could be done. Nini! Nini was unwilling, but there was nothing she could do. After all, his strength was relatively weak. Boom, boom, boom! The little earth dragon flapped its wings rapidly, its wings like fans. He knew Nini couldn't handle it. It's all about speed. Trash! The God Lord looked at the two's actions with disdain. Trying to intercept me and outrun me? They're asking for death. Is that so? Just as it was being arrogant, the green dragon spoke. With a whoosh sound. Buzz, buzz, buzz. For dragon language, magic circles appeared around the god. A thing emitting a green glow, confusing. One releases a green beam, cutting through. A flowing green halo, imprisoning. A wave of green light bombarded the area. Each one was incredibly powerful, terrifying to the extreme. You! The God Lord looked at it indignantly, glancing sideways at the green dragon. Green lizard, must we fight? However, the green dragon completely ignored him and completed its attack in an instant. Boom, boom, boom! Explosions continued, smoke and dust billowed and shot into the sky. The entire continent is swaying. What's going on? A fight has broken out over there. Is it that intense? This is terrifying. At this moment, people in the distance also noticed the situation. People quickly turned their attention to the scene, but were shocked by the overwhelming power and dared not step forward. Ah! As the smoke and dust rose, the god's scream rang out. The little earth dragon's face lit up with joy upon seeing this. He quickly appeared beside the black demon and the blood orc, and took them both away. The two felt a great sense of relief. Finally, led by the little earth dragon, they appeared behind the green dragon. To prevent being attacked by the gods. They all knew that the god was not so easy to kill. All we can do now is wait for Lin Ye to appear, and then we can leave together. With the green dragon around, there are no problems. I'll marry you! As expected, the deity was not dead in the smoke and dust. His aura exploded, creating a hurricane that directly dispersed the smoke and dust. The deity appeared, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, clearly injured, but not seriously. Looking in the direction where the blood orcs had been, the black demon and the blood orcs had disappeared. He trembled with anger, clenched his fists, and suddenly turned to look at the green dragon. The little earth dragon was seen carrying Nini, black demon, and bloodthirsty orc, hiding behind the green dragon. Green dragon also wanted to protect the group. Green lizard, you're asking for death! The god lord roared, glaring at the green dragon with murderous intent. You should check your injuries first. You are already weaker than me, and with these injuries I can wear you down. The green dragon looked at the god with a mocking expression. Fine, 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 the deity said, feeling aggrieved and gritting his teeth. The fastest way to recover from injuries is to devour a person. Nini, black demon, blood orc, and little earth dragon were all helpless. But isn't there still someone here? Zhao Shibao. The god lord suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction Zhao Shibao had been. Zhao Shibao had already disappeared. Looking around, the person was nowhere to be seen. I can't get close to this kind of battle. I'll only be a burden to them. In the distance, Zhao Shibao had long since gone far away. He wasn't running away. He just didn't want to be a burden. I'll marry you! The god stomped his foot, and the earth churned. They ran away, they actually ran away. I built the Pantheon precisely to provide fertilizer for the gods. How dare he run away? The god's eyes were bloodshot. He locked onto the green dragon, only to see it looking at him with a mocking expression. He knew that the only two options were to either leave or fight. But in battle, I might get worn down to death by the green dragon. Damn it! The godlord gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing red. You think I'm just like that? Green lizard, you'll pay for what you've done today! The deity's face was ferocious, his skin was cracked, and tentacles appeared one after another. Gradually, it transformed into a giant octopus floating in the sky. This is a monster like King Wukong. He's a monster too. Look at his fighting strength. The little earth dragon and the others watched, instantly understanding everything. Feeling the tentacles churning all over the sky, they felt an extreme sense of terror. Gazing at the aura, accompanied by 610,000 combat power. The power of God. It surpassed the green dragon. Chapter 303 Upgrading the Divine Kingdom. You've revealed yourself? The green dragon frowned. You're actually willing to pay the price, even in your human form, to make a move? Ha ha! The octopus monster chuckled, feeling better than the jellyfish of the Sky King at this moment. It has eyes and a mouth, he said. If I revert to my original form and conceal my race again, my strength will decrease. I may not be able to kill you, but I can suppress you. My target is the few little guys behind you. They are all 590,000. Even if I swallow them up, I can still recover. Moreover, the temple also houses the masters of the four of them. 599,000 stronger than them. I will devour him too, and then I will surely surpass you. The octopus monster exclaimed excitedly. Then I can kill you and get even more. The octopus monster was overjoyed. Its dark eyes gradually turned ferocious, and with a sudden movement. Snap, snap, snap. Endless tentacles rolled out like thunder. The speed was so fast that it gave the green dragon no chance to react, instantly enveloping the green dragon, the little earth dragon, and others. The four little earth dragons were terrified, fearing something bad was about to happen. The green dragon was unwilling to accept this. On the other side. By entering the unclaimed realm of wisdom, do you deny ownership? Recognize the master! Lin Ye stepped into the subspace and arrived above the wisdom domain to observe the vast wisdom temple. A reminder rang in my ears. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye smiled happily. How could he deny it? He came here specifically for this domain. Response quickly. Successfully recognized as a Christian. Boom! Lin Ye had a clear understanding of the situation in his mind's intelligence domain. Reminder. You have obtained a Shattered Divine Realm King-level domain, which can be combined to form a Divine Realm. The team! Lin Ye exclaimed upon hearing this, just as he had expected. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the intelligent domain in front of him disappeared. Within his mind, the local territory, the Azure Emperor domain, the Void Weaving domain, and the Wisdom domain appeared. Amidst endless light, they gradually merged into a vast domain. The Black Mountain domain, though vast, is comparable to 1/3 the size of the Black Mountain domain. On the other side, the territory of the Night God has disappeared. The entire territory vanished into thin air. Holy crap, the land just disappeared. That's so weird. Why is this happening? People in the Player World channel were discussing it. Iron-Blooded King also sensed it, and was slightly surprised. He knew that the Night God's territory had either gone to another realm, or simply disappeared. Are we already preparing to leave this place? Iron-Blood King shook his head. Staring into the endless darkness, I wonder what he was thinking. In subspace. The fusion of domains is complete, the Divine Realm, the realm of the Night God. The reminder sounded again. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow, a broad smile spreading across his face as he looked at the Night God's domain, now fully formed in his mind. It appears to exist only in the mind, but it is actually a unique subspace. It's very difficult for ordinary people to find. This is why the domains of the virtual weavers and the domains of intelligence appear in the subspace. Lin Ye pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Look at the territory interface. Your citizen population size and level are sufficient. Do you wish to upgrade? This message had been displayed on the screen long ago, but Lin Ye simply hadn't agreed to it. Now everything is complete, and the sacred domain taught by the Weaver of the Void can be fully realized. Upgrade is possible, God Realm. Here I come? Lin Ye spoke, and using the sensor, clicked on the word upgrade. Upgrade successful. This territory is the realm of the gods, the kingdom of the gods. A notification appears. Lin Ye looked around and saw that the previous expansion of his territory was gone. It is directly the kingdom of God. Some miscellaneous books have mentioned that the ascension of a divine kingdom is the expansion of its domain and territory. It just didn't mention that above the kingdom was the divine kingdom. The real turf war is about to begin. Lin Ye muttered. Population is very important. But there's nothing to fear about his existing subjects. They are of a powerful rank. The divine kingdom takes shape, and its subordinate territories merge. Population limit, 220,000 to 500,000, which can be supplemented by expanding the domain, depending on the situation of the domain. Lin Ye looked at it, and realized it was related to the domain. The struggle for territory is a total war, so population suppression becomes the top priority. This creates a closed loop. The more territory you seize, the better. The more people your territory can accommodate, the stronger your suppression becomes. Citizen level restriction, level 90. It's ready for an upgrade. Kingdom combat power starts at 600,000, with no limit. Lin Ye glanced around the territory and saw that everyone there had a combat power of 600,000. Invincible. Strongest character's combat power, 630,000. 630,000? Lin Ye locked onto the location, which was the space sacred domain demonic path of the Void Weaver. Their racial level was already powerful, coupled with their powerful profession. It reached 630,000 directly? Experience the Purple War God gear, increases power by 40,000. 670,000 combat power. Feel the power of the evil god, increased by 100,000 combat power, 770,000. No upper limit is great! Lin Ye exclaimed upon seeing that he could increase the limit. Feel the evil god, with 870,000 combat power. 870,000 combat power! Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. It was terrifyingly invincible. Who in this world today could do that? How many newly advanced gods could do that? Lin Ye was happy. Ding! System upgrade detected. Host is upgrading their divine kingdom. Please wait 10 seconds. Upgrade? After Lin Ye finished checking on the matters of the divine kingdom, the system's voice arrived as expected, and it was this. I was slightly surprised. They were already so powerful before, what will they become this time? Wait quietly. 10, 9, 8. Watching the countdown slowly tick by until 3, 2, 1, 0. Lin Ye paused slightly, filled with anticipation. Ding! Upgrade successful. Divine Kingdom system activated. Effect 1. God level construction. All construction, training, and technology upgrades are accelerated by 100,000 times. Effect 2. The probability of all buildings effects increasing by 100,000 times. Effect 3. All citizens' attributes are doubled. Effect 4. God-level talent for all subjects. Effect 5. The racial rank of all subjects changes to godlike. Effect 6. When the host kills an enemy, the citizens share the experience equally. Effect 7. Permanently maintains the highest troop combat strength. All classes can be used directly without switching. Effect 8. In major, large-scale wars, all citizens cannot be affected by negative emotional status magic. Lin Ye watched in shock. Before, the system was just an aid, progressing step by step, but now it was terrifying. He looked at the people of his territory. What's going on? My talent and racial level are both god level. Look at my body, I walk with a golden glow. I am darkness, and the enchantress is frost. Lin Ye watched as each member of the tribe exhibited a state unique to gods, divinity, and myself. Because there's no need to switch, the entire body is imbued with the 7 elements of lightning, wind, and light, plus spatial fluctuations that permeate the surroundings, making it exceptionally mysterious. I have acquired the divinity of all professions. Lin Ye murmured with emotion, but also harbored doubts. Why are there no signs that it will drag me into the realm of gods? Notice, you are unable to enter the realm of gods. Please explore on your own. The notice also sounded. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. Could it be that what the god realm and the evil god said was true, and that the god realm was already doomed? Since that's the case, Lin Ye had no other choice but to come down and talk about it later, so he went out first. Stepping out of the subspace, his steps were light yet filled with suppression, as if each step could destroy the entire subspace. This is the majesty of God. Chapter 304 Lin Ye. Boom boom boom. Endless tentacles, like thunderbolts, rushed towards the little earth dragon and his companions. Green Dragon was anxious. He could save himself, but not the other 3, including little earth dragon. What to do? Go! The little earth dragon realized they were doomed and looked at the green dragon. Senior, the 4 of us are doomed. I can't be a burden to you. The little earth dragon shouted. Yes! Shouted the blood orcs and the dark demons in unison. Nini! Nini also spoke up. Upon hearing this, the green dragon frowned, looking at the approaching tentacles, and for a moment knew what to do. Putting aside Nini and the others, the little earth dragon is one of only 2 dragons, and it cannot die. But I also protected him. What to do? It's too late to leave. Let's injure you first, so we can avoid too much trouble later. Upon seeing the situation, the octopus sneered and shouted triumphantly, instinctively flicking its tentacles rapidly. In an instant, tentacles appeared before the green dragon and his companions. Oh no, it's too late! The green dragon's eyes widened as it realized something terrible was about to happen. We're doomed! The black demon's face turned pale, and the blood orc felt a chill run down his spine. We're doomed! Nini! Nini cried out in grief. Senior, I'm sorry I've dragged you into this. The little earth dragon said bitterly and resentfully, having already resigned itself to its fate. Ha! The octopus laughed triumphantly. A huge explosion rang out. Ha ha! However, the octopus's laughter stopped abruptly, staring incredulously at the scene before it. The 4 little earth dragons exclaimed in surprise. Master! The green dragon stared in disbelief. That little baby from back then. Lin Ye appeared, floating in the sky, surrounded by the light and shadow of the 7 elements. Its imposing, dignified aura pressed down on the tentacles, rendering them immobile. That's all, not even a trace of aura appeared, and no combat power was displayed. This is divinity, you've broken through to godhood. The green dragon stared at Lin Ye, speechless. God! Upon hearing this, the little earth dragon and the others jumped up excitedly. Lin Ye has broken through. Can the octopus still be a match for him? The octopus is still a false god. He stared intently at Lin Ye, instinctively feeling that Lin Ye was incredibly awesome. Divinity. The octopus's eyes bulged, its pupils trembling incessantly. Unbelievable, hysterical. How could you possibly break through to godhood? How could this be? The octopus trembled, filled with disbelief. I've done so much, given everything I have, all for the sake of becoming a god, haven't I? How could a newcomer possibly succeed? But the light and shadow floating before my eyes are indeed divine. Otherwise, how could they have so easily suppressed their own tentacles? Another Cthulhu. Lin Ye looked at the octopus. He could sense it. This is the divine deity. As expected, the God Lord and the King of the Sky are the same, but there seem to be differences as well. Octopus and jellyfish. He asked authoritatively. I heard you were about to kill me? As soon as the words were spoken, divinity accompanied them. Thump! The octopus landed directly on the ground, unable to move, all its tentacles shrunken into a ball. His eyes were filled with panic and fear. He really is a god. The octopus once again confirmed the situation. Bitterness filled his heart, but the next second he burst into triumphant laughter. Ha! Locking his gaze to Lin Ye, he said, "Night god, right? So what if you can reach godhood? Don't forget, you used the domain I gave you." The octopus grinned. "My domains all contain toxins unique to Cthulhu. No matter how high your achievements are, I can control you, and you have no way to resist." The octopus laughed heartily, beaming with pride. "Is this true?" The 4 little earth dragons asked each other with concern, their eyes darting around. The green dragon nodded with a resentful expression. "There are 2 reasons why I dare not touch the Pantheon. One is the real thing, and the other is that's why they attack together." His words were filled with desolation. "Ha ha!" Before the 4 little guys could react, the octopus opposite them laughed triumphantly. He glared at Lin Ye with murderous intent, then suddenly his eyes flashed, and he shouted at Lin Ye, "Become my slave! Listen to me, become my nourishment, a god becomes nourishment. Ha ha!" The octopus was extremely excited, like a madman. "Oh no!" Nini and the other 3 shouted. The green dragon was terrified. If something happened to Lin Ye, they would all be doomed. He wanted to leave with the 4 of them. However, the next second, Lin Ye's cold laughter rang out. "Hey, is that all?" Everyone stared at Lin Ye in shock, seemingly unaffected. "What's going on? It's not under control? Is it possible that God is unaffected? That shouldn't be the case." The green dragons and the others murmured in confusion, looking at Lin Ye with surprise. "How could you not be under control?" The octopus's already ugly features twisted into a grimace. He glanced at Lin Ye, his eyes narrowing. "Could it be that you didn't sense it just now?" "Again!" The octopus moved suddenly, sensing again. "Become my slave." As soon as he finished speaking, Green Dragon and the others quickly looked at Lin Ye. Octopuses too. Looking at the octopus, Lin Ye seemed to be looking at him like he was an idiot. "Is it over?" "No!" The 4 little earth dragons exclaimed in surprise. "Huh!" The green dragon exclaimed in shock. "The monster's invincible weapon has been broken." "Impossible!" The octopus was on the verge of collapse, shouting incessantly. "Become my slave." The sounds kept ringing out, but all Lin Ye got in return was watching them as if they were a joke. "I won't!" The octopus cried out several times, finally resigned to its fate, its eyes bloodshot as it looked at Lin Ye. He asked, "How did you do that? How did you do that?" Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. "Because I never used your domain from beginning to end." "This?" The octopus was speechless, looking at Lin Ye. "This was the only reason." "I underestimated you," the octopus said resentfully. "I thought that someone as new as you would definitely use. But I forgot that you were a genius with 560,000 combat power when you first arrived at the Pantheon." Octopus hated himself. He said, "I didn't expect you to find the divine realm so quickly. You truly are a genius." With that, the octopus resigned itself to its fate and stopped resisting, yet it remained fearless. He smiled and said, "You're very good, but you can't kill me today. I have a combat power of 610,000, which is a combat power that only a god can achieve." The octopus looked at Lin Ye. "You just entered. It's just over 600,000. Although I am not a true god, your combat power is definitely not as high as mine. You can only injure me, but I will still survive in the end." The octopus looked at Lin Ye with a mixture of disappointment and smugness. He had an expression that said, "You can't do anything about it if you don't like me." Phew! Green Dragon and the others took a deep breath in disappointment. It was indeed the case. "Is that so?" Lin Ye scoffed, looking at the octopus. "Then take a look at my actual combat strength." This attracted the attention of the 4, Green Dragon, Octopus, and Nini. Before they could react, Lin Ye released his battle aura. The surging light and shadow rippled all around. Gradually, Nini and the other three's faces were filled with shock and joy, while the green dragon remained as still as a wooden sculpture. The octopus froze on the spot, its expression constantly changing until it was finally filled with utter terror. Chapter 305 The Octopus Dies, the Current State of the God Realm. The words, 870,000 combat power, appeared before their eyes. 870,000? The four members of the Little Earth Dragon shouted at the same time. 870,000? That's the combat power of a veteran god. The Green Dragon took a deep breath. 870,000! The octopus swallowed hard, terrified. Unbelievable! How could it be 870,000? That's too high, too high! Is this someone who just entered the realm of gods? The appearance of 870,000 was beyond comprehension, making Octopus question the meaning of life. All right, you can die now. Lin Ye looked at the octopus and flicked his finger. Divinity followed, and a powerful surge of energy condensed at his fingertips, forming a massive, dark sphere. A terrifying power emanated from the earth, causing it to tremble violently as if it were about to shatter. So powerful! The four little earth dragons exclaimed, though they posed no threat to them. But their mere presence was enough to terrify them. The green dragon was a little better off. At least he had reached the threshold of godhood, but he was still feeling unwell. The octopus was in extreme pain, its whole body trembling uncontrollably, feeling as if death was about to come. What is that? It's so powerful, I feel like my body is about to shatter. Has the battle over there become this terrifying? I sense the aura of the God Lord. Could it be that someone is fighting the God Lord? Who could possibly fight against the God Lord? The dark sphere, this energy sphere, was unleashed by the God Lord? The God Lord is indeed powerful, so strong. People in the distance lay prostrate on the ground, staring at the sphere in fear. Is something going to happen tonight, God? Zhao Shibao stayed far away, watching the energy ball condense and keep hitting the ground. Humanity finally produced a genius, and he just died like that. Zhao Shibao was unwilling to accept it. Humans are just one of many races, weak and powerless, with no advantages whatsoever. A genius finally appears, but he's about to die. I'm not reconciled. Zhao Shibao felt aggrieved. He knew that once Lin Ye died, he would be next. But at this moment, Zhao Shibao had no choice but to accept his fate. In the center of the battlefield. Spare me! Knowing it was about to die, the octopus looked at Lin Ye and spoke bitterly. However, Lin Ye ignored him completely and continued to condense the energy ball. You! The octopus said unwillingly. Night God, there are many more of my Cthulhu race in this world. We are very united with each other. King Yukong and I are rivals. He secretly steals my food. I would be happy if he died. But since you killed him, I still have to take action against you. The octopus stared at Lin Ye. He pleaded earnestly. If you kill me, those powerful Cthulhus will surely come to kill you. If you don't know, you can ask the Green Dragon. The octopus looked at the Green Dragon and said, He has lived for nearly 10,000 years, he knows everything. Upon hearing this, the four little earth dragons looked nervously at the Green Dragon. The octopus in front of me is so powerful, and so bizarre. If an even stronger one emerges, won't we be trapped in an endless hunt in the future? Yes. The Green Dragon nodded. The four little earth dragons were speechless, their hearts filled with worry. See that? Upon hearing this, the octopus looked at Lin Ye excitedly and said. He answered yes. I am just a weakling, merely a kingdom, while you are a divine kingdom. There's an endless gap between us, you don't need to risk your life for me. The octopus swallowed hard, its eyes fixed intently on Lin Ye. So what if it is? All I got in return was a cold laugh from Lin Ye. You! The octopus was unwilling and indignant, and still wanted to speak. Boom! The dark energy ball had arrived, falling like lightning. Ah! The octopus was crushed, and a powerful force surged forth, tearing at his body. The tentacles fell apart one by one, causing excruciating pain. "You'll regret this, Night God, you'll definitely regret it," the octopus shouted. "You'll be pulverized." Before he could finish speaking, the octopus vanished, the energy ball landed and exploded instantly, unleashing an explosion of endless light. The earth shook, and the aftershocks rippled outwards. In just that 1 second, the area where the temple was located was completely transformed, and the previous temple was completely destroyed. The 4 green dragons were terrified. They knew they were doomed at close range, and were just about to take action. But then Lin Ye appeared in front of them and blocked the explosion. It survived intact. The people crawling in the distance were blown away and landed on the ground, spitting out blood. They stared at each other in horror, wondering what kind of energy this was. "Your faction's leader, the God Lord, has been killed by the God of Night. The king-level domain you have pledged allegiance to has lost its restrictions and can now autonomously enhance its strength." At the same time, people heard reminders. "The God Lord is dead? The Night God actually killed the God Lord? I can increase my strength now. Could it be that the God is suppressing us? No wonder there are rumors that the God is devouring us. Is it true? Then we are liberated. So it was all true after all. Has Night God become this powerful? He can kill us like killing dogs." People were talking about it, feeling both pained and surprised, as well as fearful of Lin Ye. "Night God, I never expected you." Zhao Shibao laughed wildly, overjoyed. He kept pounding the ground, releasing his pent-up emotions and venting his current joy. On the battlefield. "Greetings, Senior." The green dragon watched as Lin Ye finished his kill and the world returned to peace. They looked at Lin Ye respectfully. Lin Ye was powerful, so he was naturally a senior. "You're too kind." Lin Ye looked at the green dragon and did not refuse. "Because it's unnecessary." He continued, "If it weren't for your help before, I wouldn't have gotten to where I am today so quickly. You can do it even without me." The green dragon knew this referred to the situation in the Phantom Swamp. "Master!" The 4 little earth dragons also quickly came over, looking at Lin Ye with great excitement. "Buzz!" Lin Ye nodded, waved his arm, and a healing light connected the 4 people. The 4 of them were bathed in golden light, and their injuries were instantly healed, leaving them completely unharmed. The green dragon watched in astonishment. This was the power of a god. "Senior Green Dragon, I just heard the God Lord say that you have lived for nearly 10,000 years. Lin Ye looked at Green Dragon. He began. "Do you know what the situation is like in the realm of gods right now? Why haven't I received the summons from the divine realm even though I've broken through to the next level? This matter?" Green Dragon nodded. Lin Ye had only been here a short time, so it was understandable that he didn't know. Looking at Lin Ye, he said, "The God realm has long been shattered." "No!" the Green Dragon exclaimed. "It should be said that the entire world has shattered. The battle in the realm of gods caused the realm of gods to shatter. The domains of the powerful beings in the realm of gods fell and smashed all the worlds, turning them all into fragments. The world we live in now is called a plane. The plane we inhabit is called the material plane, which is the territory occupied by beings below the level of gods. There are also many resource planes outside our plane." The Green Dragon recounts the story. Chapter 306 Preparing to enter the Black Mountain region. Lin Ye's expression darkened slightly as he listened, recalling his own search for the Black Mountain region. "I've seen a group of people fighting. When I entered the Pantheon earlier, I didn't get a clear look at the appearance of the God Lord. Now that he has become a god, he can naturally sense that the octopus is very similar to one of the people fighting in the Black Mountain domain. Now that I think about it, that person was the god. So the other creatures we saw back then, orcs, elves, etc., were from other planes. People from different planes are fighting for the Black Mountain domain?" Lin Ye looked at the Green Dragon with a puzzled expression. "Yes." The Green Dragon nodded. "They all want to become gods through the Black Mountain domain. It's not just them who are fighting," the Green Dragon replied. "The gods are fighting too." "God!" Lin Ye raised an eyebrow and listened quietly. After the collapse of the divine realm, it shattered into countless fragments, forming planes of varying sizes. Some planes have continued the situation of the God realm region. Those planes are called higher-level planes. Those places are relatively easy to find the divine realm. The green dragon spoke. And gods were born there as well. Yes. Lin Ye nodded, understanding the current situation of the world. The world is now based on planes, no longer the divine realm it once was. However, one question remains. If they already have a divine realm, why are they still fighting for the Black Mountain domain? Black Mountain region? The green dragon nodded, clearly having once been puzzled by this as well. I don't know the specifics, the green dragon replied, but I do know that it is. The area of Montenegro that we have been in contact with so far is far too small. The Black Mountain domain is superimposed on countless subspaces, its number unknown, and its terror is immeasurable. It is estimated that what we can see now is only 1/10,000th. The green dragon's eyes trembled, also in shock. More terrifying than many higher-level planes. He is still just a god. So that's how it is. Lin Ye pondered, never expecting the Black Mountain region to be so terrifying. Why did that person send me to the Black Mountain region when I was an infant? Judging from the current situation in the Black Mountain region, it can be confirmed that it was left behind by the God realm. The virtual domain and the wisdom domain, even the divine domain that he successfully merged with. They all seemed so insignificant in the face of the Black Mountain domain. Since gods are involved, why are the gods still safe and sound? Lin Ye wondered. It would be easy for gods to kill gods like the God Lord. The places that false gods like the God Lord enter are completely different from the places that gods enter. The green dragon responded. The only entrance is also something that makes them hesitate and unable to get close. That's why he's been searching everywhere for people with space technology. The goal is to find the weak points in the Black Mountain domain through subspace. And this area, the green dragon said, looking at Lin Ye and taking a step, is the weakest entrance that the Space King recently discovered. But unfortunately, once the god entered, he couldn't open any other places. Otherwise, how could so many people be allowed to explore together? The green dragon shook its head. Yes. Lin Ye nodded. The so-called proper entrance was naturally the place they had explored before. They were a bunch of false gods who couldn't get in, but he himself was the real god. Thank you. Lin Ye clasped his hands in thanks to the green dragon. You're welcome. Thank you for taking care of the little earth dragon. The green dragon stared at Lin Ye. Looking at the little earth dragon, he knew that by following Lin Ye, the little earth dragon could reach even greater heights. Perhaps one day it will become a real dragon. He continued, if you ever find something divine that can enhance the little earth dragon, please help him. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye thought, should I help the little earth dragon? Not only him, but Nini and the others only have 590,000 combat power and need to make progress. He said, it's natural that they follow me. Okay. The green dragon nodded with a smile. Thank you. Nini and the other three smiled broadly and looked at each other simultaneously. Then I wonder where you plan to go next? The green dragon continued. Naturally, it's the Black Mountain region, Lin Ye replied. Since both the false god and the god were in the Black Mountain region, he naturally had to go there. Only by improving Nini and the others can the Black Mountain region acquire better resources. Moreover, I also need to find a way to obtain the Black Mountain domain. All right. The green dragon nodded, then his expression turned serious. Be careful of the Church of Light. The Holy See of Light? Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. It sounded like a very prestigious organization. Then I'll go straight there, Lin Ye said, and disappeared on the spot. The 4 black demons, enveloped by 4 beams of light, returned to the territory of the night god. The green dragon looked on, a smirk playing on its lips. Night god, how far can you go? A dazzling array of lights stood on a continent. The entire continent was enveloped in this light, as if the continent's very existence was solely to support this light. Lin Ye appeared, slightly shocked by the magnificent sight. I had only imagined it in my mind at first, without actually seeing it, but now that I see it, it is absolutely stunning. Locking onto the aperture, I suddenly moved and rushed towards it, ready to investigate. Who are you? Night God? You're the guy who just killed that good-for-nothing God Lord. We don't care how strong you are or how you killed the God Lord. If you want to enter the exploration, a battle must be won. Otherwise, you can forget about getting in today. As soon as they took action, a majestic roar rang in Lin Ye's ears. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye frowned and looked down at the source of the sound. On the ground, among several hilltops, stood more than a dozen individuals with combat power exceeding 600,000. He stared at me with murderous intent. Lin Ye looked and saw that it was the same group of people he had seen before. So, they need to compete to get in? Get out of my way! Lin Ye's eyes flickered, and an aura of majesty erupted, accompanied by his divine nature. Boom! A surge of divine pressure erupted, instantly pressing down. It was as if the sky had fallen and the earth had split open. More than a dozen terrifying sounds rang out, and they were directly forced to the ground. God! Are you a god? Flying in the sky, I thought it was using wind power technology. That idiot god offended the gods, so the gods came to kill him? We have no intention of being your enemy, let us go. Yes, please God, have mercy on us. The crowd shouted and cheered. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye realized that he had no grudge against them and had no reason to kill them. With a flick of his eyes, he withdrew his divine aura. Phew! Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, covered in cold sweat, having narrowly escaped death. Many people didn't even look at Lin Ye. They were afraid that Lin Ye might kill someone if he was in a bad mood. Lin Ye didn't pay any attention. With a flicker of his eyes, he continued walking towards the ball of light, preparing to enter. Senior! A loud voice suddenly called out from the ground. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye looked over and saw a man dressed entirely in white, resembling a white elf. I just won the battle, the man said eagerly. There is only one spot available every 10 years to enter this place. Then you'll have to wait another 10 years, Lin Ye said. The man hesitated, his voice bitter and resentful, before finally speaking. I am a member of the Holy Sea of Light. I have a connection with angels. Could you please give it to me for the sake of the Holy Sea? Chapter 307 The Tomb of God? The Holy Sea of Light? Lin Ye shook his head. Just now, the green dragon had said to be careful of the Holy Sea of Light. And that's how it happened. Even false gods have appeared in the Church of Light, so it seems the Church of Light has a very wide reach. Is the green dragon deceiving itself? It seems unnecessary. Ignoring the so-called Holy Sea of Light, he glanced at it and continued walking towards the ball of light. I know the god of the Holy Sea. His combat strength is 670,000, the man said as he watched Lin Ye act. Feeling frustrated, I still spoke up. Threatening me? Lin Ye stopped and glanced at the man. There was no movement, not even a hint of divinity, yet the scene was filled with terror. Everyone lowered their heads. The man was covered in sweat, looked down, then looked up again, trembling with pain as he looked at Lin Ye. Yes, so what? The man took a deep breath. The Holy See is the largest institution in the world. Lin Ye chuckled and nodded. You're very good. The biggest power? Lin Ye muttered, his tone full of disdain. With a glare, an endless pressure emanated, permeating the surroundings. Everyone screamed in agony and collapsed to the ground. Sorry, I'm not afraid. Lin Ye stared at the man and replied coldly. You dare! The man realized that Lin Ye was going to kill him, and he was terrified, but it was a further threat. As soon as he finished speaking, the wire pressed down on the man, and the sound of bones cracking rang out continuously. How is this possible? The man stared at Lin Ye in disbelief, coughing up blood, and slowly succumbed to the pressure and died. He died with his eyes wide open in disbelief. He never expected that Lin Ye would show the Holy See such utter disrespect. Dead? The others lay on the ground, struggling, exchanging painful glances. There was no breath, just wire work. Is this God? Who else among you has powerful backers? Lin Ye asked, looking around at the dozen or so people. The God is backed by Cthulhu's group, and the man is associated with the Church of Light. It's not surprising that these people have powerful backers. I am from the Dark Temple. An elf, whose body was entirely black, stood up. I am from the Holy Church Association. A woman bathed in white light appeared. I am from the Frost Church. I am from the Flame Church. I am from the Earth Church. One by one, they kept talking, revealing the power behind them. Lin Ye nodded, surprised that so many forces existed. In that instant, I gained a general understanding of the power of God. She smiled slightly. Then who among you will stop me from entering? We. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged fearful glances and nodded rapidly, as if pounding garlic. No, 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 we dare not. All right. Lin Ye looked at it, and nodded in satisfaction. With a flick of his eyes, he soared into the air and charged forward. Amidst the horrified gazes of the crowd, he stepped into the space. Everyone watched in horror, but they remained conscious. This night god is too arrogant. Have you guys even heard of the night god? No, a scout from the Pantheon just reported that the god of night is only someone who has just stepped into godhood. Damn, this kid is just a fearless newborn calf. He's doomed if he goes there. Kill him and we'll have a new divine realm. The God Lord is dead. Shall we go to the Pantheon? But that green dragon guy is here. Forget it, I won't go. Let's not cause any more trouble. The crowd was buzzing with discussion, seemingly peaceful, but each person was secretly plotting something behind the scenes. It seems he really likes the realm of the night god. On the other side, the endless continent was desolate and barren, a vast expanse of yellow sand. Anyone who didn't know better would think they were in a desert. Lin Ye appeared, floating in the sky. Observing the terrain, it was a desolate place. The Black Mountain region is full of treasures, and we don't even know what kind of treasures they are. Lin Ye's eyes flickered, and he began his exploration of the thief's treasure. Buzz! The light and shadow rippled around instantly. No treasure? After a moment, Lin Ye asked in surprise. How could there be no treasure? I subconsciously looked closely at the desert, and saw that in the vast desert, there was no wind. The traces of the past are still there, such as traces of walking and digging. This world has been explored to a great extent, Lin Ye said, looking around. That's understandable, since this is where you end up after entering the ball of light. Moreover, the false gods dared not explore too much. If you encounter a god and try to take something from him, what's the difference between that and courting death? Lin Ye locked onto the path ahead, preparing to venture deeper into the Black Mountain domain. It was far too vast. Boom! The speed of flight exploded, turning into a beam of light that shot out. They charged forward while simultaneously observing the enemy's movements. A moment later, a body of water appeared before Lin Ye's eyes, a particularly beautiful body of water. The changes are quite significant. There are all sorts of terrains now. Lin Ye leaped into the water. Looking around, there were no signs of exploration. With a flick of his eyes, the thief's treasure hunt began once more. Buzz! The light and shadow fluctuated, and the investigation began. Instantly, countless points of light appeared in his mind, all of them resembling the characteristics of a treasure. So many! Lin Ye chuckled. Some were underground, some were in the water. So close to the desert, even false gods dare not enter. With a flick of his eye, he landed. Locking onto the ground, he took a sudden step, and with a boom, the earth shook, the water swayed, and water splashed everywhere. Like an earthquake, the ground cracked open, and things from underground tumbled out. Corpses, all corpses, orcs, dwarves, trolls, blood elves, and more. It has been dead for a long time, but there is still a faint trace of its presence. Of course, it can't compare to the original weaver. Is this the tomb of the gods? Lin Ye wondered, surrounded by densely packed trees. Upon closer inspection, there were also Zerg corpses, enormous, unlike any Zerg corpses seen before. Looking towards the churning water, a massive spine was revealed amidst the rippling waves. Dragon bones? Lin Ye frowned, quickly trying to identify them. After all, he had seen dragon corpses before. It's obvious that this is a water dragon. The dragon's body may decay over time, but the dragon's heart will not. Lin Ye grinned, locked on to the direction of the dragon bone, and decided to go take a look. It burst into flight and sped away, with a resounding sonic boom. Who goes there? This is the territory designated by our heavenly oracle kingdom. Suddenly, a majestic voice rang in Lin Ye's ears. Immediately afterwards, the sky changed color and became increasingly bright. It was as if an angel had descended. The aura was powerful, the aura of a god. Just arrived and already encountered a god? Lin Ye stopped and looked up. A huge white eye appeared, with wings growing on its left and right sides. It resembled a terrifying monster. The Eye of Light! Lin Ye exclaimed as he looked at the description of races appearing in the miscellaneous book. Legend has it that the holy angel fought the Lord of Hell and perished together. The body was differentiated, and the eyeballs became a race. It is known as the Eye of Light. The Eye of Light's use of light is no less than that of angels. This race is quite rare. I saw such a rare race as soon as I arrived. It's obvious that the Lord arranged for them to guard this place. The fighting power that gazes into the Eye of Light. Combat power, 630,000. The system's visual effects appeared. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. The Succubi and their group were only at this level of combat strength. The opposing lord must be quite formidable. Chapter 308 Angels Descend. Boy, get out of here in 3 breaths. The Eye of Light stared at Lin Ye and said angrily, Otherwise, you won't leave here alive today. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye fell silent. He was determined to keep the corpses. His eyes flickered. With a swift movement of his aura, he instantly released his oppressive power, pressing down directly upon the target. It was like a raging flood, terrifying to the extreme. The Eye of Light paid it no heed. With a combat power of 630,000, this god was someone I had never even seen before. So he's definitely not some amazing person. His pupils twitched slightly, and then a burst of energy surged forth, preparing him to react. However, as soon as it was released, the Eye of Light trembled violently, forgetting to flap its wings. All that could be seen in front of Lin Ye was a combat power display of 870,000. What kind of god are you? I've never seen you before, the Eye of Light exclaimed in surprise, asking. However, Lin Ye completely ignored him. Boom! The impact of the energy directly broke through the aura of the Eye of Light, pressing down on his body like thunder. Without any chance to react, the Eye of Light was directly suppressed, disintegrated, and scattered all over the ground. Distance. Your people have been killed. A huge, mountain-like Eye of Light, radiating golden light, uttered a surprised and doubtful sound. His eyes were bloodshot, a truly terrifying sight. The one who tried to kill me is asking for death. In the water. Lin Ye watched as the Eye of Light was torn apart, smiled faintly, and looked around at the corpses on the ground. With a flick of his eyes and a wave of his arm, a powerful force rippled across the entire waterway. The endless corpses were gathered together by power and came before Lin Ye. Teleport back to territory? Teleport! Lin Ye watched, smiled faintly, and the corpse was enveloped in light and shadow, disappearing from the spot. Lin Ye scanned the Lord's interface and showed it to Little Earth Dragon and Nini. Okay, Mei Yanren replied. With everything completed, Lin Ye surveyed his surroundings, gazed into the distance, and prepared to continue his journey into other areas of the Black Mountain domain. Buzz! Just as he was about to take action, a spatial fluctuation appeared, causing Lin Ye to stop. A gigantic, golden glowing eyeball appeared. Golden Eye of Light. Lin Ye looked closely and recognized him instantly. According to miscellaneous records, the race of the Eye of Light has exclusive equipment, which is golden. Once obtained, it can become the golden eye of light. He then became the Lord of the Eye of Light. The Lord has appeared? Lin Ye watched as the golden eye of light gradually took shape, its aura undisguised, and its status of 660,000 appeared. You killed my men? The golden eye of light took shape, radiating killing intent and arrogance. He looked at Lin Ye without taking him seriously at all. Buzz buzz buzz. Before Lin Ye could speak, light and shadow fluctuations appeared again in the endless space. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. The golden eye of light, filled with murderous intent, cautiously surveyed its surroundings. He could sense that these people were gods. One by one, the shadows solidified, exuding an aura of majesty, and each had a different shape. Each one is filled with divinity. Lin Ye locked onto the aura of the earth, sensing a monster resembling a pangolin, covered in scales. A female monster with the aura of wind, wings like a fan, and resembling a butterfly. The flames surged forth, as massive and terrifying as if covered in magma. The Earth Church. The Church of the Wind. The Flame Church. The golden eye of light looked at the three of them carefully, and revealed the source. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye realized it was them. Unsurprisingly, it was those guys outside who had notified them. The three made no attempt to conceal their aura, displaying a combat power of 660,000. He is clearly very confident in his abilities. What are you doing here? The golden eye of light glared angrily at the three. A new god has appeared, so naturally we must kill him beforehand. The butterfly monster said arrogantly. Hee hee. The fire monster and the earth monster revealed expressions of certainty. They disliked each other, and were clearly vying for Lin Ye as their prey. A new god? The golden eye of light frowned. How could it be a new god? The new god can kill my people. He looked at Lin Ye with a puzzled expression. Buzz! Just as the golden eye of light was puzzled, the space fluctuated again. The aura emanating from it was still that of a god. This attracted the attention of the four people with the eye of light. Their eyes narrowed, wondering if someone else was trying to steal it. Lin Ye sneered, thinking to himself that he really was a hot commodity. Gradually, the light and shadow became more refined, the aura became more precise, and the aura of light emanated outwards. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. It's from the Church of Light? The Eye of Light should also belong to the Church of Light, right? How could anyone else possibly come? Buzz! The buzzing sound stopped, and a huge, holy four-winged angel floated in the sky. His chest was covered in machinery, making him incredibly imposing. The combination of mechanical and sacred elements instilled a sense of fear. It's from the mechanical technology sector, Lin Ye said with a slight smile. I've never gotten the Gundam technology I've been wanting. Does this angel have it? The system appeared, displaying the value of 670,000 combat power. Is he the person behind the Church of Light we killed before? It's you! The three fire monsters were instantly terrified when they saw who it was. They were very afraid of the other party. What are you doing on my turf? The golden eye of light roared angrily. You bunch of traitors! The golden eye of light disliked these angels very much. Lin Ye looked at it and grinned. Does the golden eye of light have a grudge against angels? That shouldn't be the case. Did something happen? A bunch of one-eyed monsters. Even the angels dislike these golden, bright eyes. He sneered dismissively. Too lazy to bother with him, he said. I'll kill someone and then leave. He then looked at Lin Ye and asked, You entered the Black Mountain region and killed my men? Kill him? Upon hearing this, the three fire monsters realized the situation. I never imagined that the angels were also here to kill Lin Ye. That's their goal. But what if they can't defeat the angels? Alright, you can die now. The angel didn't wait for Lin Ye's response and looked at him arrogantly. Don't move! The golden eye of light roared. This is my territory, you can't kill him. You want to stop me? The angel stared coldly at the golden eye of light. So what if it is? Anyway, I'll protect the people you angels want to kill. The golden eye of light said indignantly. Lin Ye watched, thinking. They're starting to fight like dogs. Ready to watch the play. After the golden eye finished speaking, the angel looked coldly at the golden eye of light. After a moment's thought, he said, Then I'll kill you first, then kill him. You want to kill me? The golden eye of light sneered. Aren't you afraid the Church of Light will find out? There are a lot of people here. The golden eye of light looked around at the three fire monsters. The three squinted, seemingly aware of the feud between the angel and the eye of light. Heh! The angel sneered. Then kill them all together. The report can be covered up in other ways. The angel spoke with utter disdain. Kill us? The three fire monsters looked at the angel with fear and resentment. Yes. The angel nodded, looking at the golden eye of light. So, do you have any other ideas now? The golden eye of light was unwilling to accept defeat. He couldn't win. Am I really going to die? Chapter 309 Upgrade. Lin Ye saw everything. This angel is so arrogant, he seems invincible. Even in God's world, there are announcements. Can something be covered up? It felt like they were concealing a secret. Let's see how the angels concealed the secrets of heaven. Lin Ye watched quietly. You seem to really enjoy watching this show. Lin Ye watched quietly, when suddenly the angel glanced at Lin Ye and spoke arrogantly. Heh! Lin Ye was speechless and said, What can I do if I don't look? What you say makes a lot of sense. The angel sneered. So, I've decided to kill you first. The angel looked at Lin Ye with murderous intent. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye frowned. Kill him? Before he could think any further, the angel suddenly moved, and a high-tech mechanical spear appeared in his hand. The spear locked onto Lin Ye and was instantly unleashed. A massive laser beam of light, carrying an unprecedented attack, hurtled towards Lin Ye like a thunderbolt. The oppressive aura filled the surroundings, filling the four members of the Eye of Light with fear. The four of them kept swallowing hard. This angel was truly unpredictable. Their prey is going to die like this. There is no way to do it. He watched helplessly as the yellow laser beam hurtled towards Lin Ye, striking him instantly. Buzz buzz buzz. The light struck Lin Ye, but was directly neutralized by Lin Ye's body. It was as if Lin Ye's body was made of iron. The aura fluctuated, and a combat power of 870,000 naturally appeared before the group. Nothing? How is that possible? A laser with 670,000 combat power? No, it actually has 870,000 combat power. How is this possible? A new god 870,000? Absolutely impossible. No wonder he's always been so calm, he's the real hunter. Run! The three fire monsters cried out in alarm and turned to run away. The angel was stunned for a moment, then realized what was happening, and all her previous composure and arrogance vanished. He couldn't understand why Lin Ye had such high combat strength. But at this moment, all they could do was flee in panic, their faces pale. Only the golden eye of light stood rooted to the spot, like a piece of wood. Trying to run? Do you think that's possible? Lin Ye watched as the angel and the fire monster fled. They all want to kill me, do you think you can get away with this? With a flick of his eyes, divine pressure emanated, directly covering heaven and earth. Boom! The angel, the fire monster, and the other two fell to the ground with a painful cry of, ah! As if Mount Tai had crashed down on them. You can't kill us, we have powerful backers. Yes, you can't kill us. You'll regret killing us. The three fire monsters realized they were no match for them and frantically shouted threats. Lin Ye didn't take it to heart at all. Our holy sea is the strongest power. There are people stronger than you. You killed me, the angel exclaimed. Shut up! Lin Ye glared at them, too lazy to waste words with the four of them, and conjured black light and shadow in his hand. A force carrying fear surged toward the four. Darkness? The four men trembled at the sight, ready to kill. Angels, in particular, hate darkness the most and are its absolute enemies. The angel was unwilling to die like that. He roared angrily. I still have a sliver of hope. Buzz buzz buzz. As soon as the words were spoken, nearly 300,000 colorful light spirit monsters appeared, including unicorns and two-winged angels. Lin Ye looked at it, and saw that it was exactly the same as the two-winged angel he had fought before. Combat power ranges from 400,000 to 650,000. This is the summons of all its subjects, Lin Ye muttered, watching. They're preparing to fight with everything they have. Yes, we'll wear you down with our people. The three fire monsters realized that this was the only way. Even though it's difficult, we're all going to die anyway, so why not give it a try? With a swing of his arm, a burst of power exploded outwards. Endless fire monsters, earth monsters, and wind monsters appeared before my eyes. Densely packed. Combat power ranges from 400,000 to 630,000. I don't believe you can suppress so many. Even if you have the means to increase your combat power, you are still a new god and you definitely don't have that many subjects, or a limit on the number of subjects. Yes, I'll fight you to the death. The three fire monsters glared angrily at Lin Ye, looking as if they were ready to die. Lin Ye looked at them, squinting his eyes. It was true, he couldn't suppress so many people. Killing is possible, but it's troublesome to do it alone, since there are many people and they will inevitably rush in front of you. If it takes a long time, it might attract even more people. So, Lin Ye's eyes flickered, and a ripple of light spread across his forehead. Buzz! In an instant, light and shadow swept across everyone present. Wow, my level has increased. Wow, I'm super strong. I've become the new lord. I am invincible. Each monster began to cheer, immersed in its own little world. The four angels looked on, wondering what was going on. The Eye of Light was also surprised. What kind of technique was this? An illusion? Not bad. Lin Ye looked on, completely bewildered. They could be killed. With a flick of his eyes, buzz buzz buzz, one succubus after another materialized. The divine presence and terrifying demonic appearance startled the angels and others. Especially the angels who thought, is this a demon from hell? It shouldn't be. Wasn't hell destroyed? Otherwise, the Church of Light wouldn't be so dominant. The Eye of Light exclaimed in surprise. Greetings, Master. The succubi faced Lin Ye and greeted him respectfully. Kill them, Lin Ye said. Okay. The succubi responded quickly. It struck like a thunderbolt. Boom boom boom. Instantly, the battle on the scene erupted one after another, terrifying to the point of being outrageous. One after another, screams of death rang out, especially those who were attacked by the hunters, who died exceptionally quickly. In just a few moments, everyone at the scene was cleared out. Your subject's level has been increased. Your combat power has increased to 890,000. The system voice sounded in his ear, and Lin Ye smiled faintly. Another upgrade. Looking at the four angels, they were all stunned. You can all die now. Lin Ye sneered, his eyes flashing as dark light and shadow condensed and surged forth once more. No! The four people looked on in alarm. However, the next second, darkness swept over them, and they were instantly sliced to death. Announcement. Night God has killed the king of the Light Church, the kingdom of glimmering light, and the kingdom of glimmering light has been destroyed. Announcement. Night God has killed the king of the wind warmth divine kingdom, the Church of Wind, the wind warmth divine kingdom has been destroyed. Announcement. Night God has killed the king of the flame kingdom, the Church of Flames, the flame kingdom has been destroyed. Holy crap, is Night God that awesome? He's already slaughtering everyone on the god's side. 3 divine kingdoms were destroyed in one fell swoop, that's terrifying. Yes, that's incredible. The divine message reached every place, and the whole world was shocked. The Azure Emperor, Iron-Blooded King, Zhao Shibao, and others were shocked. How long had they been in this world? I have never heard of the destruction of gods. The Night God killed so many gods as soon as he left. Not only were they in shock, but the entire realm of God was also in a state of bewilderment. Who is Yagami? I've never heard of him. Chapter 310 The Population Problem. Chapter 310. Dead? The golden eye of light stared at the scene before him, completely stunned. That arrogant group of people died just like that. They are all gods. It's your turn. At the same time, the cold voice of the night god rang in the eye of light's ear. No! The eye of light bristled instantly, looking at Lin Ye in terror. Don't kill me, I'm willing to submit to you. Oh? Lin Ye looked at the golden eye of light in front of him with surprise. He was, after all, a lord, a powerful figure in his own right. So you just surrendered like that? You killed people from the Church of Light, and I have a grudge against the Church of Light. The golden eye of light also saw Lin Ye's doubts. He said, Our entire race has a grudge against the Church of Light. I will join forces with you. The golden eye of light stared intently at Lin Ye. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye narrowed his eyes. It seems the feud between the golden eye of light and the Church of Light is truly extraordinary. Confusion. Recognizing a master? Yes. The golden eye of light answered without the slightest hesitation. Lin Yexin has already reached a combat power of 870,000, and it's hard to imagine how high his future achievements will be. Lin Ye nodded, but did not speak immediately. What grudge could have driven him to the point of recognizing a master? He began. Can you tell me what kind of grudge exists between you? What grudge? The golden eye of light murmured. Because it's just an eyeball with no expression, you can still feel the gritted teeth in its words. Continuing. The body of the holy angel splits, and we appear. It has a unique ability to be both a race and a piece of equipment. Yes. Lin Ye nodded. The miscellaneous book recorded that the Eye of Light could be equipped. Successfully equipping the item will increase your combat power, but the exact amount is unknown. But that's not all. They also gain the ability to see through all evil spirits. It's absolutely invincible. But the equipment must be given willingly. Originally, we were cooperating with the Holy Sea of Light, and everything was stable, the Eye of Light said. But one day, the realm of gods suddenly collapsed. The Holy Sea of Light wants to use our power in order to dominate the world. We agreed, but in order to completely control us, they stripped our people of their consciousness and turned them into mere equipment. We only managed to escape after the Dark Lord of the Dark Church self-destructed, severely injuring the leader of the Light Church. Now that the Eye of Light is everywhere, if one is taken away by the Church of Light, the others will immediately flee. The Holy See is afraid that we will become completely isolated from them, so they dare not kill us excessively. The Eye of Light stared at Lin Ye and spoke bitterly. Therefore, I will take my revenge. As he spoke, his eyes sharpened, filled with murderous intent. So that's how it is. Lin Ye nodded. A hint of caution appeared between his brows. The miscellaneous books recorded the Eye of Light in the Divine Realm, but contained no memory of what happened after the collapse of the Divine Realm. Could it be that the book I obtained by chance is from the realm of gods? I have a question. Lin Ye looked at the golden Eye of Light. He began. You said before that you had something to cover up the report. What kind of method is that? That's a divine treasure. The golden Eye of Light replied. The pages of the gods. Oh? Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. So it was a divine-level treasure. You should carry that angel with you. Your people should be able to find him by searching him, the golden Eye of Light said. As he spoke, he looked at the busy succubi. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye also looked at the succubus and the others. Master! A moment later, a succubus quickly approached. Appearing beside Lin Ye, he handed over the items he had collected from everyone. If Lin Ye took it, would he have that page from the Heavenly Gods book? Go and see. Turn them one by one. King-level treasure spatial teleportation. Summoning a king-level treasure. Blue equipment traveler's set. Various treasures appeared before Lin Ye's eyes. Spatial teleportation is the technique they just used. Summoning, isn't it just about summoning people to arrive instantly? Blue equipment? A single set of blue tier equipment was once incredibly valuable, but now I've acquired more than one set at once. Looking at them one by one, the last few were the only ones. Divine treasure, the art of stealing the sky and changing the sun, grants thieves the effect of stealing for a short time, making them undetectable to their targets. Divine treasure, cursed by misfortune, inflicting continuous misfortune on the target. Can be used by a sage of words, lasting 1 day. Divine treasure, celestial pages, used to obscure the sky and prevent notification. Lin Ye looked at the 7 divine treasures, each one incredibly powerful. I never expected this. Lin Ye grinned. He had to admit, the treasures on these gods were truly amazing. They carry such good things with them, it's hard to imagine how many good things they have in their region. The key is the domain. They killed 4 people and seized 4 divine realms. Lin Ye decided on his next move and looked at the golden eye of light. He said, If you want to follow me, you can acknowledge me as your master now. Really? The golden eye of light looked at Lin Ye in surprise, filled with delight. With a quick glance, as if afraid Lin Ye might change his mind, she spoke hastily. The golden eye of light reports to heaven and earth that from this day forward, it is willing to serve the night god as its master, never to betray him, and to share his glory and shame. The golden eye of light spoke quickly. Buzz! As soon as he finished speaking, a beam of light enveloped the golden eye of light and Lin Ye. Immediately afterwards, a beam of light shot into the sky, transforming into a pillar of light that broke through the spatial constraints of the Black Mountain domain. It felt as if we were connected to the vast universe. It was truly magical. As the light connected with the universe, a magical force followed the path of the light back. It landed on Lin Ye and the golden eye of light. A strange and eerie feeling arose simultaneously in both of them. At that moment, Lin Ye felt as if he had formed a great connection with the golden eye of light before him. This feeling is quite magical. Back then, I didn't have this kind of ritual with Nini, Little Earth Dragon, Black Demon, and Blood Orc, but the feeling between us was exactly the same. Nini and the Little Earth Dragon were hatched and recognized as masters, which stemmed from their shared consciousness. The black magic and blood orcs are inherited by the Void Weavers, and are related to inheritance. The golden eye of light before us is a pure contract, a connection between heaven and earth. Not bad! Lin Ye nodded, looking at the golden eye of light. Since you have acknowledged me as your master, our feud is related, so let's work together from now on. Yes. The golden eye of light nodded. Thank you, master. Can you equip me with it? Lin Ye continued, very curious about the effects of equipping the golden eye of light. Yes. The golden eye of light flickered slightly and vanished from its spot. Lin Ye's forehead bulged, and he felt a foreign object. It's grown on my forehead? Lin Ye sighed and subconsciously looked around. Everything was so clear, as if I had never seen this world clearly before. Chapter 3:11 The Angel's Realm. The entire body of water was filled with an endless aura. Its aura was pitch black, yet tinged with green, churning within the space. Lin Ye knew it was death energy. Lin Ye further confirmed that this body of water was definitely either a battlefield or a cemetery. How much combat power does equipping this increase? Lin Ye confirmed his own situation. 930,000. Lin Ye looked at it and smiled bitterly. It's not far from the strength of the corpse of the Void Weaver many years after its death. At this moment, Lin Ye couldn't help but marvel at the power of the Void Weaver. Each corpse represents a combat power of over 1,000,000. Let's go check out those guys' domains. Lin Ye grinned. The domain is their ultimate goal, since the gods are all about the size of the domain. Feel the situation in your consciousness. Since he had killed several people, he naturally deserved a place in their domain. Just like the killings during the previous kingdom period. If the murderer cannot be found and is hidden in the subspace, how could the domain of the Weaver and the God of Wisdom possibly be broken? Lin Ye locked onto the information of the domains after the 4 people's deaths and sensed one of them at random. Buzz! It disappeared from the spot and appeared in the endless darkness. A vast divine realm floated within it, its majesty emanating naturally. It is very powerful. There was a hint of fire in its aura. It's a fire monster, Lin Ye observed. It doesn't have its own domain. As he spoke, his eyes flickered, and he quickly approached the divine realm. You have entered the territory of the flame god realm, which is an unclaimed god realm. Do you acknowledge it as your own? A reminder voice rang in Lin Ye's ears. Lin Ye smiled and nodded. I acknowledge you as my master. Successful recognition. Notification. Buzz! The divine realm vanished and appeared in the subspace of Lin Ye's mind. Without pausing, it surged towards the night god's realm, gradually merging and converging. The notification sounded again. Your divine domain has expanded from 220,000 to 600,000. Lin Ye narrowed his eyes and increased the population limit by 100,000. Looking at the combat strength, it's 930,000, no increase. Is it to fill up the population? Lin Ye took a deep breath, puzzled. He has already sent a message to Li Ke. However, after numerous battles, succubi have become very difficult to find. We must accelerate the population collection process. The only way at present is to expand the search area. Lin Ye looked at Zhao Shibao's private chat interface. I have a friend named Li Ke, who is a businessman. You can act as an intermediary and help him get into various businesses. Lin Ye sent the message via private message. Okay, Zhao Shibao replied. Lin Ye then looked at Li Ke. I'll arrange for someone to go with you to the Pantheon to find a guy named Zhao Shibao and do business with people from various factions. Remember the succubus I want. Before Li Ke could respond, Lin Ye looked at the Lord's interface and wrote. Li Ke needs to do business with the Pantheon. Arrange for someone to accompany you there. Okay, Mei Yingzi replied. The Pantheon. Holy crap, I'm actually going to do business with so many kings? Li Ke stared in shock at the kings of the various regions, completely stunned. Feel the presence of each person. Even the slightest release is enough to obliterate one's soul. It's terrifying. However, with Mei Yi by his side, he felt more confident than ever before. Mei Yi is stronger than them. Old man, the person behind you back then was the iron-blooded king, Li Ke muttered. Look at my current situation, look how awesome the person behind me is. Li Ke stomped his feet excitedly on the spot. But he remained humble and composed, glancing around at everyone and politely saying, Esteemed seniors, in the subspace. The operation has already begun. The message came from the Lord's interface, Li Ke's private chat, and Zhao Shibao's private chat. Lin Ye looked at it and nodded in satisfaction. Next, they would have to wait to see about the population's situation. Let's go to the next divine realm. Lin Ye sensed the next aura, which then vanished. They appeared in another subspace, where an equally enormous continent floated. The Earth's essence permeates the air. Lin Ye looked up and stepped inside. Successfully recognized as a master, divine realm expanded, 220,000 to 700,000, notification appeared. Lin Ye watched as the divine realm merged and heard the notification appear. The population had reached 700,000. An additional 100,000 people were added to the population limit. Next, Lin Ye sensed one of the remaining pieces of information and disappeared from the spot. Buzz! The figure floated, and in the new subspace, a continent exuding the aura of wind energy appeared. Successfully recognized as a master, divine realm expanded, 220,000 to 800,000. As the divine realm merged, the notification sounded again, increasing by another 100,000. This is the last one. Lin Ye grinned, preparing to head to the divine realm of the last angel. Once you've obtained it, return to the Black Mountain region and continue exploring it. Buzz! It disappeared instantly. Take it! I want this divine realm. Anyone who dares to take it from me, I'll kill them. I finally found it after a lot of trouble. The divine realms under the Holy Light Church are all powerful. My Flame Church wants them. When Lin Ye appeared, he was greeted by hundreds of powerful monsters of various races, each exuding divine energy. Night elves, blood elves, elves, Zul'jin, fire giants, frost giants, swamp giants. One by one, races that were once so rare have appeared here. Everyone was on high alert, their eyes fixed on a vast continent floating in the darkness in the distance, radiating an aura of light. It is the realm of angels. Everyone wants to obtain it, to constantly radiate its aura, and to resonate with those around it. Lin Ye looked at the angel's divine realm, which was much larger than the 3 divine realms he had seen before. The aura of light was very strong, clearly indicating that it was not ordinary. It turns out that the divine realm of the Holy Sea is very strong compared to the divine realms of other forces. No wonder so many people are trying to come here. Lin Ye sighed, realizing that what was happening now proved the war that had taken place in their subspace after the incident involving the God of Wisdom and the Weaver. After all, their divine realm must be more powerful. His gaze swept over the groups of people, each radiating an aura of power. There are plenty of people with a combat power of around 700,000. The person charging at the very front possesses a combat power of up to 750,000. Lin Ye licked his lips, admiring the alluring divine realm. As they rushed forward, no one cared about their own condition. Lin Ye smiled faintly. We can't just watch them take it. With a flick of its eyes, a sudden burst of light erupted, transforming into a beam of light that pierced through the darkness and hurtled towards the continent. They appeared at the very front in an instant. Who goes there? The first guy with golden feathers on his head roared. Combat strength, 750,000. The flames shimmered brightly all over its body. Lin Ye glanced sideways and saw the Golden Phoenix clan, a race associated with the Phoenix in legend. Ignoring them, they continued their assault. I'll marry you! The Golden Phoenix clan member roared. Fire Church people, attack! Boom boom boom! As soon as the words were spoken, nearly 20 of the 100 people quickly took action. The attack, a sudden surge of light and shadow, crashed against Lin Ye, attempting to stop him. However, Lin Ye's speed was far beyond their attack speed. One by one, his attacks missed their mark, but Lin Ye continued his charge as if nothing had happened, his speed increasing as he approached the divine realm. How is this possible? The Golden Phoenix clan man exclaimed, and the other members of the Flame Church were also shocked. Everyone attack together. You don't want to see him get it, do you? The Golden Phoenix clan man looked around at the other factions. They frowned, looked at each other, and nodded in unison, preparing to attack and intercept Lin Ye. Chapter 3:12 Instantly annihilating 100 gods. Boom boom boom! Endless attacks shot into the sky in an instant, colorful and dazzling, like lasers. It possessed an overwhelming and arrogant power, and with a destructive force, it charged towards Lin Ye. The heavens and earth shook, and the subspace teetered on the brink of collapse, swaying incessantly. Visibly, the subspace could not withstand the force and began to collapse. Lin Ye observed the situation but didn't pay much attention. The subspace definitely couldn't withstand such an attack. The attacks were gathering, like thunder, and were about to crash down on him. Lin Ye glared at him and swung his arm. 930,000 combat power exploded instantly, accompanied by a dark shadow, impacting the incoming attack. Boom! The impact was instantaneous, and an explosion rang out, shaking the heavens and earth, with endless shockwaves. Boom boom boom! The subspace swayed violently, the tremors growing more intense, and the surrounding spatial barriers collapsed at an accelerated pace, creating a terrifying scene. Ah! At the same time, screams rose and fell. Most of the people were blown away by the explosion, coughing up blood and unable to move. A small number of people were able to stand, but they were still seriously injured. How is that possible? He actually has a combat power of 930,000. How could someone with a combat power of 93 possibly come here to seize this divine realm? Has he gone mad? What do we do now? People instantly noticed Lin Ye's situation and were stunned by his combat power, shouting incessantly. The only one who could stand was a Golden Phoenix clan man covered in flames. But at this moment, he was also staring wide-eyed, somewhat dazed. How could the man in front of me be so powerful? Humph! Lin Ye stared at the Golden Phoenix clan man, pondering for a moment. Kill first? But now that there are so many people, if I go and kill someone might steal a chicken and claim the divine realm as their master. Therefore, first acknowledge the Lord. But we still need to find a way to intercept it. Therefore, a two-pronged approach is needed. Lin Ye frowned, his eyes darkened, and the light and shadow around his body began to fluctuate. Buzz! One by one, figures condensed around Lin Ye, forming 1,000 Lin Yes. Greetings, Your Majesty! Each clone bowed respectfully, radiating an exceptionally powerful aura. Combat power of 837,000 is displayed. The original owner had 930,000 points, and the clone had 90% of that. That's the number. Kill all of these people, Lin Ye said, looking at his clone. Since we're using a two-pronged approach, let's just kill them directly. Okay, the clones agreed, then turned around abruptly and locked onto the injured group. It instantly unleashed its power, surging forward and transforming into 1,000 rays of light, like shooting stars streaking across the night sky. Holy crap! 837,000, 90% of his combat power, all of them are his clones, yet they possess such terrifying moves. Such a thing must have a time limit, but we are no match for it at all. We can only be killed instantly. What should we do? When people saw what was happening, they trembled with fear. But there was no other way. Boom, boom, boom. The 1,000 clones arrived, and the sound of explosions rang out instantly. Ah! The screams echoed. More than 100 gods died instantly, like grass being cut down, without any ability to resist. Even the previously arrogant Golden Phoenix clan man could only stare wide-eyed, like a wooden sculpture, as he was killed in disbelief. They transformed into endless fiery feathers, floating between heaven and earth. Announcement: Night God has destroyed the kingdom of Hellfire God. Announcement: Night God has destroyed the Frost Plains God Kingdom. Announcement: The God of Night has destroyed the kingdom of Night. The 100 announcements resounded throughout the world like firecrackers. Holy crap, what's going on? What is Yagami doing? Is this another step forward on the path of slaying gods? More than 100 divine kingdoms have perished? It's terrifying, I feel like I'm in a dream. Players cheered and shouted in the world chat, each one stunned and devastated by Lin Ye's actions. They've reached an unassailable level. Having heard the previous kill report, Iron Blood King had assumed Lin Ye was strong, but he hadn't expected him to be this strong. I didn't misjudge you. Zhao Shibao took a deep breath. Indeed, our human race is the most powerful. That's amazing. Mao Tian touched his lower abdomen, excited but also frowning. Who exactly is this night god? Why did he suddenly appear? He killed 4 people before, and now he's killed so many more? That guy from the Golden Phoenix clan is dead? How is that possible? No, I just received a notification from above. It's a new god who just appeared. How is this possible? The new god is that powerful? Lin Ye's actions caused a huge uproar among the gods, and everyone was talking about it. In the subspace. Boom, boom, boom. The subspace caused by the battle kept collapsing, as if it were about to be destroyed. Lin Ye listened to the report but didn't pay it any mind. He would find these people's domains later. First, resolve the angel's domain. The impact zone is getting closer and closer. No! Just then, a clear voice suddenly rang in Lin Ye's ears. Lin Ye glanced to the side and saw that the sound was coming from the flames erupting from the death of the Golden Phoenix clan. A fiery shadow was condensing, while the voice continued. You dare! Lin Ye showed no surprise or astonishment upon hearing or seeing this. The Golden Phoenix clan is related to the Phoenix. The Phoenix and the immortal bird are said to be the same race in legends, but miscellaneous books record that they are not. The reason they are mistaken is because they are both birds of the Fire series, both divine birds, and both possess the power of Nirvana. The Golden Phoenix clan man originated from the Phoenix. He was reborn from the ashes. As expected. Ignoring them, they rushed into the domain. You have entered the Gara divine realm, a realm without a master. Do you deny your master?
I acknowledge you as my master,
Lin Ye responded directly. The divine realm vanished directly, entering the subspace within Lin Ye's mind and merging with the territory's divine realm. Successful recognition of Christ, successful integration, population limit, 220,000 to 930,000. The reminder appears again. Lin Ye listened and realized that the population had increased by 130,000, which was indeed different from the previous domain. No wonder it attracted so many people to fight over it. No. At the same time, the mournful voice of the Golden Phoenix clan man in the Nirvana area rang out again.
You will pay for everything you've done.
The Golden Phoenix clan man roared angrily, threatening Lin Ye. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye glanced to the side and saw that 1,000 clones had already approached the place where the Golden Phoenix clan was undergoing nirvana. They surrounded them completely, and once the nirvana was complete, the Golden Phoenix clan appeared and immediately killed them.
So many people and you still can't be taken down?
Lin Ye curled his lip, his thoughts returning to his Gara domain. Previously, the angels were from a mechanical civilization, and they had never found technology similar to Gundam. Does Gallo exist? Lin Ye's eyes flickered as he sensed the entire Gara domain. Now that it was his territory, he could know everything with a single sensory input.
Buzz!
A sense of awareness swept over, constantly searching the surroundings. One after another, mechanical buildings appeared, radiating light. Every object in the building is clearly visible. Suddenly, Lin Ye sensed a piece of paper appear. Sanctuary technology, magical mechanical Gundam warrior, requires both magical and mechanical civilizations. Lin Ye looked at it, and saw that it was a Gundam, but it was different from the one he remembered. It is a dual civilization of magic and machinery, and requires the presence of both civilizations to equip.
Wasn't this reserved for myself?
Gallo has no equipment, which must be because there is no magical civilization. How powerful must a dual civilization be? Lin Ye felt the paper appear in his hand. Chapter 313 The Phoenix's Rebirth, the Phoenix's Fear. Send? A voice rang in Lin Ye's ears.
Teleport,
Lin Ye said, and the piece of paper disappeared. He quickly glanced at the Lord's interface and said, Equip this item first.
Yes, ma'am,
Mei Yanren replied. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye smiled faintly. The system has changed, it's stronger now, and the equipment acquisition speed is faster. All we need to do now is wait.
So, I'm going to take care of the other domains,
Lin Ye muttered.
Boom boom boom.
Just as Lin Ye was about to leave, a terrifying explosion rang out again in the subspace. Lin Ye realized that the Golden Phoenix clan had successfully undergone nirvana, and the battle between his clone and Lin Ye had begun. Your clone has been destroyed. However, the next second brought a series of notifications about the destruction of clones. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye frowned. How could his clone have been destroyed? The clone ability is very strong. He quickly turned to look. Flames shot into the sky, illuminating half of the entire subspace. A giant firebird appeared and soared through the sky. It is very similar to the original Molters, but this bird possesses the golden light unique to the Golden Phoenix. It was very dazzling. 930,000 combat power displayed. The system notification caused Lin Ye to frown. It turned out to be the same combat power as him.
Unexpected, isn't it?
Jean Feng, having annihilated all the clones, shook her head at Lin Ye's puzzled expression. His words were filled with anger.
The Golden Phoenix clan has continued the legacy of the Phoenix, but our rebirth is different. Our nirvana is not true nirvana, it is subject to time limitations. But we will have the fighting power to kill those who killed us, and that is for revenge. Now you have 930,000, and I have 930,000 too.
Jean Feng roared, confident of victory. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. The miscellaneous books did not provide a detailed explanation of Jean Feng's ability limitations. Especially for lower-level classes, such as Zeljin, only the background information was introduced. In terms of abilities, only gods like evil gods and titans possess them. Lin Ye began to suspect once again that the miscellaneous books were from the divine realm. The higher up the page, the clearer the explanation. 930,000, which is better than the state of Molters after its rebirth, and it directly uses the opponents. So what if both sides have 930,000? Could he kill himself? Lin Ye quietly looked at Jing Feng. Hee. Jing Feng looked at Lin Ye's state and seemed to have guessed what Lin Ye was thinking. He said, "You seem to think I can't get revenge because we're evenly matched, right?" After Jing Feng finished speaking, she didn't give Lin Ye a chance to reply. He grinned arrogantly and said, "Didn't you just show me your clone?" "I also have clones," Jing Feng said. "This is a unique ability of ours." Screech! As soon as the words were spoken, the golden phoenix shone brightly and floated to the side. An identical golden phoenix appeared and let out an ethereal cry. Combat power of 930,000 is displayed. He glared at Lin Ye menacingly. "How about now? 2 against 1. Lin Ye looked at it and thought, "This is unusual." "A clone?" he scoffed, causing Jing Feng to frown. Did this kid have other tricks up his sleeve? Buzz! Lin Ye sensed himself and activated his clone once more. A clone, with no time limit, possesses all the power of the original. "Greetings, Your Excellency." The clone appeared beside Lin Ye and greeted him respectfully. The aura was not concealed. 930,000, a clone? Jing Feng looked at the clone in disbelief. I never expected that Lin Ye also possessed such a clone. Those who possess the full power of the original master. I only acquired this ability because of my rebirth, a counterattack before my impending death, yet he acquired it peacefully and without any problems. So, how do you feel now? Lin Ye asked, looking at Jing Feng. You! Jing Feng took a deep breath, filled with disbelief and fear. But I'm about to die. Can I take revenge before I die? My race endowed me with talent, yet I'm so useless? A sense of resentment filled my heart. No! Jing Feng roared. I'll make you pay the ultimate price. You just wait and see. Jing Feng screamed in anguish, her eyes bloodshot and red. With a flick of his eyes, a feather appeared in his hand. Its feathers were as shiny as new, and a divine aura emanated from them, spreading outwards, which was quite terrifying. Divine treasure, Phoenix feather. The system displays. Lin Ye looked at the system notification and realized that he had also reached the level of a divine treasure. How come it was completely different from this one? The ones we received before didn't have much divinity, but this one has too much divinity. What? You noticed the difference? Jing Feng looked at Lin Ye with disdain. You must know about divine-level treasures, but this one is different. Significantly much stronger. That's because what you got were basic god-level treasures, while mine is a true god-level one. Jing Feng sneered. I see. Lin Ye exclaimed upon hearing this, realizing there was a difference. Alright, you can go die now. Jing Feng looked at Lin Ye, who seemed to have figured things out. Thank you for your great mercy, Jing Feng said. I'll let you die knowing exactly what happened. As he spoke, flames ignited the feathers on his body. Screech! A clear, ethereal voice, as if emanating from the depths of the soul, echoed from the feather. Outside of subspace. In the endless darkness. Screech! A clear, ethereal sound echoed throughout the heavens and earth. In the sky, a gigantic, divine-like, multicolored, and golden phoenix phantom appeared. What's going on? What's that sound? Look, in the sky, isn't that a phoenix? A phoenix has appeared? Such a powerful aura! Look at their combat strength, it's terrifying, 10 million! Whether in the area of the gods or the area of the players, everyone can hear the sounds and see the phantoms. Amazed by the phoenix before him. Then, a shocking scene unfolded. The phoenix phantom emitted a tremendous light, like a pillar supporting the sky. It hurtled toward the ground, breaking through layers of space, and finally landed in the subspace where Lin Ye was. They've arrived? Jean Feng looked on, surprised and excited as she felt the aura of light. Lin Ye looked at it, frowning. This light was terrifying. I wanted to do something, but the light was too fast. They watched helplessly as the light enveloped the golden phoenix. Screech! The ethereal voice echoed once more amidst the light. The light shattered, and the golden phoenix appeared, gleaming with golden light, with a phantom image of a phoenix appearing on its surface. It was enormous, like a divine realm, as if it were about to expand into subspace. Phoenix Phantom Golden Phoenix, Combat Power 990,000. Lin Ye stared at the enormous Phoenix Phantom, and felt a jolt in his heart. Gazing at the combat strength displayed by the system, he licked his lips, his heart sinking. So powerful, it's almost as good as the corpse of the Weaver. Horrible. This is just an illusion. Lin Ye remained silent. The phoenix was too powerful. We must come up with a solution before Jean Feng can react. I currently have 930,000. How can I reach that level? Lin Ye pondered silently, realizing this was the only solution at the moment. Experience the previous distortion flame giant technology, increasing combat power by 50,000. Buzz! Instantly, flames ignited in his left hand, and a scorching heat burst forth in all directions, causing the muscles in his left hand to bulge. Incredibly powerful. Combat power has skyrocketed. Combat power, 980,000. Another increase? Jean Feng, who was calming down and happy about her improvement, suddenly looked at Lin Ye. Surprise. That night god has so many tricks up his sleeve. Unfortunately, that's not enough. You can die now. Jean Feng realized that she had to kill Lin Ye to prevent accidents. The bird slightly opened its beak, preparing to breathe fire. Lin Ye looked up and realized. They're here, they're about to attack? 980,000 is currently the highest combat power. Reminder, the magic mechanical Gundam equipment is complete, increasing combat power by 20,000. Suddenly, an alert sounded. Chapter 314 The Terrifying Power of Magical Machinery. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye smiled and opened his mouth. 1 million combat power. They arrived just in time. With 1 million combat power, I'm practically a corpse of the Void Weaver. Boom! At the same time, endless flames from the Golden Phoenix's beak transformed into pillars that surged forth. It instantly enveloped Lin Ye, burning fiercely, causing the heavens and earth to surge and spread. The space was scorched and collapsed continuously, as if it were about to be burned to ashes and destroyed, a truly terrifying sight. Ha ha! Jean Feng looked at everything in front of her and laughed triumphantly. This is the flames of the phoenix. From ancient times to the present, no one has ever survived the flames of the phoenix. Ha ha! Jean Feng was smug, her eyes shining brightly, just waiting for news of Lin Ye's death. However, after waiting for a long time, the flames remained in clusters, and no announcement was made. How is this possible? Jean Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. Why hadn't they reported it yet? The flames should extinguish after the target dies, but why didn't they go out? Could it be that Yagami is not dead yet? How is that possible? Jean Feng trembled all over, recalling the horrific scene, and kept taking deep breaths, unable to believe that Lin Ye was not dead. I don't believe it at all. Boom! At that moment, the flames suddenly began to surge. The endless flames were blown away by a powerful force, turning into sparks that rippled across the heavens and earth. A colossal machine, comparable to a divine realm, appeared. Mechanical lights danced and swirled, the world seemed to shift, and the mechanical feel instilled a sense of dread. However, the shimmering mechanical surface is covered with many runes, giving the machine an air of mystery. Above the mystery, magic emanates and permeates the surroundings. The combination of mechanics and magic is even more terrifying. Jean Feng looked at the towering machine and felt a little intimidated. It was even larger than the combined form of herself and the Phoenix Phantom. Without concealing its presence, its combat power of 1 million was clearly displayed before Jean Feng's eyes.
1 million?
Jean Feng swallowed hard in horror. Her whole body trembled slightly, and she stood there dumbfounded, involuntarily taking a step back. 1 million, that number is terrifying.
Is it Night God?
Jean Feng even began to doubt the identity of the robot in front of her. He kept observing the aura. It was familiar, and he knew it belonged to Lin Ye.
How could it be possible to reach this height? How is it possible?
Jean Feng questioned the meaning of life. But at this moment, he had to believe that this was Lin Ye. That's enough to kill him. Does he still have any trump cards up his sleeve? After much deliberation, Jean Feng finally realized that he was gone. He looked at Lin Ye, wanting to say something.
Hee.
Lin Ye had been watching Jean Feng's condition from beginning to end. At this moment, Jean Feng was terrified. Indeed, in the current situation, if Jean Feng isn't afraid, then who is? Experiencing the robot, with its enormous body, looking down upon the world, really gave him a great feeling. Not only that, it also has the capabilities of robots. Ability 1. Sanctuary Force Field Rune Matrix. Activates the magic runes embedded in the armor, generating a hexagonal energy shield covering the entire unit, capable of absorbing damage equal to 20% of combat power, lasts 10 seconds. When the shield breaks, it triggers a rune explosion, dealing magic backlash damage to surrounding enemies and inflicting a 0.5 second stun. Ability 2. Blazing Judgment Mechanical Heavy Fist. The mechanical arm is covered in lava magic, instantly dashing to the target and unleashing a 3-hit punch, each punch inflicting a burning effect, loss of 1% of maximum health per second for 5 seconds. The third punch triggers an armor-shattering effect, reducing the target's defense by 15%. Ability 3. Void Leapstorm Whirlwind. Displacement AoE. The unit briefly quantizes and traverses space, creating a magical storm in the target area. Upon landing, it releases ring-shaped wind blades to slash surrounding enemies, dealing mixed magical and physical damage and applying a 30% slow to enemies hit. Ability 4. Divine Overload Annihilation Cannon. Range charged ultimate draws magical energy from the chest core to charge for 3 seconds, then fires an annihilation beam that pierces the battlefield. Deals massive true damage to enemies in its path, ignores 50% defense. If the target is in a burning, stunned, or slowed state, the damage is increased by an additional 30%. Ability 5. Everfrost Shackles Gravity Trap. Crowd Control Field deploys a dual field of frost and gravity, dealing magic damage per second to enemies within the area and applying a frost mark, 3 stacks freeze for 1.5 seconds. While the field is active, all enemy units entering it have their movement speed reduced by 40%. Ability 6. Annihilation Concerto Dual Core Drive. Awakening skill activates the resonance of the mechanical and magical cores, entering a 15-second overload state. Basic attacks deal additional magic damage, skill cooldowns are reduced by 50%, and an energy shield is gained after each skill cast, can block one control effect. Lin Ye looked at the skill in front of him. It was complex, more complex than any he had ever seen before. Each machine is a combination of mechanical and magical civilizations, making them incredibly terrifying. As expected of a product of 2 civilizations, it's truly amazing. He glanced at Jean Feng, who was about to speak, and sneered, his expression full of disdain. You don't need to say anything, you can go die now. Lin Ye's eyes flickered, and he activated Blazing Judgment Mechanical Heavy Fist. Instantly, the mechanical jets activated, and he vanished from the spot like lightning, reappearing in front of Jean Feng. His left hand was covered in lava, giving Jean Feng no chance to react. Jets accelerated from his arm, and he threw a punch in an instant. Bang! 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 3 punches erupted, striking Jean Feng's body in succession. Screech! Everything happened too fast. Jean Feng didn't even have time to react before she felt her life rapidly slipping away. By the time they realized what was happening, their bodies were already in extreme pain. He let out an unprecedented scream, and his eyes went blank. He was declared dead. Screech! As death began, another ethereal cry rang out, and the Phoenix Phantom dispersed into the space and vanished. Lin Ye looked at the samurai eyes. Just as the phoenix phantom disappeared, Lin Ye sensed a powerful aura.
Could there really be a phoenix in this world?
Lin Ye frowned in thought, then shook his head. Feel your own body, 950,000 combat power. The stacking of the twisted fire giant has disappeared. Notification: your subject's level has increased. A message came through my ear. Lin Ye looked at it, smiled slightly, and said,
It's leveled up again.
With the system's blessing, the Lord kills someone, and the experience is given to his subjects. Combat power 970,000. Upgrading by 1 level increased the number by 20,000, which is great. Looking around at the corpses, the subspace locations of these people's divine realms appeared in his mind. The next step is to obtain all the divine realms of these people. The population is already 930,000. It's hard to imagine how many people would be if they all got it. Lin Ye checked the territory information. Population limit, 490,000 to 930,000. Yesterday it was only 220,000, now it has increased by 270,000. Looking at Liku's private message, she asked,
When will you gather 1 million succubi?
Liku was stunned, and replied,
Brother! I've mobilized all my resources to search, and we've only found 27. It's expected to get harder and harder from here on out. If we can manage to get 500,000, that would be pretty good, Liku said. After all, succubi are relatively rare. Chapter 3:15 Phoenix Rebirth Technology and the Terrifying Population After the Divine Realm. Okay.
Lin Ye nodded, looking at the document. Liku is right. Succubi are indeed a rare species. It seems we'll have to find another way to obtain a succubus. Lin Ye remained silent. Population is a big problem. After the establishment of the Divine Kingdom, both the Divine Realm and the search for the population became major problems. It's just that Lin Ye killed too many people too quickly and seized too many Divine Realms, making the Divine Realms seem very simple. After a moment's thought, Lin Ye decided not to dwell on the issue any further. He glanced around at all the corpses, his eyes flickering.
Buzz, buzz, buzz.
The thieves, including the enchanted feast, appeared. He looked at Lin Ye respectfully and said,
Greetings, Lord.
Let's see if there's anything good on their bodies. Lin Ye looked around at Mei Yan and the others. After upgrading their divine kingdom, their initial combat power was 630,000, and their level has now increased twice. The combat strength has increased to 670,000. This is great for the new god. But for me at this stage, it's simply not enough.
Okay.
Mei Yan and the others nodded upon hearing this.
Boom!
Unleashing its combat power, it charged forward in an instant. They frantically searched through the corpses. Lin Ye watched quietly, waiting.
Lord!
After a while, Mei Yan walked to Lin Ye's side and handed him a series of papers. Lin Ye looked over. Basic Divine Treasure, Mountain Climbing, Ignores Terrain. Basic Divine Treasure, Charge Up, Unleashes 1.5 times the combat power. One after another, divine treasures appeared, but Lin Ye was bored. They were all basic divine treasures.
There's no mention of a truly divine treasure appearing either.
Lin Ye shook his head. Keep watching. Divine Treasure, Sea of Light. Upon the target's death, it senses the corresponding divine realm and directly recognizes itself as its master. Lin Ye took one look and thought,
This is a real treasure. This is the kind of effect a divine-level treasure should have.
Looking at the paper, there's another one. Is it a true divine treasure? His eyes flickered, and he looked over. Sacred Domain Technology, Phoenix Rebirth Technology, a fire-based technology. When equipped, fire-type units can be reborn after being killed, gaining the enemy's combat power. They can survive after taking revenge, but will die completely if revenge fails.
Beautiful!
Lin Ye exclaimed upon seeing it. Wasn't this the same technology Jin Feng had just used? It's absolutely perfect. Having a unit is equivalent to having one yourself. That guy is incredibly awesome. He handed it to Mei Yan and said,
Technological equipment. Okay.
Mei Yen nodded, took the item and disappeared, returning to her territory. Reminder: Phoenix rebirth technology is beginning to be deployed. With the return of the Enchanted Feast, notifications about equipment technology quickly appeared. Lin Ye looked at it and smiled slightly. It remains to be seen how much the fire-type units will improve in combat power after being equipped with Phoenix rebirth technology. Lin Ye was filled with anticipation. He didn't pay any attention to the past, but looked at the piece of paper that he had specifically left for Mei Yen, which he hadn't given her before. It was that direct acceptance. Censor paper. Buzz! The paper shone brightly, instantly spreading outwards and rippled throughout the subspace before bursting out of it. Appearing in the darkness, it looked like a sky full of lasers. Wow, look at the lasers in the sky! What's going on today? Phoenix and lasers again. That's terrifying. Where is the aurora going? Both the gods and the players could see what was happening and were stunned by the aurora borealis filling the sky. Watching the laser relentlessly strike in all directions, piercing through space and entering unknown places. They were all very puzzled. Boom! Meanwhile, lasers appeared in the subspace of the divine realms after the deaths of the various gods. As it impacted the divine realms, each realm blazed with light the instant it made contact. The Golden Phoenix Divine Realm has been detected. It is an unclaimed divine realm. Does it acknowledge a new owner? A Flame Giant Divine Realm has been detected. It is an unclaimed divine realm. Does this mean it denies ownership? The Dark Knight Divine Realm has been detected. It is an unclaimed divine realm. Does it acknowledge a new master? One reminder after another rang in my ears. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye's lips curled into a smirk. This divine treasure truly deserved the title of divine. They responded to each reminder, saying, "Recognize the Lord, recognize the Lord." Buzzing. As Lin Ye responded, endless rumbling sounds echoed in the subspace of the night god's territory. One by one, divine realms appeared and merged with the territorial divine realms. Successful recognition of Christ, successful integration. Successful recognition of Christ, successful integration. Successful recognition of Christ, successful integration. The reminder kept ringing. Until the 131st reminder sounded, which was also the last one. Successful recognition of Christ, successful integration, population limit, 490,000 to 9,800,000. Lin Ye looked at the population of 9.8 million, the gap was too big. Shaking his head, Lin Ye realized that the population was truly giving him a headache. Looking at the merged divine realm, it was now incredibly vast. Without comparison, we don't know the specifics, but it's terrifyingly large, 100 times larger than before. However, compared to the Black Mountain region in my memory, it seems to be less than 1/10,000th of the Black Mountain region. Lin Ye was also shocked by the terror of the Black Mountain region. Those divine realms haven't checked the situation yet. Lin Ye took a deep breath and directly sensed the situation. His consciousness swept across each divine realm, beginning to examine the supplies there. Nothing is important. Very average. Nothing unusual about it. Lin Ye checked them one by one, talking incessantly, quietly continuing to look around. After all, more than 100 new divine realms had been added, which was a huge number. It takes a lot of time. Just as Lin Ye was checking them one by one. Master, more than 100 gods have died. They were all killed by that night god. It is said to be a new god. The first time it made a move, it was 4 gods, and the second time it was more than 100. Jin Feng is dead. We weren't sure at first, but judging from the appearance of the phoenix and the disappearance of the Golden Phoenix Divine Realm, Jin Feng is definitely dead. A flame-wielding person covered in flames appeared next to another flame-wielding person. However, the flames covering this flame man's body were not fiery red, but blue. Golden Phoenix is dead! The blue flame man clenched his fist, his killing intent palpable. It is very irritable, which is characteristic of fire. He exclaimed, "How could he be dead? How could he be? This man deserves to die."
This person must be very strong. It seems I have no choice but to take action myself. Find him, locate him. The blue flame man gritted his teeth. Okay. The fireman left. On the other side. A massive death god. A woman covered in frost awoke from a snowfield. He muttered to himself. This has never happened before. That night god! The woman muttered. The divine realm has been dragged away, and even the phoenix has appeared. It seems the flame church must be furious. The woman smiled faintly. The dark church. Night god, that's interesting. Doesn't the Church of Light claim to protect the world? What does he think of this night god? The man, dressed entirely in dark robes, with an ugly face and 2 horns on his head, smiled wickedly. The Holy Sea of Light. Master! An 8-winged angel danced and came to the side of a 12-winged angel man. No need to say anything more, the man replied. I know the situation. Night God killed more than 100 gods and dragged away all the divine realms. The man muttered to himself, pursing his lips, clearly furious about Lin Ye's seat. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke. Let's see what happens after the Flame Church takes action. Chapter 316 Succubus Kingdom. Chapter 316. In subspace. There's nothing good in it. It's not here either. Still nothing. Lin Ye's voice kept ringing out. It seems we're coming to an end. The last one is that of the Golden Phoenix. If we don't find it, we'll go back and continue exploring the Black Mountain region. Lin Ye didn't pay attention, he had a lot on his plate. Sensing the divine domain of the Golden Phoenix, Lin Ye exclaimed in surprise. Huh! A map appeared in my hand as I sensed it. The Succubus Kingdom Blueprints. A map with marked locations. Lin Ye's eyes widened in disbelief. Wasn't this the Succubus territory he had read about in the miscellaneous books? Could it be that Succubus territory doesn't belong to the players? Or does it belong to the divine realm? A succubus's territory in the realm of gods? The realm of gods has already been destroyed, so this territory is probably in a similar state. How many succubi are there? They all originated from the divine realm, so are there many of them? Will this solve our current population problem? Lin Ye's lips twitched, and he took action. Feel the marked locations, and the spatial magic will be activated. Buzz! Lin Ye's figure began to become ethereal, enveloped in light, and disappeared from the spot. In an instant, the entire subspace seemed as if no one had ever been there. Dark and broken. Boom! Just as Lin Ye left, a roar erupted in the subspace. Immediately afterwards, flames shot into the sky, and sparks flew everywhere, some red and some blue. It's very mysterious. Amidst the flames, a fiery figure appeared, majestic and imposing, its aura pressing down even on the subspace. The fireman surveyed the shattered warp, gritting his teeth and clenching his fists. He actually got away! Kid, I'll kill you! Boom! The fireman said, and with a movement, flames erupted around him, turning into a fiery meteor that streaked across the darkness of subspace. Finally, it broke through the subspace barrier and left. On the other side. An endless expanse of scorched earth, covered in desert, with the setting sun in the distance. A figure dressed in heavy black armor, resembling a hellish warrior, slowly walked away. The figure was Lin Ye. The war god armor was dazzling in the sunlight. This all fits the environment in which succubi live, making them more like people with earth attributes. Lin Ye looked around with emotion, and a map appeared in his mind. I moved according to the location, but after arriving, I was isolated at the edge. This place is truly amazing. Following the map, Lin Ye could only proceed on foot towards his destination. With a calm heart, I realized that the area once in the realm of gods was indeed different. Time passed slowly. Lin Ye walked for a long time, but was still far from his goal, and did not see any succubi along the way. This sun seems to have never moved, Lin Ye said, looking at the sun in the sky. He pursed his lips. Walk away quietly. Much later, an abandoned city appeared in the distance.
Lin Ye looked and realized that this was the so-called target location. Is this the kingdom of the succubi? Who are you? Just as Lin Ye was wondering, a voice rang in his ear. Lin Ye looked in the direction of the sound and saw a huge succubus appear in the distant sky. Succubus, fully evolved form, combat power 880,000. The succubus soared through the sky, looking down at Lin Ye. Lin Ye frowned. The complete form? My complete self was achieved only through a series of coincidences. Flying here, you can only rely on your wings, not your combat power. The succubus has appeared, finally. Where is your lord? Lin Ye looked at the succubus and took a few steps forward. That's me, the succubus replied, looking at Lin Ye with displeasure. Are you someone sent by the Church of Light? The Church of Light? Lin Ye pursed his lips. The Church of Light was persecuting the succubi here. Ha ha! Just then, several laughs rang out from the sky. The succubus panicked upon hearing this. Lin Ye glanced sideways. 4 angels flew down from the sky, 2 holding golden staffs and 2 holding golden swords. They landed quickly and appeared not far from Lin Ye. They were all 6-winged angels. Combat strength, around 880,000. One of the angelic sorcerers looked at the succubus and said, Queen Succubus, I didn't expect you, the succubus, to have other enemies. Looks like you're doomed this time. The mage, the heavenly envoy, looked smugly at the enchantress. He glanced sideways at Lin Ye. How about we join forces? We belong to the Church of Light. Succubi are among the most powerful demons in hell, and they are the targets of our angels' hunt. They originated from the realm of gods, but although they have declined, their highest combat strength is only 880,000. But the foundation of the divine realm remains. This area is immune to teleportation and cannot be used for flying. Moreover, there is a secondary barrier separating us from the city, which is the area where we are standing. They have an older succubus inside maintaining this barrier. We must keep attacking and weakening the barrier until that old guy is completely exhausted and dies. You must be quite strong to have made it this far. Why not join us and consume with us? The magician angel looked at Lin Ye, seeking his opinion. So there's a secondary barrier here. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye understood a lot of information. You! Upon hearing this and seeing this, the demon queen became anxious and wished she could kill these angels. She looked at Lin Ye nervously, afraid that he would agree. But then he felt helpless. What else could Lin Ye be but an enemy? The divine realm vanished, hell was destroyed, and the dark church fell into decline. They were isolated and helpless here, and she couldn't think of anyone else who could come except for enemies. What if I can't say? Suddenly, Lin Ye's disdainful voice rang in Mei Huang's ears. Upon hearing this, the demon emperor looked over in surprise. Lin Ye coldly stared at the 4 6-winged angels. You! Upon hearing this, the magician angel frowned, his eyes flashing with anger and resentment. It was as if he absolutely could not allow anyone to refuse him like that. After all, they are the strongest force in this world, the Holy Sea of Light. The 3 people behind the magician angel took a step forward simultaneously. It released its aura without any concealment. The aura was vast and spread outwards, like a sudden storm, shaking the yellow sand. Yellow sand swirled and filled the sky and earth. The pressure of 880,000 combat power. The area where the demon emperor was located not far away was not affected at all. The barrier isolated the yellow sand and the aura. The contrast between the left and right sides is like comparing 2 different worlds. Want to make a move? Lin Ye's lips curled into a smirk, ready to start a fight. With a flick of his eyes, his aura spread outwards, sweeping up yellow sand that, driven by his aura, instantly suppressed, destroyed, and dissipated the auras of the 4 people. How is this possible? The 4 were forced back by the aura, and were so surprised that they could not maintain their breath. He made an incredulous sound and looked up at Lin Ye. The combat power of 950,000 was clearly visible to the 4 of them. 950,000? The 4 men stared in disbelief, swallowing hard. Was this some kind of important person?
They dared not be arrogant anymore. Senior, it will definitely take you a lot of trouble to break the barrier by yourself, the mage angel said anxiously. Why don't we join forces, open the barrier first, and then you can take care of your own business first, the mage angel suggested. The demon emperor lowered his head and looked down, his heart pounding with fear. With such a master arriving, we're doomed. Chapter 3:17 War Angel. Chapter 3:17. No need, Lin Ye said. I can go in by myself. Impossible! The mage angel shook his head, and the enchantress queen also shook her head. No one but a succubus can enter this barrier. Lin Ye didn't care whether the others believed him or not. He had already observed the barrier earlier. The succubus's aura can be entered. He walked away slowly. The four angels dared not interfere, and the demon queen could only watch helplessly. But both sides were hoping for Lin Ye's defeat. Amidst the anxious gazes of both sides, Lin Ye slowly approached, and the barrier's light and shadow parted like a curtain. Lin Ye stepped inside. How is this possible? The four angels stared in disbelief. The demon emperor was terrified. How could he have stepped in? How could this be? After Lin Ye stepped in, the barrier closed. Lin Ye looked around. It was still yellow sand, still a shattered city. However, within the shattered city, succubi lurked beneath the ruins, peeking out cautiously, filled with fear. They were all ordinary succubi. It seems that apart from the enchantress, the others are all quite ordinary. Life is worse than I imagined. Lin Ye shook his head. He looked at the queen of succubi. How many succubi are there? Lin Ye was puzzled. What's it to you? The demon queen cried miserably, tears streaming down her face. Old demon queen, I failed to protect my people. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow, realizing that this person had misunderstood him. She began. I'm here to invite you to join me. My people are succubi. Don't you even think about why I was able to get in? Lin Ye said. Your people are succubi? The queen of succubi asked in surprise. His people are succubi? The four-winged angel exclaimed in surprise. But he is human. Player! Just as everyone was wondering, another voice rang in their ears. Boom! Endless light shone throughout the heavens and earth, and a powerful aura spread everywhere. Everyone instinctively looked up. An eight-winged angel descended from the sky, landing slowly with an arrogant and haughty expression. He glanced at Lin Ye and muttered the word, player, under his breath. They clearly knew about Lin Ye's situation. They realized that Lin Ye must be connected to the succubus. The player appears 500 years after the collapse of the divine realm. Through their special abilities, they saved races from the brink of extinction. The Cthulhu monsters control the area where the player is located, and their bizarre actions are welcomed by the Church of Light and others. By using Cthulhu to prevent the player from growing stronger. In this way, the unstable factor of players will not appear in the world. But unexpectedly, yet another one has broken through Cthulhu's oppression. You actually made it this far. It's a war angel! The four angels exclaimed excitedly. War angel! The enchantress was worried and quite afraid of the opponent, who had made a move before. The barrier was once very strong, and no one could break through it. Until this war angel appeared, her repeated attacks gradually drained the old demon emperor's resources. War angel, 990,000 combat power. The system display appears. Lin Ye glanced at it, and saw a combat power of 990,000. This guy was no ordinary person. Boy, you've ruined our relationship with the succubus. The war angel stared at Lin Ye and said solemnly, It seems I have to find a way to get rid of you. As he spoke, he took out an hourglass-like object from his hand, gave a wicked smile, and said, Come out. Buzz! As soon as the words were spoken, the hourglass emitted light and turned into dust, disappearing. Lin Ye felt a blur before his eyes, followed by clarity. But he found himself in the same spot he had been in just over 10 minutes ago. Time? Lin Ye was incredulous. Time was something that could actually be controlled. Looking at the war angel,
one could see a smile playing on the war angel's lips, tinged with killing intent.
Without the barrier's isolation, you're just meat on the chopping block. Coming to the territory I guard, forcing me to awaken from my slumber, is truly,
the war angel said angrily. Looking at the war angel, Lin Ye thought,
this trash can control time? How is that possible?
Recalling what just happened, could it be that hourglass? The system displays the hourglass when it appears, Lin Ye recalled. Divine treasure, hourglass of time, returns a single target to its position 10 minutes prior. Disappears after use. One-time use item. Lin Ye took a deep breath. This was the power a divine treasure should possess. That's incredible.
Can't figure out what just happened, huh?
The war angel looked at Lin Ye, who hadn't said a word from beginning to end. She looked at Lin Ye with a smile, her expression full of disdain.
All right, you should die now. Kill you, the war angel sneered. The time to annihilate the succubus.
The succubus, a hellish race, absolutely cannot be saved by the appearance of players. The best way is to hasten the succubus's death. Make it impossible for them to recover completely. The words were icy, causing the demon queen to tremble. She knew that she was about to be finished. But she was no match for him at all. They dare not take action. They could only watch helplessly as the war angel, without pausing for a moment, glared and produced a magic wand. The wand was waved, light shone, and a terrifying aura emanated. Lin Ye looked at it, and saw that it was supposed to be a war angel, but why was it now using a magic wand? You want to mess with me? To deal with it, we must use the twisted fire giant technology. Boom! Flames suddenly burst into flames on his left hand. Lin Ye's combat power began to fluctuate rapidly. 1 million combat power has appeared.
1 million?
The four angels stared wide-eyed. Mei Huang, standing to the side, was also surprised. It was actually 1 million.
So powerful?
The war angel was shocked. Such combat power was enough to kill him. Looking at Lin Ye's left hand engulfed in flames, the war angel suddenly smiled, as if he had just realized something.
So it's an overlay,
the war angel sneered. The wand transformed, emitting a hum that filled the air with light, enveloping the world. Your overlay technology has been purified. A voice rang in Lin Ye's ears. The status of
950,000 combat power
has appeared.
His value has increased to 950,000? He has recovered. 950,000, they can't beat the war angels.
The four angels shouted excitedly. The demon queen, watching from the side, was extremely anxious. Lin Ye was dead, and they would be next. Although we still can't figure out Lin Ye's exact identity. After all, she didn't know anything about the players, and because of her thousands of years of cautiousness, she wouldn't easily believe Lin Ye's words.
Ha ha!
War Angel Li laughed loudly, looking at Lin Ye.
Prepare to die.
As he spoke, light condensed, and a terrifying aura pressed down, forming a bow and arrow, which he then launched. Lin Ye saw this and decided to prepare for TP transfer. Although you can't teleport here, TP, teleport, is still usable. The player who spoke earlier, Lin Ye, heard the words, War Angel, and knew that if he left, War Angel would definitely launch a devastating attack on the succubus. He looked at the Demon Emperor and said,
You are the Demon Emperor, bring your people to join my territory.
Mei Huang hesitated.
If I leave, you will all die,
Lin Ye said. The Demon Queen stared at Lin Ye. She knew, but could she easily trust Lin Ye?
There are millions of them. How many do you have a population limit for? How many can you save?
The War Angel sneered. She didn't believe Lin Ye could save everyone.
You don't need to worry about that,
Lin Ye replied, glancing sideways at Mei Huang.
Hurry! If you're too late, I won't be able to help you.
The enchantress looked at it, heard it, especially the words of the War Angel. This indicates that Lin Ye came to rescue people. But what if the two of them were planning this together? Lin Ye left, and Zhang Tianshi killed. Even if the two joined forces, they would still be killing, so they might as well take a gamble.
I'm sorry, old Demon Emperor.
Demon Emperor bowed his head and said,
I'll join.
Ding! You have gained the Succubus race, with a population of over 9.1 million. Your population is 963 to 980. For every 500,000 population, the combat power increases by 20,000. You gain 380,000, and with all bonuses combined, you reach 1 million combat power. This limit cannot be exceeded. Chapter 318: The Death of the War Angel. The voice rang in Lin Ye's ears. Lin Ye's aura changed instantly, releasing a terrifying pressure that shook the heavens and earth. The sudden change caught everyone around off guard. Before they could even react, the pristine white arrows, like thunderbolts or a divine judgment, hurtled down upon them. Lin Ye sensed the TP light that was flashing, and with a swift movement of his eyes he cut it off. As you manipulate the light and shadow in your hand, darkness gathers before your eyes. Boom! It formed a huge sphere, which instantly impacted the incoming light arrow and exploded. The explosion was earth-shattering and terrifying, with endless dust and aftershocks sweeping across the entire world. Ah! In an instant, the angels all around let out a mournful scream. It was thrown into the air by the aftershocks and fell into the distance like a thunderbolt. Ah! As the sound rang out, the war angel also looked desolate, exploding out of the smoke and dust like a missile. It landed with a thud. This? Because of the isolation, the Demon Emperor had not experienced anything and stared blankly at the tragic scene outside the barrier. His eyes were wide open, filled with disbelief.
How is this possible?
In a moment, the war angel stood up with difficulty, and suddenly the power of light spread out in all directions, causing the smoke and dust to ripple. The surrounding area is clear and peaceful. The war angel stood there, covered in wounds, looking like an old man on his deathbed. He was about to die from the explosion. This? The four angels beside him looked on in surprise. How could it be that even the powerful war angel failed?
How could you be so powerful?
The war angel roared at Lin Ye with heart-wrenching pain.
Nothing is impossible.
But the next second, Lin Ye's voice appeared in his ears. The war angel was stunned and surprised. The next second, his eyes widened and blood spilled from his mouth. A lightsaber appeared in his chest cavity and pierced through his chest. Looking to the side in disbelief, Lin Ye had appeared without anyone noticing. He coldly watched as the war angel lost its breath, then drew his lightsaber, and the war angel fell to the ground, dying unwillingly. Dead? The four archangels and the enchantress were incredulous. There's no other way. My daily earnings have fallen below $1, so I have to abandon this project. The outline ends below. Lin Ye obtained the Succubus's artifact in the Succubus's stronghold and returned to the Black Mountain region. A powerful figure from the Flame Church clashed with his opponent, a being who had comprehended the essence of the elements, and whose strength could exceed 1 million. In the end, Lin Ye used the Succubus artifact to kill his opponent, and obtain the Flame God's domain. The divine realm and population were expanded once more, and through the Flame Church's high-ranking officials, it was learned that the martial arts hall truly existed. Lin Ye returned to the Abyss and obtained the Abyss clan's martial arts hall. Having grasped a fundamental principle, the Meizu became a lower-level god, alarming the Church of Light. The Black Mountain domain is related to the Abyss, and its origin was located through the martial arts hall. On his way there, he was surrounded and attacked by the people of the 8 major churches. Lin Ye fought and retreated, and finally obtained the Black Mountain domain and learned that the Black Mountain domain was the hell of that year. He himself was a child of hell, sent here after hell was destroyed. After obtaining the Black Mountain domain, he became an all-powerful lower-level god of the 8 elements. He killed 8 major papal churches. The Church of Light said he would regret it. Having witnessed the true world, after the collapse of the Divine Realm, the World Cup was divided into 5 planes. The people on each plane had a combat power of several million, and some even had a combat power of 10 million. The people of the Light Plane wanted to kill him, so Lin Ye went to the Blood Sea Plane, one of the 5 major planes, in order to further comprehend the origin of the elements. Having achieved mid-level godhood through his battle with the Sea of Blood, Lin Ye prepared to travel to the wind element plane. A mid-level god from the Church of Light came to kill him, but was thwarted. The Holy Sea of Light was enraged, and the higher gods were mobilized. Lin Ye had already reached the wind elemental plane. There he encountered the remnant soul of Satan, the former master of hell. Satan corrupted the master of the wind plane, and Satan intercepted the supreme god of light. The commotion alerted the people of the frost realm, and two high-ranking gods besieged Satan. In a critical moment, Lin Ye comprehended the elements, and became a high-ranking god. Two powerful figures, Lin Ye, were about to kill the two when a high-ranking god from the divine light plane arrived, resulting in a draw between the two. In the end, we had to leave it at that for now. Satan, who was on the verge of death after fighting two high-ranking gods, hoped that Lin Ye could become stronger before he dissipated. Because Lin Ye had mastered the space, he recounted the events of the three supreme planes. Each plane represents a time, space, and life. Head to the area where the space is located to find the supreme artifact. Not only is he searching for it, but the higher gods are also searching for it. Besides the 5 major planes, there are many other high-ranking gods. A fierce battle, an unprecedented one, took place here. Finally, they seized the supreme artifact of space, intending to comprehend it, but Guangming and the others used Satan as a threat. Satan self-destructed, and Lin Ye comprehended the supreme space, becoming a half-step supreme god, and killed several people. Lin Ye simultaneously killed other high-ranking gods, and as the high-ranking gods died, he announced the birth of the supreme artifact. Several near-supreme gods arrived, and Lin Ye immediately fled. He knew he couldn't win, so he had to deal with them slowly. Several near-supreme gods used the player's territories as a threat to force Lin Ye to appear, and Lin Ye returned. The players swore to protect Lin Ye, who, in the very place where he first encountered the miscellaneous book, comprehended the concept of space, and became a true supreme god. It achieved the heights that the virtual weaver once reached. Having eliminated several opponents, he established his absolute dominance. The ancient gods discovered Lin Ye, seized him, and intended to gain his enlightenment. Cthulhu also appears, and the Zerg descend to besiege Lin Ye. Time, space, and life, the 3 supreme elements. Lin Ye comprehended one of them, while everyone else who came comprehended 1.5 of them. Lin Ye was surrounded, and a new god descended and took them away. The great war between the new and old gods, Cthulhu, and the insectoid race begins. They went to the gathering place of the new gods and recounted history. The old gods exist, standing alongside Cthulhu and the Zerg, but they are indifferent to the lives and deaths of the lower-level races. Someone betrayed the old gods, creating new gods and initiating a counterattack, which ultimately led to a war between the old and new gods. The old god, the Lord of Hell, aided the new gods, leading to an escalation of the Great War and the collapse of the divine realm. The new gods became an undeniable force, and over time, they suppressed Cthulhu and the Zerg. Even the old gods have been marginalized. They acquired something similar to the training halls of the old gods, Cthulhu, and the Zerg, such as the training hall of the Void Weavers. Lin Ye comprehended the essence of life in Cthulhu's training hall, achieving the second supreme position among the new gods, which enraged Cthulhu. The war between the new gods and Cthulhu broke out, and the Zerg began. Lin Ye summoned the Zerg through Nini, leading to a chaotic battle. The old gods joined the fray, and Lin Ye also summoned the Dragon Clan. The Black Demon and the Blood Orc also regained their memories and became supreme gods after entering the Weaver's arena. The Dark Elves and Blood Orcs have gathered together the former minions of the Void Weaver from the old gods, causing a dramatic shift in the situation. Cthulhu, the Elder Gods, and the Zerg were utterly defeated. A near-creator god, the 3 supreme elemental wielders, appeared and saved them. The half-step creator god wants to recreate the world of that time, which is different from the new god's concept. The new god wants to create a world where everyone is like a dragon. The new god was severely damaged, and Lin Ye realized the crisis. They would definitely come after they finished cultivating. We must find a way to comprehend the third supreme element in order to deal with the half-step creator god. Lin Ye learned through miscellaneous books that the god of wisdom was originally the element of time. Through the wisdom of the god, I mastered time and achieved half a step. 3 major forces have attacked. The two sides clashed, and Lin Ye and the half-step supreme god fought to a draw. Seeing that the battle was inconclusive, the half-step supreme god dragged everyone into the former hellish battlefield. Because the new god was unfamiliar with the area, he had a geographical advantage. However, once dragged in, Lin Ye, being from hell, became even more ferocious. He even broke through to become a creator god and killed a half-step creator god. Lin Ye created a new world, a world where players and games are completely integrated. This story is complete.